Chapter 1. The Descent of the Demoness. Boom! Just moments ago, the sky was resplendent and clear, but suddenly, dark clouds surged ominously, rolling like colossal waves, obscuring the sun. Black lightning cleaved through the heavens, and the deafening thunder roared like a ferocious beast, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of the universe. A youth clad in coarse linen garments dashed frantically towards his dwelling, and with a resounding bang, he slammed the door shut behind him. How terrifying! I almost got struck. The boy, still trembling from the encounter, patted his chest, recalling the bolt of lightning that had nearly grazed his scalp, causing his hair to stand on end. Alas! Suddenly turning his head, he noticed the window wide open and gasped in alarm, hastening to close it. Boom! Another thunderous clap erupted, followed by a dazzling radiance that streaked across the sky like a meteor, hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed. What the heck? As he beheld the approaching brilliance, his heart raced with trepidation, and he hurriedly shut both windows tightly. Crack! With a tremendous sound, the recently closed windows shattered into countless fragments, scattering wood splinters across the floor. Simultaneously, the resplendent light penetrated his brow with a swift motion. Then, a delicate sachet fell with a thud to the ground. At that moment, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to receive some mysterious command, swiftly dispersing towards the horizon, restoring the sky to its former clarity as if nothing had transpired. What just happened? Rubbing his brow, the boy wore a perplexed expression. His name was Luo Chun, an inconspicuous servant disciple of the Qingyang sword sect. Due to his mediocre talents, he had been assigned to tend the spiritual fields at the tender age of 13, where he had diligently cultivated spiritual herbs for the past 5 years. Though he had devoted himself to diligent practice in his spare time, relying solely on a rudimentary technique called spirit rhythm absorption method, he had only reached the second layer of qi refinement by the age of 10, and since then his cultivation had stagnated, remaining at that level to this day. 2 years ago, driven by curiosity, he had hiked for 4 to 5 hours to the core area of the sect, filled with excitement. However, before he could even begin to explore, he encountered senior sister Lin Xiaofei, and after stealing a few glances, he was immediately besieged and beaten by a group of disciples at the 8th layer of qi refinement, losing consciousness until dusk. Upon awakening, he muttered, "A gentleman's vengeance is not late even after 10 years," and hurriedly returned to the spiritual fields. Since that day, he had not set foot outside the field again, his courage diminished to the point that he would detour around even a meerkat. Today's thunder truly is an once-in-a century phenomenon. No, it must be an once-in-a-millennium event. He sighed, then examined his body closely, finding no abnormalities and feeling quite well. At last, his taut nerves relaxed somewhat, and he gazed down at the chaotic mess on the ground. What is this? In that moment, he spotted a delicate sachet lying on the ground, exquisitely beautiful, and bent down to pick it up. The sachet was embroidered with intricate patterns and felt pleasantly warm to the touch. It smells delightful. He instinctively brought the sachet closer to his nose, inhaling the faint, refreshing fragrance that stirred his senses. Pervert, put that down. A clear and melodious voice erupted in his mind. Who? He shuddered in fright, and the sachet slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. Who is speaking? He quickly snatched a broken window sill from the floor, nervously scanning his surroundings. Coward! The melodious voice resonated in his mind again, laced with a hint of disdain. You, who exactly are you? Where are you? He spun around abruptly, but found nothing, his voice trembling with fear. The voice seemed to whisper in his ear, yet no figure was in sight. Alas! What a fool! So timid, so dim-witted, and such a weakling. The voice sighed with a hint of exasperation, dripping with contempt. You're my head? He finally realized, the voice emanating from within his mind. A wave of terror washed over him, his voice quaking. Who are you? Enough. Since I am here, I shall make myself at home. I am the 9-nethered demoness, inadvertently schemed against by 2 wretches, and now I am but a remnant soul seeking refuge within you for a while. The melodious voice unfolded slowly. 9-nethered demoness? A remnant soul? In this world teeming with deities and demons, many powerful beings, when facing death, would desperately leave behind a remnant soul in hopes of a resurgence, a fact of which Luo Chan was aware. Thus, he exhaled with relief and muttered discontentedly, "Why didn't you ask me if I was willing before burrowing into my mind? I'm the mightiest existence in heaven and earth. To enter your feeble mind, is your fortune what discontent do you have?" The melodious voice dismissed his concerns, boasting unabashedly, "Reduced to a mere remnant soul, and yet you still brag. Come out." Luo Chun shouted in dissatisfaction. "Alas, do you think I desire to find a weakling like you? I have no other choice." The melodious voice sighed helplessly. "You need not emerge. We are now sharing a body. Regardless of your former might, I am now your landlord, and you shall heed my rules. I must establish some guidelines for you." Luo Chan was genuinely worried that one day he would awaken to find himself a homeless wandering spirit, for many in the realm of cultivation had been usurped of their bodies. Bang! However, before he could finish, his foot slipped, and he lost his balance, tumbling face first to the ground. Bang! As he struggled to rise, he collided with the wall, leaving him bruised and battered. "Stop, stop, stop!" Luo Chun, sniffling and weeping, wiped the grime from his face, his visage swollen like a pig's head. I was wrong. Let's discuss this further. TCH, so weak, yet you still dare to impose rules on me, acting like a big shot." The melodious voice brimmed with disdain, then lazily added, "Rest assured, I have no interest in your stinky flesh." "Then what do you intend to do? Surely, you won't remain in my mind indefinitely." Luo Chun, gritting his teeth against the pain, asked through clenched jaws. "I shall assist you in cultivating to the transformation stage, and then help me reconstruct my physical form." The melodious voice replied nonchalantly. "What?" Luo Chun could hardly believe his ears upon hearing the words transformation stage. His heart raced uncontrollably, and he suddenly felt parched. He had learned from a book titled Qinjian's Aspirations that this continent was known as Qingyun Continent. The cultivation hierarchy on Qingyun Continent ranged from low to high, encompassing qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, transformation, void refinement, harmonization, great ascension, tribulation crossing, and ascension. In the northern region where Luo Chun resided, the pinnacle of power was the transformation stage, and within the entire Qingyang sword sect, there was but one practitioner at that level who was rarely seen, rendering him a mere myth. Based on his original trajectory, he had anticipated spending his life tilling the fields, only to be expelled from the sect after a century, living off meager savings in a small courtyard in a nearby village, where he would bask in the sun by the village wall until the day he passed away. But now, this remnant soul, claiming to be the nine nether demonis, asserted that it would aid him in reaching the transformation stage, which was utterly inconceivable, leaving him both exhilarated and incredulous. Covering his wildly racing heart, Luo Chan exhaled deeply, swallowing hard, and asked with a tinge of uncertainty, "Transformation stage? On what grounds do you believe I can achieve it? My cultivation aptitude and talent are woefully inadequate. You are indeed somewhat weak. Your bones are fragile, your meridians are blocked, and your spiritual power is pitifully feeble." The melodious voice concurred, then shifted its tone. "However, with your cooperation and my methods, crafting a transformation stage cultivator would be a trivial matter." "What do you need me to do?" Luo Chen's heart tightened, a blend of excitement and panic coursing through him. Chapter 2. The purchase of the alchemical cauldron naturally. The first step is to enhance one's constitution, a melodious voice casually remarked, pausing momentarily before adding. "However, the improvement process will be quite painful, akin to the torturous method of slow slicing and bone scraping." Slow slicing and bone scraping. Luo Chun inhaled sharply, then resolutely nodded. "Bring it on. As long as I can grow stronger, just let me breathe." For all these years, he had been consumed by the desire for strength. Yet, with inadequate talent and no guidance, he had to rely solely on his own exploration. Now, faced with such a grand opportunity, how could he possibly yield to the fear of pain? Buzz, at that moment, Luo Chan suddenly felt a refreshing chill seep into his mind, followed by the emergence of a memory regarding the concoction of a body-enhancing elixir. A body-enhancing elixir. It cleanses the marrow and refines the bones, expanding the tendons and shaping the veins. Such a potent recipe exists in this world, capable of completely altering a person's cultivation constitution. A.S. Luo Chan reflected on this memory. Joy and excitement involuntarily spread across his face. Bloodvine flowers, dragon bone fruits, body-refining herbs, spiritual essence mushrooms. Luo Chan continuously recited the materials required for the elixir, exhilarated to realize that all these ingredients could be found within the spiritual fields. However, when he reached the last ingredient, he faltered, wondering, what on earth is this 10,000-year stalactite? Where on earth can I find it? I have never heard of such a thing. You need not worry about that. Simply gather these common herbs and prepare an alchemical cauldron, and the 10,000-year stalactite will present itself in due course. The melodious voice instructed with unwavering confidence. My name is Luo Chan. May I ask how to address you? Can I refer to you as Jiu-Yu? Luo Chan silently picked up the fragrant pouch from the ground, placing it on the bedside as he tidied up the wooden shavings scattered about. Call me whatever you wish. It is merely a title, the melodious voice replied, unconcerned. After cleaning up the wooden shavings and observing the broken window devoid of frame, Luo Chan shook his head and sighed. Alas, I will need to spend money to have someone repair this. However, fixing the window is not an immediate concern. The pressing matter is to hasten the concoction of the body-enhancing elixir to improve this mediocre body. Summoning his courage, Luo Chan made his way to the trading area of the sect, approaching a stall without glancing aside, and directly inquired, Senior, how much for your cheapest alchemical cauldron? The stall owner, an elderly man with graying hair, lay reclining on a chair, eyes closed in repose. Upon hearing Luo Chan's voice, he lazily lifted his eyelids and, with an impassive expression, replied, 200 low-grade spirit stones. After stating this, he promptly closed his eyes again, seemingly certain that Luo Chan could not afford it. Muttering under his breath, how could there be someone at the second level of chi refinement in this sect? Would you consider selling it for 100? Luo Chan scratched his head, asking timidly. Get lost. The old man opened his eyes, barking at him with a fierce demeanor, before turning away to resume his nap. Luo Chan was taken aback, awkwardly smiling as he quickly turned to leave the stall. After inquiring at 4 or 5 stalls in succession, he found that the stall owners, seemingly in collusion, all demanded 200 low-grade spirit stones, with not a single cauldron priced lower than that. A penny can pose a challenge for even the mightiest. Luo Chan felt a flush of embarrassment creeping onto his face as he anxiously scanned his surroundings. Typically, he remained holed up in the spiritual fields, with hardly anyone he knew aside from his immediate superior. Just as he was at a loss, a graceful figure appeared in his line of sight, none other than the goddess of the young male disciples, senior sister Lin Xiaofei. Lin Xiaofei possessed a beauty that could topple nations, her figure enchanting as if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens, captivating all who laid eyes upon her, leaving many women feeling inadequate. Moreover, her extraordinary cultivation talent enabled her to reach the pinnacle of chi refinement at a young age, making her a standout among her peers, with suitors flocking to her like fish to water. Recalling the moment 2 years ago when she had glanced back at him, Lin Xiaofei's radiant smile had utterly ensnared his heart, though he had received a beating that day and had not dared return since. He had never forgotten her, even fantasizing about her every night. Now, seeing Lin Xiaofei once more, Luo Chen's heart raced like a startled deer, pounding furiously in his chest. In a moment of impulsive courage, he conceived a bold idea. Senior sister, greetings. He mustered his courage, striding forward with a flushed face to block Lin Xiaofei's path. Lin Xiaofei stared at the suddenly appearing young man in surprise, racking her brain to recall if they had met before. Confirming she had never seen him, she assumed he must be a recent disciple and replied coolly, Who are you? What do you need? Might I borrow some spirit stones? As he uttered these words, Luo Chan felt his face grow even hotter. His mind muddled. Lin Xiaofei paused, taken aback. She had encountered countless suitors, each employing various tactics, Yet this was her first experience with someone outright blocking her path to ask for spirit stones. Moreover, standing before her was a man a full head taller than herself. Leaving her uncertain whether he was genuinely seeking to borrow or attempting a robbery, that I promised to return it to you later, Luo Chun hastily added, his ears reddening. With a chuckle, Lin Xiaofei, realizing he was not a threat, laughed lightly and inquired, "How much do you wish to borrow?" 80. Luo Chun lowered his voice, for he possessed only 120 spirit stones, while the cheapest cauldron required 200. Here is 100. You need not repay me. Lin Xiaofei hesitated for a moment, then produced an exquisite bag of holding from her robe, tossing it to him with a flick of her wrist. Thank you, senior sister. I will definitely repay you. Luo Chun expressed his gratitude repeatedly, hastily accepting the bag and, unable to help himself, brought it to his nose, catching a faint whiff of her delicate fragrance. Observing Luo Chen's somewhat awkward behavior, Lin Xiaofei's lips curled into a proud smile before she turned and gracefully departed. This a bag of holding. Luo Chun marveled at the item, his curiosity piqued. Upon opening it, he discovered a spacious interior equivalent to a sizable box, far surpassing his ordinary bag. Furthermore, regardless of how much one stored within, the bag's shape and size remained unchanged, making it incredibly convenient to carry. The downside was that it could not be refined or recognized by a master, making it susceptible to theft, a severe loss if mislaid. With an ample supply of spirit stones now in hand, Luo Chun straightened his back and confidently approached the old man's stall once more. The old man lifted his eyelids, spotting Luo Chun again, his expression darkening as he barked, "You again, get lost!" Bang! Luo Chun forcefully dropped the 200 spirit stones onto the stall, standing tall as he declared, "Old man, here are your 200 spirit stones, not a single one less. Now hand over the cauldron." The old man regarded Luo Chun with a look of astonishment, waved his hand to collect the spirit stones, and then pointed to a bronze cauldron about a foot high, indifferently saying, "Take it and get lost." Luo Chun retrieved the cauldron, grumbling internally about the old man's poor attitude, silently cursing him 100 times. Old geezer. May you find yourself without toilet paper every day, drink water that gets stuck in your teeth, and bite your tongue while eating. Chapter 3. Cleansing the marrow and refining the bones upon returning to his dwelling. Luo Chun eagerly lit a bonfire behind the house and carefully set up the alchemical cauldron. Following the steps outlined in the recipe, he first poured a small amount of crystal-clear spring water into the cauldron, then successively added the meticulously selected spiritual herbs. Commencing the concoction, as the temperature within the cauldron gradually rose, a rich, aromatic fragrance wafted throughout the wooden cabin. "Bring me my treasure pouch." The voice of Jiuyu resonated in his mind. Luo Chun hurried back inside, retrieving the fragrant pouch from his bedside. This is the crucial ingredient for concocting the body-enhancing elixir, the 10,000-year stalactite. Remember, only a single drop is necessary. Do not add more. Jiuyu's voice sounded somewhat weary as, at that moment, a white jade vial slowly floated out from the treasure pouch. Carefully, Luo Chun dropped a single drop of the 10,000-year stalactite into the cauldron. Instantly, the liquid transformed into a milky white substance, with wisps of spiritual energy swirling upon its surface. What a splendid item! Luo Chun gazed greedily at the jade vial, his eyes ablaze with desire. Humph! A light snort echoed in his mind, and the jade vial swiftly vanished back into the pouch. Divide the concocted body-enhancing elixir into 7 portions, and soak in one each day without interruption. I shall sleep for a while. Do not disturb me during these 7 days. Jiuyu continued to instruct. Understood. Luo Chun promptly replied, then gingerly poured the elixir from the cauldron into 7 separate small bowls. Next, he boiled a large pot of hot water, filling a wooden tub with it. After a flurry of activity, everything was ready to be stripped down to just his shorts, and, with a splash, plunged into the tub. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air the moment Luo Chun submerged into the bath. He felt as if his skin were being sliced by countless blades, while innumerable silver needles seemed to burrow beneath his flesh. Rampaging through his meridians, he inhaled sharply, his jaw clenched tightly, his hands gripping the edge of the tub with all his might. The veins on his neck bulging, his body stiffening in the water, trembling uncontrollably. The excruciating pain nearly suffocated him, almost causing him to faint as his vision grew increasingly blurred. Countless times, Luo Chun contemplated emerging from the tub. Yet he restrained himself, continuously admonishing his inner self. Luo Chun, hold on. Do you wish to remain at the second level of qi refinement for the rest of your life? You have endured for 15 years. How much longer do you intend to endure? The agony persisted for a full hour before finally beginning to subside. He panted heavily, exhausted, leaning against the tub. Once his breath steadied, he was astonished to discover that the once white liquid in the tub had transformed into a deep black. A thick layer of oil floating atop the surface, he felt an overwhelming wave of nausea. Before he could even relish the triumph of enduring the pain, his stomach lurched violently, catapulting him out of the tub. Barely clothed, he dashed to the water barrel, cleansing himself thoroughly with fresh water. Only then did he caress his skin, marveling at the unprecedented smoothness and elasticity, feeling an invigorating surge of strength coursing through him, as if his internal organs had also been rejuvenated, leaving him utterly refreshed. After enduring for 6 continuous days, the 7th day finally arrived. Gazing at the steaming medicinal liquid before him, Luo Chun felt as though the past 6 days had been more torturous than the 15 years he had previously lived. It was the final day. He resolved not to cry and to persevere. After hesitating for a long while before the tub, contemplating how the pain had intensified each day, he repeatedly encouraged himself. At last, he mustered the courage to plunge into the white medicinal liquid. Despite his meticulous preparations, the intense agony elicited a howl akin to a banshee's, and he couldn't help but weep aloud. How embarrassing! At his age, still crying. Just then, a dismissive voice echoed in his mind, the tone surprisingly upbeat. "I'm in pain." Luo Chun instinctively pouted, covering his sensitive areas, and lamented, "Jiuyu, you're finally awake? I've been in agony these past few days." Boo-hoo! An hour later, Luo Chun had finally endured. Steam rose from his head, and pure spiritual energy flowed into his body like a gentle stream. After 7 days of immersion in the refining liquid, his body had undergone a remarkable transformation. The results are quite impressive. "Now, let me see the technique you've been cultivating." Jiuyu's relaxed voice resonated in his mind. Nodding, Luo Chun first rinsed his body with cool water, then sat cross-legged and began to practice the spiritual absorption technique. This technique was a foundational method without rank, requiring meditation to sense the spiritual energy of the world and absorb it through breath. Although the speed of absorption was somewhat slow, it was highly effective for perceiving spiritual energy, especially in areas where it was sparse. What a pathetic technique. Not even a dog would bother to learn it. Jiuyu scoffed disdainfully. "If you have something better, show it." "Spare me the sarcasm," Luo Chun retorted, his mood instantly soured, feeling a flicker of annoyance. "What a weakling, and yet you have such a temper," Jiuyu shot back. Soon after, a refreshing sensation enveloped his mind, followed by the emergence of a brand new technique, Mysterious Spirit Formula. The Mysterious Spirit Formula was a heavenly grade technique. Once initiated, it would create a cyclone in the Dantian, actively absorbing various spiritual energies from the universe. The more cyclones formed, the faster the absorption rate. Furthermore, through learning, practitioners could comprehend the natural flow of spiritual energy and resonate with it. Upon reaching mastery, practitioners could enhance their understanding of natural laws, wielding immense power effortlessly. Additionally, practicing the Mysterious Spirit Formula had healing properties, enabling practitioners to nurture their bodies with spiritual energy and mend injuries. Impressive! Luo Chun beamed with delight upon understanding the Mysterious Spirit Formula, immediately beginning to contemplate its intricacies. Half an incense stick later, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward the wooden cabin like a tide, flowing into Luo Chun's dantian and then coursing through his meridians. With a soft pop, a certain acupoint within him seemed to unlock. The previously stagnant meridians, now rejuvenated like parched earth nourished by spring waters, became unimpeded and brimming with vitality as pure spiritual power joyfully flowed through his channels. 3rd level of qi refinement. 4th level of qi refinement. 5th level of qi refinement. His cultivation surged through 3 minor realms in quick succession, finally coming to a gradual halt that I've finally broken through. Jiu, I've broken through? Ha! Luo Chan clenched his fists, feeling the immense spiritual power within him, tears of joy welling in his eyes as he laughed toward the heavens. He had been stuck at the second level of chi refinement for nearly a decade, and at last he had broken free. Wow! I can finally emerge. Amidst his elation, a melodious gasp reached his ears. Suddenly, the ethereal figure of a woman in a green dress appeared before him. Her long, crimson waves cascaded down her shoulders, and her ruby-like eyes sparkled with delight. Beneath her short skirt, her long, fair legs were bare. What a temptress! Luo Chen stared, momentarily entranced, swallowing hard. What are you staring at? Is my sister not beautiful? Her voice, laced with seduction, sent shivers down Luo Chen's spine. Focus! Focus! He quickly closed his eyes, muttering to himself as blood gushed from his nose. Chapter 4. A spicy chicken galugulu. Once he paused, Luo Chen became acutely aware of the emptiness in his stomach, which gurgled noisily. Looking up at the sun, he realized it was already afternoon. Having languished here for years, aside from his daily chores, his greatest passion had been collecting recipes and attempting to create various culinary delights. Typically, Luo Chan would concoct broths using spiritual herbs and mushrooms, which not only tasted fragrant, but also greatly benefited his health. He would then gather wild fruits, carving them into various shapes with a small knife, creating an exquisite fruit platter. However, today was different. Having recently experienced a surge in his cultivation, he felt exuberant and decided to treat himself to a hearty meal. Due to protective arrays set up around the spiritual fields to prevent wild beasts from ravaging the crops, meat had become a precious commodity here, and if he ventured outside to hunt, it would take at least 4 to 5 hours to return. Luo Chan racked his brain for a solution, although somewhat risky. It would be worth a try for the sake of his culinary cravings. Not far from the spiritual fields lay the provisions area, with a sect-raised spirit fowl and spirit deer to supply the spiritual dining hall with ingredients for the higher-ups and exceptionally gifted disciples. While ordinary disciples rarely caught a glimpse, the outer perimeter of the provisions area often saw some spirit chickens foraging for food. Luo Chan planned to sneak one for a delectable spicy chicken dish. It was the afternoon, and the elder and disciples in charge were likely napping, presenting a prime opportunity. However, the area surrounding the provisions was heavily fortified with numerous anti-theft arrays, making a direct approach tantamount to walking into a trap. Quick-witted, Luo Chan gathered some rope and bamboo sticks to craft a simple snare trap, filling his pockets with grains as bait to conceal his presence. He smeared mud across his face, then cautiously made his way outside. Is it really necessary to go through all this trouble just to catch a chicken? Jiuyu's ethereal form followed closely behind, laced with a hint of exasperation and mockery. You wouldn't understand. Better safe than sorry, Luo Chan muttered, shrinking his body, stealthily slipping past like a cat. Not far ahead, a spacious shelter came into view, where several spirit chickens were leisurely pecking at the ground in various amusing poses. Luo Chan carefully avoided the arrays, finding a concealed corner where he swiftly set up the trap. Scattering grains around as bait, he then retreated to hide behind a large tree, patiently waiting. Time passed slowly. An hour later, fatigue began to set in, his eyelids growing heavy. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the trap that a gluttonous spirit chicken had inadvertently triggered the snare, the rope tightening around its neck, rendering it silent as it flapped its wings in a futile struggle. Luo Chan didn't rush over immediately. After waiting a moment to ensure no arrays were triggered and that no one had noticed, he stealthily approached and collected his prize. What a hassle. It took nearly an hour just to catch a chicken. Jiuyu expressed her dissatisfaction with a hint of complaint. Yet, Luo Chan reveled in the experience, and upon returning to his abode, he eagerly commenced the preparation of the explosive lotus chicken. He first eviscerated the lush chicken, meticulously cleansing it before stuffing its cavity with spirit pearlgrass and spirit peppers. Drizzling it with a modest amount of spirit wine, he then wrapped it in lotus leaves from the nearby spiritual stream, coating the exterior with a layer of mud, and set it over a fire to roast slowly. After half an hour, the mud cracked open, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Luo Chun, brimming with excitement, pried open the mud, revealing a golden-hued, fragrant, explosive lotus chicken, causing his mouth to water in anticipation of tasting it. Meanwhile, overhead in the spiritual field area, a colossal red gourd descended from the sky. Someone was approaching. Jiuyu alerted him, her ethereal form flickering as she slipped into Luo Chen's mind. Such audacity, daring to pilfer the sect's provisions. What punishment shall befall you? Suddenly, an elderly man with a rosy complexion appeared before him, glaring fiercely at Luo Chen. This is disastrous. Elder, this chicken came here on its own. Yes, it ran here by itself. Luo Chen shivered, his mind buzzing, stammering as he spoke. Humph, why don't you claim it cooked itself and force you to eat it? The elder scoffed, his gaze fixated on the explosive lotus chicken, his throat involuntarily moving. Care for taste. Luo Chen presented the explosive lotus chicken with both hands, his face adorned with flattery. Humph. The elder shot Luo Chen a glare and promptly tore off a piece of meat to sample. As the meat entered his mouth, the elder gasped in astonishment. He immediately snatched the entire explosive lotus chicken from Luo Chen's hands, sitting cross-legged to indulge in it. In no time, his hands were smeared with grease. Glug, glug, glug. The elder then produced a wine gourd from his waist, taking a hearty swig before continuing to feast, alternating between meat and wine. Witnessing this spectacle, Luo Chen's mouth watered profusely as he helplessly watched the elder devour the entire explosive lotus chicken, leaving only a pile of chicken bones. Burp. The elder released a satisfied belch and, after another drink of wine, slowly rose to his feet, savoring the taste by licking his fingers. A fine chef you shall make. The elder appraised Luo Chen, offering a compliment before vanishing in a flash. What just transpired? After laboring all afternoon, he was left with nothing but a heap of bones. This old man is utterly unreasonable. Even a chicken backside would have sufficed. Alas, I can only hope you enjoy every morsel and refrain from reporting my chicken theft. Luo Chen swallowed hard, sighed deeply, and slumped to the ground, clasping his hands together in prayer. Suddenly, something plummeted from the sky, landing behind him. Turning around, he beheld two lush chickens, their heads drooping to one side. Lifeless point one is for you, and the other I shall keep for tomorrow. The elder reappeared, hovering in midair. And after speaking, he vanished once more. So, it was a fellow practitioner. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have worried for so long. Luo Chen exhaled a long sigh of relief, muttering as he tidied up the two lush chickens. Following the elder's advice, he prepared to roast one for himself, while hiding the other for tomorrow's meal. An hour later. Burp. Luo Chen belched contentedly, plucking a wild herb from the roadside, leisurely picking at his teeth. Luo Chen, do you have any idea what cultivation level that elder possessed? Jiuyu's ethereal form materialized, her expression enigmatic. I do not know, but I can affirm that he is at least at the foundation establishment stage. Only those who reach that level can hover in midair, Luo Chen replied, shaking his head. He is at the transformation stage. Moreover, he has attained great perfection in his presence. You are no different from an ant. Jiuyu's voice carried a hint of lamentation. What? The transformation stage? Luo Chen was utterly dumbfounded. After a moment, he incredulously murmured to himself, a transformation stage practitioner came to steal a chicken. Transformation stage cultivators are beings of immense stature. The doors of the spiritual cuisine manor open wide for them year-round, offering whatever they desire. Why would he come here to compete for chickens with me, a mere chi refinement stage novice? Only to resort to thievery himself. Could it be that practitioners of the transformation stage are this bored? Luo Chen found the notion perplexing. Chapter 5. Alchemy. Feeling content and satiated, Luo Chen reclined lazily on the ground, indulging in a brief respite. It wasn't until evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, that he picked up a bucket and, humming a tune, made his way to the nearby spiritual stream to fetch water for the spiritual field. Jiuyu floated behind him, her brow slightly furrowed, as though she were preoccupied with something. Jiuyu, what do you think I should do next to further enhance my strength? Luo Chen inquired while busying himself. After soaking in the body-tempering elixir, his physique had been revitalized, and his cultivation had stabilized at the 5th level of qi refinement, filling him with aspirations for his path in cultivation. Naturally, you must continue practicing the Xianling Ju. It is a treasure technique of a significant sect above D. Oh, you have any idea how many people covet the opportunity to learn it? Jiu cast him a proud glance. A treasure technique. Luo Chan was astonished. While he sensed the Xianling Ju was formidable, he never imagined it to hold such immense significance. But he understood well the value and rarity of a technique that could serve as a sect's foundational treasure. For instance, the Qingyang sword sect's treasure technique, the Qingyang sword art, is accessible only to the sect master and his direct disciples. For anyone else to even glimpse it is a distant dream. Only when you survive to the transformation stage and acquire divine abilities will the true power of the Xianling Ju reveal itself. For now, you cannot fathom its might. Jiu observed Luo Chan with satisfaction. If this lad dared to utter a word of discontent regarding the Xianling Ju, she would immediately enlighten him on the true terror of a demoness. Transformation? Divine abilities? Luo Chan was taken aback, astonished at the thought, for he was merely at the qi refinement stage, having just achieved a minor breakthrough. Contemplating such matters felt premature. Jiu, do you possess any body tempering techniques? I feel my strength and physique remain somewhat lacking, and I lack any combat skills that it's impossible to navigate the outside world in this state, Luo Chun shamelessly requested. Yet he spoke the truth. Solely practicing the Xianling Ju would leave him with a reservoir of spiritual energy, but no means to unleash it. Unless he remained hidden here indefinitely, he would be easily bested in any confrontation. You have quite the imagination, but alas, aside from the Xianling Ju, none of my other techniques are suitable for you. Unless you wish to practice demonic arts. Jiu shook her head, her tone tinged with resignation, for there is a vast difference between cultivating demonic and righteous paths that I suppose I'll have to check the transmission pavilion again. But these merit coins, Luo Chan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he began to fret. The techniques and martial skills in the transmission pavilion could only be exchanged for merit coins. Yet he could only earn 2 merit coins a year from tending to the spiritual fields. Relying on this meager amount to exchange for coveted techniques and martial skills was akin to chasing a dream. Let me teach you alchemy. It would be a shame not to refine pills with such a vast medicinal field at your disposal. Jiu, seeing his confusion, contemplated for a moment before making a suggestion. Alchemy requires a natural talent. Not everyone can pursue this path. The higher the rank of the alchemist, the greater the demands on their innate abilities. Jiu merely offered a suggestion, wanting to give it a try. But she held little hope. Alchemy. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen's heart raced with excitement. He was well aware of the esteemed status of alchemists in the cultivation world, but a third-tier alchemist could be treated as a distinguished guest in the Qingyang sword sect. While those above 5th tier were treasures among treasures. Could he succeed? After the initial thrill, doubt crept in. How can I know unless I try? Soon, he resolved himself. Jiu, please teach me alchemy. Before nightfall, he completed watering the spiritual fields. And as soon as he set down his burden, he eagerly sought to learn alchemy. Jiu nodded, beginning to impart the fundamental knowledge of alchemy. To refine pills, one must grasp 3 essential elements: medicinal materials, cauldrons, and control of the flame. Missing any one of these is unacceptable. Medicinal materials are self-evident, while the alchemical cauldrons include bronze cauldrons, spirit jade cauldrons, and cosmic cauldrons, AS for the flame. It primarily concerns the nature of the fire and the ability to control it. One must use spirit fire, which comes with various attributes. Controlling the fire necessitates formidable spiritual and mental prowess to become an alchemist. One must first learn to identify herbs. Understanding and recognizing medicinal materials to the extent of discerning their scents is paramount. A deep comprehension of their properties and the interactions between various herbs is essential. Although Luo Chan possessed a somewhat inadequate physique, his intellect was sharp. Jiu explained it once, and he memorized it all. Moreover, in terms of herbal knowledge, Luo Chen's eyes sparkled with confidence. This was not a challenge for him. Having cared for the spiritual field for so long, he was intimately familiar with at least 100 types of herbs. Knowing their scents, properties, and uses thoroughly, his ability to identify herbs required no further instruction. Seeing that Luo Chan had grasped the basics of pharmacology, Juyu appeared somewhat exhilarated, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Then let us commence with alchemy. Let us refine a healing pill. Ordinary flames and a basic cauldron will suffice. The blood recovery pill is the most rudimentary of elixirs, which upon consumption restores a modest amount of vitality and blood. The required ingredients are exceedingly commonplace, comprising merely bloodvine and red ginseng, making it the optimal choice for beginners. Luo Chan gathered a substantial basket of bloodvine and red ginseng, then ignited a bonfire and set up the alchemical cauldron. Under the guidance of Juyu, he embarked on his inaugural foray into alchemy. The process of concocting the blood recovery pill is remarkably simple. One must first simmer it gently over a low flame to fully extract the medicinal properties, followed by a brisk incineration to solidify the pill. The entire procedure tests the alchemist's mastery of fire control. Cough. Just as he commenced, a charred aroma wafted from the cauldron, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Once more, after clearing the residue from the cauldron, he made another attempt. Again. After failing 4 or 5 times, Luo Chan gradually discerned the nuances of the craft, meticulously regulating the flame's temperature with his spiritual energy. Slowly, the herbs within the cauldron transformed into a viscous liquid, releasing an enticing fragrance. Then came the crucial stage of solidifying the pill, necessitating a rapid increase in temperature. Bang! The temperature proved too high, and the nascent pill exploded. Bang! Bang! Had he succeeded? After numerous setbacks, the cauldron finally revealed 5 plump, glossy red pills, exuding a rich aroma. Collecting the pills, Luo Chan deftly manipulated the pills with his spiritual energy. Swiftly transferring them into a jade vial, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Although fatigued, a sense of fulfillment welled up within him. Jiuyu! Come quickly, I have succeeded, he exclaimed, elatedly waving his arms. Ah, so soon? Jiuyu's ethereal figure appeared before him, yawning. Not bad. Though the yield was lamentably low, to achieve pill formation in such a brief span during your first attempt speaks to your commendable talent. Only slightly inferior to my own. However, you must practice more. A minimum of 10 pills per batch is deemed acceptable. Jiuyu remarked, her eyes widening in surprise as she gazed at the 5 vividly red blood recovery pills in the jade vial. Offering genuine praise, I shall continue to practice. Encouraged, Luo Chan, disregarding his exhaustion, eagerly resumed his alchemical endeavors. Jiuyu nodded, observing for a while before retreating to resume her slumber, finding the scene rather tedious. Before long, an entire night passed. Luo Chan awoke with 2 dark circles under his eyes, stretching lazily while beaming at the table laden with blood recovery pills, a profound sense of achievement surging within him. Having gone a night without sleep and severely depleting his mental energy, he barely had time to revel in his success before his vision blurred, and he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to slumber. Ha! In his dreams, Luo Chan envisioned himself as the most formidable alchemist in existence, revered by countless admirers. This fellow, Jiuyu, leaning against the doorway in boredom, observed Luo Chan as he mumbled and drooled in his sleep, shaking her head in disbelief. Subsequently, she raised her gaze towards the heavens, fury surging in her eyes as she gritted her teeth and muttered, Yi Wujin, Ling Qingxue, you wretched couple, await my reckoning. Chapter 6. Flame Dragon Whirlwind. Luo Chan did not awaken until the sun had risen high in the sky. Stretching lazily as he exclaimed, Jiuyu, teach me another alchemical formula. I wish to continue my practice. Have you gone mad? Jiuyu regarded him with a peculiar expression, exasperatedly advising, everything must strike a balance between work and rest. Excess leads to detriment, and alchemy is no exception. For the next 3 days, you are to refrain from alchemy and diligently practice the Xianling Ju. Luo Chan scratched his head, conceding that Jiuyu had a point. He then rose to clean up the alchemical cauldron, utilizing the leftover herbs as fertilizer, which he poured into the spiritual field. By midday, you there, come here and roast a chicken for me. I've been waiting for ages. Upon returning from the spiritual field, Luo Chan spotted the old man from yesterday waving at him from a distance. All right. Luo Chan replied, setting down his hoe, washing his hands, and retrieving the pre-prepared looting chicken. As before, he plucked the feathers, eviscerated it, and after cleansing it thoroughly, stuffed it with spiritual pearl grass and spiritual pepper, sprinkled it with spiritual wine, wrapped it in lotus leaves, coated it in mud, and placed it on the grill. "Come, lend a hand." He beckoned to the old man. "What?" The old man gazed at him incredulously, thinking he had misheard. "I asked this lad, trying to defy reason. He wants me, a transformation stage cultivator, to assist him in roasting a chicken. Come help me." Seeing the old man unmoved, Luo Chan reiterated, "What of it? You wish for a delectable meal. Even a transformation stage cultivator must lend a hand at—" "Oh," the old man, suppressing his surprise, decided to observe this young man's intentions. Curious as to why he, a dignified transformation stage cultivator, was being summoned to assist. The essence of the explosive lotus chicken lies in the fire. Regular flames are inferior to spiritual flames to enhance its flavor. One must roast it slowly over spiritual fire. The explosive lotus chicken roasted with spiritual flames is imbued with spiritual energy, crispy on the outside yet tender within, rich yet not greasy. Luo Chan elaborated, his words dripping with temptation as he spoke, causing the old man's mouth to water. "Why must it be me roasting it and not you?" The old man gulped, eyeing him skeptically that I cannot wield spiritual fire. Luo Chan admitted candidly. "Really?" The old man remained unconvinced, internally questioning. A basic understanding of fire techniques should suffice to summon spiritual flames. Could this lad be trying to trick him into doing the labor? Although roasting the chicken requires minimal spiritual energy, it is a delicate task, and a moment's inattention could result in a char disaster, ruining the day's feast. Indeed, the meager merit coins I earn in a year cannot compare to the cost of techniques. Luo Chan pouted in complaint. "Are you trying to fool this old man? You don't have at least a few dozen merit coins?" The old man glared at him. "I oversee the spiritual field, and the sect only grants me 2 merit coins a year. Do you truly believe I possess more?" Luo Chan shot the old man an exasperated glance. "What? 2?" The old man's expression darkened, his chest heaving with rage, appearing exceedingly incensed. "Is it necessary to get so upset over a mere chicken? If you are unwilling, we can resort to regular flames." Luo Chan, sensing the tension, felt his heart race, and hurriedly gathered some dry wood to start a fire. "What a joke! A transformation stage cultivator's wrath is not something I dare to contemplate. Young man, I am not so petty that I will follow your lead. I shall wield the spiritual fire, and you shall control the heat. Should it burn, I will hold you accountable." The old man forcibly quelled his rising ire, yet lacked confidence in his roasting abilities. "Very well." Luo Chan readily agreed. He remained oblivious to the cause of the old man's earlier fury and did not dare to inquire. With a flick of his fingers, the old man conjured a flame before him. Luo Chan guided the flame with his spiritual energy, gradually directing it beneath the grill to commence the roasting. "Which elder oversees you?" the old man casually inquired. "Elder Jia Shirtong, Jia Zhonglao, I suppose," Luo Chan replied nonchalantly. "Jia Shirtong?" The old man pondered for a moment, seemingly unable to recall such a figure, and ceased his questioning. Half an hour later, cracks appeared in the mud, releasing an enticing aroma. Indeed, it was different from the previous day. In addition to the savory scent of meat, there was a hint of spiritual essence. Before Luo Chan could tidy up, the old man eagerly reached for the chicken, ready to devour it. "Wait, you must add my special seasoning for it to be truly delectable." Luo Chan stopped the old man, producing several porcelain bottles to sprinkle salt and various spices over the chicken. Once Luo Chan had finished seasoning, the old man tore off a generous piece of meat and popped it into his mouth. His eyes lit up instantly, and he exclaimed between bites, "The flavor is indeed extraordinary, delicious." Luo Chan also tore off a chicken leg, savoring it slowly. Observing this, the old man seized the entire chicken, muttering with his mouth full, "Let this old man have the first taste. You've got the skills, so make your own later." Luo Chan shook his head, quickly consuming the chicken leg, given the old man's voracious appetite. Should he delay any longer, he would lose his share. After downing an explosive lotus chicken, the old man patted his belly contentedly, gazing at Luo Chan with admiration, and said, "Young man, I won't take your generosity for granted. I shall gift you a set of fire-related techniques as compensation." With that, the old man raised his hand, and a surge of spiritual energy instantly entered Luo Chen's mind. Flame Dragon Whirlwind in an instant. Detailed instructions for the technique flooded Luo Chen's consciousness. Flame Dragon Whirlwind, a high-level fire-based offensive technique of the Xian tier. When invoked, it summons a colossal fire dragon whirlwind. The searing flames and tempestuous winds can consume everything in their vicinity, reducing it to ashes in an instant. Young man, this technique possesses immense power. Exercise utmost caution. Furthermore, it must not be disclosed. The old man cautioned earnestly. "Thank you, Senior." Luo Chen, brimming with joy, expressed his gratitude profusely. Exchanging one explosive lotus chicken for such a formidable technique was a tremendous bargain. "Young man, enlighten me on how you typically tend to the spiritual field." The elderly man unfastened the wine flask from his waist, taking a deep draught with evident delight, and inquired with keen interest. "This is no secret. There is no need for concealment." Luo Chen recounted the meticulous process of tending to the spiritual fields in detail, as he elaborated on the growth habits and preferences of various spiritual herbs, as well as their pharmacological properties. Luo Chen became increasingly animated, capturing the old man's rapt attention, who nodded in approval. "Young lad, dedicate yourself to your cultivation. I have high hopes for you." After a leisurely exchange, the old man rose to take his leave, summoning his fiery red gourd and soaring into the sky, evoking a wave of envy in Luo Chen. Throughout their conversation, Luo Chen remained oblivious to the old man's name. In the days that followed, Luo Chen diligently tended to the spiritual fields morning and night, practiced the flame dragon whirlwind during midday, and the profound spirit technique at night, occasionally refining elixirs, leading a life both intense and orderly. The enigmatic old man would occasionally arrive with some provisions, requesting Luo Chen to roast them for him. During these encounters, he would offer a few pointers regarding the flame dragon whirlwind, greatly benefiting Luo Chen. As time passed, Luo Chen discovered that despite the old man's status as a transformation stage cultivator, he was remarkably affable, lacking any pretentiousness, resembling a kindly neighbor. Though life was rather mundane, Luo Chen's cultivation unexpectedly progressed to the 6th layer of qi refinement, filling him with exhilaration and motivating him to train even harder. 2 months later, as the weather turned cool and autumn arrived, it was time for the harvest of the spiritual fields. Luo Chen had no choice but to cease his cultivation, busily gathering various spiritual herbs day and night, categorizing and storing them, awaiting the sex representatives to collect them. Jiu Yu, still appearing as if in a deep slumber, watched Luo Chen's bustling efforts with a look of disdain. "Coward!" she muttered, her lips barely parting to utter the single word that T.O.R. Luo Chen was indeed cowardly. Having reached the 6th layer of qi refinement, he still obediently remained in the spiritual fields to gather herbs. She had repeatedly urged him to go out and stir up some trouble, suggesting he should first deal with Lin Xiaofei. However, Luo Chen, fearing his own inadequacy and the prospect of being beaten, insisted on waiting until he achieved a consummate mastery of the qi refinement stage before considering venturing out. A few days later, Luo Chen had collected all the mature herbs from the spiritual fields into baskets, stacking them prominently by the field's edge. Jia Sherdong timely arrived at the fields, surveying the mountainous heap of baskets with a satisfied smile. With a wave of his hand, he stored the herbs into his Qinquan bag and weighed it with his hand. In previous years, the harvest had not only sufficed for submission to the alchemy hall, but also yielded a substantial surplus that Jia Sherdong discreetly sold for a handsome profit in spirit stones. Yet today, he noted that the quantity of herbs was significantly diminished, barely enough to meet the alchemy hall's requirements. What is the meaning of this? Why is this year's harvest so meager? Jia Sherdong's expression darkened as he coldly fixed his gaze on Luo Chen. "Esteemed elder, this summer was hotter than usual, resulting in a reduced yield," Luo Chen replied, having prepared this explanation in advance. The harvest varied each year, and it was impossible for the yield to remain constant. In truth, the missing herbs had all been utilized for his studies in alchemy over the past few months, leading to remarkable progress in his skills, albeit at the cost of considerable materials. "Nonsense!" Jia Sherdong spat angrily, turning to search the area. After a thorough inspection yielded no evidence, he furiously pointed at Luo Chen's trousers, commanding, "Produce your Qinquan bag." Panic surged through Luo Chen. He could not allow Jia Shitong to discover his alchemical pursuits. Although his Qinquan bag contained no herbs, it was filled with numerous elixirs. If Jia Shitong uncovered his alchemical activities, the charges of pilfering spiritual herbs would be irrevocably substantiated. "Elder, there are merely a few spirit stones in my Qinquan bag." Luo Chen's mind raced as he deliberately delayed. "Hand it over." Jia Shitong's gaze intensified, convinced of Luo Chen's secret hoarding. With a flick of his sleeve, he knocked Luo Chen to the ground and swiftly seized the Qinquan bag. With a clatter, Luo Chen watched helplessly as Jia Shitong upended his bag, scattering a multitude of porcelain vials across the ground, the elixirs spilling out like radiant beads, glimmering in a spectrum of colors. Recovery elixirs, spirit recovery elixirs, bone strengthening elixirs, and tranquil heart elixirs. Jia Shitong's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the scattered elixirs. Though they were all low tier, their sheer number was staggering, each type exceeding 100. Ah, how audacious to pilfer from the spiritual fields and secretly study alchemy. A glint of malice flickered in Jia Shitong's eyes. Once upon a time, he had also aspired to learn the art of alchemy. But his abysmal talent had thwarted him. After months of effort, he had failed to produce even a single recovery elixir, ultimately relinquishing his ambition. Now, witnessing Luo Chen's clandestine alchemical success and his impressive output of elixirs, jealousy and indignation welled within him. With matters having escalated beyond denial, Luo Chen rose, his heart heavy with despair, resigned to listen as Jia Shitong pronounced his judgment. "Humph! You dare to pilfer spiritual herbs? I shall break your limbs to teach you a lesson." Jia Shitong's eyes blazed with fury as he fixed a cold, vicious gaze upon Luo Chen. "Elder, please allow me to explain. My cultivation is lacking, and I merely sought to explore the path of alchemy. I implore you to consider my years of diligent service and grant me mercy this once. I shall never dare to do so again." Hearing the threat of having his limbs broken, Luo Chen's heart tightened, and he hastily pleaded for clemency, hoping to evoke sympathy from his accuser. "Humph! Today, you shall not escape." Jia Shitong, resolute in his intent, prepared to deliver a harsh lesson. With a swift motion, he unleashed a fierce gust of energy, akin to a blade, aimed directly at Luo Chen's legs. "Jiuyu! Jiuyu the Demoness! I am finished, faced with an unavoidable fate," Luo Chen internally called out, desperate to awaken Jiuyu. Yet, she seemed to exist as if in another realm, offering no response that it was over. He was utterly doomed. Turning to flee, Luo Chen, despite his recent surge in cultivation, still found himself powerless against a Foundation establishment cultivator, being merely at the 6th layer of qi refinement. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated behind him as the energy attack from Jia Shitong was intercepted by an unknown force. What a vile method! To resort to such brutality over a few herbs? A deep voice reverberated. "Senior." Upon hearing this voice, Luo Chen felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him, his heart lightening as he halted in his tracks. Filled with elation, Jia Shitong, on high alert, scrutinized the old man, who appeared utterly unremarkable, devoid of any visible cultivation. "Old fool. Who are you?" "This is the Qingyang sword sect. You have no right to meddle here." Jia Shitong's eyes gleamed with disdain as he vocally challenged the old man that, "Summon your sect master, Lin Qingxian, to adjudicate this matter." The elder brushed off his robes and regarded Jia Shitong with an indifferent gaze. "Humph, preposterous. What stature does the sect master hold? In my century of affiliation with the sect, I have never laid eyes upon him. You think you can simply demand an audience? Be wise and depart." Jia Shitong scoffed derisively, completely dismissing the elderly figure before him. Were it not for the sect's regulations prohibiting harm to mortals, he would have easily dispatched this seemingly weak old man with a mere breath. "Very well, I shall summon him for you." The elder scoffed coldly, producing a jade slip from his robe and murmuring incantations under his breath. Meanwhile, within a grand hall of the Qingyang sword sect, A burly, handsome, middle-aged man sat cross-legged upon a mat, a crimson longsword dancing fluidly in the air at his command. Suddenly, the jade slip at his waist trembled violently, with a flick of his finger. The sword swiftly pierced his brow, and he promptly retrieved the jade slip, which emitted a low voice. Qing Xian, come to the spiritual fields at once. This man was none other than Lin Qingxian, the sect master of the Qingyang sword sect. Master Uncle, Lin Qingxian exclaimed, swiftly rising and exiting the hall, soaring through the skies on his flying sword towards the spiritual field as he passed over the alchemy hall. He deliberately slowed his pace, producing the jade slip to notify Elder Dan Chongqing, the overseer of the alchemy hall. Dan Chongqing, a seventh-tier alchemist of significant repute within the Qingyang sword sect, was summoned not only because the spiritual fields fell under the jurisdiction of the alchemy hall, but also out of concern for potential emergencies. Allowing Dan Chongqing to intervene initially, he dared not offend this esteemed master uncle. When the jade slip resonated, Dan Chongqing was engrossed in studying a sixth-grade alchemical formula. Upon receiving Lin Qingxuan's message, he was compelled to abandon his work and hurriedly made his way over. Sect Master, what is your command? Upon seeing Lin Qingxian, the silver-haired Dan Chongqing bowed respectfully, his face reflecting curiosity. Master Uncle has returned and is currently at the spiritual fields. I do not know what has transpired to warrant our presence. Lin Qingxian replied, a cunning smile playing upon his lips. What? This? Dan Chongqing's expression shifted, revealing his unease. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a jade slip of his own, instructing Jiang Feng, come swiftly. Jiang Feng was his disciple, responsible for managing herbs, and naturally, the spiritual fields fell under his purview. Sect Master, let us wait a moment. Once Jiang Feng arrives, we can ascertain the situation together. Dan Chongqing awkwardly gazed at Lin Qingxian, sheepishly explaining. Both were acutely aware of the situation, sharing a knowing smile before simultaneously turning their faces towards the distance. The disciple Jiang Feng had met both the sect leader and his master. Before long, a young man soared through the air on a flying sword, and upon seeing Lin Qingxian present, he hurriedly approached to pay his respects. Ahem, Fenger, as autumn has arrived, are the medicinal herbs in the spirit fields being supplied properly? Dan Chongqing gently coughed into his hand, inquiring softly. Report to the sect leader and master. Everything is normal. All medicinal herbs have been collected and will be delivered this afternoon, Jiang Feng promptly replied. Earlier that morning, Jia Shitong had already informed him that all the herbs in the spirit fields had been harvested and could be presented in the afternoon. Excellent, Dan Chongqing nodded, his voice warm. The sect leader wishes to inspect the spirit fields. You shall accompany him. Jiang Feng enthusiastically agreed, his heart racing with excitement at the honor of accompanying the sect leader on an inspection. Lin Qingxian inhaled deeply, turning his face away from Jiang Feng, silently flying towards the spirit fields. Dan Chongqing and Jiang Feng followed closely behind, both with slightly flushed faces, the former from embarrassment and the latter from exhilaration. Chapter 8. Field Servant the three soared through the skies, swiftly arriving above the spirit fields. A domineering voice echoed from afar. You old fool, kneel and admit your wrongs, out of pity for your mortal status. I shall not hold it against you. Lin Qingxian and Dan Chongqing exchanged bewildered glances, both perplexed as they did not recognize Jia Shitong. However, upon seeing the old man being scolded, their expressions instantly transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. Fenger, go down and see what is happening. The sect leader and I will wait for you here. Dan Chongqing's face flushed as he resolutely pushed Jiang Feng forward. Yes, master, Jiang Feng bowed in response. Eagerly descending on his flying sword, oh my! Elder Jiang, why have you come personally? The herbs are just ready. I was about to deliver them to the hall. Upon seeing Jiang Feng's figure, Jia Shitong immediately changed his demeanor. Smiling as he approached, he held out a Qingquan bag filled with herbs, his face beaming with ingratiation. Ah, thank you for your hard work. What transpired here? Jiang Feng discreetly stowed the Qingquan bag, his eyes drifting between the old man and Luo Chun, curious about the situation. Elder Jiang, this lad is named Luo Chun. He was expelled from the sect years ago. Out of pity, I took him in as a field servant, and he's been tending to the spirit fields all these years. Unexpectedly, he has been encouraged to frivolously pursue alchemy, wasting numerous spirit herbs that I was just teaching him a lesson. Jia Shirtong indicated towards Luo Chun, his face filled with disdain and contempt. Luo Chun had been a vagrant since childhood. Taken in by the sect during a charitable act at the age of 5. However, when he turned 10, due to mediocre aptitude, he was expelled from the sect at that time. Jia Shirtong used some means to purchase him from the handlers, making him his field servant. For some unknown reason, he had concealed this until now. Expelled from the sect? Field servant? Luo Chen's mind buzzed with confusion, his heart growing cold. All these years, despite his low cultivation, he had labored tirelessly, believing he was serving the sect without complaint, feeling immense gratitude towards it. Yet he never imagined that he had long been sold to Jia Shirtong, becoming someone else's field servant. A raging fire ignited within Luo Chen's heart. He clenched his fists, harboring deep resentment towards the Qingyang sword sect and an even greater hatred for Jia Shitong. That's how it is. You must keep a close watch from now on. How many herbs have been wasted this time? Report back with a number. The sect needs an explanation for this field servant. Handle it as you see fit. Jiang Feng glanced at Luo Chan, but did not give it much thought. Since Luo Chan had already been expelled from the sect, it was reasonable for Jia Shirtong to keep him as a servant. Moreover, as a slave, he was considered the personal property of a cultivator, and Jiang Feng felt it was inappropriate to intervene. Who is this elder? Jiang Feng had intended to turn away, but noticed the old man glaring at him with a fierce expression, an imposing presence that startled him, prompting him to ask another question. He should be a poor relative of my field servant from the mortal realm who has come unannounced. It was my oversight. Please rest assured, I will handle it properly, Jia Shirtong flattered, concocting an explanation. Very well. Jiang Feng nodded, casting another glance at the old man before turning to mount his flying sword, preparing to report back to Lin Qingxian and Dan Chongqing. Halt, you insolent wretch! Just as Jiang Feng turned, the old man suddenly bellowed. Smack! A colossal hand descended from the heavens, slapping Jiang Feng off his flying sword, sending him crashing to the ground. High above, Lin Qingxian trembled and quickly covered his eyes. Dan Chongqing instinctively touched his cheek, secretly relieved. Predecessor, you are, if my actions have been inappropriate, please enlighten me. Jiang Feng, thoroughly awakened by the slap, realized why the sect leader and master dared not descend. The old man's identity was certainly extraordinary, and he hurriedly bowed respectfully. I am your ancestor. The old man huffed, glaring at him with such ferocity that he almost wished to slap him again, yet feared he could not withstand it. Ancestor, Jiang Feng momentarily struggled to comprehend the old man's intentions, his face turning crimson. You too, come down at once. The old man shot a glance at Jiang Feng, and then looked up at the skies. Calling out loudly, I have met the master uncle, I have met the grand elder. Lin Qingxian and Dan Chongqing appeared before the old man, bowing deeply, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. Master uncle, grand elder, Jiang Feng finally understood. Casting a resentful glance at Dan Chongqing, who blushed and pretended not to see that it's over. It's over. Jia Shirtong's face turned a sickly green, his legs going weak as he collapsed to the ground, murmuring to himself incessantly. Meanwhile, Luo Chen secretly reveled in the situation. He had long suspected the old man's identity was not simple, but never anticipated he was the grand elder of the sect. The Qingyang sword sect had only one grand elder named Mo Yang, who was rarely seen, even by Lin Qingxian, let alone the average disciples. Why young brother has suffered such great injustice? Tell me, how should we compensate him? Without hesitation, Mo Yang directly addressed Luo Chen as a brother. What? Lin Qingxian was taken aback, inwardly lamenting. How shall we address this young man from now on? Jiang Feng, however, reacted quickly, stepping forward to bow and plead. Grand Ancestor, it is the disciple's ignorance. Please, temper your anger. I will investigate thoroughly and provide this young brother with a satisfactory explanation. Investigate thoroughly. How do you intend to do that? Mo Yang glared, pressing for an answer. Reporting to the Grand Ancestor, how was Luo Chen expelled from the sect? And how was he sold to Jia Shirtong? I will uncover the entire truth, Jiang Feng promised earnestly. And how many merit coins did your Dan Hall collect from the medicinal herbs each year? Mo Yang's tone softened slightly as he continued to inquire. Between 80 to 200 coins. Depending on the quality of the herbs submitted, Jiang Feng answered without a hint of concealment. 80 to 200 coins. A surge of uncontainable anger welled up within Luo Chun. After a year of hard work, he could only obtain 2 merit coins, while Jia Shitong, the scoundrel, effortlessly received 80 to 200 merit coins without lifting a finger. Is there any justice in this world? While Jia Shitong's greed was indeed appalling. Luo Chun was simply naive, having remained hidden in the spirit fields, entirely unaware of the world outside. Humph. This spirit field has been entirely tended by Luo Chun. I have never seen anyone else around. Yet he only receives 2 merit coins a year. Do you deem this fair? Mo Yang fixed his gaze on Jiang Feng, awaiting a reasonable explanation. Jiang Feng swiftly seized Jia Shitong by the collar, angrily rebuking, "You scoundrel! So you have been living off the fruits of others' labor. Quickly return all that you have obtained over the years." Jia Shitong, already frightened to the core, turned pale and, in a moment of desperation, declared, "Elder Jiang, this Luo Chun is my field servant. He is my personal property. How much I give him is entirely at my discretion. This is not against the rules, is it?" Jiang Feng found himself at a loss for words. Although furious, he could not refute the claim. Indeed, if Luo Chun was Jia Shitong's slave, then he was his private property, and thus, what Luo Chun endured was beyond the interference of others. "Insolent wretch, I shall make you a slave as well." Mo Yang could no longer tolerate Jia Shitong's actions, but due to his position, he had refrained from taking action until now. At this moment, he could no longer. Jia Shitong, in a fit of reckless abandon, burst into laughter, revealing yet another secret. The Cultivators' Alliance is a formidable coalition formed by various sects and powers, among which the Danshan sect, Lianshan sect, Guanghan sect, Lingfeng Valley, and Tian Sword sect stand as the 5 foremost sects of the continent. Serving as the permanent governing bodies of the alliance, in addition to these, there exist over 100 member sects, with the Qingyang Sword sect being one of them, if Jia Shitong's words hold any truth. Then the situation indeed poses a significant dilemma. Unless Jia Shitong voluntarily initiates the dissolution of the contract, liberating Luo Chun, his status as a slave cannot be erased, even in death. Chapter 9. Hidden Agendas, you wretched scoundrel. Mo Yang seethed with rage, raising his hand to obliterate him. "Senior, please leave him to me," Luo Chun interjected, glaring at Jia Shitong, his heart ablaze with fury, having been deceived and toyed with by Jia Shitong for so many years. It would be far too easy for him to meet his end without consequence. Moreover, his identity as a slave had already been reported to the Cultivators' Alliance. Only upon Jia Shitong's voluntary termination of the contract could he hope to regain his freedom. "Very well. Let his life be a sharpening stone on your path of cultivation." Mo Yang nodded, regarding Luo Chun with newfound admiration, genuinely appreciating the young man. "Senior, since I have already been expelled from the sect, there is no reason for me to linger here any longer. I shall gather my things and descend the mountain. However, I ask that the sect refrain from intervening in my personal grievances with him." Luo Chen's heart was heavy with sorrow. He had taken pride in being a disciple of the Qingyang Sword sect for many years, yet he had never anticipated that it had all been a mere illusion of his own making. The sect had long cast him aside, and the brutal reality cut him deeply. "Humph, what nonsense are you spouting? Who can attest to your expulsion from the sect? Qing Xian, are you aware of this matter?" Mo Yang's piercing gaze swept over the surroundings. Lin Qing Xian, hiding in the shadows, feared being noticed by Mo Yang, but could not escape the inevitable. When called upon, he steeled himself and stepped forward, declaring with righteous indignation, "Without my consent, Luo Chun remains a disciple of the Qingyang Sword sect." However, before Lin Qingxian could finish, Jia Shitong cackled sinisterly. The announcement of Luo Chen's expulsion was officially recorded in the transmission tower, complete with the sect master's seal, which I possess right here. You. Lin Qingxuan's face flushed with anger, wishing he could tear Jia Shitong apart. Seeing this, Jia Shitong became even more triumphant, glaring at Luo Chun and loudly accusing. "Luo Chun, It was I who took you in when the sect cast you out. Do you not feel grateful? The sect treats you as mere refuse, yet I provided you with a place to stay. Do you not appreciate my kindness? Although I have withheld your merit coins over the years, you have been able to live worry-free. Was this not all granted by me? When have those lofty superiors ever genuinely cared for you? Luo Chan found himself at a loss for words, his mind in disarray. While Jia Shirtong was indeed despicable, how much better had the Qingyang sword sect treated him? Had it not been for the high-ranking members of the sect orchestrating events from the shadows? How could he have been so quietly sold off? Lin Qingxian, witnessing the exchange, pointed an accusing finger at Jia Shirtong and shouted, "Silence! You are taking advantage of another's misfortune. The injustices Luo Chan has suffered will surely be rectified by the sect. There is no need for you to sow discord and incite further chaos." He then turned to Luo Chan, his expression softening as he said, "Luo Chan, in the name of the sect master, I hereby formally restore your status as a disciple of the sect. You will temporarily be assigned to the Dan Hall, under the guidance of Jiang Feng, and all merit coins accrued from tending the spiritual fields will be fully compensated. As for the personal grievances between you and Jia Shirtong, you shall handle that on your own in the future." After speaking, Lin Qingxian did not seek Luo Chen's opinion, but turned to Mo Yang for approval. "Master Uncle, do you find this arrangement acceptable?" Just moments ago, Lin Qingxian had assessed Luo Chen's mediocre aptitude, deeming him unworthy of special cultivation. To have achieved this level of consideration for Mo Yang's sake was no small feat. "You are the sect master. Your word is law. However, Luo Chan may as well remain here for now. Once the accounts are settled, everyone should depart and not hinder this young man from preparing my roasted meat." Mo Yang waved his hand dismissively, picking up a wine gourd and retreating to a nearby tree to lie down, awaiting Luo Chen's return. "Yes, yes." Lin Qingxian quickly acquiesced, discreetly signaling Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng promptly understood and assured that he would allocate 500 merit coins to Luo Chan on the spot. He then announced the revocation of all rights from Jia Shirtong, demoting him to an ordinary disciple, and assigned Luo Chan to take over Jia Shirtong's duties. With matters resolved, the three swiftly took Jia Shirtong away, never once inquiring about Luo Chen's opinion. Luo Chan remained silent, accepting it all without protest. Once they departed, Luo Chan was left reflecting on Jia Shirtong's words, feeling despondent as he approached Mo Yang and silently began preparing the ingredients. "Kid, are you upset that I did not secure greater benefits for you?" Mo Yang, noticing Luo Chen's low spirits, asked earnestly. "Not at all. If I do not improve myself, no amount of advocacy will suffice to protect me." Luo Chan replied, shaking his head, "That a promising disciple indeed. In cultivation, the most vital aspect is the cultivation of the heart. Your talent may be average, but your character is commendable, an excellent seedling." That Mo Yang felt a surge of satisfaction within. If Luo Chan had truly expressed dissatisfaction, he would never have returned to roast meat for him again. Before long, a rich aroma of meat wafted from the small dwelling. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Dan Hall, "Bring some tea." Dan Chongqing instructed his attendant to serve Lin Qingxian a cup of tea. "Sect master, why has the elders suddenly taken such an interest in a mere qi refining disciple?" Once seated, Dan Chongqing inquired with a smile. Alas, Lin Qingxian sighed deeply, lifting the tea bowl to take a sip, and said helplessly, "Are you not aware of our master uncle's temperament? He has always acted according to his whims, doing as he pleases. That a few years ago, he once intervened for an ordinary disciple, but not long after, he completely forgot that disciple's name. That I suspect this time is no different, upon seeing Luo Chan suffer a slight injustice. He likely wishes to seek justice for him. I see." Dan Chongqing understood, feeling a sense of relief. Lin Qingxian continued, "I have scrutinized Luo Chan closely. His aptitude is rather unremarkable, unlikely to achieve much. It won't be long before Master Uncle forgets him altogether, so there's no need to dwell on it. As for Jia Shirtong, his own actions are devious and despicable, and I refuse to let him off lightly. We must be cautious in our future selections within the Dan Hall. Rest assured, Jiang Feng will handle it well." Dan Chongqing replied cheerfully. "Elder Dan, I must take my leave. Recently, provocateurs against the Qingyang sword sect have been on the rise. And with our master uncle's elusive nature, I must adequately prepare to leverage this opportunity and instill fear in those miscreants. Lin Qingxian, preoccupied with other matters, rose to take his leave, after bidding farewell to Lin Qingxian. Dan Chongqing stroked his beard, lost in contemplation, pondering a myriad of thoughts. After a long while, he shook his head and murmured, could it truly be a fleeting whim? Meanwhile, Jiang Feng had sealed Jia Shitong's cultivation and imprisoned him in a secret chamber deep within the Dan Hall. His thoughts diverged from Lin Qingshuan's. Taking Mo Yang's words to heart, he understood that since the elder had declared that Jia Shitong would serve as a sharpening stone for Luo Chun, this individual must not perish. Jia Shitong must be kept alive to await Luo Chen's growth. At the same time, Jiang Feng held great regard for Luo Chun, resolving to cultivate a good relationship with him, frequently visiting the fields in hopes of encountering the elder once more. Chapter 10. Transmission Tower. Luo Chun, congratulations on joining the Dan Hall. Here is your new identity jade tablet. Please keep it safe. That evening, Jiang Feng personally delivered the new identity jade tablet to Luo Chun, elucidating its usage in detail. This jade tablet symbolized not only Luo Chen's status as a formal disciple of the Qingyang sword sect, but also possessed a storage function. With all the disciples' assets recorded within, including spirit stones, merit coins, and more. Upon receiving the jade tablet, Luo Chun felt its coolness in his hands, a most pleasant sensation. Concurrently, a stream of information swiftly flooded his mind. Merit coins, 500. Premium spirit stones, 0. Medium spirit stones, 0. Low-grade spirit stones, 0. Spirit meal vouchers, 0. Dan vouchers, 0. Brother Jiang, what are spirit meal vouchers and Dan vouchers? Luo Chun inquired, his face a mask of confusion. In addition to spirit stones and merit coins, other institutions within the sect also issue various vouchers that serve as substitutes for spirit stones, enticing customers to spend again, functioning similarly to spirit stones. Jiang Feng explained thoroughly. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Luo Chun nodded, overwhelmed with emotion. After years in the sect, this was his first encounter with an identity jade tablet, revealing how much he had been kept in the dark. Amidst his reflection, a surge of anger welled within him as he vowed, once I gain strength, I will ensure those who deceived me will pay dearly. Luo Chun, take a look at this as well. Once Luo Chun had fully familiarized himself with the jade tablet's functions, Jiang Feng produced a gilded sheet of paper, asking mysteriously, what is this? Luo Chun received the piece of paper with both hands, focusing intently on the words inscribed upon it. Bestowed upon Luo Chun the responsibility of managing the sect's spiritual fields. At the bottom, the joint signatures of Dan Chongqing and Lin Qingxian adorn the document. An authorization letter. This was an official decree granting him the authority to oversee the spiritual fields. From this moment forth, Luo Chun had completely supplanted Jia Shitong, acquiring the management rights to this expanse of spiritual land. He recalled that each year, he was to submit medicinal herbs to the Dan Hall twice. The higher the quality of the herbs, the more merit coins he would obtain in exchange. I will remind you when the time comes. Jiang Feng introduced several key points regarding the management of the spiritual fields. The two engaged in casual conversation for a while, but as darkness enveloped the sky and Mo Yang's figure remained absent, Jiang Feng departed with a hint of disappointment. Jiu Yu, I now possess 500 merit coins. Can I exchange them for martial arts techniques and skills of the transmission building? Do you have any suggestions? After Jiang Feng's departure, Luo Chun eagerly sought counsel from Jiu Yu. The Yanlong scroll bestowed upon him by ancestor Mo Yang was indeed formidable, and with the enhancement of the Xianling formula, its power was astounding. However, the consumption of spiritual energy was equally daunting. With his current strength, he could only unleash it once before exhausting himself completely. He required a martial skill that demanded less spiritual energy. Opt for a body refining technique. As for martial skills, we can decide based on the technique you choose later. The synergy between martial skills and techniques is essential for mutual enhancement, Jiu Yu advised, stretching languidly and yawning. Gulp. Jiu Yu's figure appeared more substantial than before, exuding an alluring charm, prompting Luo Chun to unconsciously swallow hard. Moreover, Your alchemical skills have improved remarkably. If you wish to concoct another type of elixir, it is time to acquire a higher-grade alchemical furnace, Jiuyu remarked with a proud smile, casting a glance at Luo Chun. Alas, I have yet to return the spiritual stones I've borrowed from my senior sister. And now I must spend more. Luo Chun lamented, his head hanging low. Previously, with no progress in cultivation, he found no place to spend money, but now he realized how impoverished he truly was that in the path of cultivation. One must prioritize resources, companions, and methods. Wealth is paramount. Without it, how can one hope to cultivate? Young man, ponder carefully on how to amass wealth. Jiuyu observed Luo Chen's despondency, a sly smile dancing at the corners of her mouth. At a loss for immediate ways to earn money, Luo Chen settled cross-legged on the bed, immersing himself in the Xianling formula. 2 spirals of energy formed. The Xianling formula, truly the treasured art of the upper realms, allowed him to condense 2 spirals within his dantian, significantly amplifying his spiritual energy and doubling his rate of energy absorption. Jiuyu refrained from interrupting him, arms crossed, leaning against the door, gazing thoughtfully at the vast sky. The night passed in silence, and, as dawn broke, Luo Chun awoke early, fetching a water bucket to tend to the spiritual fields. Once his tasks were completed, he hurriedly ascended the mountain, arriving at the transmission building. At the entrance stood an automatic identity recognition formation. Luo Chun produced his identity jade plate, and upon verification, he effortlessly entered. Upon entering, he realized that although the transmission building bore the name building, it was far more than just a mere structure. Before him lay an expansive plaza, dominated by a towering edifice inscribed with the prominent characters transmission building. Flanking it were an ancient library, rows of training rooms, a vast combat arena, and numerous pavilions and towers, dazzling the eye with their variety. Luo Chen carefully read the introduction plaque at the entrance, finally grasping the true significance of the transmission building. It served as a venue for disciples to seek insights on cultivation from their masters, as well as a testament to the master's prowess. The higher one ascended, the greater the master's overall strength. In the Qingyang sword sect, mere strength was insufficient to gain entry into the transmission building, but a series of rigorous assessments were required, evaluating not only one's cultivation level, but also character, teaching methods, and the number of outstanding disciples that, of course, it was not obligatory to enter the transmission building to accept disciples. However, those who did gain entry would receive additional resources from the sect periodically. Furthermore, it symbolized status and strength. Many exceptionally talented disciples would consider a master's position in the transmission building when choosing a mentor. It is more prudent to purchase techniques and skills from the library and strive to enhance my strength. Luo Chan sighed. Turning toward the library, he was currently unqualified to select a master. The doors of the transmission building were beyond his reach. The library consisted of 3 levels, housing various grades of techniques and skills. The first floor contained foundational martial arts and human tier techniques. The second floor housed yellow tier techniques, while the third floor was dedicated to mysterious tier techniques. Heavenly tier techniques were not found within the library. A sign at the library's entrance displayed the clearly marked prices for techniques and skills across the levels. First floor, 10 merit coins to 300 merit coins. Second floor, 300 merit coins to 2,000 merit coins. Third floor, over 2,000 merit coins. 2,000. Luo Chan gripped his identity jade plate, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Truly, ignorance is bliss. It was shocking to behold. He had envisioned exchanging for a mysterious tier technique, but now realized that 500 merit coins scarcely afforded him entry to the third floor. That it was at this moment that he fully appreciated the value of the Xianling formula and the Yanlong scroll. Feeling a deep sense of gratitude toward Jiuyu and Mo Yang, the heavenly tier Xianling formula had been so readily imparted by Jiuyu, without a hint of reluctance. The mysterious tier Yanlong scroll was given to him by Mo Yang without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 11. Reunion with Senior Sister. Which floor would you like to visit? Upon entering the library, an elder in charge of overseeing the area verified his identity jade plate and inquired expressionlessly. The second floor, Luo Chun replied softly. Take a right and ascend, the elder instructed, marking the jade plate with a sign before handing it back to Luo Chun, maintaining his impassive demeanor. Thank you. Luo Chun accepted the jade plate, nodding slightly. Following Jiuyu's guidance, he aimed to select a body-refining technique first, then decide on the martial skills based on the remaining merit coins. As he walked, he pondered, eventually arriving at the second floor, as directed by the elder. The second floor was divided into eastern and western sections, each featuring 5 rows of shelves filled with various texts. The eastern area housed techniques, while the western area contained martial skills. Luo Chun stepped into the eastern section, meticulously browsing through the tomes. Among them were techniques for solidifying one's foundation, methods for guiding and utilizing spiritual energy, and an array of formations, presenting a cornucopia of knowledge that left Luo Chun in awe. As the Qingyang sword sect primarily focused on sword cultivation, emphasizing robust inner strength and agile movement, the requirements for physical prowess were not as stringent. Coupled with the arduous nature of body refinement and the slower progression of realms, there were not many body-refining techniques available. After thoroughly examining one row of shelves without finding a suitable body-refining technique, Luo Chun turned to the second row. Thump, thump, a familiar silhouette entered his line of sight, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Senior sister. At the end of the shelf, Lin Xiaofei was engrossed in examining a tome, her serene face and graceful figure captivating Luo Chun, seemingly sensing someone watching her. Lin Xiaofei turned to look at Luo Chun, hastily turned to evade her gaze, but inadvertently bumped into the shelf, causing a flurry of motion as he struggled to steady it. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. His face flushed as he greeted Lin Xiaofei. Hello, senior sister. Hello. Lin Xiaofei glanced at him in surprise, offering a polite smile before returning her attention to the tome. Phew. Luo Chun exhaled a long breath, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he stomped his foot in frustration, berating himself for the earlier blunder. Would senior sister laugh at me? Should I explain myself? I merely bumped into it by accident. Luo Chun's mind wrestled with these thoughts, desperately contemplating how to initiate a conversation. Suddenly, he noticed Lin Xiaofei approaching, causing his heart to race once more. Junior brother, have we met somewhere before? Lin Xiaofei's melodious voice resonated by his ear. Ah, yes, senior sister, I borrowed 100 spiritual stones from you last time. In the treasure building, Luo Chun stammered, his face reddening as he spoke the truth. Ah, it's you. I remember the last time I saw you. You were still at the second layer of qi refinement. How did you advance to the 6th layer of qi refinement so quickly? Lin Xiaofei inquired, her face alight with astonishment that it had only been 2 or 3 months since their last encounter. And Luo Chun's progress was beyond her comprehension. That it was all thanks to the spiritual stones you lent me that I managed to break through. Luo Chun replied, his voice trembling and thoughts muddled. Oh, Lin Xiaofei regarded him with suspicion, clearly unconvinced by his excuse. If 100 spiritual stones could propel someone from the 2nd layer of qi refinement to the 6th layer, those stones must be incredibly precious. Yet, she was genuinely curious about the real reason behind his rapid advancement. Senior sister, I am looking for a body refining technique. Do you have any recommendations? This is my first time here, and I am somewhat unfamiliar. Luo Chun's excited heart finally calmed down, and his mind resumed its operations. Rubbing his head, he inquired of Lin Xiaofei, the body refining technique. I believe I've seen a book here titled The Divine Thunder Body Forging Sutra. Lin Xiaofei pondered for a moment, glanced around, and made her way towards the last row of bookshelves. Luo Chun followed closely behind. Here it is. Lin Xiaofei abruptly halted, withdrawing a dark tome from the shelf. As the faint fragrance wafted towards him, Luo Chun felt his heart flutter, nearly colliding with Lin Xiaofei. Thank you, senior sister. He hurriedly accepted the tome, lowering his gaze to avoid meeting her eyes. 2,000 merit coins. Luo Chun's expression instantly soured. I'll take it. Suddenly, the voice of Jiuyu echoed in his mind. But Luo Chun scratched his head awkwardly, realizing he only possessed 500 merit coins. The disparity between 500 and 2,000 was no small matter. What's wrong? Is it a shortage of merit coins? Lin Xiaofei discerned his embarrassment and inquired with concern. Yes, just a little short. Luo Chun's face flushed crimson, his speech stammering. How much short? Lin Xiaofei pressed. I only have 500. His voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. That is quite a significant deficit. Lin Xiaofei regarded him with a peculiar expression. After contemplating for a moment, she added, "How about this? I'll purchase this technique for now and lend it to you. You can return it once you've mastered it. I wish to learn body refining as well." "Ah, thank you, senior sister. I will definitely repay you double in the future." Hearing Lin Xiaofei's words, Luo Chan was nearly propelled into the air with excitement, overwhelmed with gratitude towards her. In truth, Lin Xiaofei's assistance stemmed from her fascination with Luo Chen's rapid cultivation. Making some necessary sacrifices to understand him better was entirely worthwhile. Yet in Luo Chen's eyes, Lin Xiaofei had not only aided him, but had also granted him ample dignity. How could one not admire such a senior sister? Subsequently, accompanied by Lin Xiaofei, Luo Chan selected a yellow-tier martial technique, the Thunder God Fist, which complemented the Divine Thunder Body, forging Sutra. 500 merit coins. Luo Chan stared in astonishment, realizing that the meager amount of merit coins he had just acquired would leave him with nothing. "Thank you, senior sister, I assure you. I will repay you double for the merit coins and spirit stones." Upon exiting the library, Luo Chan expressed his gratitude to Lin Xiaofei once more. "Last time you mentioned residing in Lingtian. You haven't changed your location, have you? I have matters to attend to today, but I will seek you out once I find the time." Lin Xiaofei confirmed his address, her determination unwavering, eager to see how he cultivated. "I haven't moved, senior sister. I will await your visit. You must come." Happiness arrived so suddenly that Luo Chan felt overwhelmed, continuously agreeing. "Farewell." Lin Xiaofei smiled gently, turning gracefully to depart. Luo Chan stood dazedly in place. Replaying the earlier scene in his mind, as if in a dream, he raised a hand to pinch his cheek, wincing in pain and exclaiming, "Not a dream! Not a dream! Fool! She's taken an interest in your cultivation method. You'd best be cautious, especially with the Xianling Sutra. It must not be leaked, lest you find yourself sold without realizing it." Jiu Yu's voice timely resonated in his mind, a kind reminder. If it were to be sold to senior sister, I would gladly accept my fate." Luo Chan replied with a cheeky grin. "Are all men creatures who think solely with their lower halves?" Jiu Yu scolded indignantly. Chapter 12. Divine Thunder Body Forging Sutra. Jiu Yu. What makes this Divine Thunder Body Forging Sutra so special? Upon returning home, Luo Chan eagerly unfurled the Divine Thunder Body Forging Sutra. He felt a pang in his heart, a yellow-tier technique, and he owed Lin Xiaofei 2,000 merit coins. This technique is no ordinary one. It possesses the ability to evolve. Jiu Yu floated out slowly, casting him a disdainful glance, and spoke mysteriously that "It can evolve." Luo Chen's face was a portrait of astonishment. It was the first time he had heard of a technique with such potential. Observing Luo Chen's incredulous expression, Jiu Yu allowed a smile to grace her lips and patiently elucidated. It is classified as a yellow-tier technique not due to its inherent nature, but rather because of the immense difficulty in its cultivation. Additionally, the difficulty of its evolution is formidable. There exist 9 types of divine thunder, and only upon collecting each type can the technique evolve once. Once all 9 varieties of divine thunder are collected, it will transform into the 9 heavens divine thunder body, forging sutra, transcending the celestial tier. 9 heavens divine thunder, transcending the celestial tier. This is simply. Luo Chen's mouth dropped open in shock, utterly astounded. Don't be too quick to rejoice. Cultivating the divine thunder body, forging sutra, requires drawing lightning into the body to temper the flesh with thunder. If your body and soul are not sufficiently robust, even the most ordinary bolt of natural lightning could reduce you to ashes. Jiu Yu doused his enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water, a teasing smile playing at her lips. This, Luo Chan listened, dumbfounded, hastily flipping through the pages, scrutinizing the text. Indeed, the opening page boldly cautioned in red ink. This method requires drawing lightning into the body. Use with caution. Use with caution. The technique comprised 5 levels. The first 3 levels detailed how to temper the body, with no relation to divine thunder. Only at the 4th level did it begin to explain how to draw lightning into the body. Termed as the entry level, the IT required seeking lightning sources in stormy regions, such as the thunderstorm zone and the lightning mountains, first sensing the lightning from a distance before gradually advancing inward. The fifth level involved condensing the power of lightning within the body, forming a layer of lightning armor upon the skin, significantly enhancing both strength and defense. Jiuyu, this technique doesn't mention how to collect divine thunder, nor does it mention evolution. Are you sure about this? Luo-chan perused the text repeatedly, failing to find any mention of collecting divine thunder or its evolution. Jiuyu lightly tapped Luo-chan's head, explaining, what do you know? What you hold is merely a fragment, only the upper volume. The complete technique consists of upper, middle, and lower volumes. The lower volume contains the instructions on how to collect divine thunder and facilitate the technique's evolution. Now it makes sense. Luo-chan's understanding dawned. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he pointed an accusing finger at Jiuyu, demanding, Jiuyu, you seem so familiar with this technique. Why make me spend 2,000 merit coins? Why not teach me directly? Speak. Are you intentionally trying to swindle me? Smack. A heavy slap landed on the back of his head. Knowing and being able to do are two different concepts. Do you understand? Jiuyu scolded with irritation. Hey, Jiuyu, could you refrain from hitting my head all the time? I might end up getting dazed. Luo-chan rubbed his head, grinning playfully. Then where should I hit? Jiuyu glared at him. You could hit my backside. How about I pull down my pants for you to strike? Luo-chan jested, turning around and pretending to pull down his pants. Get lost, Jiuyu scolded, then turned serious, saying, on a serious note, you must find the middle and lower volumes of this technique to cultivate the 9 heavens divine thunder body forging sutra. The achievements you could attain are beyond imagination. Such a remarkable technique deserves to be learned in its entirety. Luo-chan clenched his fists, his eyes filled with fervor and determination. Jiuyu observed his demeanor with satisfaction, continuing, moreover, you should familiarize yourself with these 9 types of divine thunder. If you ever encounter a lightning source, you must do everything in your power to seize it. The 9 types of divine thunder are ranked in strength, with the most powerful being the Tai Shao divine thunder. Positioned at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens. Following it are the 9 heavens quaking thunder, the netherworld's absolute thunder, the purple sky divine fire thunder, the Xian sky cold ice thunder, the jade sky spiritual light thunder, the golden sky breaking army thunder, the divine sky void escape thunder, and the azure sky swift wind thunder. Each of these divine thunders possesses unique characteristics. I will explain them to you in detail when you encounter them. Jiuyu, thank you. It's truly a blessing to have you teaching me. Luo-chan expressed heartfelt gratitude, his eyes moistening involuntarily. In the past, he had no one to guide him, relying solely on his own fumbling efforts. Due to his mediocre talent, he had been abandoned by his sect. Since meeting Jiuyu, she had helped him refine body-tempering elixirs to alter his physique, imparted to him the celestial tear technique, the Xianling Sutra, taught him alchemy, and guided his cultivation. Happiness had arrived so suddenly and directly that it felt somewhat surreal to Luo-chan. Enough with the melodrama. I'm teaching you so that you can assist me in the future. It's not for free. Jiuyu almost succumbed to her emotions, quickly turning her face away to regain her composure, gazing up at the sky. That is only natural. You are my master, from now on. Wherever you point, I shall follow. Whoever you instruct me to strike, I shall strike. Luo-chan raised his hand to the heavens, fervently pledging, Master. Upon hearing Luo-chan's words, Jiuyu's expression grew somewhat melancholic, as if recalling a distant memory. Murmuring softly, there may no longer be anyone worthy of being this one's disciple, neither in the heavens nor on earth. What do you mean? Am I not worthy? Or do you perhaps harbor feelings for me? Afraid of what others might say about our master-disciple relationship, you truly covet my body. Luo-chan, noticing Jiuyu's mood, deliberately spoke nonsense to divert her attention. Get lost. I wish to continue my slumber. Please do not disturb me. You must diligently cultivate, and do not keep me waiting for too long. Jiuyu cast a piercing glance at him, and in a fleeting moment, her ethereal form vanished into Luo-chan's mind, leaving only the melodious echo of her voice resonating within the small chamber. It is indeed time to hasten my cultivation. I absolutely must not keep you waiting for too long. Luo-chan murmured softly, retrieving the tome of the yellow tear martial technique, the Thunder God Fist. The Thunder God Fist comprises 5 realms, with the initial stage focusing on the refinement of the physical body. Once the body possesses sufficient strength, one may attempt to perceive lightning, condensing the power of thunder. Following this, the technique can be merged with the might of lightning, culminating in a baptism by thunder, thus entering the realm of the Thunder God. When paired with the divine thunder body refinement technique, it becomes utterly flawless, seemingly crafted for this very purpose. The esteemed predecessor who created the Thunder God Fist must have diligently practiced the divine thunder body refinement technique. A surge of joy welled within Luo Chen's heart that he stowed away the 2 manuals and immediately commenced his cultivation. Following the guidance of the divine thunder body refinement technique, he integrated the foundational methods of the Thunder God Fist to fortify his physical form. One punch after another, during his initial practice of the Thunder God Fist, he unleashed 40 or 50 punches, leaving him breathless and bent over, gasping for air. The text stated that one must deliver over 100 punches in a single breath to be deemed competent. And to master the technique, one must strike 1,000 times at truly enter the threshold. One must unleash 10,000 punches. I still have a long way to go, Luo Chun panted, muttering to himself in awe. The path of cultivation is indeed arduous and monotonous, a trial that is scarcely bearable for ordinary individuals. Yet for the sake of becoming stronger and standing tall above the world, what does this minor hardship amount to? After a brief respite, Luo Chun resumed his stance and continued his training. 1 punch, another punch, and yet another. Chapter 13. A visit from senior sister. A month later. Boom! A fire dragon surged forth, leaving a trail of ashes in its wake, scorching the earth to a length of 3 zhong. It consumed only 1/3 of my spiritual power. Luo Chun retracted his palm, gazing with satisfaction at his creation. Over the course of a month, aside from watering and weeding the spiritual fields, he had tirelessly cultivated day and night. His cultivation had ascended to the 7th level of qi refining, with 3 swirling vortices coalescing within his dantian, resulting in a significant surge of spiritual power, enabling him to unleash the flame dragon whirlwind 3 times. Bang! A massive stone shattered into countless fragments, scattering debris everywhere. His strength had also seen considerable enhancement. Luo Chun clenched his fist, relishing the might of his formidable physique and the power coursing through him, filled with contentment. During this month, he had made modest progress in the Thunder God Fist, managing to execute 500 to 600 punches in one breath, which could be considered competent at present. Luo Chun possessed a certain degree of self-defense capability, although he was merely at the 6th level of qi refining. He estimated that even an 8th-level practitioner would struggle against him, and perhaps he could even turn the tables on them. Having remained in the spiritual fields, practicing alone in the air day after day, he pondered the need for a sparring partner. Luo Chun stroked his chin in contemplation. Having dwelled in the spiritual fields for many years, he had developed a habit of refraining from recklessly engaging in battles without thorough preparation. However, no one would venture to the secluded spiritual fields to practice with him, as it was exceedingly remote, far removed from the core region of the sect. Luo Chun, you are indeed hard to find. Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated from a distance. Senior sister, he turned towards the sound, spotting Lin Xiaofei approaching with a light, graceful gait, clad in a flowing white dress, resembling a celestial being. Luo Chen's heart raced. Have you advanced in your cultivation once more? Lin Xiaofei's gaze swept over Luo Chun, her expression one of astonishment. Just a slight breakthrough. I've reached the 7th level of qi refining, Luo Chun replied bashfully. Scratching his head, his cheeks flushed. Truly a prodigy. Lin Xiaofei's interest in Luo Chen heightened. While such a breakthrough in a month was not impossible, given Luo Chen's displayed aptitude, it was nearly inconceivable he must harbor some secret. Is this your doing? The ground. What kind of spell is this? It looks so familiar. Lin Xiaofei's eyes fixated on the scorched earth, incredulity etched on her face as she questioned Luo Chun, her expression now even more exaggerated than before. Flame Dragon Whirlwind. Luo Chen replied honestly, what? Flame Dragon Whirlwind, the self-created ultimate technique of Ancestor Moyang. You are a disciple of the Ancestor. Lin Xiaofei felt her mind falter, unable to comprehend how this seemingly ordinary individual could possibly be a disciple of Ancestor Moyan. No, the ancestor did not accept me as a disciple. He merely taught me the flame dragon whirlwind. Furthermore, I had no idea it was the ancestor's self-created ultimate technique. Luo Chantu was taken aback, never anticipating that the flame dragon whirlwind was indeed Ancestor Moyang's unique creation. The ancestor's talent was truly extraordinary. The ancestor did not take you as a disciple, yet imparted the flame dragon whirlwind to you. Lin Xiaofei felt a twinge of jealousy. Ancestor Moyang was a godlike figure within the Qingyang sword sect. Many disciples were unaware of his existence, and those who were could only wish to catch a glimpse of him from afar. How could Luo Chan be so fortunate as to catch the ancestor's attention, receiving such a unique technique with ease? This was clearly preferential treatment reserved for closed-door disciples, yet he had not been accepted as a disciple. It was utterly baffling. Luo Chan undoubtedly possesses secrets, Lin Xiaofei speculated. Senior sister, allow me to prepare a meal for you. With Lin Xiaofei's arrival, Luo Chan was overwhelmed with excitement, eager to showcase his culinary skills to the goddess of his heart. You can cook? Lin Xiaofei, raised in pampered circumstances, had rarely engaged in cooking, and her curiosity was piqued upon hearing Luo Chen's admission that, of course. Living here alone, how could I possibly starve if I don't know how to cook? Under Lin Xiaofei's watchful gaze, he began to demonstrate his skills as a girl. Lin Xiaofei, unlike Ancestor Moyang, had little interest in meat and consumed sparingly. Thus, Luo Chan opted to prepare some light, nourishing soup in no time. A delightful and aromatic Lingji fairy soup was ready. Luo Chan added a hint of yellow spring flower to the surface of the soup, enhancing its already rich flavor with an additional layer of fragrance. Finally, he arranged a delicate fruit platter made from xianhuang fruit and presented on the table. Senior sister, please have a taste. Luo Chan eagerly served Lin Xiaofei a small bowl, thoughtfully providing her with a tiny spoon, and then watched expectantly. Thank you. Lin Xiaofei accepted the spoon, taking a gentle scoop and placing it in her mouth. The exquisite flavors instantly enveloped her palate. The tender and delicate lingji, the rich and fresh fairy mushroom, combined with the ethereal fragrance of the yellow spring flower, awakened her appetite, prompting her to indulge in several more spoonfuls. The first taste was akin to the crisp air of the mountains. The second evoked the fragrance of flowers after the rain, and the third, an indescribable sensation that brought tranquility to her heart and healed her spirit. Senior sister, how does it taste? Luo Chan beamed as he watched Lin Xiaofei savor each bite. It is absolutely delightful. Lin Xiaofei held a mouthful of soup, reluctant to swallow, and mumbled her praise indistinctly. The delicacies from Lingshan House have long since lost their charm. This soup is distinct, rich yet not greasy. Each spoonful a tantalizing temptation for the taste buds, rendering her unable to resist. I am glad you enjoy it, senior sister. Luo Chan smiled with satisfaction, serving himself a bowl and relishing the meal as well. Before long, the pot of Lingji fairy soup was nearly empty. Luo Chan, how is your soup so delicious? Even the chefs at Lingshan House cannot compare. Lin Xiaofei, still savoring the flavors, continued to praise Luo Chen's culinary prowess as she indulged in a few more xianhuang fruits. Relishing the delightful aftertaste, senior sister, if you like it, you are welcome to visit often. I have plenty of dishes to prepare, ensuring you will never have the same meal twice. Luo Chan seized the opportunity to entice her. Your place is just too secluded. Lin Xiaofei casually agreed. Even without Luo Chen's invitation, she would undoubtedly return, eager to uncover the reason behind his rapid cultivation speed. Today was merely an introduction, a recognition of the route. Subsequently, Lin Xiaofei accompanied Luo Chan as he tended to the spiritual fields, watering and weeding until dusk approached, at which point she prepared to take her leave. Luo Chan intended to see Lin Xiaofei off. But unexpectedly, Lin Qingxian had long arranged for someone to discreetly protect her. As night fell, they emerged, urging Lin Xiaofei to return, their gazes towards Luo Chan filled with warnings and threats. What a hassle! Luo Chan scratched his head, feeling that the situation had grown somewhat troublesome. Though troublesome, it would not deter his affections for Lin Xiaofei, nor would it prevent him from enticing her with food. Cultivation yields strength, and everything else can be negotiated. After Lin Xiaofei departed, Luo Chun swiftly returned to his focused training. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard within the Qingyang sword sect, young Master Mu, I witnessed senior sister Lin visiting the spiritual fields below the mountain. Specifically to meet a disciple managing the fields, they spent the entire afternoon together. Only leaving after nightfall, a young disciple reported to another young disciple with a BOW. Oh, you know the name of that waste. What is his cultivation level? The young disciple referred to as young Master Mu furrowed his brow and inquired. That waste is named Luo Chun, at the 6th level of Qi refining, assigned to the Dan Hall. Overseeing the spiritual fields, the other young disciple reported again with a bow. Chenbo, take a few people and teach that worthless scoundrel a lesson, making sure he keeps his distance from Xiao Fei. How dare he, a mere caretaker of the spiritual fields, covet her? Mu Xiao let out a cold hum, his eyes glinting with a frigid light. Indeed, I shall descend the mountain tomorrow with my companions to properly discipline that brat. Chenbo eagerly assented, bowing and retreating from the small courtyard. Chapter 14. The Power of the Flame Dragon. The following day, in the afternoon, 3 men clad in the robes of the Qingyang sword sect arrived at the entrance of Luo Chen's small courtyard. One of whom was Chun Bo, 2 senior brothers. Have you come looking for me? In this secluded place, rarely visited by others, Luo Chun stepped forward with a warm greeting. Humph! A mere servant disciple like you dares to address us as senior brothers? Chenbo huffed disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at Luo Chun. The other 2 men flanked Chenbo, arms crossed, their expressions menacing as they fixed their gazes on Luo Chun. What do you want? Luo Chun queried coldly, showing no courtesy. What do I want? I say, you lowly frog yearned for swan meat. Wasn't senior sister Lin here with you all afternoon yesterday? Chenbo glared at Luo Chun with malice. And if she was? Luo Chun understood that they were suitors of Lin Xiaofei, seeking to vent their frustrations on him. You better speak respectfully to young Master Chun. Do you believe I won't cripple you? A tall-nosed man threatened, pointing menacingly at Luo Chun. Spit it out quickly. I have no time for your nonsense. Realizing they had come to stir trouble, Luo Chen's expression darkened, and he no longer offered them any semblance of politeness. Had this been in the past, he would have quickly yielded and offered apologies. However, things were different now. He had attained the 7th level of Qi refinement and practiced advanced techniques and martial arts. Although he had not truly tested his skills, he believed he was no weaker than them. Moreover, with the presence of Jiu Yu as a trump card, he felt emboldened. A mere servant disciple dares to challenge us? Truly a sight to behold. Kid, if you kneel and kowtow and offer 500 spirit stones, perhaps we might let you off lightly. The tall-nosed man laughed in fury, his eyes fixated on Luo Chun with a mocking glint. Luo Chun, unwilling to engage in further meaningless banter, decided to test the fruits of his recent cultivation. While the tall-nosed man prattled on, he secretly gathered his energy. Boom! As soon as the tall-nosed man's words fell, a fire dragon, accompanied by a cataclysmic wave of heat, surged forth without warning that, my face, my hair, my hands. In an instant, the 3 were engulfed by the fire dragon, shrieking in agonizing screams. Once the fire dragon dissipated, they lay charred on the scorched earth, writhing in pain. Chun Bo's robe was burned to tatters, but fortunately, he had shielded his face with his hands in time, escaping disfigurement. The other 2 were less fortunate. The tall-nosed man's face was nearly unrecognizable, while the other looked as if 2 lumps of charcoal had been placed on his shoulders. This, Luo Chun was also taken aback. After all, they were all practitioners at the 8th level of Qi refinement. And the ferocity of this attack was beyond expectation. Observing the 3 writhing figures on the ground, he panicked and hurriedly the 3 individuals were so terrified that their souls seemed to escape their bodies, bending over and repeatedly acquiescing. Just moments ago, it felt as though their spirits had traversed the very brink of hell. The suffocating fear they experienced would haunt them for a lifetime. Now be gone. Jiu Yu glared fiercely at them. The trio, as if granted a great reprieve, hurriedly fled into the distance. Luo Chun, I fear I must slumber for quite some time. The rest is up to you. Make haste to seek out a high-grade alchemical cauldron and quickly concoct the soul-nurturing pill and the soul-condensing pill. Perhaps they will hasten my awakening. After the three departed, Jiuyu's ethereal form became markedly more translucent, urgently imparting a few final instructions. Then, leaving behind the Chinquan bags of Chun Bo and the others, Jiuyu's figure vanished into Luo Chen's mind, leaving no trace of its presence. Jiuyu, Luo Chun whispered softly, picking up the Chinquan bag and emptying its contents. Wow, so many spirit stones. Luo Chun gazed in awe at the mountain of spirit stones, his excitement palpable. In addition to the spirit stones, there were a few long swords. He waved one in his hand, found it unwieldy, and promptly discarded it back into the bag. With these spirit stones, he could venture to the treasure pavilion to purchase a more advanced alchemical cauldron. Luo Chun gathered all the spirit stones. Estimating he had over 1,000, he left the remaining items untouched in the Chinquan bag, deciding to return them to Chun Bo and the others the next day. After a half-day's toil, twilight was approaching. Oh no, I haven't watered the spirit fields. Luo Chun grabbed 2 water buckets and raced to the edge of the spirit stream, filling them with water before dashing back to the fields. Ever since he practiced the divine thunder body forging technique and the thunder god fist, he had no need for a burden. He could carry the buckets with his bare hands, which was both convenient and a means to strengthen his arms. After running back and forth dozens of times, the spirit fields were nearly fully irrigated. He sighed in relief and sat down by the spirit stream to rest for a moment. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze and discovered a person lying in the water. More precisely, it was a woman, clad in the ceremonial robe of the Qingyang sword sect. Luo Chun hurriedly waded into the water, lifting her out and placing her on the bank. The woman appeared pale, her eyes tightly shut, with a trickle of bright red blood at the corner of her mouth. Luo Chun probed her nostrils with his fingers for a moment, sensing a faint trace of breath. For the sake of our sect, I will save you. Luo Chun activated the Xianling technique and began to heal her wounds. After a brief moment, the woman opened her eyes with a pained groan. You reawake? Seeing her regain consciousness, Luo Chun ceased his efforts, propping her against a large stone. Did you save me? Thank you. The woman's complexion remained ashen, her breathing uneven as she struggled to express her gratitude through the pain. The sect forbids its members from harming one another. How could you have been so severely injured? Luo Chun queried, astonished, as it was evident that she had been engaged in a deadly conflict. Although this place was secluded, it still belonged to the Qingyang sword sect, which was protected by a formation that kept outsiders at bay. Junior brother, I am Su Yao. What is your name? May I stay here for a few days until I recover? Then I can explain everything to you. The woman introduced herself, and a fresh trickle of blood spilled from her mouth, causing her complexion to worsen, as if she were on the verge of collapse. Very well, no problem. Noting Su Yao's precarious state, Luo Chun readily agreed. He then bent down to carry her, swiftly making his way to the small cottage. Sister Su, my name is Luo Chun. Here, take this healing elixir I made myself. Try it. Luo Chun gently laid Su Yao on the bed and produced a vial of revitalizing pills, offering it to her. Though the revitalizing pill was a low-grade remedy, it could staunch bleeding and provide some relief for minor internal injuries. Thank you. Su Yao accepted the porcelain vial, trembling as she poured a few pills into her mouth. She then laboriously lifted her head, forcing a faint smile, her gaze becoming unfocused, as if she were about to faint once more. Sister Su, hold on. I will continue to heal you. Observing Su Yao's parched lips, Luo Chun felt a pang of sympathy, biting his own lip as he resolved to use the Xianling technique once more. Though this might lead to unnecessary trouble and danger for him, he could not think of that now. Luo Chun sat cross-legged behind Su Yao, placing his palms against her back, a stream of pure energy flowing through his arms into her body. As the energy entered, Su Yao exhaled a long breath, her entire being relaxing, appearing significantly more at ease. Junior brother Luo Chun, with such formidable skills, why do you remain in this remote spirit field? As the pain within her subsided, Su Yao inquired curiously while aligning her breathing with his. I lack talent. My cultivation is merely at the 7th level of Qi training, so I can only tend to the spirit fields here. Luo Chan replied candidly that, junior brother Luo Chan, your technique is remarkable. Its healing effects rival those of fifth-grade elixirs. Are you not concerned that I might harbor greedy intentions and resort to treachery? Su Yao smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Not at all. The fact that Sister Su would even consider such a thing proves you are not a villain. Besides, with such beauty, how could you possibly engage in wrongdoing? Luo Chan answered with utmost sincerity. Junior brother Luo Chan, one must always be cautious of others. It is wise not to place your trust too easily that I shall rest and recuperate now. You may take a break. Having received Luo Chen's treatment, Su Yao was finally free from the immediate threat to her life. Her remaining injuries would require time to heal. Understood. This place is secluded, and no one will come by. Sister Su, please rest assured. Luo Chan withdrew his technique and stood up. Junior brother Luo Chan, do you not wish to know how I came to be injured? I will tell you now. Do you wish to hear? Su Yao adjusted herself into a more comfortable position against the headboard, smiling as she regarded Luo. If it is inconvenient for sister, you need not feel compelled to share. Luo Chan waved his hand dismissively. There is nothing that cannot be said. Su Yao tilted her head back, her expression turning somber. I have an elder sister named Su Ying, who entered the sect with me 5 years ago. She possesses extraordinary talent and entered the inner sect 2 years ago, later becoming a partner to the second senior brother, Mu Feng, of the Sword Peak in the inner sect. Their union became a celebrated tale. For the past 2 years, I have diligently cultivated, and at last, half a month ago, I passed the inner sect examination, anticipating the chance to train alongside my sister. However, upon arriving at the inner sect, I repeatedly sought an audience with her, only to be told that she was in seclusion. That a few days ago, I inadvertently discovered that she was not in seclusion, but rather imprisoned by Mu Feng in a hidden chamber. Bound with iron chains, I do not know why Mu Feng would do such a thing, but I am determined to rescue my sister, so I immediately reported this to the law enforcement hall. The elders there instructed me to await news, as they needed to investigate first. Yet several days have passed, and I have received no response nor seen my sister. Just today, I sought information from the law enforcement hall. But as I turned a corner, I was ambushed by several masked figures in black, who attacked me without a word, forcing me to the outskirts of the sect, just as I was about to be overwhelmed. I leaped off a cliff into a lake, and I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found you. After listening to Su Yao's account, Luo Chan recalled his own grievances, his fists clenching tightly. There was certainly something amiss among the higher-ups of the sect. Their willingness to secretly sell him to Jia Shirtong was clear evidence of this. Now, the law enforcement hall was turning a blind eye, protecting Mu Feng while persecuting the Su sisters, did Lin Qingxian. As the sect master, truly remain unaware of these matters? Luo Chan pondered, a sense of worry creeping in for Lin Xiaofei. Chapter 16. The soul-nurturing pill. The following morning, when Luo Chan awoke, Su Yao was nowhere to be found. Sister Su? Luo Chan turned over, searching both inside and out. Still, there was no sign of her. Just as he contemplated whether to search further afield, 3 figures approached from a distance. It was Chun Bo, Yang Dong, and Su Xiaoping. I almost forgot about these 3. Luo Chan slapped his forehead and hurried over to them. Luo Xiao, we have come as promised to help. The trio approached, awkward smiles on their faces as they scanned their surroundings with vigilance. No need to look. As long as you behave, she will not appear. Luo Chan, aware that they were searching for Jiu Yu, spoke with a serious countenance. Yes, yes, they replied, nodding eagerly. What do you need us to do? This is your belongings. I've used the spirit stones, but the rest is returned to you. Luo Chan handed them back their Chinquan bags. Thank you. Thank you, they exclaimed in unison. Now, follow me to the fields. You will fetch water, clear weeds, and check for pests. Luo Chan meticulously assigned tasks, and the 3 quickly gathered their tools, picks and buckets. Following him to the fields. 2 hours later, the work, which would have taken Luo Chan the entire morning, was completed in less than 2 hours thanks to their combined efforts. Luo Xiao, you needn't accompany us in the future. These tasks are ours to handle. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Chun Bo wore a beaming smile as he attempted to ingratiate himself. Very well. That shall suffice for today. Remember to return in the afternoon. around sunset. Luo Chun was far from courteous, showing no intention of inviting them to stay for a meal, and directly issued an order for them to leave. Young Master Luo, you must exercise caution in the coming days. Someone has set their sights on you. As the three turned to leave, Chenbo suddenly pivoted back, lowering his voice to warn Luo Chun. Who? A sense of alarm gripped Luo Chun. Having remained inconspicuous in the spiritual fields, he wondered who could possibly be interested in him. It's the second son of the Mu family from Qingyang City. Mu Yu. We usually refer to him as Young Master Mu, that he has harbored feelings for senior sister Lin for quite some time, and, upon learning of her association with you, he intends to take action against you. He is a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and has an elder brother named Mu Feng, a core disciple of the inner sex Jianfeng. You must be vigilant. After finishing, Chun Bo displayed a deeply concerned expression. The Mu family of Qingyang City. Mu Feng, Mu Yu. Understood, I will be cautious, Luo Chun responded, feigning nonchalance, though a hint of panic stirred within him. What a hassle. Watching Chun Bo and the others depart, Luo Chun recalled what Su Yao had mentioned the previous night. Connecting the dots, he felt overwhelmed. Realizing that he would inevitably clash with the Mu family, he wondered where senior sister Su had gone and how her injuries were healing. Never mind, with my meager cultivation, I cannot assist her. I should follow Jiu Yu's advice and purchase a higher-grade alchemical furnace to expedite the creation of soul-nourishing pills and soul-condensing pills. As noon arrived, yet Su Yao did not appear. Luo Chun worried for a moment before dismissing it from his mind. Subsequently, he spent 1,000 low-grade spirit stones to acquire a bronze alchemical furnace capable of producing alchemical fire from the treasure pavilion. He also purchased a plethora of empty vials to store the elixirs, some. After lavishly spending all the spirit stones he had acquired, he returned to his quarters in high spirits. The tasks in the spiritual fields were entirely handed over to Chun Bo and the others, allowing him to focus entirely on alchemy. 7 days later, success. An exclamation of excitement erupted. The soul-nourishing pill. I have finally refined it. Luo Chun, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, carefully placed several ebony pills into a jade vial, his eyes glinting with enthusiasm. The soul-nourishing pill, a second-tier foundational elixir, when consumed, can gently nurture the soul and mend minor spiritual injuries. Let me try one. After swallowing a soul-nourishing pill, Luo Chun was suddenly engulfed by dizziness. His body feeling ethereal, his legs turning weak. After swaying forward twice, he collapsed to the ground. Time passed, and then a hurried voice called out, Luo Chun, Luo Chun. The urgent tone broke through the haze as Lin Xiaofei anxiously hovered over him, gently shaking his body. Senior sister, Luo Chun slowly opened his eyes to behold a breathtakingly beautiful face before him. Luo Chun, you have finally awoken. What happened? Lin Xiaofei sighed in relief, her eyes filled with concern and surprise. Senior sister, I was studying alchemy and consumed a soul-nourishing pill, then suddenly passed out. Luo Chun sheepishly confessed, scratching his head. The scattered herbs and failed pills, along with the open alchemical furnace, left no room for deceit. You re an alchemist? Lin Xiaofei asked, astonished. Not all, just an apprentice, merely starting out. Luo Chun quickly waved his hands, his expression humble. The soul-nourishing pill is a second-tier elixir. It is said to be quite difficult to refine, requiring a third-tier alchemist to master the method. The fact that you managed to create one is simply remarkable. Lin Xiaofei's eyes sparkled with awe and envy. Senior sister, could you please keep my alchemy endeavors a secret? Luo Chun earnestly requested. Keep it a secret. Why on earth would you want that? If the sect learned of your talent in alchemy, your status would be unparalleled. You wouldn't need to live here anymore. You could have your own courtyard in the core area. Lin Xiaofei was baffled, unable to comprehend why someone would wish to conceal the identity of an alchemist, a role for which many would vie. Luo Chun thought to himself that the sect's higher-ups were mired in chaos. Without connections or a background, even the greatest talents could meet an untimely demise. However, he could not disclose this to Lin Xiaofei. He scratched his head once more and implored, I have my reasons. I will explain later. For now, please keep it under wraps. All right, I 1T tell a soul. Lin Xiaofei reluctantly nodded, a strange feeling toward Luo Chen beginning to blossom in her heart. Thank you, senior sister, Luo Chen beamed. Luo Chen, did you know? Although the soul-nourishing pill is of low grade, elixirs that can mend the soul are exceedingly rare. The market price for a single soul-nourishing pill can reach as high as 2,000 spirit stones. And even then, they are hard to come by. If auctioned, it might fetch 3,000 spirit stones. Lin Xiaofei gazed enviously at the vial containing the soul-nourishing pills. 2,000 spirit stones. Luo, Chen exclaimed, his heart racing, and oh wonder alchemists are so wealthy. Realizing the immense value of the soul-nourishing pill, he took the jade vial, extracted 2 pills, placed them into another empty vial, and handed it to Lin Xiaofei. Senior sister, take these 2 pills and sell them. Consider it repayment for my debts. This, Lin Xiaofei hesitated for a moment, but then a spark of opportunity ignited within her. She smiled brightly, saying, Luo Chen, why don't you let me handle the sale of your future elixirs? I will only take a small percentage as a commission, and you'll save yourself a great deal of trouble. What do you say? That sounds perfect, Luo Chen agreed without a second thought, quickly stashing all his elixirs into his Chinquan bag and handing it to Lin Xiaofei. After all, he needed to keep his identity under wraps and would certainly not sell the elixirs himself. Moreover, he was eager to forge a lasting friendship with Lin Xiaofei, making her proposal all the more appealing, filling his heart with joy. By the way, Luo Chen, the soul-nourishing pill should be consumed alongside soul-related cultivation methods and requires a robust mental state. Taking it carelessly can lead to fainting or even harm to one's consciousness. Generally, soul cultivation can only be undertaken during the foundation establishment stage, so do not rush. Cultivation must be steady, step by step, and avoid the pitfalls of excessive ambition. Lin Xiaofei earnestly cautioned him. Understood. Thank you, senior sister, Luo Chen nodded, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he gazed into Lin Xiaofei's concerned eyes. Chapter 17. Tricked by the ancestor, a month passed. Boom! A surge of pure spiritual energy erupted from within Luo Chen, soaring into the heavens. 8th level of Qi refinement. After a month of relentless and sleepless training, Luo Chen's cultivation had finally made another breakthrough. When his body grew weary, he would sit down to refine pills. When his spirit waned, he would practice the Xianling technique. Occasionally, he would inspect the spiritual fields and gather a handful of herbs. Such intense training had allowed 3 spirals of energy to coalesce within his dantian, enabling him to unleash the flame dragon whirlwind 3 times. The divine thunderbody refining technique had reached its 2nd layer, greatly enhancing his defensive capabilities and strength. A single punch was roughly estimated to pack a force of around 1,000 pounds. His training in the Thunder God Fist had also progressed, reaching the entry level, allowing him to unleash 5,000 punches in one breath. Moreover, his alchemical skills had improved significantly. He could now consistently produce an average of 15 to 16 pills per furnace of soul-nourishing and soul-condensing pills. Under Lin Xiaofei's management, each of these pills had sold for a handsome price. Now, Luo Chen's account boasted nearly 100,000 spirit stones. However, he had nearly exhausted all the aged herbs in the spiritual fields, severely impacting the harvest for the first half of the following year. That I can no longer deplete the spiritual herbs from the fields. I'll have to purchase materials for alchemy from outside in the future. Luo Chen silently resolved. You little rascal, come with me. Just as Luo Chen intended to lie down for a moment of rest, and Mo Yang descended from the sky atop a fiery red gourd. Ancestor, it's been a while since I last saw you, Luo Chen exclaimed in surprise, rising to greet him, having not seen Mo Yang for quite some time. Stop the pleasantries. Follow me. And Mo Yang waved his hand. And with a flick of his sleeve, Luo Chen was lifted into the sky, landing steadily atop the gourd. Whoosh! The flaming gourd sped upward, the wind whistling past Luo Chen's ears. Ancestor, where are you taking me? Luo Chen pressed himself tightly against the gourd, watching the houses and spiritual fields below shrink into the distance, his heart a mix of anxiety and excitement. I'm taking you to fight. To broaden your horizons. And Mo Yang laughed heartily. Fight? Who am I fighting? Luo Chen panicked at the thought. Ancestor, I've never fought anyone. Some brats from Thunderclap Valley are provoking us in front of the sect. Go teach them a lesson. What? Mo Yang spoke so casually, yet Luo Chan broke into a cold sweat, fear gripping him. Ancestor, please take me back to the fields. I truly cannot go. If I lose, I may lose my life. Fighting with outsiders lacked the rules of the sect. It was a life-or-death struggle, and Luo Chan wished to return to the safety of the fields. Yet Mo Yang paid him no mind. Continuing to soar through the sky. Haha, Lin Qingxian. The Qingyang Sword sect has no successors. Suddenly, a robust and resonant voice echoed through the heavens, causing Luo Chen's ears to ring as if the very air around him trembled. Lei Jinyun, do not act recklessly. My great-uncle is currently within the sect. Be careful, or I shall slap you away. Immediately, the voice of Lin Qingxian echoed, tinged with a hint of embarrassment and rage. The gourd abruptly halted, and Luo Chan craned his neck to peer down. He beheld two factions in a standoff. One comprised of disciples from the Qingyang Sword sect, all donned in azure robes, brandishing long swords and standing on high alert. The other was formed by disciples of the Thunder Valley, clad in crimson battle attire, wielding various magical artifacts. Their expressions relaxed as they whispered and laughed amongst themselves. Lin Qingxian, it has been 3 centuries since there has been any news of Mo Yang. Whether he is alive or dead is uncertain. Oh, you truly believe you can intimidate me with that? Moreover, even if Mo Yang were present, my Thunder Valley would not fear him. We are merely adhering to the Alliance's regulations, engaging in a contest among peers without any bullying of the weak. Your Qingyang Sword sect is bereft of successors. On what grounds do you claim to challenge me? A burly, dark-skinned middle-aged man with a mocking expression fixated on Lin Qingxian. This man was none other than Lei Jinyun, the leader of the Thunder Valley, whose cultivation level was on par with Lin Qingxian, both being at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. I shall ask again, are there any disciples of the Qingyang Sword sect below the foundation establishment stage who dare to step forward? If none, then this year's quota for entering the Lingyun's secret realm shall be entirely granted to my Thunder Valley, as per the Alliance's rules. Lei Jinyun's demeanor was one of arrogance. If you possess the capability, let us engage in battle. To push your juniors forward, do you not feel the slightest shame? Lin Qingxian retorted fiercely, his momentum unwavering. In equal realms, sword cultivators typically wield a significantly superior combat prowess compared to other practitioners. A fact that Lin Qingxian was keenly aware of. Lin Qingxian, who among us is truly lacking in shame? This is a contest for opportunities among young disciples. What do you seek by intervening? Do you wish to disrupt the Alliance's principles? Naturally, Lei Jinyun was not easily deceived and invoked the authority of the Cultivator Alliance to intimidate Lin Qingxian. Child, have you seen clearly? I will send you down to defeat them all. Mo Yang, utilizing some form of magic, seemed invisible to those below. Ancestor, I am still somewhat afraid. Before he could finish his sentence, he was cast down. Under the gaze of all, Luo Chan descended from the heavens, landing steadily in the clearing between the two factions. My apologies. Please continue. Luo Chan awkwardly clasped his fists in greeting and hastily turned to walk toward the Qingyang Sword sect, yet his raised foot lingered, reluctant to descend. Who is this? 8th layer of Qi refinement. How dare he act so arrogantly? The disciples from both sides were momentarily stunned, gazing at Luo Chan with puzzled expressions as they speculated about his identity. The two sects had clashed for years and were well aware of each other's exceptional disciples. Yet this newcomer, Luo Chan, had completely evaded their recognition. Damn it, Luo Chan, what a fool you are, making a spectacle of yourself. You truly embarrass us? 8th layer of Qi refinement. What shame do you bring? Hurry back. The disciples from the Qingyang Sword sect were equally unsupportive of Luo Chan, hurling various jibes and insults. Luo Chan, why are you not tending to the spirit fields? Who permitted you to come here and cause trouble? Return at once. Lin Qingxian furrowed his brow, reprimanding him sternly. It turns out he's merely a farmer. Laughter erupted from the Thunder Valley disciples, who found the situation utterly amusing. The Qingyang Sword sect is truly without successors, sending forth a mere farmer to maintain appearances. as Lin Xingxuan's words fell. The crowd from Thunder Valley erupted into raucous laughter, nearly doubling over in mirth. What a fool! He really might end up getting himself killed by the ancestor. Luo Chan internally lamented his predicament. Kid, since you've come, do not leave. Stay and play with me. A tall, robust man stepped forward, grinning, his towering physique resembling that of a small mountain, his fist the size of sandbag. In comparison, Luo Chen appeared as a tiny kitten before a mighty lion. Brother, I must clarify that the person before you is not who you think I am. How about we shake hands and resolve this peacefully? It's better than fighting, is it not? Luo Chen blinked innocently, babbling nonsensically to Bai Time Dada. However, the towering man perceived Luo Chen's words as a deliberate insult, his anger erupting as he seethed with rage, his fists cracking ominously. Ancestor, you have truly escalated this situation. I might lose my life here. Luo Chen gazed up at his opponent, feeling utterly helpless, wishing only to flee. Luo Chen, return. That is the prodigy of Thunder Valley, Lei Qiyu. You are no match for him. Upon seeing Luo Chen's sudden appearance, Lin Xiaofei, despite her injuries, called out urgently, but she was intercepted by Lin Qingxian, senior sister. Hearing Lin Xiaofei's voice, Luo Chen quickly turned, searching for its source. However, Lin Xiaofei appeared disheveled. Her hair in disarray, blood staining her lips, completely devoid of her usual elegance. Nearby, several women were channeling spiritual energy into her, indicating she had sustained severe injuries. Scattered around her were a dozen disciples, all injured to varying degrees and receiving treatment. Who the hell harmed my senior sister? Witnessing this scene, an unquenchable fury ignited within Luo Chen. His expression darkened as he turned to point at the towering man, shouting, Are you Lei Qiyu? Did you injure my senior sister? Kid! And if I did? Lei Qiyu folded his arms, casting a condescending glance at Luo Chen. How can such an affront be tolerated? Why did you harm my senior sister? Why must you provoke me? I truly did not wish to fight so soon. Luo Chen glared furiously at his clenched fists, growling through gritted teeth. Chapter 18. It hurts like hell, scoundrel. You seek death. Observing Luo Chen's infuriating demeanor, Lei Qiyu felt deeply insulted, rage boiling within him as his massive fists surged toward Luo Chen's face. That you force my hand. Luo Chen, refusing to cower, gathered his strength and retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! A heavy resonance filled the air as both men staggered back several steps. Goodness, that was hard. It hurts like hell. Luo Chen grimaced, shaking his hand. Lei Qiyu's punch felt like striking steel, leaving his knuckles throbbing. Good lad. Attempting to play the fool, Lei Qiyu rubbed his slightly numbed arm, his expression shifting from amusement to earnestness. What just happened? The disciples from both sects were dumbfounded, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Certain they must be seeing things. Huh. Lin Qingxian widened his eyes, staring incredulously at Luo Chen. Thunder God Fist? Lei Zhenyun's expression darkened considerably. He recognized the fist technique Luo Chen had cultivated. Once upon a time, the Thunder God Fist and the Divine Thunder Body refinement technique were treasures of his Thunder Valley. However, 300 years ago, these techniques had been forcibly borrowed by Mo Yang, marking the beginning of a profound enmity between the two sections. Qiyu, do not hold back. Cripple him. Seeing Luo Chen practicing the Thunder God Fist ignited Lei Zhenyun's fury. His eyes fixed on Luo Chen as he ground his teeth and transmitted his commands to Lei Qiyu. Kid, I admit I underestimated you earlier, but from this point on, you'll have no chances left. Lei Qiyu slightly spread his arms, his muscles swelling, appearing even more formidable. Goodness, is he also capable of transformation? After their initial exchange, Luo Chen had gauged Lei Qiyu's strength, realizing that while it would not be easy for Lei Qiyu to eliminate him, it was not impossible either, which eased his mind considerably. Enough with the idle chatter. Take this. Lei Qiyu, having completed his transformation, wasted no time and launched a punch. This punch bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged several blows that hurts. It hurts too much. Under the enhancement of the Xianling technique, Luo Chen's internal spiritual energy surged, experiencing minimal depletion. However, the pain from his fist was still excruciating. On the other hand, Lei Qiyu, having unleashed a flurry of punches while maintaining his form, had exhausted significant spiritual energy. Now his arms tingled, his breathing becoming labored, his eyes glaring red as he fixated on Luo Chun. Kid, even if your strength matches mine, what of it? It ends here. Eager for victory, he resolved to unleash his most powerful technique, aiming for a decisive blow. Thunder technique, lightning slash. As Lei Chiyu's voice fell, a dark cloud materialized above him. Lightning flickering within, he raised his hand, seizing the lightning from the cloud, which began to coalesce, gradually forming a visible blade of energy. Oh no, I'm going to be struck by lightning. Luo Chen's eyes widened in horror, transfixed by the spectacle before him, his heart racing as he questioned whether he could withstand this blow. To be safe, he hastily began gathering energy, preparing to counter with the flame dragon spiral. Die! Lei Qiyu roared, the blade of lightning descending toward Luo Chen's head. Luo Chen, quickly dodge! Lin Xiaofei, in a state of utter panic, grasped her long sword, calling out as she attempted to rush forward, only to be restrained by Lin Qingxian. Flame dragon spiral. Luo Chen extended both hands, unleashing two fiery dragons that surged forth from his palms, carrying with them an overwhelming wave of heat that swept towards his adversary. The sound of sizzling filled the air as the fire dragons collided with the lightning blade, producing a deep, resonant explosion. In but a breath span, the weapon forged of lightning was devoured by the flames. With an unstoppable force, the fire dragons then spiraled towards Lei Qiyu, swiftly engulfing him as well. A piercing scream echoed through the air, and amidst the roaring inferno, a charred silhouette staggered and fell to the ground. Impudence! A thunderous voice bellowed, shaking Luo Chen to his core as if his eardrums would shatter. Suddenly, Lei Zhenyun appeared beside Lei Qiyu, extinguishing the flames with a mere wave of his hand before whisking Lei Qiyu away, while others rushed forward to provide aid. Young man, what is your connection to Mo Yang? Lei Zhenyun glared at Luo Chen with a menacing expression, his voice low and threatening. Why should I reveal that to you? Luo Chen felt an unsettling aura emanating from Lei Zhenyun, as if the man's gaze bore through him, prompting him to respond with equal disdain. Impudence, came another thunderous rebuke. You are the one being impudent. Another voice thundered in response. Lin Qingxuan's imposing figure materialized before Luo Chen, shielding him from Lei Zhenyun's intimidating presence. Luo Chen, you performed admirably. Now, take a moment to rest. Lin Qingxian turned to Luo Chen, his face beaming with approval and joy. Thank you, Sect Master, Luo Chen replied hastily, rushing towards Lin Xiaofei, anxious that any delay might invite unforeseen complications. He practices the Thunder God Fist and the Divine Thunder Body forging technique of our Thunderclap Valley. Will you not offer an explanation? Lei Zhenyun glared at Lin Qingxian, his expression dark as storm clouds. Explanation? What explanation do you seek? That technique was placed in a repository by my esteemed granduncle, available for all disciples of the Qingyang Sword Sect to learn. Is there anything amiss with that? Lin Qingxian feigned ignorance, a playful smile adorning his face. You! Lei Zhenyun was left speechless, his rage boiling beneath the surface. Lin Qingxian, years ago, Mo Yang forcibly borrowed the treasured relic of Thunderclap Valley during his divine transformation phase. Today, I have come to reclaim the Qingyang sword technique and the Ziyang divine art from your Qingyang sword sect. Surely, Sect Master Lin would not refuse? Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky above Thunderclap Valley. Lei Xiaotian, you have achieved divine transformation. Lin Qingxuan's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed up at the figure. Lei Xiaotian, the former sect master of Thunderclap Valley, was the one from whom Mo Yang had borrowed the sect's cherished artifact. Now that he had attained divine transformation, he had come to the Qingyang Sword Sect to reclaim his honor. Sect Master Lin, if you say Mo Yang is here, then let him step forward. Lei Xiaotian scoffed, looking down on Lin Qingxian with a smug expression. He was certain that Mo Yang was absent, having been out of contact for 3 centuries, which emboldened him to make such bold claims. How could my granduncle, of such high standing, deign to meet a mere junior who has just achieved divine transformation? I advise you to know your place. You are not invincible simply because you have just ascended. Lin Qingxian spoke defiantly, though internally he was in turmoil, silently praying for Mo Yang's swift arrival. Not invincible, Lei Xiaotian cast a derisive glance at Lin Qingxian, waving his arm as dark clouds rapidly gathered in the sky, swirling ominously as lightning flickered. The terrifying aura of thunder seemed ready to strike at any moment, causing involuntary tremors in those present. Just as the disciples of the Qingyang sword sect trembled in fear, the disciples of Thunderclap Valley rejoiced, for a multitude of fire dragons came roaring from the horizon, consuming the dark clouds and lightning in an instant, transforming the entire sky into a sea of flames. The oppressive heat left everyone parched. Flame Dragon Whirl. Mo Yang. Lei Xiaotian's face turned pale as the disciples of Thunderclap Valley gasped in shock, panic washing over them. Ancestor. Lin Qingxian exhaled deeply, raising his head in joyous anticipation as he searched the skies. Gulp. Now this is the true Flame Dragon Whirl. Luo Chun stared in awe at the blazing inferno above and the swirling fire dragons, his mouth agape in astonishment, excitement igniting within him as he clenched his fists. Thunder family brat, what do you wish to say now that I have emerged? A deep voice resonated from the heavens, as though it came from the distant skies. Mo Yang, do not push your luck. It has been 300 years, and I too have achieved divine transformation. It is time to return what is ours. Lei Xiaotian, now a white-haired elder nearing a millennium in age, felt his face flush with anger at being addressed as a brat by Mo Yang. Since you have achieved divine transformation, why not report to the Alliance headquarters instead of coming here? Mo Yang stepped forth from the inferno, utilizing his spatial abilities to instantly appear before Lei Xiaotian. Return what you borrowed from us, and I shall take my leave. Lei Xiaotian's expression shifted to one of alarm. Yet he steeled himself to demand the return of their stolen treasures. The shame of losing them had haunted him for over 3 centuries, a burden he was determined to lift. You remember, that belongs to Thunderclap Valley, a debt owed to the Qingyang sword sect. My elder brother met his demise due to your actions that I won't repeat myself. Depart. Mo Yang glared fiercely, raising his hand to strike Lei Xiaotian. The disparity in strength was glaring, as both were at the divine transformation stage. Find at Mo Yang, if you possess the ability to restrain your cultivation and remain here to protect them. Once you leave, I will ensure that not a single one of your Qingyang sword sect remains. Lei Xiaotian spat through gritted teeth, covering his face from the sting of the blow. While it was not painful, the humiliation lingered. This continent is known as the Qingyun continent. Once one transcends the divine transformation stage, emissaries from the realms will arrive to escort them away, demanding immediate departure. Believe me, before I leave, I will ensure you are rendered incapable. Mo Yang cast a contemptuous glance at him. Humph, we shall see. With a final, menacing remark, Lei Xiaotian abandoned his comrade from Thunderclap Valley and retreated into the distance. We must leave. Seeing this, Lei Xian hastily gestured for the disciples of Thunderclap Valley to depart, only to be halted by Lin Qingxian. Wait. If you wish to leave after winning, then you must leave behind the tokens for entry into the Lingyun Secret Realm. The Lingyun Secret Realm was a sacred training ground jointly established by 5 major permanent council sects, designed specifically for exceptionally gifted young disciples, filled with countless opportunities and challenges. However, the number of available spots was limited, and the Alliance had issued a certain quantity of entry tokens to each sect, stipulating that they could be contested for, restricted to young disciples at the Qi refinement stage. Every spring, the 5 sects would open the sacred grounds, allowing token holders to enter and seek their fortunes. Humph, here you go. With gritted teeth, Lei Xian tossed a token away, then led his group away without a backward glance. Once the disciples of Thunderclap Valley had departed, Mo Yang reigned in the fire dragons, and the sky returned to clarity. Granduncle, thank you for your assistance. Humph. Lin Qingxian hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Mo Yang, but before he could finish his sentence, a cold snort from Mo Yang interrupted him. Lin Qingxian scratched his head, puzzled, trying to discern what had displeased his granduncle. Ignoring Lin Qingxian, Mo Yang turned to Luo Chun and called out, "You little brat. Are you not leaving yet? Coming." Luo Chun, who had been nearby tending to Lin Xiaofei's injuries, hurriedly responded. Before departing, he leaned close to Lin Xiaofei's ear, whispering just loud enough for her to hear, "Sister, come find me later. I shall tend to your wounds." Slap. Luo Chun received a sharp smack on the head as he approached. "Instead of focusing on your training, you are daydreaming about romance." Mo Yang glared at him. Having witnessed Luo Chen's whispered exchange with Lin Xiaofei, Luo Chun smiled awkwardly as Mo Yang hoisted him onto the large red gourd. "Granduncle, this token was earned by Luo Chun himself. It rightfully belongs to him." Lin Qingxian suddenly had an epiphany and rushed forward, pressing the entry token for the Lingyun's secret realm into Luo Chen's hands. "Thank you, Sect Master." Luo Chun expressed his gratitude. With a whoosh, the gourd soared into the sky, leaving the disciples filled with envy. Luo Chun had become a disciple of the Grand Elder. This solidified his status completely. Lin Qingxuan's heart was a tumult of emotions. How had this seemingly average boy managed to achieve such heights? "Young man, are you not going to do anything?" Upon returning to the courtyard, Mo Yang gazed at Luo Chun with eager anticipation. "Huh, ancestor, what would you have me do?" Luo Chun asked, confusion clouding his features. After a moment's thought, he timidly added, "Ancestor, are you hungry? But we have no ingredients left." Slap. Another heavy smack landed on his head. "You little brat, figure it out yourself." Mo Yang shot him a glare before soaring into the sky. Muttering discontentedly, "Having learned my flame dragon whirl, and yet no sign of appreciation, does the ancestor wish for something different? What shall we prepare?" Luo Chun sat on the ground, racking his brain in deep contemplation. Mo Yang had instructed him to ponder at his own pace, and so he truly began to reflect. Within a grand hall of the Qingyang sword sect, "Master Uncle, please take a seat." Lin Qingxian, overwhelmed with excitement, invited Mo Yang to the prominent position. He then adjusted his attire, knelt down with a thud, and tearfully pleaded, "Master Uncle, I beseech you to chastise me, but please do not ignore your disciple." "Qingxian, rise that I have matters to convey," Mo Yang observed, a hint of softness gracing his features. "Master Uncle, I shall remain kneeling and listen intently. Please bestow your guidance." Lin Qingxian maintained a straight posture in his kneeling position. Mo Yang shook his head, slowly standing up, and spoke solemnly. "Qingxian, you are currently the most accomplished sword practitioner of the Qingyang sword sect, and the sole disciple to enter the path of the sword after your senior brother. This brings me great solace, and I am sure it would please your senior brother as well. However, have you honestly reflected, since you assumed the position of sect leader nearly 300 years ago? Has there been a single outstanding young disciple? If there were even one, your tenure as leader would not have been in vain. I acknowledge my faults. I am willing to relinquish my position as sect leader. Please, Master Uncle, take full charge." Lin Qingxian was acutely aware of the lack of successors in the Qingyang sword sect. With Mo Yang bringing forth this issue, he felt a tinge of retreat. Mo Yang continued, "Qingxian, you were appointed as the sect leader by your senior brother, and I lack the authority to demand your resignation. However, I must express that for these 300 years, I have suppressed my cultivation. Concern for you and the Qingyang sword sect, as everything here is the fruit of your senior brother's labor. Yet, as Lei Xiaotian stated, how long can I continue to suppress it? I do not wish for all that I hold dear to be left unguarded after my departure." "Master Uncle," Lin Qingxian wept. Mo Yang gently patted Lin Qingxian's head and inquired, "Qingxian, having said so much, you should grasp my intent now that I wish to take on a disciple. What are your thoughts?" Lin Qingxian wiped his tears and softly asked, "Is it that young man named Luo Chun? But you have never taken a disciple before. This would be your first. Shouldn't we observe him a bit longer? I find that his aptitude may not be remarkable, and his future cultivation could face limitations." "Limitations? Perhaps. Yet, time is not on my side." Mo Yang's voice grew somber. "I understand, Master Uncle. Rest assured, I shall handle everything." Lin Qingxian bowed deeply in promise. The Qingyang sword sect has a series of regulations for recruiting disciples, the foremost being that one must gain the approval of the transmission pavilion. Otherwise, even if Luo Chan were to become Mo Yang's disciple, it would only be regarded as Mo Yang's personal action, not representative of the Qingyang sword sect. Mo Yang had always been reluctant to engage with the stubborn elders of the transmission pavilion. Hence he sought Lin Qingxian for this very purpose. How absurd that within a prestigious sword sect, those who can protect it are not even sword practitioners. Mo Yang shook his head and slowly departed. Lin Qingxian listened, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. Chapter 20. The sword-edged disciples arrive. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Chan was deeply engrossed in pondering how to find new ingredients when suddenly the door to his courtyard was knocked upon. Open the door! Open the door! We are disciples of the Sword Edge, sent by the second senior brother to investigate traitors within the sect. A coarse and menacing voice echoed from outside. Sword Edge disciples? Second senior brother, Luo Chen's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly recalled Su Yao's sister, Su Ying, who was imprisoned by the second senior brother Mu Feng. Could it be that they have discovered my rescue of senior sister Su Yao? Doubts swirled in Luo Chen's mind. Bang! The courtyard door was forcefully kicked open, and two disciples clad in the Qingyang sword sect's robe strode. I asked there no one here. One of them sneered. A tall and handsome youth lifting his chin with an air of arrogance as he fixed his gaze on Luo Chen. What is the matter? You have intruded upon another's abode, according to sect rules. Even if you are an inner disciple, you will receive a reprimand and must contemplate an isolation at the Wangxian Cliff for 3 months. Luo Chen met the youth's gaze with calm indifference. You little brat, you, a mere servant disciple, dare to threaten me? The youth scoffed, his eyes glinting with malice. Ahem, junior brother, do not be angry. Mo senior brother is merely a bit impatient. He means no harm to— I am Lu Zhanfeng, and I only wish to ask a few questions before departing. I kindly request your cooperation. I tea this moment. Another youth, sensing the situation was escalating, quickly stepped forward to mediate. What do you wish to inquire about? Luo Chen asked, his expression unchanging as he regarded the youth, introducing himself as Lu Zhanfeng. I would like to ask junior brother if you have seen this senior sister around here about a month ago. Lu Zhanfeng said, unfurling a scroll depicting Su Yao. Meanwhile, Mo's senior brother's gaze remained fixed on Luo Chen, eagerly awaiting his response. I have not. Luo Chen firmly denied. You lie. Mo's senior brother suddenly glared at Luo Chen with fierce intensity, his eyes betraying a murderous intent. Mo senior brother, do not rush. Let's discuss this calmly, Lu Zhanfeng advised, holding back Mo senior brother. I have been watching this kid's eyes. When he saw the image, his expression clearly showed panic. Mo senior brother pointed at Luo Chen, speaking with conviction. Junior brother, if you have seen this person, please inform us truthfully. She has stolen something of great importance from the sect and has become a traitor. If you shield her, you may be implicated as well. Lu Zhanfeng's tone was amiable, yet the undertones were laden with threats. Stolen from the sect? A traitor? What exactly has senior sister Su Yao done? Luo Chen's mind became muddled. I truly have not seen her. If this woman truly is a traitor, why are the law enforcement hall members not the ones searching, but rather disciples from your sword edge? Upon regaining his composure, Luo Chen meticulously pieced together the situation and immediately sensed something amiss. The law enforcement hall is short-staffed, so our sword edge disciples have been temporarily assigned to assist them. Junior brother, have you truly not seen this woman? Lu Zhanfeng fabricated an excuse, confident that Luo Chen, a mere servant disciple tending to spiritual fields, would have no knowledge of the affairs of the law enforcement hall and the inner sect. I have said it. I have not seen her. Luo Chen maintained his denial. You just claimed you were following the orders of the second senior brother, yet now you say you are assisting the law enforcement hall. These two surely have something to hide. Moreover, with the recent provocations at Thunderclap Valley, Lin Qingxian and several elders were busy leading disciples in the Qi refinement stage to negotiate. They had intentionally chosen this moment to conduct their search, indicating that the inner sect was more complex than Luo Chen had imagined. Kid, have you thought this through? This place is so remote. Be cautious at night, lest you mysteriously meet your demise. The sect will not concern itself with the life of a mere servant disciple. Mo senior brother's eyes glinted dangerously. Come on, Mo's senior brother. Since he hasn't seen her, let's not trouble him further, Lu Zhanfeng urged, pulling Mo senior brother towards the exit. Mo senior brother turned his face back. casting a fierce glare at Luo Chun, a malicious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Phew. Once the two departed, Luo Chun let out a long breath, his palms drenched in sweat. He could not discern the exact cultivation levels of the two. But being inner disciples and part of the Sword Edge, they could not be ordinary. If it came to a confrontation, how much chance did he have of prevailing? Survival would be a challenge. Additionally, that Mo senior brother's threatening words and expression as he left suggested he would not let this matter rest easily. Sigh. All I wish is to remain in the spiritual fields to cultivate diligently. I seldom step outside, yet trouble seemed to find me unceasingly. The more Luo Chun thought, the more anxious and distressed he became, even feeling restless. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, the door to the courtyard was knocked upon once more. Who could it be now? Luo Chun, feeling somewhat vexed, shouted irritably. Senior brother. Upon looking up and seeing Lin Xiaofei, all his previous displeasure evaporated, and he eagerly welcomed her. You seemed somewhat upset earlier. Did you encounter any trouble? I met two inner disciples on my way here. Were they looking for you? Lin Xiaofei asked, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Luo Chun. Yes, they said they were searching for a traitor within the sect and asked me a couple of questions before leaving. How was your injury, senior sister? To prevent Lin Xiaofei from worrying, Luo Chun feigned a relaxed tone as he invited her inside. Why father sought the elders to treat me, and I'm fine now. Only Lin Xiaofei could recover from her injuries in such a short time. Let me take a look. Despite Lin Xiaofei appearing in good spirits, Luo Chun remained unconvinced. He grasped her arm and personally examined her before finally feeling relieved. Luo Chun, why have you been hiding the fact that you're a disciple of Mo Yang from me? Once inside, Lin Xiaofei asked, her tone tinged with jealousy. The elder did not take me on as a disciple. Luo Chun replied, his expression one of confusion. Did not. Luo Chun, Elder Mo Yang has imparted his unique skills to you, and you still dare to deceive me. I shall ignore you. Lin Xiaofei's brows furrowed slightly, her demeanor indicating displeasure. Senior sister, how could I possibly deceive you? I truly have not. Luo Chun hurried to clarify, his face flushed with urgency. Huffed. Lin Xiaofei let out a soft chuckle, gazing at Luo Chun and saying, if there isn't one, then there isn't. Why the urgency? Is it not because you fear a misunderstanding? Upon seeing Lin Xiaofei smile, Luo Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, you truly were remarkable today. Not only did you bring honor to the sect, but you also saved face for my father. Thank you. Lin Xiaofei looked at Luo Chun with excitement, her voice sweet and gentle. I am also a disciple of the sect. It is my duty to uphold its honor. Luo Chun's face flushed with embarrassment as he boastfully replied, had it not been for Mo Yang's push and Lin Xiaofei's injury, I would never have intervened. Even if the Qingyang sword sect were to face annihilation, self-preservation is paramount. I avoid risks at all costs. Such was his life creed. As for the honor of the sect and the reputation of Lin Qingxian, it was of no concern to him. Luo Chun, my father wishes to know if you would be willing to move to the core area. We can allocate you an independent courtyard. He has praised you highly today. Had everyone not assumed you were a disciple of the old ancestor Mo Yang, he might have directly taken you as his disciple. Lin Xiaofei said, a hint of jealousy in her tone. I prefer this tranquil place. I truly enjoy it. Luo Chun firmly declined. You are quite the oddity, Lin Xiaofei remarked, a touch of disappointment in her eyes as she shot him a glare. Luo Chun, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head sheepishly. Well, the batch of elixirs you recently provided has all been sold. Please take a look at the ledger. Lin Xiaofei produced a bag filled with spiritual stones and then handed over an account book. Sister, I shan't look. You keep everything here and manage it for me. Luo Chun pushed the ledger back. It is imperative to look. Even among brothers, accounts must be clear to avoid any future disputes of unfairness. Lin Xiaofei insisted, shoving the ledger back into his hands. 2 hours later, high above the small courtyard, two white-haired elders peered anxiously at the house where Luo Chun resided. It is already so dark. Why hasn't the young lady emerged? One elder inquired, his tone tinged with concern. Indeed, should we not, like last time, rush in to call her out? The other elder nodded in agreement. No. The sect leader specifically instructed us to ensure her safety without interfering in her matters with Luo Chun. Yet, it is so dark now that rascal Luo Chun surely won't resort to any underhanded tactics, will he? That is not permissible. How did the sect leader suddenly change his stance, no longer opposing the young lady's visit to this lad? It seems he even supports it. Who knows? Our duty is merely to protect the young lady's safety. Why trouble ourselves with more? You make a valid point. Still, why hasn't she come out yet? Chapter 21. The Dark Hall, a few days later. Jiu, you have finally awakened. Look, I can now refine soul-nourishing pills and soul-condensing pills, and I've made a substantial profit from alchemy, around 100,000 spiritual stones, as soon as the figure of Jiu appeared. Luo Chun eagerly presented 2 vials of elixirs, proudly showcasing his achievements. Moreover, my cultivation has reached the 8th level of Qi refinement, and I've defeated a prodigy at the pinnacle of Qi refinement in Thunder Valley, earning the qualification to enter the Spirit Rhythm Secret Realm. He then revealed the token granting access to the Spirit Rhythm Secret Realm, excitedly extending it towards Jiu. Luo Chun, like a child, continuously boasted about his recent accomplishments. Jiu listened quietly, a satisfied smile gracing her face. It was only after Luo Chun finished speaking that Jiu commended. Well done. At this rate, we can expedite our plans. Expedite the plans? Luo Chun inquired, his face filled with confusion. The original plan was to have you reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement within a year, but it appears we can hasten that timeline. A glimmer of joy appeared in Jiu's beautiful eyes. What must I do? Upon hearing that he could accelerate his progress, Luo Chun nodded eagerly. Seek a method for soul cultivation. I will teach you how to refine your soul. Jiu instructed with a smile. Soul cultivation? My sister mentioned that soul training can only begin in the foundation establishment stage. Isn't it a bit early now? Luo Chun recalled Lin Xiaofei's admonition, his expression betraying concern. Will you heed my words, or your sister's? The choice is yours. Jiu shot a sidelong glance at Luo Chun, a hint of jealousy in her tone as she turned her gaze towards the window. It was my fault for speaking out of turn. I shall certainly follow your guidance on cultivation. However, I currently lack merit coins, and the transmission pavilion does not accept spiritual stones. Shall we inquire about ways to earn merit coins? Luo Chun quickly offered a conciliatory smile. Humph. Jiu huffed disdainfully, refusing to engage further. Just then, they spotted Chun Bo and others returning from the spiritual fields. After storing their tools, they prepared to leave. Chun Bo, come here for a moment. Luo Chun called out to them. Young Master Luo, greetings, fairy. The 3 hurried over, immediately bowing deeply upon seeing Jiu, their faces filled with trepidation. Chun Bo, do you know how to earn merit coins? Luo Chun asked directly. Young Master Luo, the transmission pavilion has established a bounty hall where daily tasks are posted. Completing these tasks can earn merit coins. However, tasks available to those in the Qi refinement stage are limited to within the sect. Carry low danger and reward minimal merit coins. Given your strength, it would be a waste of time to undertake such trivial tasks. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, you can accept tasks involving demon extermination and treasure hunting, which offers substantial rewards. Chun Bo replied with a grin, his demeanor full of flattery. What then? Luo Chun mused, stroking his chin. Young master, you seek to earn merit coins to exchange for techniques and martial skills, correct? I know of a place where you can purchase techniques and martial arts as long as you have spiritual stones. Would you like to give it a try? Chun Bo leaned in closer, lowering his voice to suggest, "Oh, where is this place?" Luo Chen's face lit up with excitement. Within the sect, there exists an underground organization known as the Dark Hall, which frequently holds trade meetings in discreet locations. Some inner disciples exchange merit coins for techniques and martial skills, then profit by reselling them at these meetings. Others often steal and plunder their fellow disciples' treasures and precious items, then sell them through the Dark Hall. Thus, as long as you possess spiritual stones, you can acquire whatever you desire there and even make reservations in advance. Chun Bo explained, glancing around cautiously before whispering into Luo Chen's ear. Is this true? Does the sect leadership not intervene? Luo Chun was taken aback. The sect has been cracking down on it. Yet it has proven ineffective, and the situation has only worsened over the years to ensure the secrecy and safety of transactions. These dealings are typically organized at night in unpredictable locations. The person in charge of the dark hall sets certain codes for that day, and those who know the code will be guided by specific individuals. Chun Bo continued in a hushed tone, doesn't that mean that powerful disciples can bully and rob weaker ones at will? Luo Chun expressed his indignation. Indeed, they either plunder or steal, then resell through the dark hall, even if someone reports them to the enforcement hall later. It often leads to no evidence being found, resulting in unresolved matters. Over time, it has devolved into a vicious cycle where anyone who has been robbed will subsequently target those weaker than themselves. Chun Bo nodded in agreement. You have a way in? Luo Chun looked at Chun Bo with an inquiring gaze that be honest. Will you hold a significant identity within the Dark Hall? I previously followed him and became a member, often tasked with guiding newcomers. If you wish to go, I can lead the way for you. Chun Bo offered with a sheepish grin. Very well, I shall leave it to you. Although Luo Chun felt a sense of aversion towards the existence of the Dark Hall, he was not opposed to seeing how it could resolve his issues. Excellent. Let us meet at the entrance of the Ling Shan Pavilion later. Be sure to prepare a mask to wear when we enter. Chun Bo was thrilled to assist Luo Chun, thoroughly explaining the details before they arranged a meeting time, then left in high spirits. Jiu Yu, how can a sect as grand as ours be rife with such murky dealings? At this rate, the Qingyang sword sect is bound to perish once Chun Bo departed. Luo Chun fumed in frustration, his fists clenched tightly. This dark hall is nothing more than a laundering and trafficking hub for inner disciples. It is likely that some elders are involved, or else how could it persist despite repeated crackdowns? What? Do you wish to intervene? Jiu Yu crossed her arms, her eyes glimmering with mischief as she regarded Luo Chun with a teasing expression. But I do not wish to intervene, but both the old ancestor Mo Yang and my sister hold deep feelings for the sect. If it were to perish, they would surely be heartbroken. Perhaps it would be better if the Qingyang sword sect were to fall. After all, they sold me out in the first place. Luo Chun felt a sense of unease, his heart burdened with conflicting emotions. After prolonged interactions with Mo Yang and Lin Xiaofei, he found that, unbeknownst to him, a peculiar sentiment had begun to take root within him regarding the Qingyang sword sect. Whenever he heard of actions detrimental to the sect, an inexplicable sense of injustice and sorrow would wash over him. Humph! A heart that speaks one way and feels another. Jiu Yu let out a disdainful huff, casting him a scornful glance. Regardless, it was prudent to heed Chun Bo's advice and visit this dark workshop first to acquire the soul-refining techniques. The rest could be addressed later. Shaking his head, Luo Chun attempted to gather his thoughts. Temporarily casting aside his inner turmoil, he donned a new outfit and arrived early in the core area of the sect. He casually selected a shop and purchased an unremarkable mask. Then, he proceeded directly to sit beneath an ancient locust tree opposite the Ling Shan mansion. Individuals entered and exited the mansion in a continuous stream, each exuding an air of arrogance and exceptional presence. Luo Chun shifted further into the corner, striving to remain inconspicuous, and then began to wait in silence. Young Master Luo, after approximately half an hour, as darkness enveloped the sky, Chun Bo finally appeared. How did it go? Luo Chun inquired in a hushed voice. Young Master Luo, put on the mask and follow me. If you encounter acquaintances, do not greet them. Simply act as though you do not recognize them. Chun Bo instructed in a low tone, then produced a mask to affix to his own face. Navigating through two concealed pathways, the duo arrived at an exquisite courtyard. Knock, 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 knock. Chun Bo raised his hand and tapped rhythmically on the courtyard door. With a creaking sound, the door opened to reveal a man, also masked. The man deliberately spoke in a raspy voice. Why are a crow's feathers black? Because it dares to soar in the rain, Chun Bo replied earnestly. Why can a sparrow not defeat an eagle? The raspy voice continued to inquire. Because it chose the wrong opponent, Chun Bo responded once more. Come in, proceed down the western corridor. The door opened a crack. Thank you. Chun Bo stepped inside, followed closely by Luo Chun. As they traversed the corridor to the west and circumvented the front hall, they eventually entered a room. Speak the items you desire into this jade slip. Another masked man extended a jade slip toward them. Soul refining techniques. Luo Chan took the slip, deliberately tightening his throat and murmuring softly. After a significant wait, the jade slip vibrated. "You may enter." The masked man turned and pushed open a concealed door, revealing a dimly lit staircase. Chapter 22. The underground auction. Descending the staircase, Chun Bo led Luo Chan into a dim hall, its walls sparsely adorned with a few luminous stones. Numerous masked individuals sat within, all silent as the grave. At the far end, a raised circular platform draped in carpet appeared to serve as the podium. Upon entering, Luo Chun sensed a formation enveloping the area, blocking all perception and communication. It seemed impossible to relay messages externally. Chun Bo gently tugged at Luo Chen's sleeve, guiding him to a secluded corner where they quietly took their seats. Silence reigned, so profound one could hear a pin drop. Nearly half an hour passed until a young man wearing a ghostly mask ascended to the podium, prompting a rustle of anticipation among the audience, who straightened in their seats. "Esteemed guests, the time has come. Today's transaction shall officially commence, as per tradition. The auction shall proceed, with the highest bidder obtaining the items. The proceeds will be split evenly between the dark workshop and the consignor." The ghost-masked man's voice was deep and steady, tinged with a hint of raspiness, distinctly attempting to disguise his true voice. "And even split. Quite ruthless," Luo Chan thought to himself, taken aback. "Now, let us unveil the first auction item, the flame longsword." As the ghost-masked man concluded his statement, a fire-red longsword appeared in his hand, flames seemingly swirling along the blade. Exuding an extraordinary aura, below, a figure suddenly trembled, and Luo Chan keenly caught the moment. The figure appeared somewhat frail. "The starting bid is 2,000 spirit stones." The ghost-masked man wasted no time and announced the opening price. "I bid 2,000. The slender figure raised their voice, infused with a hint of anger. In their fervor, they seemed to forget to disguise their identity, drawing the attention of several others. Some disciples had their belongings stolen or seized, and rather than relinquish them, they were compelled to return to the dark workshop to repurchase their own possessions at inflated prices. That it was only natural for anyone to harbor resentment at having to spend money on what was originally theirs. "Foolish and ignorant. I bid 2,500. A harsh voice rang out from a distance. 3,000. The slender figure quickly regained composure, gritting their teeth as they counterpoint 3,500. The abrasive voice, seemingly harboring a grudge, leisurely escalated the bid. 4,000. 4,500. The slender figure, impulsively recognized by their adversary, was certain to be ruthlessly exploited, and no wonder all attendees wore masks and deliberately altered their voices. Luo Chan mused. The ghost-masked man on the podium remained silent, merely observing. The higher the bid soared, the more profit the dark workshop amassed, and he relished this outcome. 100,000. Learn your lesson next time. The price escalated to 100,000 spirit stones before the abrasive voice finally chuckled derisively, ceasing further bids. Ultimately, the slender figure reclaimed their belongings for 100,000 spirit stones, an item that was rightfully theirs. After a series of straightforward transactions, the ghost-masked man presented the next auction item, a martial technique pertaining to movement. For sword cultivators, agility was of paramount importance, igniting considerable excitement among the audience. Following the auction of several items, Luo Chan grew increasingly anxious as he had yet to hear of any soul-refining techniques. Next up, the soul refinement method, an introductory technique for enhancing spiritual power. Brothers without merit tokens should seize this opportunity. The starting bid is 5,000 spirit stones. As the ghost-masked man finished speaking, laughter erupted from the crowd. 5,000. After a 10-second pause, Luo Chan finally uttered his bid in a raspy voice. Several figures turned to gaze in his direction. Spending 5,000 spirit stones on a technique available for exchange in the library seemed utterly incomprehensible to everyone present. Feeling as though he had been taken advantage of, Luo Chan dismissed the thought. After all, what he lacked the least was spirit stones. "All right, sold." The ghost-masked man did not bother with a countdown and promptly declared the transaction complete, after paying 5,000 spirit stones. Luo Chan obtained the soul refinement method. Subsequently, a few more mundane items were auctioned off, none of which piqued Luo Chen's interest. Esteemed guests, we shall now proceed to the grand finale of this auction. As the ghost-masked man's words resonated, all present straightened, craning their necks to gaze at the podium. Luo Chun, too, felt his curiosity piqued, eager to discover what the grand finale would entail. Before him appeared a woman of exquisite form and delicate features, gracefully led onto the podium. The sheer fabric enveloping her seemed almost transparent. In the dimly lit space, this tantalizing allure stirred the hearts of many. Yet her eyes appeared hollow, devoid of any spark, as she gazed vacantly ahead. This is the highlight of today's auction, a puppet slave. Although merely a test subject, I assure you, under the auspices of the Dark Workshop, she is undoubtedly worth far more than her price. The ghost-masked man incessantly extolled her virtues, his voice laced with a lascivious chuckle. "Kneel," he commanded sharply. "Master," the woman responded, obediently sinking to her knees. "Ladies and gentlemen, do you see? She is completely subservient to her master. Once you bring her home, whatever you command her to do, she will comply." The ghost-masked man pressed his hand upon the woman's head, gripping tightly. The woman winced in pain, a pained moan escaping her lips. "All right, let us commence. I can hardly wait." The cacophony of strange cries and cheers erupted from the audience below. Starting bid, 20,000 spirit stones. Seeing the atmosphere reach a fever pitch, the ghost-masked man announced the opening bid point: 30,000, 50,000, 80,000. Luo Chan was utterly astounded by the scene before him. This was the disciples of the Qingyang sword sect. The sect was indeed doomed. Monsters! The woman's consciousness had been tormented beyond recognition. Perhaps it was due to her being a woman that Jiu Yu's indignant voice echoed in Luo Chen's mind. This was the first time she had expressed outrage over another's plight. How could such sordid affairs exist behind the esteemed Qingyang sword sect? How had it come to this? Luo Chan felt a pang of heartache as memories of Mo Yang, Lin Xiao Fei, and Su Yao's sister Su Ying resurfaced in his mind. Yet, confronted with this reality, he found himself utterly powerless with his current strength, forced to watch helplessly. The woman was ultimately sold for 150,000 spirit stones, and all he could do was silently pray for her, hoping that her buyer would treat her well in the future. After the transaction concluded, Luo Chen walked back with a heavy heart, remaining silent throughout the journey. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Wait! There's danger! Hide quickly!" Just as he approached a small courtyard, Jiu Yu's voice erupted in his consciousness. Luo Chun promptly crouched down, rolling into a nearby patch of grass. Holding his breath, several dark figures swept overhead, darting straight towards the small courtyard where Luo Chun resided. Chapter 23. Continuing to endure, give it your all. Strike to kill. Do not let him activate the formation. One of the cloaked figures commanded in a hushed tone from outside the courtyard. The other two figures swelled in size, simultaneously diving down from the air, entering the small house. "It's him." Luo Chun recognized the voice. It belonged to Mo Wucho, the brother who had come to search for senior sister Su Yao days prior. Wucho, there's no one inside. Moments later, the two cloaked figures returned empty-handed. This scoundrel, Mo Wucho, the true name of that brother, cursed through clenched teeth upon receiving the report. Damn it. He then scoured the surroundings of the house, his expression darkening as he hovered mid-air. "Bring the payment. We brothers are leaving." One cloaked figure stepped forward, extending his hand. "What payment for an empty hand? Come back in a couple of days. Once we have the prize, we'll settle then." Mo Wucho frowned, his voice tinged with displeasure. Mo Wucho, we settle upon each success. It's the rule among us brothers that if you come back empty-handed, that's your own oversight. Don't blame us. The cloaked figure remained unyielding, insisting on receiving the payment. "Scoundrel, take it and leave quickly. If I weren't afraid of someone from the sect using time reversal to investigate, would I risk such peril to bring you in?" Mo Wucho spat, tossing a Chinquan bag with a harsh whisper. "Ha! Young Master Mo, you're quite generous. We appreciate the escort, and if we get discovered, we might have to throw you into the bus." The cloaked figure accepted the Chinquan bag, weighing it in his palm with a chuckle. "Damn it, stay close. Mo Wu Cho cursed, his figure suddenly darting in a specific direction, with the two cloaked figures following closely behind. Luo Chan remained motionless in the grass, fearful they might return, and waited for several breaths. They're gone. You can come out now. Jiu Yu's voice resonated in his mind. That was close. This guy actually sought out someone from outside the sect to kill me. Luo Chan emerged from the grass, brushing off the debris, finding it hard to believe. He had merely been slightly rude to Mo Wu Cho that day, and this fellow was intent on his death. What have you been up to while I was in slumber? How did you attract the attention of an inner sect disciple? Could it be because of your senior sister? Upon returning to the house, Jiu Yu materialized, gazing at Luo Chan with curiosity. It is indeed because of my senior sister, but not the one you're thinking of. Luo Chan recounted in detail how he had saved Su Yao. You truly are a soft-hearted fool. Jiu Yu shot him a disdainful glance, not delving further into the matter of saving Su Yao. Jiu Yu, at the trading event today, the woman referred to as a puppet slave was introduced by a ghost-faced man as a test subject. Do you think senior sister Su Ying might be imprisoned by Mu Feng and subjected to puppet slave experiments? Luo Chan couldn't help but voice his speculation, still haunted by the climactic scene at the trading event. You should first consider how to evade your pursuers. If they merely suspected you saved that woman, how could they harbor such deep animosity? From the way the guy acted, he is determined to kill you. Yuri's still thinking about others. Jiu Yu glared at him, analyzing the situation while offering a reminder. Jiu Yu, you can help me deal with him, can't you? With the knowledge that Jiu Yu was awake, Luo Chan felt less apprehensive upon encountering Mo Wu Cho and his fellows. Kid, let me be frank with you. My remnant soul is severely damaged that I can occasionally frighten people with my presence. But don't expect me to fight. Seeing Luo Chen's excessive reliance on her, Jiu Yu revealed her actual condition. What? Are you serious? Luo Chen's legs nearly buckled at her words. What have you seen me take action? Jiu Yu asked, her expression teasing. Upon reflection, Luo Chen's face darkened. Since their acquaintance, Jiu Yu had indeed never engaged in combat, with the sole exception of scaring Chun Bo and his companions using her soul power, which had no real harm, followed by her prolonged slumber. However, don't worry too much. My ability to sense danger remains intact, and I can help you escape in advance. Jiu Yu provided Luo Chan with a glimmer of reassurance. How can you unleash your full strength, as you boast? Luo Chan steadied himself and asked earnestly, I am currently a soul entity and can only utilize soul power. Only when your soul strength is sufficiently powerful can I have room to exert myself. For now, let us focus on survival. I can set up some formations around this house to prevent them from launching a surprise attack. After finishing her statement, Jiu Yu turned and walked towards the exit. You can set up formations? That's wonderful. Create a massive killing array and let them turn to ashes the moment they step in. Hearing that Jiu Yu could arrange formations, Luo Chan's enthusiasm surged as he pursued her, speaking fervently. What are you thinking? I can set up such a massive killing array, but do you have materials? You don't even have a single mid-grade spirit stone on you, with just these low-grade spirit stones. I can only set up some confinement and illusion arrays to buy us a little time. Jiu Yu explained as she walked that Luo Chen's fervor cooled significantly. Jiu Yu floated high above, carefully surveying the surrounding geography, instructing Luo Chan to bury spirit stones at designated spots. She then sketched intricate patterns on the ground with her own hands. After a flurry of activity, she returned to the house and patiently guided Luo Chan on how to manipulate the formation. This house is the center of the formation. IVE deployed 3 illusion arrays and 2 confinement arrays around it, interspersed with a few small killing arrays. They aren't particularly powerful, but should be enough to interfere and buy us some time for you to call for help and escape. Next, I'll teach you how to activate and maintain the formation 2 hours later. Huff, this feels much safer now. Luo Chan, having familiarized himself with the manipulation incantations and methods of the formation, exhaled deeply, feeling considerably more at ease. Don't forget to replenish the spirit stones daily. The operation of the formation requires energy from them. As Luo Chan grasped the essentials of the formation, Jiu Yu reminded him not to overlook this detail. Understood. Jiu Yu, please teach me the soul tempering technique now. Luo Chen nodded, promptly retrieving the cultivation method he had purchased at the trading event, eager to begin his practice. The soul tempering technique guides practitioners in learning how to refine their souls and strengthen their consciousness. The soul is exceedingly fragile, requiring the expulsion of distracting thoughts during refinement to reach a state of clarity, then controlling the spiritual energy to enter the consciousness, continuously cleansing the soul to render it clear and pure. Throughout this process, one's mental focus must be intensely concentrated, and the force must be gentle and nuanced. Otherwise, a careless mistake could harm the soul, leading to fainting or, in severe cases, madness. The duration of daily tempering should not exceed half an hour. Through repetitive tempering day after day, the soul will grow increasingly stronger, and consciousness will follow suit. This technique is rather mediocre. Let's make do with it for now. Once your soul realm reaches a certain level, I'll teach you the soul-devouring technique, which allows you to consume and merge with the souls of other beings to rapidly enhance your own soul. Jiuyu scoffed at the soul-tempering technique, showing her disdain. Jiuyu, what you're describing sounds like a dark art, consuming the souls of other beings. Luo Chun felt a chill run down his spine, involuntarily shivering. You know nothing. Sometimes setting aside your kindness can lead to a better life. Jiuyu shot him a disdainful glance. Luo Chun, half comprehending, responded, then diligently followed the guidance of the soul-tempering technique, focusing intently on controlling the spiritual energy within his body to enter his consciousness. Commencing the tempering of his soul, Chapter 24. The Beast Mountain. In the following days, Luo Chun secluded himself in the courtyard to cultivate, enjoying a period of peace. The soul-tempering technique could only be practiced for half an hour each day. And without any medicinal materials for pill refining, he continued to practice the Thunder God Fist and the Xianling technique. Since the third cyclone had formed in his dantian, it seemed he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation of the Xianling technique, with no new progress and a slowing growth of spiritual energy within. However, after a few days, his mastery of the Thunder God Fist had notably advanced, allowing him to unleash 6,000 punches in one breath. With each punch's power roughly estimated to reach 1,500 pounds. One morning. Kid, how have you been comprehending these past few days? Luo Chen had just finished his morning ablutions and was preparing to step outside to continue his cultivation when a sudden voice pierced the air. Mo Yang's voice. Old ancestor, what brings you here so early today? There's still a while until mealtime. The unexpected visit from Mo Yang caught Luo Chun by surprise, prompting him to greet him with a beaming smile. You brat, do you think I've come to find you just to eat? Mo Yang shot him a glare, clearly annoyed. Luo Chun chuckled foolishly to himself, pondering, isn't that the case? Have you recently concocted any new recipes? Allow me to be the first to sample them. Old ancestor Mo Yang, initially observing whether Luo Chun had come to his senses about taking him as a master, decided to humor him when he realized the boy was still clueless. Old ancestor, a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. Without ingredients, I am unable to perform. Luo Chen's face displayed a look of distress as he shrugged his shoulders in complaint. Ingredients? How about the flesh of demon beasts? Mo Yang inquired with a grin, his eyes glinting as he regarded Luo Chun. Demon beasts? Where could we possibly find any? Luo Chen's expression shifted with alarm. He had never encountered a demon beast before. Let us go. I shall take you to hunt demon beasts. With that, Mo Yang summoned a vibrant red gourd and effortlessly lifted Luo Chun into the air. Old ancestor, not today. I have an appointment with my senior sister to learn the Phantom Step. Luo Chun clutched at Mo Yang's robe, pleading earnestly. You mischievous brat. Your mind is always filled with thoughts of chasing girls. The large red gourd changed direction, soaring towards the core area of the sect amidst Mo Yang's teasing reprimands. At that moment, Lin Xiaofei was practicing the Qingyang sword technique in the courtyard, her white robe billowing gracefully with the sword light. Suddenly, she felt her footing falter, and before she knew it, she was being lifted into the air. The wind whistling past her ears, leaving her pale with fright. Miss, two elderly men with snow-white hair exclaimed, soaring into the air beside her. Steady yourself. In her panic, Lin Xiaofei suddenly felt her feet firmly planted on ground. Accompanied by a deep voice, Luo Chun, upon opening her eyes, still shaken, she immediately spotted Luo Chun beside her, letting out a gasp. Senior sister, it's the old ancestor. Luo Chun's face flushed, and he pointed at Mo Yang, who stood at the gourd's opening. Young lady, I shall take you to hunt demon beasts. Will you join? Mo Yang's invitation caught Luo Chun off guard, interrupting the farewell speech he had rehearsed in his mind. Huh. Yes, yes. Lin Xiaofei hesitated momentarily, but quickly nodded in agreement. How bold! Who dares to abduct the young lady? This is the Qingyang sword sect. Meanwhile, the two elderly men finally caught up to them in the air, shouting from a distance, swoosh. However, Mo Yang paid them no mind, and the large red gourd shot into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This, quickly report to the sect master, the two men, witnessing Lin Xiaofei's abduction, felt powerless as cold sweat streamed down their faces, hastily flying towards Lin Qingxuan's residence. Not to worry. This is just the opportunity for you both to take a breather. After listening to their report, Lin Qingxian waved his hand with a smile, secretly pleased. His daughter was accompanying old ancestor Mo Yang on an adventure. What a tremendous opportunity. He was overjoyed rather than concerned. In the skies 1,000 miles away, atop the red gourd, Lin Xiaofei exclaimed, "Thank you, old ancestor." Her excitement was palpable as she expressed her gratitude that not thank me. It was this brat who insisted on bringing you along. Mo Yang waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Thank you. Lin Xiaofei glanced at Luo Chun, quickly lowering her head as a faint blush crept on her cheeks. Moments later, Mo Yang landed with both of them before a mountain range. This place is known as the One Beast Ridge, filled with numerous demon beasts. You may hunt whichever you desired. He pointed towards the entrance of the mountain with a smile, his tone leaving no room for argument. Huh, old ancestor, you want to join us? Luo Chen asked, a hint of panic creeping into his voice upon hearing Mo Yang's words. Humph, you naughty brat. Mo Yang scoffed lightly, waving his sleeve, which sent both of them tumbling into the mountain range. Howl! The moment they touched down, an enraged roar echoed in their ears as a crimson demon wolf rose slowly, its eyes glowing like flames, fixated on the intruders. Be careful. That's a blazing flame demon wolf. It's incredibly fast and possesses formidable strength. Lin Xiaofei swiftly drew her sword, positioning herself back-to-back with Luo Chun, both alert and ready for the attack. Gulp. Senior sister, do you think we could defeat it? Luo Chun swallowed hard, his fists clenched tightly as he nervously watched the blazing flame demon wolf. From its fur and size, it appears to have just awakened its intelligence. It's a low-tier demon beast. Together, we should be able to hold our ground. Lin Xiaofei made a quick assessment of the demon wolf's strength. In the Qingyang continent, demon beasts were generally classified into 6 tiers. Low-tier demon beasts had just begun to develop intelligence, capable of performing simple demon arts, equivalent to a human at the peak of qi refinement. Mid-tier demon beasts were akin to humans in the foundation establishment stage, with intelligence comparable to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Beginning to learn to wield magical artifacts, high-tier demon beasts could rival humans in the core formation stage, possessing the ability to speak. 4th-tier demon beasts were comparable to humans in the nascent soul stage, while 5th-tier beasts matched the god transformation stage. Beasts above the 6th tier were exceedingly terrifying and rare, existing only in the oceans. Howl! Suddenly, the blazing flame demon wolf raised its head and let out a howl. Instantly, over 100 green demon wolves appeared around them. Though each was only half the size of the blazing flame demon wolf, their sheer numbers were daunting. Be cautious. Demon wolves are pack hunters. These green demon wolves may be weak individually, but their numbers are overwhelming. Lin Xiaofei's face turned serious as she swept her sword towards 2 of the approaching demon wolves. Senior sister, you be careful as well. Luo Chun refused to back down, launching a punch that sent one demon wolf yelping backward. Howl! The blazing flame demon wolf leaped onto a large green stone, howling at the sky. Upon hearing its call, the green demon wolves surged forward towards the 2 of them. In an instant, fists were flying, and sword light was flashing as the green demon wolves fell one after another, letting out cries of despair. Within mere breaths, the area around them was littered with the bodies of the demon wolves, all of which were weak enough for Luo Chun to dispatch with a single punch. Senior sister. These demon wolves are too weak. Watch me. Upon seeing the feeble strength of the green demon wolves, Luo Chun decided to show off in front of Lin Xiaofei. Boom! A fire dragon erupted from Luo Chen's palm, incinerating everything in its path. Dozens of demon wolves, unable to evade, were engulfed by the fire dragon, emitting shrill cries as they fell. Ha! Roasted demon wolves. Luo Chen laughed heartily at the sight before him. However, after unleashing that fiery dragon, he felt a third of his spiritual energy deplete, his breath becoming slightly labored and his complexion reddening. Now, allow me to show you. In response to the situation, Lin Xiaofei felt a surge of competitive spirit. She grasped the hilt of her sword, her body soaring into the in an instant. The surrounding spiritual energy converged like a river into the 3-foot-long sword in her hands. Sword formation, radiance of Qingyang. Lin Xiaofei shouted, shaking her sword. The sword light illuminated the surroundings as if sunlight were pouring forth, each beam piercing and sharp, rendering the demon wolves defenseless as they fell one by one. Huff! 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 What do you think? Lin Xiaofei landed gracefully, panting heavily as she cast a proud glance at Luo Chun. Senior sister, amazing. Luo Chun gave her a thumbs up, praising her fervently. Howl! Witnessing the significant losses among the green demon wolves. The blazing flame demon wolf let out several more howls. Once the howls ceased, the attacking green demon wolves began to retreat slowly. After taking a few steps back, they turned and fled into the distance. They're escaping? Luo Chen's eyes widened in surprise as he watched the scattering green demon wolves, a look of relief washing over his face. Luo Chen, look, this is bad. Lin Xiaofei's face turned pale as she grabbed Luo Chen's arm, her voice trembling with fear. From the distance, 4 enormous brown demon wolves emerged, their fiery eyes locked onto the two of them. These 4 brown demon wolves were identical in size to the blazing flame demon wolf, differing only in the color of their fur. Chapter 25. Standing together in battle gulp. Luo Chun swallowed hard, his expression growing grave. 1 person for each wolf. Let us finish this quickly and watch out for the blazing flame demon wolf sneak attack. Lin Xiaofei's chest rose and fell rapidly as she swiftly made arrangements, then dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. Swoosh, swoosh. The 4 brown demon wolves seemed to have coordinated their attack, pairing off to lock onto their respective targets, charging towards them at an astonishing speed. Clang! Lin Xiaofei's sword transformed into a dazzling streak of light, slipping between 2 demon wolves, leaving behind a tuft of fallen brown fur. Hiss! 2 demonic wolves missed their strike and immediately pivoted, launching themselves fiercely at Lin Xiaofei once more. With her nimble physique and agile footwork, she wielded her long sword, which danced like a serpent, leaving numerous sword marks upon the 2 beasts in mere moments. However, the wolf's skin proved exceptionally tough, the sword only leaving shallow scratches that did not pierce their hide. This only incited the wolves to attack Lin Xiaofei with even greater ferocity. Meanwhile, Luo Chun, lacking Lin Xiaofei's grace, faced the onslaught of the 2 brown wolves relying solely on his fists. With a feral howl, each wolf received a punch that elicited a chilling scream from them. For a moment, they hesitated to approach him, circling warily instead. Luo Chun charged at them like an enraged bull, but the cunning wolves deftly evaded his blows time and again. Quite crafty, Luo Chun clenched his fists, scanning the wolves with keen eyes. Suddenly, he surged forward, akin to a tiger descending a mountain, targeting one of the wolves. That wolf repeated its evasive maneuvers, bouncing agilely. Undeterred, Luo Chun pursued relentlessly. That moment, the other wolf stealthily circled behind him, launching a surprise attack, its gaping maw aimed at Luo Chen's back. Ha! I've been waiting for you! A triumphant smirk crossed Luo Chen's face as he swung a fist behind him, with a mournful howl. The ambushing wolf was struck in the face, several teeth flying from its mouth, tracing an arc through the air before crashing to the ground. Boom! 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 Seizing the opportunity, Luo Chun lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of fists upon the fallen wolf until it breathed its last. The other wolf, witnessing this, felt a surge of fear, retreating several steps, eyes brimming with terror. "Come on, don't be cowardly." Luo Chun raised his bloodied fist, his face smeared with the wolf's blood, appearing fearsome. Suddenly, Lin Xiaofei's voice rang out from a distance. Luo Chen's heart tightened, and he turned to see a crimson streak on her arm, her white robe stained red. A lifeless wolf's body sprawled before her, her sword still dripping with blood. Just then, a blazing fire wolf appeared behind Lin Xiaofei, leaping into the air with its sharp claws aimed at her. "Senior sister, watch your back!" Luo Chen shouted, charging forward like a madman in the blink of an eye. "Sword barrier, Qingyang protects." Upon hearing Luo Chen's warning, Lin Xiaofei immediately formed a hand seal and cried out, enveloped by an invisible shield. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the fire wolf's claws struck the barrier. Lin Xiaofei staggered, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Boom! At that moment, Luo Chen arrived just in time, delivering a powerful punch as the fire wolf landed, striking its soft underbelly. With a pained scream, the fire wolf rolled away and swiftly retreated behind a boulder. "Senior sister," Luo Chen quickly turned to support Lin Xiaofei, feeding her a healing pill and channeling his energy to mend her wounds. "I'm fine. Be careful, there are still 2 wolves." Lin Xiaofei wiped the blood from her mouth and lifted her sword once more. The 2 brown wolves, after a moment's hesitation, suddenly turned and fled into the distance. Lin Xiaofei's injury was not severe. The fire wolf's ambush was mostly thwarted by her protective sword barrier, and she quickly regained her strength. With a sigh of relief, Luo Chen felt the tension ease as he saw Lin Xiaofei was unharmed. Puffed. Seeing Luo Chen's appearance, Lin Xiaofei couldn't help but giggle, for although he was uninjured, he was splattered with the wolf's blood. His clothes stained as well. "I was the one injured. Yet you look worse than I do," Lin Xiaofei teased, pulling out a handkerchief to gently wipe the blood from Luo Chen's face. "Hee hee." Luo Chen grinned, enjoying her ministrations. By the way, the fire wolf you injured has taken refuge behind that boulder. Let us check it out. After cleaning Luo Chen's face, Lin Xiaofei suggested, glancing at the large stone. "Let us go. It will be our dinner tonight. We can't let it escape," Luo Chen exclaimed, stepping forward eagerly. Upon reaching the boulder, they found no trace of the fire wolf, but unexpectedly discovered a cave. Is this the fire wolf's den? The entrance was quite small, and Luo Chen cautiously peered inside. Suddenly, the fire wolf leapt out from beside the boulder, mouth agape, lunging at Lin Xiaofei. "You dare to show yourself." Luo Chen stepped forward, pulling Lin Xiaofei behind him and delivering a powerful punch. With a howl, the fire wolf was sent flying, crashing to the ground and writhing in agony. Luo Chen charged in, relentlessly attacking until the beast's life was extinguished. Luo Chen cut open its belly and retrieved the demon core. Lin Xiaofei handed him a sharp dagger. "All right." Luo Chen accepted the dagger with delight, eviscerating the fire wolf to extract a bright red demon core radiating a fiery aura. Is this the demon core? Luo Chen held it aloft, scrutinizing it closely. "Luo Chen, this core possesses fire attributes and immense flame power. If you can refine it, it may enhance the power of your flame dragon whirlwind. Moreover, although it is merely a first-tier core, its fire attribute is coveted by alchemists," Lin Xiaofei said, her face aglow with joy as she admired the core. "Refine it. Senior sister, you should keep this core for now. We'll discuss how to use it when we see the elder. I'll keep this dagger for myself." Luo Chen handed the core to Lin Xiaofei, but kept the dagger for himself. "How strange. It could have escaped, yet it chose to confront us," Lin Xiaofei mused. Looking at the lifeless fire wolf with curiosity, "It seems there's something in this cave." Luo Chen stroked his chin, analyzing the situation. The entrance was quite small, and Luo Chen had to crouch to enter, while Lin Xiaofei waited outside. "Senior sister, come see what this is." Luo Chen emerged from the cave, holding 2 fire wolf pups aloft, his voice filled with excitement. "Fire wolf pups? How adorable." Lin Xiaofei's eyes sparkled with delight as she reached out to embrace the 2 little creatures. "So that's why it didn't flee. It was protecting these pups," Luo Chen said, scratching his head, suddenly feeling a sense of respect for the fire wolf. "Luo Chen, fire wolf pups can be tamed. In just 2 or 3 years, They will grow and can assist in battle or serve as mounts. We've struck gold this time, Lin Xiaofei exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy as she held the two adorable pups. Chapter 26. Fierce battle. Be cautious. There is murderous intent ahead. A sudden voice resounded in Luo Chen's mind. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two arrows whistled through the air, swiftly shooting from a distance. Senior sister, get down. Luo Chen pushed Lin Xiaofei aside and dodged behind a boulder. As they took cover, the arrows embedded themselves in the stone behind them, their fletching quivering violently. Swish, swish, swish! 3 men leapt down from the trees on either side, blocking their path. Kid, hand over the Chinquan bag and leave that female cultivator. You can scram. A scar-faced man stepped forward, his eyes roaming over Luo Chen and Lin Xiaofei, leering at Lin Xiaofei with malicious intent. Be careful. There are 2 archers hidden in the trees up ahead. 9 Nether warned in Luo Chen's mind. Senior sister, there are 5 of them, including 2 archers hiding in the trees. Be cautious. Luo Chen quietly warned, then sprang into action, charging at one of the men. Crack! The man had been focused on Lin Xiaofei and was completely unaware of Luo Chen's approach. By the time he realized, it was too late. Luo Chen's nearly 2,000-pound fist crashed into his chest, shattering several ribs instantly. The man let out a dreadful scream as his body slammed into the ground. Luo Chen followed up with a series of punches, continuing until the man lay unconscious. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Even Lin Xiaofei stood in stunned silence. Good lad, quite ruthless. The scarred-faced man was the first to react. Truly, he was a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his trusty blade. When Luo Chen heard Ju's warning and realized there were 5 adversaries before him, he immediately resolved to eliminate one of them quickly. The unfortunate fellow was fixated on Lin Xiaofei's figure, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Luo Chen promptly targeted this infatuated individual and dispatched him with a thunderous strike. It's your turn now. Luo Chen licked his lips, flexed his fists, and turned his gaze towards the scarred man. Kid, he is merely the weakest among us. Your momentary success through ambush should not lead you to arrogance. Black Hawk, I will handle this one. You go after that female swordsman. The scarred man fixed his eyes on Luo Chen and commanded another cloaked figure beside him. Boss, leave it to me. The man known as Black Hawk nodded in agreement. His gaze fixed intently on Lin Xiaofei, and in a flash, he transformed into a blur and dashed towards her. Be careful, senior sister. Observing Black Hawk's agile movements, which suggested he belonged to the assassin class, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a tinge of concern. Kid, mind your own business. Watch my blade. The scarred man barked, swinging his steel knife towards Luo Chen's face. Clang, barely evading the blade. Luo Chen retaliated with a punch that struck the knife, producing a sharp sound. The immense force reverberating through the steel caused the scarred man's hands to go numb, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the weapon. Such formidable strength, the scarred man took 2 steps back, secretly alarmed. Rather than confront Luo Chen head-on, he opted for a series of rapid steps, executing a continuous series of knife strikes aimed at Luo Chen's lower half, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaofei was forming sword seals, enveloped by a protective sword aura. Black Hawk attempted several sneak attacks, but found himself unable to penetrate her defense, moving about in a dance of evasion. Vermin! Sword array! 10,000 swords in pursuit. With a sharp cry, Lin Xiaofei became the center of a dazzling display of sword light that shot out in all directions in a desperate bid to evade the onslaught of sword beams. Black Hawk was compelled to halt, revealing his form. Humph! Phantom step! Lin Xiaofei called out again, her figure leaving behind an afterimage as she instantly appeared beside Black Hawk. In a flash, a streak of blood erupted. A piercing scream echoed as Black Hawk clutched his severed arm, stumbling backward in a frantic retreat. Lin Xiaofei furrowed her brow, ultimately choosing not to pursue him. Had it been Luo Chen, he would have surely followed up with a decisive blow. Despite Luo Chen's seemingly timid demeanor, constantly lurking in the fields and avoiding trouble, it was precisely his cautious nature that prevented him from placing himself in peril and granting his foes an opportunity to counterattack. Watching Black Hawk flee, Lin Xiaofei sighed in relief. Suddenly, a sharp arrow sliced through the air, aimed at the back of her head. Feeling the chill behind her, Lin Xiaofei instinctively summoned her protective sword aura. Clang! The arrow was deflected by the sword aura, narrowly grazing her hair. Yet that very arrow allowed Lin Xiaofei to pinpoint the archer's location. Breaking sword style, dawn break. As her voice fell, her sword traced a blinding arc through the air. Shooting forth like a comet, crack! The sword light pierced a sturdy tree, and with a scream, a cloaked figure tumbled down from the branches. Huff, huff, huff. After executing this technique, Lin Xiaofei summoned her protective sword aura once more. Panting heavily as her gaze turned towards Luo Chen. Lin Xiaofei had severely injured Black Hawk and eliminated the hidden archer, yet this all transpired in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Luo Chen and the scarred man had only exchanged a handful of blows. As the scarred man unleashed his continuous steps and knife strikes, Luo Chen struggled to find an opening to counter. After retreating several dozen steps, Luo Chen transformed his fist into a palm and unleashed a fiery dragon spiral. Struck by the fire dragon, the scarred man let out a cry, his form violently propelled backward. Whoosh! Just as Luo Chen prepared to pursue, an arrow whizzed past his face and embedded itself in the ground before him. In that instant, the scarred man's figure vanished into the forest. Simultaneously, a shadow leapt away from a distant tree, disappearing deeper into the woods. Luo Chen, let us check if that archer is still around and see if he left any clues. Lin Xiaofei approached and pointed towards a large tree in the distance, striding forward. Luo Chen followed closely behind. Behind the tree lay a man clad in black, sprawled in a pool of blood. A gaping hole in his chest from which blood gushed forth, he still clutched a sturdy wooden bout tightly in his hand. Senior sister, impressive. Luo Chen gave Lin Xiaofei a thumbs up, then approached the man's corpse and rummaged through his belongings, retrieving a spatial pouch. Afterward, they moved to where the first man had fallen. Though heavily injured and unconscious, he still had a faint breath of life. Luo Chen did not forget to take the spatial pouch from him as well. Senior sister, you're incredible. Are all sword cultivators this formidable? You've inspired me to want to practice swordsmanship. Luo Chen praised Lin Xiaofei's prowess with enthusiasm. Lin Xiaofei lowered her head, smiling silently, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. Chapter 27. Braised wolf meat, you little rascal. Feast on the flesh of this blazing flame magic wolf, and I guarantee you'll instantly ascend to the 9th layer of Qi training. What do you say? Want to show off a bit? Mo Yang suddenly appeared before them, pointing eagerly at the carcass of the blazing flame magic wolf. Old ancestor, with your cultivation, you could easily feast on a 5th-tier beast. Couldn't you? Luo Chen observed Mo Yang's drooling demeanor with confusion. How could the esteemed ancestor be so tempted by the flesh of a 1st-tier beast? What do you know? Although high-tier beasts are rich in spiritual energy and beneficial for medicinal use, their taste can't compare to that of a freshly awakened 1st-tier beast. Ouyang's eyes widened as he explained to Luo Chen. However, unbeknownst to Luo Chen, even in death, the flesh of high-tier beasts contained immense spiritual energy. With his current cultivation, consuming even a morsel would overwhelm his body. The 1st-tier blazing flame magic wolf, having just recently advanced, posed no danger to Luo Chen. Consuming its flesh would significantly enhance his power without risk to his life. Mo Yang had deliberately brought Luo Chen to the lair of the blazing flame magic wolf to test his adaptability in perilous situations, a true display of his meticulous care. I see. Then let us carry it back and make braised wolf meat. Luo Chen hoisted the carcass of the blazing flame magic wolf onto his shoulder. Lin Xiaofei cradled 2 of the wolf pups in her arms. Mo Yang summoned a large gourd and, with a whoosh, soared into the sky, swiftly returning to Luo Chen's courtyard. 2 hours later, a rich aroma of meat wafted from the house. Old ancestor, try my special braised wolf meat. Luo Chen presented a large platter of braised wolf meat, its colors reminiscent of the vibrant maple leaves in autumn, shimmering like the surface of a sunlit lake, utterly enticing. The mouth-watering scent had already awakened Mo Yang's appetite, and his impatient demeanor left Lin Xiaofei wide-eyed in astonishment. Who would have thought the old ancestor had such a fondness for gourmet food? No wonder he dotes on Luo Chun so much. Lin Xiaofei chuckled softly, covering her mouth. She herself had little interest in meat, especially something as greasy as braised wolf meat. Senior sister, this is a vegetable dish I prepared for you. Knowing Lin Xiaofei's aversion to meat, Luo Chun had made a stir-fried cloud mushroom dish accompanied by a bowl of lily soup. You little brat, why don't I have any soup? Seeing Luo Chun fawn over Lin Xiaofei, Mo Yang glared, his jealousy flaring that, thank you. Lin Xiaofei nodded slightly, her face flushed as she lowered her head. Old ancestor, do you have any wine? Let us eat heartily and drink deeply. Don't worry about this bowl of soup. Luo Chun also complimented Mo Yang. You finally said something I like to hear. Mo Yang, pleased with himself, produced a wine gourd. Gulp, gulp. After a day of hunger, Luo Chun's stomach was already growling. He eagerly picked up a piece of braised wolf meat and popped it into his mouth. Boom! As the meat entered his mouth, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy surged through his body, causing Luo Chun to be taken aback. Hastily channeling his energy to control in an instant, white steam enveloped his body. His face flushed crimson, even his neck turning red. Luo Chun, old ancestor, what is wrong with him? Please take a look. Seeing Luo Chun's condition, Lin Xiaofei turned pale with fright. No worries. This is the flesh of a magical beast. This kid is in for a wild ride after swallowing such a large piece. Mo Yang watched Luo Chun with a smug grin. Old ancestor, why didn't you warn him? Lin Xiaofei looked at Luo Chun with concern, a hint of reproach in her voice. What? Are you worried about him? Mo Yang teased with a mocking expression. Old ancestor, you. Lin Xiaofei was momentarily at a loss for words, so she resumed her seat, feigning to drink soup while secretly glancing at Luo Chun. Moments later, guided by the Xianling Ju, the spiritual energy within Luo Chun was swiftly harnessed, converging entirely into his dantian to form the fourth vortex. Bang! Immediately after, a light sound echoed within him. His cultivation level surged to the 9th layer of qi refinement. His entire being returned to normal as the surrounding spiritual energy surged into Luo Chun's body like a tidal wave. Where did this kid learn such remarkable techniques? Mo Yang, with a piece of meat in his mouth, gazed at Luo Chun in astonishment, his heart filled with surprise. Seeing Luo Chun return to normal and his cultivation rise to the 9th layer of qi refinement, Lin Xiaofei finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling both joy and astonishment. Old ancestor, I truly have broken through. If a piece of demon beast meat can elevate my level, I must consume the rest. Luo Chun exclaimed excitedly as he opened his eyes. Bang! A heavy slap landed on the back of Luo Chun's head. You little rascal, have you gone mad? Mo Yang, the old ancestor, glared and scolded. Old ancestor, what's wrong? If I eat another piece, wouldn't I reach the pinnacle of qi refinement directly? Luo Chun rubbed the back of his head, his face alight with excitement. Whether or not you reach the pinnacle of qi refinement, I can assure you that if you eat another piece, you will lose your life. Mo Yang leisurely took a sip of wine and replied, Hada? Really? Luo Chun asked with a hint of disappointment. Pouting, you can certainly try. Mo Yang said without lifting his head. Perhaps it's best not to. Luo Chun shook his head. While improving his cultivation was undoubtedly important, preserving his life took precedence. Gulping, Luo Chun watched as Mo Yang devoured an entire plate of braised wolf meat. Internally lamenting, had I known, I should have brought back a blue demon wolf. Ultimately, Luo Chun hastily consumed the remaining half portion of cloud mushrooms left by Lin Xiaofei. Burp. I'm off. Mo Yang stood up, letting out a satisfied burp while patting his belly as he headed to the courtyard. Old ancestor, Lin Xiaofei initially intended to ask Mo Yang to escort her home, feeling it was somewhat inappropriate to remain alone with Luo Chun at such a late hour. However, before she could utter her words, Mo Yang had already vanished from sight. Senior sister, you can stay in my room that I've just broken through and need to solidify my cultivation, so I will practice in the yard. Noticing Lin Xiaofei's concern, Luo Chun quickly stepped forward. After speaking, he indeed went to the empty space behind the house to begin practicing the Thunder God Fist. Lin Xiaofei spent a sleepless night while Luo Chen practiced his punches until dawn. Luo Chen, we shall each take one of these 2 fiery demon wolf cubs. Additionally, the fur and bones of the fiery demon wolf are treasures. I will sell them at the treasure tower. However, you should keep this. Lin Xiaofei chose 1 fiery demon wolf cub to hold in her arms and handed Luo Chen the fiery demon wolf demon core. All right. Luo Chen responded with a soft word. I will often bring it here, so they can play together. After taking a few steps, Lin Xiaofei turned back, her face beaming with joy, and happily departed. Senior sister. Once Lin Xiaofei left, Luo Chen sat on the edge of his bed, reminiscing about the scenes of battling alongside her, a faint smile gracing his lips. Hey, take out that demon core. Let me have a look. Unbeknownst to him, the ethereal figure of Jiu Yu appeared in the room, fixated her gaze on Luo Chen and commanding him da-da. Oh, all right. Luo Chen snapped back to reality upon seeing Jiu Yu, offering an awkward smile as he produced the demon core. Chapter 28. Purchasing the demon core if I had another ice attribute demon core. I could set up a simplified killing formation resembling the ice and fire duality killing array, capable of swiftly eliminating a foundation establishment cultivator when caught off guard. Alas, I only possess one. Jiu Yu gazed at the demon core with a hint of regret. Swiftly eliminate a foundation establishment cultivator. That's incredible. Luo Chen's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. What is so surprising? The genuine ice and fire duality killing array can annihilate divine transformation cultivators. Jiu Yu scoffed dismissively to be by the way. I still have 2 Chinquan bags filled with spoils obtained from the Scarface man's accomplices. Let us check if there are any ice attribute demon cores inside. With a surge of excitement, Luo Chen emptied the contents of the 2 Chinquan bags. Clatter! A heap of assorted items spilled across the floor. Spiritual stones, jewels, weapons, clothing, and even dried meat. But no demon cores. Sigh. My luck is truly terrible. Luo Chen slumped despondently by the bed. He was unaware of the rarity of demon cores. In the Qingyan continent, demon cores had extensive uses. Not only could they enhance cultivation upon refinement, but they were also essential for crafting elixirs, forging magical artifacts, and setting up formations. Even a first-tier demon core held considerable value, often fetching thousands of low-grade spiritual stones. Given the strength of the Scarface man and his cohorts, it was unlikely they possessed any precious demon cores. Let us see if there is anything valuable to sell, and then we can purchase an ice attribute demon core. There is no need to be so glum, Jiu Yu suggested, observing Luo Chen's dejection. Right, the sect must have demon cores for sale. How did I not think of that? Inspired by Jiu Yu's words, Luo Chen perked up again. He gathered all the spiritual stones from the floor into a Chinquan bag, roughly estimating nearly 1,000 stones. Then he began categorizing the remaining items, and suddenly his eyes lit up upon spotting a crimson feather that caught his attention. He picked it up, examining it closely. This feather appeared extraordinary, emanating a powerful sense of pressure. Feather of the vermilion bird. Jiu Yu exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the feather in Luo Chen's hand. The feather of the ancient divine bird. The vermilion bird? Luo Chen, hearing Jiu Yu's exclamation, gazed incredulously at the feather he held. The feather of the vermilion bird, originating from the vermilion bird divine beast, boasted a fiery red hue, embodying the immense spiritual power and boundless majesty of the vermilion bird. Keep it safe and secure. When you reach the foundation establishment stage and forge magical artifacts, you can integrate it into them. The artifacts will then possess both powerful fire and wind attributes. Just imagine your flame dragon whirlwind combined with an artifact infused with the feather of the vermilion bird. What tremendous might that would unleash! Jiu Yu spoke with yearning, her admiration evident that I must take good care of it. Heeding Jiu Yu's advice, Luo Chen promptly stored the vermilion bird feather. The remaining items consisted of ordinary weapons and some dried provisions, which Luo Chen found tedious to deal with, so he carelessly discarded them in the corner outside the room. Hiss! Hiss! The fiery demon wolf cub seemed to be hungry, making hissing sounds as it looked at Luo Chen. Oh dear! How did I forget about you? I have no idea what you like to eat. Luo Chen quickly picked up the cub and rummaged through the discarded items, selecting a few pieces of jerky to dangle before it. Wow! The cub, evidently famished, swallowed the jerky in one gulp. struggling to chew for a moment before swallowing it whole. Luo Chan fed it a few more pieces, and the cub devoured them with great relish. You're quite easy to please. You stay here while I head to the treasure tower to buy some items. Don T wander off. Luo Chan placed the cub down in a room, locked the door, and turned to walk towards the treasure tower on the mountain. The treasure tower was still bustling with activity, filled with a lively crowd. This was Luo Chen's second visit to the treasure tower. Gone was the embarrassment and shyness from his first visit, with his cultivation at the 9th layer of chi refinement. He could now command respect from others. Hey, it's him. Suddenly, a familiar figure entered his line of sight. The IT was none other than Mo Wucho, who had been intent on bringing harm to Luo Chen. At this moment, Mo Wucho and several lackeys were cornering a young man, demanding something from him while the young man glared back, visibly furious. You little brat, it's merely a first-tier ice scorpion demon core. Being able to offer it to young Master Mo is already your greatest fortune, yet you dare to ask for an exorbitant price. Are you seeking death? Luo Chen approached and overheard one of the lackeys threatening the young man menacingly. 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. I won't sell it for a single stone less. The young man clutched the Chinquan bag in his arms, his expression filled with reluctance. Oh, you have any idea who young Master Mo is? He is an inner sect disciple. The lackey boasted haughtily what if he is an inner sect disciple? Does that grant him the right to arbitrarily seize others' belongings? Hearing that the young man was about to part with a first-tier ice scorpion demon core, Luo Chan was delighted. Moreover, he harbored no goodwill towards Mo Wucho, so he casually walked over. Here, in this place, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly as long as I acquire the ice scorpion demon core and successfully set up the killing formation. I need not fear Mo Wucho. Who do you think you are, meddling in young Master Mo's affairs? Upon noticing Luo Chen's intervention, the lackey pointed furiously at him and cursed. It's you. Mo Wucho recognized Luo Chen. Brother Mo, we meet again. Have you not continued to bring in outsiders lately? Luo Chen folded his arms, grinning as he inquired. Seeking death? Mo Wucho spat out the words through clenched teeth, his expression darkening. Rage simmering in his eyes. What's the matter? Does Brother Mo intend to eliminate me here in the treasure tower? Luo Chen deliberately raised his voice while speaking, instantly drawing the attention of several disciples nearby, who turned to look in this direction. Fighting was strictly prohibited within the sect, especially in the treasure pavilion. Well, you are quite something. Mo Wucho, furious, laughed coldly, enunciating each word with clenched teeth before turning away without a backward glance. Observing this, a few of his lackeys glanced around and hastily followed suit, mimicking Mo Wucho's demeanor as they pointed at Luo Chen, gritting their teeth and repeating, Well, you are quite something. Luo Chen shook his head, feeling pity for them, trailing behind others all day, while the person they followed didn't even bother to acknowledge their presence upon leaving. Thank you, senior brother, the young man sighed in relief after Mo Wucho and his entourage departed. Bowing in gratitude to Luo Chen, no need to be polite. You have a demon core to sell? How many spirit stones are you asking for? I am willing to buy, Luo Chen said amiably to the young man. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones? I won't sell even a single one less. The young man tightened his grip on his bag and eyed Luo Chen warily, reiterating his previous statement. Here you go. Luo Chen produced a bag filled with spirit stones and tossed it over. The young man quickly caught the bag, weighed it in his hands, and only then did he relax his guard. Let's find a place to weigh them. Counting one by one isn't feasible. We usually use a scale for such transactions. The young man led Luo Chen to a stall where the vendor was a kind old man who was quite generous. This is the excess. I'll return it to you. Not a single stone less is acceptable, and I don't want any extra either. The young man returned the surplus spirit stones to Luo Chen and cautiously handed him a demon core radiating cold energy. Indeed, it was an ice attribute demon core. Luo Chen secretly rejoiced and promptly stored it in his bag. He then smiled and asked the young man, May I inquire your name, junior brother? Where do you serve? Outer sect disciples do not have independent masters, as the sect provides unified training, and they must serve in some institution. My name is Tianyu, and I handle miscellaneous tasks in the pill hall. The young man seemed much more relaxed after securing the spirit stones, his voice bright and resonant. I am Luo Chun, responsible for managing the spirit fields. Luo Chun also politely introduced himself. Managing spirit fields? Then you're also stationed in the pill hall. We are colleagues. Tian Yu appeared quite knowledgeable, his bright eyes sparkling. Colleagues? I suppose so. Luo Chun felt somewhat awkward being called a colleague, as he had never even set foot inside the pill hall. Chapter 29. The Might of the Formation. Jiu Yu. The Demon Core is ready. Quickly set up the killing formation. I sense that Mo Wu Cho is on the verge of making his move against me. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Luo Chun urged Jiu Yu, his expression tense. Weren't you quite formidable just now? Why are you cowering now? After Jiu Yu appeared, he calmly regarded Luo Chun with a teasing expression. Hey, you mentioned that the ice and fire duality killing formation could slay those of the Foundation establishment stage, so I intentionally provoked him. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Luo Chun widened his eyes. Speaking in a panicked tone, Jiu Yu merely smiled without answering, adopting a spectator's demeanor. You can't be serious about deceiving me. I thought it would be easy to set up a formation capable of slaying those at the Foundation establishment stage. No, I need to hide. That guy is a sword cultivator, and I can't afford to provoke him. Luo Chun began to frantically pack his belongings, preparing to seek refuge outside until the night passed. Look at you, so cowardly. Hand over the demon core. You are at the 9th layer of chi refinement. If you can't defeat him, can't you at least protect yourself? Surely he can't kill you in one blow. Jiu Yu shot him an irritated glare, extending his hand. Are you capable or not? Don't waste my demon core. Despite his disbelief, Luo Chun obediently retrieved the demon core and handed it over. Jiu Yu accepted the demon core and drew a circular pattern on the ground outside the house. Inscribing intricate runes, he then selected positions on either side of the house to bury the 2 demon cores underground. The entire process took the span of an incense stick. All right, as long as you enter the formation. Once activated, it will obliterate you instantly, but you must not let anyone discover it beforehand. After completing the setup, Jiu Yu let out a long sigh of relief. You speak so grandly. I wonder if it's truly effective. Is there a way to test it? Luo Chun remained apprehensive, fearing that the formation might not be as formidable as Jiu Yu claimed, putting him in a precarious situation. Why don't you try it yourself, and see if you vanish into thin air? Jiu Yu shot him a disdainful look before vanishing. By midnight, a sudden explosive sound erupted outside. Luo Chun's heart raced, and he dashed out of the house. Humph! Kid, come out and face your doom. Mo Wu Cho hovered in the air, indeed having arrived. However, Luo Chun did not expect him to come so brazenly. Mo Wu Cho, why are you so intent on taking my life? Aren't you afraid the sect will use time reversal to investigate? Luo Chun stood at the door, glaring fiercely at Mo Wu Cho, who loomed above. Humph! It seems you overheard our conversation that night. Now, I can't spare you, but you probably don't know that I borrowed a time disturbance artifact. The time lock key, at great cost. As Mo Wu Cho spoke, he produced a key encrusted with gems, radiating dazzling light. The time lock key, a mysterious and powerful artifact, contained boundless temporal power and possessed the extraordinary ability to disrupt time, preventing time reversal, serving as a treasure to safeguard historical order and prevent temporal chaos. What on earth? Luo Chun was completely baffled, unable to comprehend Mo Wu Cho's words, sensing that trouble was brewing as the other party came fully prepared. Ignorant child, prepare to die. Mo Wu Cho flicked his long sword, sending a streak of light hurtling toward Luo Chun's face. Sword cultivators are truly troublesome. Luo Chun thought to himself as he swiftly shrank his form and rolled away on the ground. The sword light pierced through the door, shattering the wooden table inside. Let us see where you can escape to. Mo Wu Cho mockingly observed Luo Chun, his sword transforming again as another brilliant beam of sword light flew toward him like a razor. Luo Chun continued to flee as the sword light struck the corner, leaving a deep gash in the wall. Are you here to kill me or demolish my house? As he dodged around the house, Luo Chun taunted in order to lure Mo Wu Cho into the range of the formation. Sharp-tongued. Mo Wu Cho, looking down from above, unleashed sword light after sword light, seemingly toying with Luo Chun like a cat with a mouse, tormenting him in endless fear. Before long, the house had been cleaved open on all sides, and Luo Chun was covered in blood. Had it not been for the Xianling Ju, he likely would have fainted from blood loss. Kid, I want you to experience the agony of 1,000 cuts. Mo Wucho cackled menacingly at Luo Chen's pitiful state. What should I do? At this rate, I will be worn down to death. Luo Chen was frantic. Suddenly, the fiery little wolf cub dashed out from the house, emitting a low growl toward the sky. Oh, lucky kid, you have a spirit beast. It will belong to me. Mo Wucho's heart leapt with joy as he dove down from the air. Preparing to seize the fiery little wolf cub. Activate. Jiuyu's phantom suddenly appeared, fingers forming seals, lips barely parting. Boom! Boom! Two streams of immense energy erupted from the ground on either side of the house, one of fire and the other of ice, converging at the center and exploding with devastating power. Ah! A scream rang out as half of Mo Wucho's body was instantly reduced to ashes, the remaining half gradually dissipating. Death came too swiftly. His terrified eyes were filled with disbelief as his long sword clattered to the ground. Without the support of spiritual power, the time lock key hovering in the air also plummeted to the ground. Cough, cough. Luo Chun, covered in dirt, stumbled out from behind the house, coughing violently, nervously watching Mo Wucho's fading form. Muttering to himself, I really took him down in one blow. Humph. With the ability to borrow such a powerful artifact, his identity is certainly not simple. You may be in serious trouble, kid. Jiuyu raised a hand, an invisible force lifting the time lock key from the ground. His expression somewhat grave. No matter, I'll just deny everything if it comes to that. Luo Chun sighed in relief, sitting down to begin cultivating to heal his injuries. The next morning, before the grand hall of the Qingyang sword sect, the plaque above the entrance bore the words Ming Han Dian. Not a disciple yawned as he pushed open the hall's doors, revealing rows of lamps neatly arranged within. Every disciple who entered the inner sect would light a lamp in the Ming Han Dian. When a lamp extinguished, it indicated that the disciple who lit it had perished. The disciple raised his bleary eyes and scanned the room. Suddenly, in the foremost corner, one of the lamps flickered out. He rubbed his eyes and took a closer look, only to find the three characters Mo Wucho inscribed beneath the fate lamp. Mo Wucho. Had brother Mo perished? The disciple murmured in disbelief, recalling that he had seen Mo Wucho just the previous day. How could he have passed away in a mere night? I must report this to the elder at once. After the initial shock, he hastily turned and rushed towards a small courtyard behind the Fate Soul Hall, where Elder Hun Yuan, the overseer of the hall, resided. Chapter 30. The Sect Master's personal inquiry upon hearing the disciple's report. Elder Hun Yuan's profound gaze revealed a flicker of surprise, and a hint of concern surfaced on his aged yet dignified countenance. That I understand. Do not make this public. I shall investigate personally, he instructed in a hoarse voice. As you command. The disciple bowed and withdrew, his heart brimming with anxiety. Alas, the wind has risen. Elder Hun Yuan stepped outside, extending his withered hand to feel the chill of winter, murmuring to himself. The extinguishment of a fate lamp belonging to an inner disciple was ordinarily inconsequential. Yet if it occurred within the sect, it would signify a grave matter. The Qingyang sword sect strictly forbids internal strife. This is an unbreakable rule that has stood for over 1,000 years. And now, a precedent has been set. Within the Fate Soul Hall, Elder Hun Yuan entered the main chamber and approached Mo Wucho's extinguished fate lamp. The lifeless lamp lay silently on the table like a mute butterfly, devoid of any signs of vitality. Fate is fickle, and life and death are dictated by destiny. Mo Wucho, where does your soul reside? Fate lamp, guide me. Reveal yourself. Elder Hun Yuan closed his eyes in concentration, forming hand seals as a low, mysterious incantation reverberated through the hall. Moments later, an ethereal image materialized above Mo Wucho's fate lamp. I end the vision. Mo Wucho stood suspended in midair, surrounded by a spirit field, with a small courtyard where Luo Chun resided in the backdrop. A spirit field? Deep confusion flickered in Elder Hun Yuan's profound gaze as he continued his incantation, striving to unveil the truth behind Mo Wucho's demise. However, The image abruptly halted, obstructed by an unseen force. The time-space key. It is indeed the time-space key. It appears. Elder Hunyuan's expression turned to one of astonishment as he murmured to himself. He abruptly turned and exited the hall, then soared into the skies towards Qingyang Peak. Qingyang Peak was the cultivation ground for sect master Lin Qingxian and his direct disciples, where Lin Qingxian practiced each morning at dawn. At this moment, Lin Qingxian faced the rising sun, eyes closed in meditation, his robes gently billowing in the wind, resembling a transcendent immortal sect master. Upon Elder Hunyuan's arrival, he stood behind Lin Qingxian, hesitating for a moment before finally interrupting his meditation. Elder Hunyuan, what brings you here? Is there a matter concerning a disciple? Lin Qingxian turned, his brow slightly furrowed, and inquired softly. Sect master, an inner disciple has suddenly perished within the sect, his soul scattered. Elder Hunyuan's somber voice resonated, his expression grave. What? Which disciple has perished? Do you know who is responsible? Lin Qingxian exclaimed, anger flashing across his face. The deceased is named Mo Wucho. He was last seen above the spirit field. However, the process of his death was interrupted by the time-space key he possessed, rendering the exact cause unknown. Elder Hunyuan reported candidly. The time-space key. Are you certain it is the time-space key? That is Master Mu's treasure. How could it be in the possession of Mo Wucho? Lin Qingxuan's astonishment deepened, his brows knitting tightly. Wait, are you saying that the inner disciple named Mo Wucho took the time-space key to the spirit field, only to meet an inexplicable demise? Precisely, Elder Hunyuan affirmed with a nod. The spirit field? Could it be Luo Chun, elder ancestor? Lin Qingxian speculated internally, firmly disbelieving that Luo Chun possessed the capability to kill an inner disciple. His thoughts then shifted to Mo Yang. After all, he was aware of Mo Yang's intention to take Luo Chun as a disciple, that it was conceivable that he had witnessed someone threatening Luo Chun and had intervened, perhaps even killing Mo Wucho in the process. Sect Master, with Mo Wucho's death, the time-space key may also be lost. This could incite greater turmoil. Noticing Lin Qingxuan's prolonged silence, Elder Hunyuan voiced his concerns. This matter should not be disseminated yet. I will conduct an investigation myself. Should anyone come to the Fate Soul Hall to inquire about Mo Wucho's death, I request you to delay them if possible. Lin Qingxian recognized the gravity of the situation, aware that it could spark a larger conflict within the sect. Understood. Rest assured, Sect Master. I comprehend the significance. Elder Hunyuan replied solemnly before departing. Beside the spirit field, within Luo Chen's small courtyard, after several hours of healing, aided by the Xianling technique, Luo Chen's injuries had fully recovered. He tidied the courtyard and, under the advice of Jiu Yu, thoroughly erased any traces left by the formation. Little one, I truly owe you for today, Luo Chen said, cradling the fiery demon wolf pup and stroking it affectionately. Had it not been for the pup's distraction, Mo Wucho would not have so easily stepped into the formation. Luo Chen, just as Luo Chen was about to feed the fiery demon wolf pup some jerky. A deep voice called out from behind him. Sect Master, I pay my respects to you. Luo Chen turned around abruptly, finding Lin Qingxian standing in the courtyard, his heart racing as he quickly bowed in greeting. Lin Qingxian surveyed the surroundings, noticing the walls marred by sword marks, and his understanding deepened. His expression darkened as he bellowed. Luo Chen, you possess such audacity. How dare you harm a fellow disciple? Who granted you the courage to act so brazenly? Speak the truth, Sect Master. This is a misunderstanding. I did not harm any fellow disciple and have no knowledge of what transpired. Luo Chen quickly bowed, vehemently protesting his innocence. Do not attempt to quibble. Did Mo Wucho not come here last night? Lin Qingxian fixed his gaze on Luo Chen, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Sect Master, this is truly a misunderstanding. Who is Mo Wucho? I do not know him at all. Moreover, I was not home last night. Upon returning this morning, I found my residence in this state. Could it be that Mo Wucho did this? Luo Chen insisted he did not know Mo Wucho, tearfully pleading with Lin Qingxian, claiming he was the victim that Mo Wucho perished last night within your courtyard. How can you claim it has nothing to do with you? Lin Qingxian continued to press, the immense pressure making Luo Chun feel as though he were suffocating. What? He is dead. I did not see a corpse. Moreover, if someone could cause such destruction, they must possess considerable power, far beyond my own capabilities. How could I have killed him? Luo Chun adamantly denied the allegations, standing firm against the pressure. Then where were you yesterday? Lin Qingxian inquired, sensing some logic in Luo Chen's words, retracting his pressure and softening his tone. Reporting to the sect master, with the assistance of ancestor and Mo Yang, I broke through to the 9th level of Qi refinement the night before. I was overjoyed and spent the entire day yesterday cultivating by the Spirit Creek to stabilize my cultivation. And I just returned. As Luo Chun spoke, he demonstrated his level of cultivation. Lin Qingxian observed and confirmed that Luo Chun had indeed reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, coupled with the mention of Mo Yang's name. He found himself convinced. You truly do not know what transpired last night. You genuinely do not recognize Mo Wuchou. Lin Qingxian sighed in relief, fixing his gaze on Luo Chun once more. Absolutely. You are aware. Aside from my senior sister, I hardly know anyone among my peers, Luo Chun responded with an innocent expression. Upon hearing Luo Chun mention Lin Xiaofei, Lin Qingxian suddenly considered a possibility, his mind racing. Mo Wuchou had gone to such lengths to borrow the time-space key to kill Luo Chun. Could it be because of Xiaofei? Lin Qingxian was well aware that Lin Xiaofei had attracted the attention of many young suitors and had even arranged for 2 golden core stage guardians for her protection. Was it possible that Mo Wuchou, possessing the time-space key, had been followed here by someone with malicious intent, aiming to kill and seize the treasure? Lin Qingxian continued to speculate, doubting that Luo Chun could have the power to kill Mo Wuchou, especially in such a clean manner, leaving no trace behind. However, within the inner sect, how could a nameless junior like Mo Wuchou have obtained Master Mu's time-space key? Another question arose in Lin Qingxuan's mind. Given these circumstances, I shall let you off this time. However, you remain under considerable suspicion, so refrain from wandering about aimlessly for the time being. Should you encounter Elder Ancestor again, please inform me. I have matters to discuss with him. After pondering for a while, Lin Qingxian issued a warning to Luo Chun and left behind a message talisman before departing. Chapter 31. The spirit calling vessel. Since Lin Qingxuan's departure, Luo Chun had been on edge, fearing that other elders within the sect might come to hold him accountable. Particularly from the law enforcement hall, he rehearsed his prepared statements in his mind countless times, yet 3 days passed without incident, which only heightened his unease that, on the 4th morning, a grand spirit vessel suddenly appeared in the skies above the spirit field, its length stretching 1,000 feet, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. What a magnificent spirit vessel! Luo Chun rested his hand on the awning, tilting his head upwards in admiration. While spirit vessels were quite common as means of spatial transportation, it was the first time he beheld one of such immense luxury. A young man, under Luo Chen's gaze, gracefully descended from the dragon boat, landing before him. Dressed in a sky-blue long robe, with sharp brows and starry eyes, he exuded an undeniable charm. Yet he was not a disciple of the Qingyang sword sect. "Are you Luo Chun?" the young man inquired, stepping forward with a smile that radiated warmth. "Yes. May I ask who you are?" Luo Chun nodded, a cloud of suspicion forming in his heart. "I am Zhao Pengcheng, the special envoy of the Alliance of Cultivators. I have been tasked with guiding the young disciples bearing the Spirit Rhythm Secret Realm tokens for various sects to the headquarters of the Alliance for the trials of the Secret Realm." The young man maintained his smile, exuding elegance and refinement. After his introduction, he raised his hand and continued, "Please present your token." "All right, please hold on a moment." Luo Chun suddenly remembered the token he had seized from Thunder Valley and hastily retrieved it. Indeed, the token is genuine. Time is of the essence. Make haste and gather your belongings. Follow me. After verifying the token, Zhao Pengcheng nodded and urged him. Understood. Luo Chun felt a surge of excitement. With little to prepare, he cradled the pup of the Blaze Demon Wolf, locked the door to his room, and followed Zhao Pengcheng onto the spirit vessel. Wow. So many people. Upon reaching the upper deck of the spirit vessel, Luo Chan noticed numerous young disciples clad in various attire, no fewer than 100 in total. Zhao Pengqing led him directly to the stern of the vessel. Sister, Luo Chen's eyes immediately fell upon Lin Xiaofei, who was accompanied by 2 young men and a woman, all donning the robes of the Qingyang sword sect. Luo Chen. Lin Xiaofei smiled and nodded. All right, all disciples of the Qingyang sword sect have arrived. We shall set off now. Remember, confine your activities to your designated area and refrain from causing trouble. Zhao Pengqing cast a warning glance around the assembly before soaring towards the elevated section of the spirit vessel. Luo Chen, allow me to introduce you. These are our fellow disciples from the Qingyang sword sect qualified to participate in the spirit rhythm secret realm. Lin Xiaofei introduced the 3 other disciples, among whom Luo Chen recognized Tian Yu, the one who had sold him the monster core. When she introduced Tian Yu, they exchanged a knowing smile, silently acknowledging their prior acquaintance. The other young woman was named Shen Ruyan, her demeanor as frosty as ice. Though she did not possess Lin Xiaofei's beauty, she bore a unique elegance. She nodded towards Luo Chen without uttering a word. This is senior brother Mu Yu. He shares your cultivation level at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and his strength is the greatest among us. You should get acquainted. Lin Xiaofei emphasized Mu Yu's prowess during the introduction. Humph, I know him. Mu Yu huffed softly, a flicker of malice flashing through his eyes as he regarded Luo Chen, well concealed yet palpable. Pleasure to meet you, senior brother Mu. Luo Chen greeted him with a smile, though alarm bells rang within him. Despite it being their first encounter, he had heard much about Mu Yu. Qinbo had warned him that Mu Yu was a suitor of Lin Xiaofei and had once sought to eliminate Luo Chen. Connecting it with Su Yao's mention of Mu Feng, who was Mu Yu's brother, Luo Chen suddenly felt that Mo Wucho's inexplicable vendetta might be intertwined with the Mu brothers. Luo Chen, why did you bring that along? Lin Xiaofei asked, surprised to see the blazed demon wolf pup in Luo Chen's arms. I had no one to care for it, so I had to bring along. Sister, it recognizes you. Look. Luo Chen intentionally moved closer to Lin Xiaofei, and the pup, upon seeing her, joyfully stuck out its tongue. Seeing this affectionate scene between Luo Chen and Lin Xiaofei, Mu Yu's expression darkened progressively, his countenance brooding, his fists clenched tightly, his gaze fixated on Luo Chen. By the way, sister, where are the elders of our sect? Luo Chen suddenly noticed the absence of any senior companions among the young disciples on the spirit vessel. This is a regulation of the alliance. It has been this way every year, likely to prevent the elders from interfering with the fairness of the trials. Lin Xiaofei replied casually. While playing with the PUPAS, they were restricted to their designated area. The group, after familiarizing themselves, settled into meditation for cultivation. After a while of playing with the pup, Luo Chen and Lin Xiaofei began their own cultivation. Lin Xiaofei sensed Mu Yu's hostility towards Luo Chen and deliberately distanced herself to avoid complications. Senior brother Luo, your relationship with Sister Lin is quite extraordinary. Senior brother Mu's expression looks rather grim. You should be cautious, Tian Yu whispered as he approached Luo Chen. I am aware. Luo Chen kept his eyes closed, continuing his cultivation. Senior brother Mu is the strongest among the younger generation, and he is a sword cultivator. It is said that he once killed a newly advanced foundation establishment cultivator. Tian Yu lowered his voice further. I know. Luo Chen remained unfazed. Moreover, Mu has an elder brother who is also a prominent figure in the intersect. I know. The Mu brothers hail from the Mu family of Qingyang City, and their ancestor is a cultivator at the divine transformation stage. I know. You know all this? Then why are you still competing for Sister Lin? Tian Yu gazed at Luo Chen in disbelief, as if he were a curious specimen. It is he who competes with me, not I with him. Luo Chen finally opened his eyes, shooting Tian Yu a glare as he emphasized his point. Is there really a difference? Tian Yu questioned, perplexed. Of course there is. If you have nothing better to do, go flirt with Shen Ruyan instead of rambling on to me. Luo Chen shot him an exasperated look. Then you should be careful moving forward. Noticing Luo Chen's impatience, Tian Yu shot him a sympathetic glance before turning to leave point 3 days later. Huff! Luo Chen stood at the edge of the spirit vessel, admiring the breathtaking scenery below. Taking a deep breath, The vessel had welcomed many more young disciples. "Kid, we are about to arrive at the headquarters of the Alliance. Once we enter the secret realm, there will be no more rules to protect you." Suddenly, a soft voice reached Luo Chen's ears. Mu, with a sullen expression, approached Luo Chen, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes filled with disdain. "Umph. So it's true. You wish to kill me. Mo Wucho is your pawn. I assent." Luo Chen scoffed coldly. Since the mask had been torn away, he had nothing left to conceal and voiced the doubts that weighed on his mind. That good-for-nothing Mo Wucho has failed to obliterate you for so long that he is now hiding in fear. But it matters not. The spirit rhythm secret realm will be your grave. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Mu Yu's lips as he cast a glance at Luo Chen, akin to observing a corpse. Before turning away nonchalantly, he was still unaware that Mo Wucho had already met his demise. It seemed Lin Qingxian had temporarily sealed that information. This trip to the secret realm would likely prove to be troublesome. "Mu, do not push me too far." Luo Chen pondered darkly, furrowing his brow as a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Chapter 32. 7-Star Hall. Half a day later, the spirit vessel glided into a valley shrouded in mist, the spiritual energy intensifying with each passing moment. After passing through an invisible barrier, a magnificent palace complex appeared before them. Resplendent in gold and jade, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur, with spiritual energy so dense it seemed almost tangible, truly spectacular. This is far grander than the Qingyang sword sect by several multiples. Luo Chen leaned over the side of the spirit vessel, gazing down in wonder. This is the cloud-hidden immortal domain, the headquarters of the Alliance of Cultivators. The tallest palace below is the core structure of the Alliance, the Cloud-Hidden Palace. Lin Xiaofei, evidently well acquainted with the place, provided an introduction to the others. Luo Chen was captivated, yearning to immerse himself in the experience. Whoosh! Before Lin Xiaofei could finish her sentence, the spirit vessel abruptly changed course, accelerating into another barrier. The crowd, still reeling from the grandeur of the Cloud-Hidden Palace, suddenly found their surroundings transformed into a sea of mist. Esteemed disciples, this is the entrance to the spirit rhythm secret realm. Enter the portal, and the trial shall commence. We shall reconvene in 7 days. A deep voice resonated in their ears. The voice faded. Luo Chen felt a lightness beneath his feet, and he was transported to a flat expanse. Not far ahead stood a colossal circular portal, through which the vibrant sounds of nature and lush greenery could be glimpsed. 5 venerable elders, exuding an air of celestial grace, employed their magic to maintain the portal's operation. Esteemed disciples, within the secret realm lie 7 distinct colored marks, with red being the highest quality, followed by orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Hold on to your qualification tokens, collect these marks, and after 7 days, rankings will be announced based on the quantity and quality of marks collected. Those who rank higher will receive additional reward from the Alliance. In the secret realm, life and death are left to fate. If anyone wishes to withdraw midway, simply crush your token. Now, off you go. An elderly man stepped forward and elaborated on the rules of the secret realm trial. Upon entering the secret realm, participants would be randomly teleported to various locations, and the terrain within the realm would transform every day. Everyone should take care of one another. If encounters arise, they must support each other in striving for the honor of their sect. Lin Xiaofei reiterated her instructions and then cast a deep, encouraging glance at Luo Chen. Luo Chen nodded gently in return, exchanging a reassuring look with Lin Xiaofei before they both stepped into the portal. Luo Chen felt a fleeting blur before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself amidst an arid desert. Beneath his feet lay a sea of yellow sand, while the blazing sun scorched the sky, waves of heat surging from all directions, rendering the air almost unbearable. How unfortunate to be transported to such a desolate place. Luo Chen muttered in frustration. Head northeast. There lies a surprise. In this desolate expanse, the ethereal figure of Jiao Yu materialized beside Luo Chen. With Jiao Yu's appearance, Luo Chen felt a profound sense of reassurance wash over him. Half an hour later, a dilapidated ruin emerged before them, its broken tiles and crumbling walls buried beneath the golden sands. "Wait, is this the Seven Stars Hall?" Jiuyu exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she moved closer to inspect. "The Seven Stars Hall? What sort of place is that? Have you been here before?" Luo Chen asked, his expression one of incredulity as he turned to Jiuyu. Jiuyu began to explain, in ancient times, there were 7 great emperors who were named after the 7 stars, and the 7 Stars Hall was their residence. Later, during the Divine War of Antiquity, the 7 emperors perished while fighting against the evil gods. Thereafter, the 7 Stars Hall has drifted through the void, randomly appearing in various locations every 1,000 years. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with shock and awe. The palace of the ancient 7 great emperors. How could this be? Luo Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, this must be an artificial imitation of the 7 Stars Hall. A remarkable feat. Indeed, capable of deceiving the eye. Jiuyu slowly lifted her gaze, a smile gracing her lips. If the true palace of the 7 great emperors were to materialize within this secret realm, it would be utterly unfathomable. Let us proceed. I have ventured into the authentic 7 Stars Hall once. You are indeed fortunate to experience this beforehand, which will prepare you for the genuine hall in the future, Jiuyu declared confidently as she glided forward. Jiuyu, wait for me. Luo Chen hurriedly followed in her wake, but a brief moment later, they unearthed the entrance beneath the yellow sands. Guided by Jiuyu, they swiftly located the doorway, half buried in the sands. The door revealed an ancient plaque bearing the words 7 Stars Hall inscribed in archaic script. The individual who crafted this must have visited the real 7 Stars Hall, for even the script is identical. Jiuyu remarked, her gaze fixed on the plaque in admiration. After considerable effort, Luo Chen finally cleared away the sands, revealing an ancient and solemn door before them. Unable to contain his excitement, he rushed forward and pushed with all his might. Jiuyu, arms crossed and smiling, watched quietly. Jiuyu, this door won't budge. Luo Chen scratched his head in frustration, turning to her for assistance. You rely solely on brute strength. Use your intellect instead. Examine the patterns on the door. Jiuyu advised, her expression half amused. Luo Chen sheepishly retreated a few steps for a closer inspection. Upon looking closely, he noticed several protruding circular buttons that formed the shape of the Big Dipper. I see. This represents the Big Dipper. If I illuminate all the buttons, perhaps the door will open? Luo Chen exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the door's design. You aren't entirely dim. These buttons illuminate upon being pressed. But you must do so in the correct order. Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tian Ji, Tian Quan, Yu Heng, Kai Yang, and Yao Guang in the true 7 Stars Hall. Pressing them out of sequence would unleash an attack potent enough to obliterate celestial beings. Jiuyu instructed with a playful smile. Following Jiuyu's guidance, Luo Chen carefully pressed the buttons in sequence. Indeed, once all 7 buttons glowed, the door creaked open. Simultaneously, a vibrant red rune materialized in midair. Luo Chen produced a token, and the rune was swiftly absorbed into it. Jiuyu, according to the Elderess words, this red mark signifies the highest quality. He truly had a fortuitous beginning. Luo Chen beamed, tucking the token away with pride. Perhaps you should first observe what lies ahead before reveling in your triumph, Jiuyu said, raising an eyebrow in jest. Luo Chen lifted his gaze and beheld a narrow staircase shrouded in darkness, evoking a profound sense of dread. With a thunderous roar, a horde of bizarre and grotesque beasts emerged from the surrounding shadows, surging up the staircase towards Luo Chen. These beasts were massive, their fangs bared, eyes glinting with ferocity. Yet their strength was not formidable. Luo Chen swung his fists, dispatching one after another. As the beasts fell, they transformed into wisps of purple runes. In no time, the monsters were vanquished, and a multitude of purple runes floated before Luo Chen. After absorbing these runes with his token, he ascended the staircase. With another earth-shattering roar, even more powerful beasts clawed their way from the darkness, launching themselves at Luo Chen. Though fewer in number, these beasts were significantly stronger than the previous ones, requiring considerable effort from Luo Chen to defeat each. After a strenuous battle, he finally reached the staircase's end, where a magnificent hall unfolded before him. The plaque above the hall shimmered with golden letters, spelling Yao Guang Hall. The seventh star among the seven-star emperors, Yao Guang. Legend has it that Yao Guang could manipulate the stars in the heavens, using them as pieces in a grand maze to ensnare opponents, leaving them lost and without escape. Within the true Yao Guang Hall lay a labyrinth personally crafted by Yao Guang. What power might this imitation of Yao Guang Hall possess? Jiuyu gazed at the replica with anticipation. We shall find out once we venture forth, Luo Chen replied, clenching his fist with confidence as he stepped forward. Chapter 33. Opportunities within the hall. Upon entering the Yao Guang Hall, Luo Chen was utterly astounded by the spectacle before him. The hall ceiling was a celestial sea of stars, each celestial body moving in a harmonious pattern, tracing countless radiant lines, resembling genuine meteors streaking across the sky in a dazzling display. It was as though the creator of this hall had transported the entire starry sky into this space, capturing the ephemeral beauty of a meteor's flight, which was now eternally looped within these walls. This what a meteor looks like. Luo Chen couldn't help but reach out, longing to touch one of the stars. Do not move. A magical array has been laid here. The one who set it up has mimicked Yao Guang's manipulation of the stars. If you touch it, you will become ensnared within, Jiuyu urgently cautioned. A magical array? Manipulating stars? Luo Chen withdrew his hand, astonished as he stared into the starry expanse. Let me see what sort of magical array this is. After halting Luo Chen, Jiuyu stepped forward to examine the celestial sea closely. After a moment, she exclaimed, I understand. This is a magical array modeled after the great celestial star array. A faint smile graced Jiuyu's face, her eyes glimmering with surprise. The great celestial star array? Luo Chen was left dumbfounded by the cascade of unfamiliar terms, feeling like an uninformed child in Jiuyu's presence. The great celestial star array is a technique derived by the ancient demon emperor Dong Huang from the chaos bell. It can summon the power of the stars from the cosmos, with a might capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Within it, one becomes a star and must comprehend the operational laws of the celestial bodies. Otherwise, one risks being torn apart by stellar forces or colliding with other stars. Though this is a remnant array, its power should not be underestimated. The craftsmanship of the array's creator is exceptionally profound. Even I find myself in awe. Jiuyu elaborated on the intricacies of the array, her expression revealing admiration for its creator. Such power! How do we break through? Luo Chen listened in astonishment, growing increasingly concerned. Indeed, the great celestial star array is formidable, but the ancient Witch clan had long since deciphered its countermeasures. If you follow my instructions, you can easily navigate through this array, Jiuyu replied confidently. The authentic Great Celestial Star Array relies on 365 large celestial banners and 14,800 small celestial banners for its maintenance. However, the array before us is upheld by 4 large banners and 32 small ones. Locate and collect these banners, and the array will naturally be dismantled. After finishing her words, Jiuyu guided Luo Chen to begin his search around the periphery of the Grand Formation. Indeed, Luo Chen discovered several deeply concealed banners scattered in all directions. These banners appeared to be of considerable value, and Luo Chen collected them one by one. Once all the banners were gathered, the Grand Formation was indeed shattered, and the starry sea before him vanished, revealing a formation plate in the center of the Great Hall. Luo Chen, take this formation plate. You will be able to set up this miniature Zhou Tian star array in the future. It is something that ordinary cultivators cannot decipher. Thus you now possess a trump card for your survival. Jiuyu instructed with a radiant smile. All right. Luo Chen promptly stored the formation plate, overwhelmed with joy. As soon as he secured the plate, a red rune imprint appeared in the air above the Great Hall. The second red rune imprint. Luo Chen exclaimed, taking out his token and gleefully claiming the imprint. Filled with excitement, he then gazed at Jiuyu with admiration, asking, Jiuyu, with such an omniscient presence beside me, does this count as cheating? Perhaps it does. So, will you still proceed with this cheating, if you wish to avoid it? I might just go back to sleep. Jiuyu teased with a sidelong glance. Of course I'll continue. Only a fool would refrain from doing so, Luo Chen declared, his face brimming with pride. exiting the Yaguang Hall. A lengthy staircase appeared before him. With a roar, just like before, there were demonic beasts obstructing his path, though each newly appeared beast exhibited slightly enhanced strength as he descended, engaged in combat with the beasts. Luo Chen's battle experience and cultivation steadily improved, and before he knew it, he reached the end of the staircase. Before him stood another grand hall, prominently inscribed with the characters Kai Yang Hall. The Emperor Kai Yang, a powerful ruler adept at manipulating sunlight, capable of dispelling evil and illuminating darkness. Inside the true Kai Yang Hall hung a golden crow, radiating intense light. What kind of spectacle would this place conjure? Jiu Yu elaborated to Luo Chun, portraying Yanran as an enthusiastic guide and a competent mentor. Pushing open the grand hall's doors, a searing white light burst forth, the blinding brightness rendering it difficult to open one's eyes. "The flame sun pearl," Jiu Yu exclaimed, her gaze fixated on the interior. What is the flame sun pearl? Luo Chun rubbed his eyes, adjusting to the scene before him, squinting to peer inside. No, this is merely a replica. The genuine flame sun pearl seals a strand of the golden crow's divine consciousness. While this imitation contains only a wisp of vermilion bird's flame, why interest in the creator of this imitation seven-star hall is growing. Jiu Yu remarked with sparkling anticipation. Golden crow's divine consciousness? Vermilion bird's flame. Luo Chun felt overwhelmed, his understanding continually refreshed. Luo Chun, truly immerse yourself in this vermilion bird's flame, that if you fully absorb it, your flame dragon whirlwind will undergo a transformation. And the spirit fire you unleash will carry the power of the vermilion bird's flame. I'm feeling a bit fatigued, so please put in your best effort. Jiu Yu patted Luo Chen's shoulder, yawning as she transformed into a streak of light, merging into Luo Chen's brow. Heeding Jiu Yu's words, Luo Chun promptly seated himself at the entrance of the grand hall, focusing on the vermilion bird's flame and drawing it into his body. A torrent of scorching heavenly energy coursing through his meridians. Half an hour later, Luo Chen's figure moved into the grand hall. An hour later, he arrived at the center of the hall. 3 hours later, he stood directly beneath the vermilion bird's flame. Streams of visible fiery energy converged from all directions into Luo Chen's body, akin to rivers flowing into the sea. Half a day later, the pearl sealing the vermilion bird's flame fell to the ground with a soft thud, losing its luster. Success! Luo Chen slowly opened his eyes, flames flickering in his pupils. With a thunderous clap, he unleashed a palm strike, and the flames of the flame dragon whirlwind underwent a profound transformation. Faintly imbued with the pressure of the vermilion bird, sending a shiver down his spine. His cultivation had significantly increased, hinting at a breakthrough. Luo Chun joyfully reveled in the changes within him. Luo Chun. This vermilion bird's flame possesses a trace of the vermilion bird's soul power, greatly benefiting me, as well. I absorbed it directly without informing you. You want tea mind, will you? Jiu Yu appeared, her ethereal form noticeably more solid. Looking less transparent, of course, I don't mind. The quicker you recover, the more confident I feel, Luo Chen replied, unable to suppress a gulp as he beheld Jiu Yu's figure. Oh, consider it. Another red imprint has appeared. Collect it and continue forward. Jiu Yu playfully straightened her posture, pointing towards the back door of the hall. With a hum, after Luo Chun gathered the red imprint, the surrounding space suddenly quaked violently. After a dizzying whirl, the scenery shifted once more, and Luo Chun found himself transported into a lush, verdant valley. Jiu Yu, what happened? Shouldn't there be 7 grand halls? Why have I only passed through 2 before being teleported out? Did something go awry? Upon emerging, Luo Chun gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings, bewildered by the missed opportunity. It seems the imitator only replicated 2 halls. Perhaps they only made it to the 2nd hall in the true 7-star hall. Luo Chun, if the opportunity arises, you must introduce me to this individual. Jiu Yu looked at Luo Chun, her beautiful eyes shimmering with anticipation. Chapter 34. The Soul Crystal of the Netherworld Bang. Just as Luo Chun lamented his inability to continue exploring the 7-star hall, a violent explosion echoed from deep within the valley. Someone fighting. Luo Chun swiftly moved towards the source of the sound on a high peak within the valley. Luo Chun crouched down, overlooking below. he saw several youths besieging a massive python. Hiss! The colossal python reared up, towering at least 30 feet high, its head as large as a house, with eyes resembling two giant red lanterns, continuously flicking out its blood-red tongue. Even from such a distance, Luo Chan felt a chill run down his spine that a second-tier demonic beast, the Azure Sky Python, Jiu stated matter-of-factly that a second-tier demonic beast is equivalent to a human cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, Python-type demonic beasts possess tough skin and flesh, excelling in poison, making them significantly stronger than ordinary beasts. Just as Jiu finished speaking, the Azure Sky Python opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of green venom. The noxious mist rapidly enveloping half the valley. The youths were forced to retreat, drawing closer to Luo Chen's position. Mu. As they neared, Luo Chen instantly recognized Mu. With a clang, just as Luo Chen was taken aback. Mu unsheathed her sword, stepping onto a leaf disturbed by the giant python, her figure spinning upward, a sharp ray of sword light slicing towards the Azure Sky Python's head. Clang. The moment the sword sliced through the air, several waves of sword energy, accompanied by a resonant sound, cascaded like whirling crescent blades, striking the Azure Sky Python's head in succession. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of explosive sounds, several thin bloodlines appeared on the python's head. Faintly oozing green liquid, that moment. The python's long tail suddenly emerged from the green mist, whipping up a fierce wind as it struck towards Mu. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen's heart raced with anticipation, secretly hoping that Mu would be struck down by that giant python's tail. Clang! In a critical moment, Mu activated her sword, merging with it to retreat like a streak of light, narrowly evading the python's attack. Bang! The giant python's tail crashed against the cliff, instantly sending stones flying and creating a long crack in the rock face. Alas, what a pity! Luo Chen slammed his fist into the ground. Disappointment etched across his face. Just as the Azure Sky Python swung its massive tail, a cascade of dazzling magical attacks surged forth. Boom! The powerful spells struck the Azure Sky Python, resulting in another explosion. Roar! In pain, the Azure Sky Python swayed violently, suddenly opening its mouth wide, unleashing a gust of wind towards the crowd, sending dust and debris flying. The youths were forced to retreat once more, with the python relentlessly pursuing them. Damn beast, meet your end. Mu appeared at the python's flank, her aura suddenly surging, merging with her sword once more, transforming into a streak of sword light accompanied by 100 sword shadows. Raining down like a tempest. Hiss! The Azure Sky Python swung its head, opening its mouth to release a gust of wind to counter the torrential sword rain. Boom! Mu's sword rain was completely dissipated by the python's gust, and she was caught in the whirlwind, akin to a leaf on the verge of falling. Well done. Give it another tail swipe. Witnessing this scene, Luo Chen clenched his fists once more, his gaze fixated on Mu's precarious figure, his heart racing with excitement. Boom! Just as Mu began to fall, a violent energy wave erupted behind the Azure Sky Python, and a strikingly graceful woman unleashed a powerful frost attack. Frost Finger. Freeze! As the woman shouted, a shard of ice shot from her fingertip, instantly encasing the Azure Sky Python in ice. Alas, that wretched woman! Luo Chen's fist struck the ground with great force, rather than pounding the earth here. It would be wiser to venture behind the Azure Sky Python. There lies a powerful soul energy, likely guarding a precious treasure. Seizing the opportunity while they are engaged in battle with the Azure Sky Python, one could abscond with the treasure, leaving Mu to labor in vain. Surely that would be more satisfying than witnessing his demise. A sly smile crept upon Jiuyu's lips, a glint of mischief dancing in her eyes. Indeed, a splendid idea. Upon hearing Jiuyu's suggestion, Luo Chen promptly rose, retreating a few steps before making his way around the cliff towards the python's rear. Moments later, Luo Chen peered over the cliff's edge, casting his gaze downward. The skirmish between the youths and the Azure Sky Python was a considerable distance away. Even with his 9th-tier Qi refining vision, they appeared merely as shadowy figures. The fluctuations of spiritual energy emanated from a cavern below. The python drawn far away by their conflict, Act swiftly, Jiu urged, her eyes ablaze with excitement, appearing even more exhilarated than Luo Chun himself. Luo Chun swiftly descended the cliffside and soon reached the bottom. Indeed, a vast cavern lay before him, shrouded in emerald mist, unmistakably extraordinary, and certainly not to be approached recklessly. That is toxic mist. Use the fire dragon whirlwind, and act quickly, Jiu urged impatiently. Understood, Luo Chun nodded. Unleashing 2 torrents of flame into the cavern, as predicted, the intense heat of the flames caused the green mist to thin considerably. Hurry, venture inside, Jiu pressed once more. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chun strode forward into the depths. It truly is the Nether Soul crystal fruit, Jiu exclaimed with delight. Deep within the cavern lay 2 fruits radiating a unique aura, appearing as translucent gems. What exactly is the Nether Soul crystal fruit? Luo Chun, a novice in the realm of cultivation, gazed at Jiu in confusion. First, guard me. I shall explain later, Jiu replied, her chest rising and falling slightly as she swiftly approached the 2 fruits, pressing her hands upon them. Instantly, a tremendous surge of soul energy flooded into her being, while the fruits visibly shriveled at an observable rate. Moments later, only remnants of the Nether Soul crystal fruits remained, and Jiu's ethereal form solidified considerably. Now resembling an ordinary person, but a resonant hum echoed as a crimson rune appeared in the air above. Luo Chun hastily produced a token to collect the rune. Run! The azure sky python senses the disappearance of the soul crystals and is returning, Jiu warned, her gaze fixed anxiously on the cavern's entrance before her figure flickered back into Luo Chun's mind. This is exhilarating, Luo Chun exclaimed, sprinting away as he burst from the cave. He encountered the azure sky python, its bloodied body racing towards him, pursued closely by several youths. Luo Chun quickly altered his course, desperately fleeing along the cliffside. Roar! The azure sky python, spotting Luo Chun, opened its massive maw, conjuring a gust of wind that shot forth like a cannonball aimed at him, but a thunderous crash followed, and Luo Chun felt as if a colossal hammer had struck his back. A sweetness filled his throat as he coughed up blood. His body propelled skyward. Fortunately, despite sustaining severe injuries, the python strike sent him soaring, crashing against the cliff's upper edge, where he seized a moment to flip himself onto the ledge. Luo Chun, you're courting death. Leave the treasure. At that moment, Muyu recognized him, her eyes blazing with fury. Thank you, Python brother. Luo Chun turned to the azure sky python, bowing slightly, casting a glance at Muyu as a cold smile crept upon his lips. Ignoring his injuries, he quickly fled. Forget about that giant python. Luo Chun has taken the treasure from within the cave. We must pursue him. Muyu seethed with rage, eager to tear Luo Chun apart. Under her leadership, the youths abandoned the azure sky python and swiftly climbed the cliff, chasing after Luo Chun's escape route. Chapter 35. The cleansing spirits spring after fleeing for over an hour. Luo Chun finally slowed his pace upon encountering a crystal-clear lake, exhaling deeply. The spiritual energy here is so rich. As he approached the lake, the surrounding aura intensified, and he lifted his head, closing his eyes to inhale deeply. Suddenly, the sound of feminine laughter reached his ears. Following the sound, he beheld several graceful women frolicking at the water's edge, their laughter ringing out as their sheer garments clung to their forms, accentuating their allure. Incredible! These women are quite audacious, playing in the water without a care, seemingly unafraid of prying eyes from other cultivators. Could they be so powerful that they possess absolute confidence? Luo Chun hastily concealed himself among the bushes, pondering this curious sight. Jiu, he called softly in his heart, noting her silence. She must be engrossed in her cultivation after consuming the 2 nether soul crystal fruits, so he chose not to disturb her. Stop! A sharp command resonated, followed by the sound of light footsteps. Mu is determined to pursue me instead of seeking other opportunities. Luo Chun held his breath, remaining motionless in the underbrush. Someone is by the lake. Yes, it's women. A man's voice boomed nearby as he passed by the bushes, spotting the group of women by the water to go ask them. Muyu's voice was laced with fury that a sudden shriek pierced the air, followed by the sound of splashing water. Luo Chun cautiously turned his head, peering through the foliage towards the lake. To his surprise, the women did not engage in fierce combat. Instead, they leaped into the water, disappearing without a trace. Clang! A sword song rang out as Muyu's blade cleaved down towards the lake, splitting it in two and sending water spraying everywhere. How crude, lacking any understanding of cherishing beauty. Luo Chun scoffed, silently criticizing her. Mu continued to slash at the lake with several more strikes. The body of water was not large, and it seemed as though he was on the verge of disturbing its very depths. Strangely, despite the commotion, the women had not resurfaced. Just then, as Luo Chun fixated on the lake, he heard delicate footsteps approaching. Light, as if dancing on the wind, a figure clad in white suddenly emerged from the bushes. Blocking his view entirely, that a subtle fragrance wafted into Luo Chun's nostrils. "How long do you intend to hide?" a melodious, ethereal voice inquired. Though Luo Chun could not see the woman's face, the mere sound of her voice sent shivers through him. He emerged from the bushes, cradling the magical wolf cub in his arms, and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, fairy." In that instant, as he lifted his gaze, Luo Chun was utterly mesmerized. The woman before him resembled a celestial being, exuding an air of elegance and purity, untouched by the world's chaos, inciting admiration yet evoking a sense of reverence. "Rude souls are unworthy of claiming my spirit spring." The woman in white ignored Luo Chun's awestruck expression, gracefully waving her hand, causing Mu Yu and the others to vanish as if they had been spirited away to another realm. "This woman is indeed extraordinary." Luo Chun gaped at the sudden turn of events, lowering his head, no longer daring to glance at her. "If you desire it, do not act rashly. It is all a matter of fate. However, I must inform you that this spirit spring is merely a decorative feature of the courtyard, devoid of any significant utility, offering no enhancement to your cultivation. At most, it can cleanse the worldly dust from your form. If you have no intention, feel free to depart, and do not disturb this tranquil space." Once the white-clad woman finished speaking, she vanished without a trace. Was that directed at me? A vast lake reduced to a mere decoration. Luo Chun rubbed his nose, struggling to comprehend. Having come this far, he decided to investigate regardless of its utility. After contemplating for a moment and surveying his surroundings, he stepped closer. "Young master, help me, please," a woman's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "Who?" Luo Chun was taken aback, scanning his surroundings. "Young master, I'm right beneath your feet. Save me," the voice called out again. Beneath my feet? Luo Chun took a couple steps back. Looking down, he saw a yellow koi fish struggling in a shallow pool. Gasping for breath, "You can talk?" "A talking koi fish." Luo Chun was astonished, his mouth agape. "Young master, please save me." The koi fish struggled desperately, trembling, its mouth open wide, eyes bulging. All right. Luo Chun hastily bent down and lifted the koi fish, sprinting to the lakeside and releasing it into the water. As soon as the koi dove into the depths, its gill covers flared rapidly, desperately gasping for breath for a moment, before joyfully swimming a circle and flicking its tail at Luo Chun, disappearing into the lake bed. I asked that it, a talking koi fish. How intriguing. Luo Chun gazed at the lake surface for a while before deciding to turn away. "Young master, thank you for rescuing Seventh Sister. We offer our gratitude here." Suddenly, 6 ethereal maidens clad in sheer gauze appeared before him, their voices melodious and clear, like the gentle chime of copper bells in the breeze, instantly uplifting one's spirits. "Seventh Sister, you are all koi fish?" Luo Chun exclaimed, retreating in fright. "Young master, do not be alarmed that we sisters have resided here for a long time, absorbing the essence of the celestial spirits, and have transformed into human forms. We are not monsters. This lake is fed by the waters of the celestial river, imbued with celestial energy, capable of cleansing the chaos of the mundane world. Placed in a courtyard, it can also provide delightful leisure. If you are interested, why not explore the lake bed? Perhaps you might consider taking this lake with you." One maiden clad in red gauze stepped forward, her lips parting softly, her voice enchanting. The IT sounds quite appealing. I shall give it a try. Tempted by the words of the maiden in red, Luo Chun removed his ceremonial robe and with a splash, plunged into the water. The moment he entered, he felt a refreshing coolness enveloping him. A pure and invigorating aura wrapping around his entire being. It was as if he could hear the voice deep within his soul, the mundane world completely washed away in that moment, leaving only the purity and tranquility of his spirit. Truly marvelous. Immersed in the profound experience brought by the lake, Luo Chun sank unknowingly to the bottom. The crystal-clear waters flowed from a small spring, surrounded by neatly laid blue stones, intricately carved with elaborate patterns. Luo Chun reached out, gently touching them. Boom! A radiant light surged into Luo Chen's mind. This is a treasure I have refined, named the Cleansing Spirit Spring. It can be used for courtyard decoration. It is merely an ornament, with no other effects. If you desire it, I am willing to gift it to you, but please treat the beings within the spring with kindness. This is how to collect the Spirit Spring. Please remember. A celestial voice echoed in Luo Chen's mind, unmistakably that of the maiden in white. Driven by curiosity, Luo Chen followed her instructions, gently tracing the patterns on the blue stone. Suddenly, a whirlpool formed in the spring, and the lake water surged violently into it. Moments later, the entire lake vanished, leaving only a spring the size of a bowl. Luo Chen carefully cradled the spring, easily holding what had once been a full lake of water in his hands. Through the spring, he could still see the entire lake and a group of koi fish joyfully swimming. Chapter 36. A formidable disciple few. I finally climbed up. Luo Chun, having struggled to emerge from the dry lake bed, exhaled a long breath. Though the lake was not particularly deep, the water had just been absorbed, leaving the surrounding cliffs perilously slick, making it quite a challenge for a chi refinement disciple who could not fly. Kid, how did this place turn from a lake to what it is now? Hand over whatever treasure you took. As soon as Luo Chun climbed up, he noticed two young men glaring at him with ill intent. There was a whirlpool at the bottom. I suspect it contained treasures. But I'm too timid to explore further. That if you have the guts, go down and find out for yourselves. Steadying himself, Luo Chun raised his brow and spoke casually. Keep an eye on this kid. If he is lying, he is just a chi refinement level 9. We can take him out. The two young men exchanged glances and nodded. One of them shot a fierce glare at Luo Chun, formed a hand seal, and slid down the muddy cliff. Friend, what is your name? Luo Chun asked, putting on a friendly smile while subtly inching away from the man guarding him. Less chatter. Stay put. The man glared fiercely, warning him. All right, I won team move. I'm afraid of you. Luo Chun quickly raised his hands, smiling obsequiously. After a few moments, seeing that Luo Chun remained compliant, the man relaxed his guard, curiously craning his neck to however. Young man, you have only reached the 9th level of chi refinement. The moment of peril. You must shatter the token. Do not perish here at this juncture. Yen Lai could say nothing more, merely offering a kind reminder to Luo Chun to exercise caution. The others nodded in agreement, resigned to treat a dead horse as a live one, making one final attempt. Luo Chun, this stone ape possesses immense strength and remarkable skin resistance. Do not confront it head-on. After setting off, Lin Xiaofei elaborated on the characteristics of the stone ape to Luo Chun. Thud, thud, thud. The 5 raced forward at full speed, closing the distance to the stone ape. Sister, you lure it with your flying sword, and I shall strike from the side to see if it has any effect, Luo Chun whispered. All right, be careful. 2 elder sisters. Watch for freezing. Luo Chun, the stone ape's resistance is exceedingly high. The freeze will only last a moment, so you must evade promptly. Lin Xiaofei reiterated her cautions, and the 5 began to act independently. Whoosh! Lin Xiaofei unleashed her long sword, sending it flying towards the stone ape from a distance. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as the sword struck the ape's head, sending sparks flying. Thud, thud, thud. The stone ape gradually turned, striding towards Lin Xiaofei. Now is the time, Luo Chun shouted, surging forward from the side, channeling all his strength into his fist. Icebound for 1,000 miles, freezing technique. The sisters Han Shui and Han Wan cried out in unison. The stone ape hesitated, slowing its steps, the ground beneath it becoming reflective, while snowflakes danced in the air. Simultaneously, an ice spear struck the stone ape, encasing its form in ice. Boom! Luo Chun leapt into the air, delivering a powerful punch that landed heavily on the stone ape's chest. Crack! A loud noise erupted as a fissure appeared in the stone ape's chest. Boom! In an instant, the stone ape broke free from the ice's grasp, turning to deliver a punch towards Luo Chun. Luo Chun, retreat! Lin Xiaofei shouted urgently, her long sword shimmering as she directed a fierce beam of sword light towards the stone ape, attempting to divert its attention. Fiery blade! At that moment, Yan Lai's attack arrived, his fiery greatsword carrying a terrifying aura, striking the stone ape's shoulder. Clang, clang! A crisp sound rang out as both Lin Xiaofei's sword light and Yan Lai's greatsword were repelled. The stone ape's raised fist came crashing down towards Luo Chun. Luo Chun quickly shattered the token. As Luo Chun seemed on the verge of being crushed by the stone ape's punch, Lin Xiaofei and Yan Lai cried out in alarm, while Han Shui and Han Wan covered their mouths, their faces drained of color. Chapter 37. Profound ice-cold jade bang. Under the anxious gazes of the group, Luo Chun did not flee, but instead retaliated with a punch, colliding with the stone ape's fist, which was as large as a house. Crack! A fissure appeared on the stone ape's fist. Bang! Luo Chun's body slammed heavily onto the ground, skidding along the surface and leaving a deep trench. Focus on attacking its chest and fists. Yan Lai reacted first, bellowing as he swung his greatsword fiercely towards the stone ape's chest. Broken sword style dawn. Lin Xiaofei unleashed her strongest strike. Cold ice, ice spike. The sisters Han Shui and Han Wan also joined in. Crack, crack. Various dazzling techniques converged upon the stone ape's chest, and with the fissure Luo Chun had created, even more cracks appeared on the stone ape's torso. Boom! Moments later, under the relentless bombardment from the group, the stone ape's body shattered from its chest, collapsing to the ground, reduced to a pile of rubble. 5 orange runes materialized in the air above. Did we succeed? Han Shui and Han Wan stood frozen in disbelief, rubbing their eyes. Luo Chun. Lin Xiaofei rushed towards him as soon as the stone ape fell. Cough, cough. Luo Chun, covered in dirt, crawled out of the pit, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Luo Chun, are you all right? Lin Xiaofei hurriedly supported him, concern etched on her face. Sister, I'm fine. Luo Chun forced a smile, but immediately coughed up blood, his body swaying unsteadily. Still claiming to be fine, Lin Xiaofei's eyes brimmed with tears as she quickly helped Luo Chun sit down, frantically channeling her vital energy to heal him. This is the healing elixir of our Guanghan sect. The Moonlight Pill. This pill, guided by moonlight and based on frost, can swiftly mend damaged meridians and organs. Quickly, give it to him. At that moment, the sisters Han Shui and Han Wan arrived simultaneously. Han Shui produced a pale blue pill and placed it into Luo Chen's mouth. Moonlight Pill. This is a 5th grade elixir rivaling the divine extreme pill. You two fairies certainly are generous. The hastily arriving Yan Lai gazed enviously at Han Shui holding the Moonlight Pill. Young Master Luo has helped us immensely. A mere 5th grade elixir is nothing. Han Shui regarded Luo Chun with her beautiful eyes, dismissing the pill with a wave of her hand, showing no reluctance. 10 breaths later. Phew. Luo Chun slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. The Moonlight Pill truly lived up to its reputation as a healing elixir. He felt immense relief as a gentle chill soothed his trembling insides. Thank you, fairies. I am well now. Luo Chun activated the Xianling technique, quickly recovering to 70 or 80% of his strength, free from significant issues. Luo Chun, your courage is astounding. You dare to take on the stone ape's colossal fist. You nearly frightened me to death. Only upon seeing Luo Chun unharmed did Lin Xiaofei breathe a sigh of relief, gently patting her heaving chest, her heart still racing from the shock. Indeed, you truly are fearless. Yan Lai also relaxed, laughing in a mix of reproach and admiration. You all are quite impressive as well, seizing the moment perfectly. Had you been any later, the stone ape's wounds would have healed and my punch would have been in vain. Luo Chun turned back, praising the group. They exchanged knowing smiles, the bonds of friendship blossoming quietly in their hearts. Luo Chun, you truly are a marvel. Only at the 9th level of qi refinement, yet you possess such strength. Yin Lai looked at Luo Chun, his face filled with admiration and envy that I am not that remarkable. The stone ape is composed of rock, and your elemental attacks, be it fire or ice, are ineffective against it. My sister's swordsmanship emphasizes agility, which is of no advantage against the stone ape's tough exterior. Why training focuses purely on strength, which is why I have the upper hand in smashing stones. Luo Chun scratched his head, smiling humbly. Brother Luo Chun, forgive my boldness. I, Yin Lai, recognize you as my brother. You must come visit the Flame God sect. Just mention my name. Seeing Luo Chun's modest demeanor, Yin Lai erupted into hearty laughter. Extending a sincere invitation. Junior brother Luo, Yin's senior brother, is the young master of the Flame God sect. Mentioning his name there will allow you to walk with ease, though we sisters may not hold such a prestigious title. We have some renown in the Guanghan sect. If you ever wish to visit, you may seek us out. We will be your guides. Han Shui and Han Wan beamed, inviting Luo Chun with warm smiles. Thank you, big brother Yin, and to the 2 fairies that I will definitely visit when the opportunity arises. Luo Chun felt a surge of joy. After 15 years besides Lin Xiaofei, this was the first time someone had sincerely befriended him, stirring emotions within him. Brother Luo Chun, your Qingyang sword sect has quietly concealed such a treasure as you. I have never heard anyone mention you before. Yin Lai, clearly a straightforward person, spoke candidly, wrapping an arm around Luo Chun's shoulder. Laughing heartily, cough, cough. Now that Luo Chun is fine, let's see the spoils. Having been trapped here for 3 days, let us discover what treasures await. Hearing Yin Lai's words, Lin Xiaofei felt a bit awkward and quickly suggested with a smile. Her beautiful eyes filled with pride and excitement as she glanced at Luo Chun. Whether there are treasures is no longer significant. Encountering brother Luo Chun has made my 3 days worthwhile. However, let us still take a look, but I must state in advance, if there are any good items, they will be prioritized for brother Luo Chun. Yin Lai genuinely cherished Luo Chun and had already considered him a brother. Of course, that goes without saying. Han Shui and Han Wan readily agreed. Lin Xiaofei maintained a gentle smile as she took the lead towards the stone ape's corpse. The 5 first retrieved their tokens. Collecting the 5 orange runes. Brother Luo Chun, your token, 3 red runes. You truly are a monster. Now I understand why the Alliance chose to teleport you here. Just the number of these runes is terrifying. Upon seeing Luo Chun's token, Yin Lai was utterly flabbergasted. He glanced down at his own token, which was as white as ivory. Then he looked at Luo Chun's token, radiating a chilling crimson hue. Prominently inscribed above were 3 crimson seals, 3 orange seals, 5 yellow seals, 30 azure seals, and 300 violet seals. Yin Lai, what is the matter? Observing the astonishment etched on Yin Lai's face, Luo Chun was filled with confusion. Brother Luo Chun, do you comprehend the significance of the crimson seals? It has been centuries, and the number of individuals who have acquired a crimson seal during the trials can be counted on one hand. Securing even a single crimson seal guarantees a place among the top 10. It appears that this year's champion is undoubtedly you. Yin Lai, dejected, elaborated from the sidelines, despite being exceptionally gifted among the younger generation. Upon encountering Luo Chun, he realized he fell short in every aspect, which left him somewhat disheartened. Although the 3 crimson seals were somewhat fortuitous and primarily attributed to GOUS efforts, Yin Lai remained oblivious to the truth, harboring an even deeper admiration for Luo Chun. Luo Chun, how did you accomplish this? This is simply astounding. Lin Xiaofei expressed both astonishment and delight, astonished by Luo Chun's unexpected prowess and thrilled that he was a disciple of the Qingyang sword sect. I inadvertently stumbled upon an ancient ruin in the desert, passed through 2 trials, and obtained 2 crimson seals. The other one was retrieved from the cave of the Azure Sky Python, for which I was subsequently pursued by Mu Yu. The individuals before him were immensely sincere, and Luo Chun, having no intention to conceal, recounted the events truthfully. Humph, that scoundrel Mu Yu dares to pursue you. Once we are out, I shall thrash him each time I encounter him. Upon hearing that Luo Chan was pursued by Mu Yu, Yin Lai was immediately filled with righteous indignation. Come, everyone, take a look at this. Han Shui and Han Wan cleared away some stones, discovering 5 pale blue stones that appeared quite extraordinary. Xian Bing Han Yu. Seeing the pale blue stones, Yin Lai could not help but exclaim in surprise that, is it truly Xian Bing Han Yu? Xian Bing Han Yu originates from the ancient ice cave of the extreme north. Formed from the essence of cold ice and the spiritual energy of the heavens over countless years, its rarity rivals, if not surpasses, that of the celestial meteorite. Moreover, the ancient ice cave in the extreme north is one of the 5 most perilous places in the Qingyun continent. Lin Xiaofei also stepped forward to examine the stones closely, marveling in awe that I am certain that the flame god sect possesses a piece of Xianbing Hanyu, albeit slightly larger, but identical in appearance and material. There are exactly 5 pieces. We shall each take one. When forging weapons, incorporating the Xianbing Hanyu will enable the creation of weapons that rival divine artifacts, Yan Lai asserted confidently. Buzz, as the 5 concluded their division of the Xianbing Hanyu. The surrounding space began to tremble. Brother Luo Chun, we are about to be transported. Once the trial concludes, be sure to wait for me. Before Yan Lai could finish his sentence, a flash enveloped the group, and they were transported to different locations. Chapter 38. Soul-devouring technique 2 days later. Yan Lai, it has been an entire 2 days. Why do you persist in chasing me instead of seeking opportunities? In a certain location within the Lingyun secret realm, Mu Yu's robe was tattered and burnt, his hair disheveled, his face bruised and battered, appearing quite disheveled. This moment, he glared at Yan Lai with fury in his eyes. You find me displeasing, so you wish to beat me? Is that unacceptable? Yan Lai, shouldering a large sword, looked at Mu Yu with mockery. Do you not go too far? Mu Yu ground his teeth in frustration. I'm indeed going too far. What can you do about it? Yan Lai swung his flame-wreathed sword, slicing toward Mu Yu with a fierce whoosh. What exactly do you want? After the trials conclude, I shall lodge a complaint against you with the Alliance, against the Flame God sect. Mu Yu was on the brink of collapse, having been relentlessly pursued and beaten by Yan Lai for 2 days. He had no idea where he had offended Yan Lai. The latter neither disclosed the reason nor sought any possessions, preferring to abandon opportunities within the secret realm to pursue him. Feel free to complain. Do I fear your complaint? Anyone daring to hunt down my brother Yan Lai shall not escape unscathed. Yan Lai swung his sword again, unleashing a scorching attack that left Mu Yu in utter disarray. Who exactly is your brother? If you don't tell me, how am I to know? Just name him, and I shall apologize, all right? Mu Yu pleaded, dodging and almost in tears. If even my brother is unknown to you, then do you not deserve a beating, another strike? You, Yan Lai, I see that you are deliberately seeking trouble. You simply wish to pummel me, knowing it still inquiring. On the other side of the secret realm, by a spiritual creek, Luo Chun had just hunted a yellow goat, eviscerating it and discarding the carcass to the side. The fiery magic wolf cub joyfully approached, eagerly tearing into the flesh. Luo Chun then caught 2 fish from the creek, set up a campfire, and began to roast them slowly. Jiu Yu, to what extent has your power been restored? Luo Chun turned to glance at Jiu Yu beside him. Over the past 2 days, Jiu Yu had absorbed all the soul energy from the 2 nether soul crystals, and her form now appeared identical to that of a normal human, that if one were not to touch her, low-level cultivators would be unable to discern that Jiu Yu was a soul entity. If she were to risk further damage to her soul, she could contend with a nascent soul. A dark mist coalesced in Jiu Yu's palm, radiating confidence. With the solidification of her soul, and supported by her formidable soul power, many of her original techniques were now at her disposal. Impressive. Luo Chun gave her a thumbs up. Luo Chun, your soul has also grown stronger, meeting the basic requirements for cultivating the soul-devouring technique. Do you wish to learn it? Jiu Yu withdrew the dark mist from her palm, gazing at Luo Chun with a beaming smile. Soul-devouring technique? It feels a bit sinister. I think I shall ponder it further. Luo Chun expressed his concerns. Humph. I shall ask once more. Do you wish to learn? Jiu Yu's expression suddenly shifted. Her fierce gaze fixed upon Luo Chun as she gritted her teeth, enunciating each word. This woman is indeed a sorceress. Observing Jiuyu's demeanor, Luo Chun's soul involuntarily shivered, feeling a sense of trepidation, and quickly replied with a smile. Perhaps we could give it a try. Humph. Jiuyu snorted coldly, raising her hand to point, a strand of divine thought entering Luo Chun's brow. Boom! In an instant. A brief overview of the soul-devouring technique and its cultivation methods appeared in Luo Chun's memory. The introduction was exceedingly succinct. The essence of the soul-devouring technique lay in the act of devouring souls, thereby augmenting oneself. The cultivation method was not particularly complex. By continuously consuming souls, one could enhance their soul power and devouring capability as one's devouring ability increased. So too could they consume more powerful souls. This method is excessively sinister, and as the souls devoured may carry various evil thoughts, it is prone to altering the cultivator's disposition, hence its classification as a sorceress technique. Countless wandering souls exist in the world. Some ensnared, others cursed, perpetually trapped in pain and torment. If you can find them and consume them, would that not be a form of liberation? Furthermore, utilizing this method against wicked individuals, would it not be a great delight? Whether it is a sorcerer's technique depends on the practitioner. What relation does it have to the technique itself? Upon observing Luo Chun's acceptance of the soul-devouring technique, Jiuyu raised her head to gaze at the sky, her voice tinged with a hint of solitude and melancholy. All right, thank you. Luo Chun nodded in agreement with Jiuyu's sentiments. Yet this technique demands the continuous consumption of souls. How does one cultivate it? Luo Chun pondered. As he could not simply capture individuals at random to devour their souls, I sense a wave of death energy emanating from the west of the secret realm. If we can locate it, it may aid your cultivation of the soul-devouring technique. Jiuyu pointed toward the west and spoke languidly. Then let us set off immediately. Only 2 days remain before the secret realm closes. Luo Chun grabbed the roasted fish from a rack, eagerly making his way toward the direction Jiuyu indicated. The magic wolf cub, upon seeing Luo Chun leave, tore off a piece of yellow goat meat, clutched it in its mouth, and followed closely behind. Luo Chun endeavored to conceal his presence, avoiding others as he hastened towards the dead zone Jiuyu had described. Half an hour later, he arrived in an expanse of desolate, scorched earth. As he surveyed the area, he saw only charred tree stumps, a wave of sinister energy hitting him like a wall. Here, many souls of the ancient spirit clan dwell. They seem to be cursed, endlessly tormented by heavenly fire. Jiuyu extended her consciousness to sense for a moment, her brow furrowed as she spoke. Ancient spirit clan? Luo Chun had never heard of them. Records regarding the ancient spirit clan ceased a millennium ago. At the height of their power, they stood on equal footing with the ancient demon clan. However, their reign was but fleeting. Once humanity rose, they disappeared without a trace. What remains are only the ruins of their existence and scattered souls across the land. The members of the ancient spirit clan cannot reincarnate. Over the long passage of time, their souls have completely lost consciousness, either returning as spiritual energy to the heavens or drifting aimlessly, becoming wandering souls. Jiuyu explained softly. Jiuyu, your knowledge is truly vast. Luo Chun was deeply astonished by Jiuyu's erudition. This space resembled a prison that once confined and tormented the ancient spirit clan. After countless years, even in death, they found no peace, their souls still suffering under the heavenly fire's torment. Luo Chun, I have guided you here to sense their existence. Let us grant them complete liberation. Jiuyu commanded, then sat cross-legged beside Luo Chun, closing her eyes. Very well. Luo Chun promptly sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and, following the methods of the soul-devouring technique, dispersed his consciousness to sense the surroundings. Swish, swish, swish. The moment he shut his eyes, countless floating specters drifted before him, accompanied by a cacophony of piercing wails that filled his ears, prompting him to instinctively cover them that a dread emanating from the depths of his soul caused his spirit to tremble. Focus. Calm your mind. Do not let them disturb you. A gentle voice entered Luo Chen's ears. The figure of Jiuyu appeared at the opportune moment, shielding him from the myriad wandering souls surrounding him. Steady your heart and first attempt to locate the weakest of the souls. Guided by Jiuyu, Luo Chun gradually overcame his fear, beginning his search for the exceedingly feeble souls amidst the ocean of spirits. Attempting to approach them, Chapter 39. Awards over the past 2 days, Luo Chun relentlessly sought and devoured those insipid, mindless souls, continuously augmenting his spiritual power. Bang! With the enhancement of his soul strength, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. And unbeknownst to him, he broke through to the pinnacle of qi refinement. The 7-day trial had come to an end. A whirlwind of energy swirled about. Everyone within the secret realm was teleported back to the entrance. Esteemed participants, the 7-day trial has concluded. Please surrender your tokens. After the teleportation array at the entrance was deactivated, 5 elders stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, commencing the token collection. Moments later, it was announced that a total of 576 disciples had participated in the trial, with 321 persevering to the end. Surely, all of you have gained much within the secret realm. Now, we shall announce the top 10 disciples and bestow generous rewards. The elders quickly compiled the token statistics using their supernatural abilities, and one elder succinctly declared the results that I in 10th place, from 10th to 4th place. All were disciples of the 5 major permanent member sects, a sight familiar to all, causing no surprise. Next, we shall announce the top 3 of this trial. Take a moment to make your guesses. The elder deliberately built suspense, a beaming smile adorning his face. There's no need to ask. It must be Chu Hao from the Tianjin sect, Yi Ling from Lingfeng Valley, and Yin Lai from the Flame God sect. Who else could it be? Indeed, since they did not appear in the 4th to 10th ranks, they must be among the top 3. Such a lack of suspense, yet the elders still urged guesses. How insulting. Hurry and announce it. I am eager to return home. The disciples began to chatter animatedly. I in 3rd place. Lingfeng Valley, Yi Ling. After a brief pause, the elder continued to announce. See, I told you so. It was those 3 without a doubt. However, how could Yi Ling only be in 3rd place? She should at least be 2nd. A disciple crossed his arms, leaning back slightly, as if everything was within his expectations, though slightly surprised by Yi Ling's rank. In 2nd place, Tianjin sect, Chu Hao. What? Chu Hao actually secured 2nd place. Could it be that Yin Lai is in 1st? Surely he must have used some privileges of the Flame God sect. Otherwise, Yin Lai would barely make it into the top 10. Several disciples began to debate once more. I in 1st place. Qingyang Sword sect, Luo Chun. Silence. As the elder's voice resonated, the previously boisterous crowd fell into an extraordinary hush after a moment. What did I just hear? Am I mistaken? A disciple rubbed his ears, his expression one of astonishment as he inquired of his companion nearby. Qingyang Sword sect, Luo Chun. The companion gulped, wide-eyed, mechanically repeating the elder's words, his face a mask of disbelief. Qingyang Sword sect, Luo Chun. Where did he emerge from? Following the silence, the crowd erupted into an uproar. Where is Luo Chun? I want to challenge him. And that Qingyang Sword sect, a sect I've never even heard of. How could it possibly produce a champion? Yes, let Luo Chun come forth. We demand to challenge him. Boom! A fiery red figure crashed in the front of the crowd like a cannonball. Luo Chun is my sworn brother, Yin Lai. Whoever wishes to challenge him must first contend with me. Yin Lai, still shouldering his massive sword, made his signature appearance before the assembly with a carefree demeanor. Luo Chun is Yin Lai's brother. No wonder. It seems Yin Lai has transferred his fortunes to Luo Chun. What kind of nonsense is this? Can it be played like this? What about the higher-ups of the alliance? What do you know? The alliance is still dictated by the 5 major sections. Don't forget, Yin Lai is the junior lord of the Flame God sect. Who would dare intervene? How dark this is! The crowd began to murmur, ultimately disregarding Luo Chun, instead discussing the 5 major sects, yet no one dared to challenge Yin Lai. Luo Chun. Mu Yu stood at the back of the crowd. Her gaze filled with venom as she glared at Luo Chun, gritting her teeth. Now she finally understood why Yin Lai relentlessly pursued him within the secret realm. Lin Xiaofei wore a faint smile. Her cheeks slightly flushed, her beautiful eyes reflecting pride. Especially when the elder announced the name of the Qingyang Sword sect, she was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Tian Yu and Shen Rian gazed at Luo Chun with astonishment. Predominantly disbelief. Additionally, 3 young men in the crowd stood with sullen expressions. Though they said nothing, their fists clenched audibly. They were the 3 prodigies from Laming Valley, particularly Lei Chiu, whose chest heaved violently, his eyes blazing with fury. Originally, Laming Valley, like Qingyang's sword sect, had 4 tokens, but Luo Chun had seized one, leaving them with only 3 now. As Luo Chun claimed the championship, their resentment was palpable. Quiet. The elder, seeing the atmosphere had settled, spoke to halt the crowd's clamor and began announcing the awards. The top 10 disciples will each receive a premium foundation establishment pill provided by the Dangod sect. Furthermore, their respective sects will receive special support from the Alliance. The top 3 disciples will receive an opportunity for a free weapon forging session with Master Yin Yi of the Flame God sect. Lastly, the champion of this trial will be awarded a flying magical tool, the Lingfeng Dunning Shuttle, provided by Lingfeng Valley. The elder swiftly announced all the awards, and once again, a brief silence enveloped the arena, followed by an eruption of fervent cheers. While the premium foundation establishment pill was commendable, the weapons personally forged by Master Yin Yi and the flying magical tool, Lingfeng Dunning Shuttle, were undoubtedly coveted by all disciples in the Qi refinement phase, serving as invaluable aids on their cultivation journeys. However, as the greatest beneficiary of this trial, Luo Chun felt a profound sense of distress. As the saying goes, fame brings fear, and considering all of this was due to Jiu Yu, it could be said he had achieved it through somewhat dubious means, leaving him with an unsettling sense of unworthiness. The upside was that the elders only announced names without requiring him to make an appearance, perhaps as a form of protection for the awardees. Many were searching for Luo Chun, but since he had never been seen, and with Yanlai's deliberate protection, no significant uproar ensued in the short term. The rewards were subsequently delivered privately by a special envoy to each recipient that on behalf of the Alliance. I wish you all a swift foundation establishment. Now, please board the spirit ship and return to your respective homes. The elder's passionate voice had just faded when a luxurious spirit ship reappeared before the crowd. On the spirit ship, Luo Chun, thank you to my father has received the Alliance's invitation and has already set off to claim the support. He just sent a message to me, asking me to express gratitude on behalf of the sect. Lin Xiaofei's cheeks flushed, holding a message jade slip in her hand. She shyly thanked Luo Chun. Sister, you're too kind. I'm also a disciple of the sect. It is my duty. Luo Chun beamed, scratching his head humbly in response. Luo Chun, you colluded with outer sect disciples to hunt me down within the secret realm. Upon returning, I will certainly report you to the law enforcement hall. Let us see how long you can act arrogantly. Mu Yu leaned against the side of the spirit ship, her expression a mix of fury and malice. Her eyes glimmering with resentment, her lips trembling slightly, filled with hatred and unwillingness towards Luo Chun. Chapter 40. Reception. Luo Chun, congratulations on your victory. On the spirit ship, Zhao Pengcheng, with his striking features, descended gracefully from the sky, approaching the members of Qingyang's sword sect with a smile directed at Luo Chun. Thank you, Special Envoy Zhao. Luo Chun clasped his hands in salute, his demeanor respectful. Here, this is your reward for this trial, a premium foundation establishment pill, a letter of recommendation to meet Master Yin Yi, and this Lingfeng Dunning shuttle. Please accept them. Zhao Pengcheng nodded slightly, personally handing the rewards to Luo Chun, then turned and departed without lingering, exuding an aura of elegance. Luo Chun stored the foundation establishment pill and the recommendation letter, cradling the Lingfeng Dunning shuttle in his hands, examining it closely. Such a compact and exquisite flying magical tool truly seemed a marvel of craftsmanship. The Lingfeng Dunning shuttle, fitting comfortably in his palm, resembled a streak of flowing light, leaving all in awe. Luo Chun, the magical tool requires blood to be refined. Why not try dripping some? Lin Xiaofei eagerly encouraged from the side. Indeed, Luo Chun nodded slightly, slicing open his fingertip to allow a drop of blood to fall. Boom! The blood swiftly merged, and Luo Chun's spirit immediately established a profound connection with the spirit wind escape shuttle in his hand, simultaneously acquiring the mastery to control it. With but a thought, the Spirit Wind escape shuttle would transform into a 10-foot-long vessel, spacious enough to accommodate 2 individuals, capable of traversing space with ease when propelled by spiritual energy. Furthermore, the Spirit Wind escape shuttle possessed the abilities of teleportation and concealment, albeit at the cost of a significant number of spirit stones, requiring 5 top-grade spirit stones to activate. Luo Chun succinctly introduced the functions of the Spirit Wind escape shuttle, eliciting admiration from the others. Upon learning that 5 top-grade spirit stones were necessary for teleportation and concealment, their astonishment was palpable. After a moment of awe, everyone dispersed, commencing their meditative practices, although the others did not shine as brightly as Luo Chun in this secret realm trial. Each had their own fortuitous encounters, which would greatly aid their future cultivation. 3 days later, the spirit vessel finally arrived at the Qingyang Sword Sect. Luo Chun, we have returned. Though father is absent, the elders have likely been awaiting us. You have accomplished great deeds this time, and will surely be granted special permission to enter the inner sect ahead of schedule. Prepare yourself to revel in the adulation of your peers. Lin Xiaofei exclaimed excitedly, gripping Luo Chen's arm, her face brimming with pride and envy. Thank you, senior sister, Luo Chen replied, his heart racing with excitement, tinged with a hint of nervousness that he had never anticipated achieving such success, nor being so fervently celebrated. Internally, he silently rehearsed 100 times how he ought to respond to the elders' greetings. The Qingyang Sword Sect has arrived. Zhao Pengcheng approached Luo Chun and the others once more, escorting them off the spirit vessel, casting a glance at Luo Chun and nodding in acknowledgement. After Luo Chun and the others disembarked, the spirit vessel did not linger, continuing its flight to the next sect. Wow, so many people! Indeed, the mountain gate was thronged with disciples, a veritable sea of faces. Luo Chun, look, it's the 2 elders in charge of law enforcement and teachings, Elder Sun and Elderly. Both are cultivators of the nascent soul stage, and they have come personally to welcome you. Lin Xiaofei blushed, whispering to Luo Chun as they walked. Luo Chun, do you realize the gravity of your actions? Before Lin Xiaofei could finish, a fierce voice exploded in Luo Chen's ears. Elder Sun glared at him, his face a stormy shade of anger. What is going on? Luo Chun was taken aback, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Elder Sun, Luo Chun has achieved great merit for the sect this time. Are you not aware? Lin Xiaofei hastily interjected. Xiaofei, you and the sect master have both been deceived by this boy. Stand aside and observe, Elder Sun replied, casting a glance at Lin Xiaofei, his tone considerably softened. However, as he turned his gaze back to Luo Chun, his expression darkened, and he barked, Law enforcers, seize Luo Chun. Yes, 2 golden core cultivators ascended, one on either side, lunging towards Luo Chun. Wait, Luo Chun bellowed, fixing his gaze on Elder Sunday. Disciple is unaware of any crime committed. I implore the elder to clarify. Humph, such a sharp tongue. I shall ask you. Did you not kill Mo Wucho? You have harmed a fellow disciple, and according to sect regulations. What punishment do you deserve? Elder Sun's eyes bore into Luo Chun, his voice a harsh inquiry. Elder Sun insists I killed Mo Wucho, yet is there any evidence? Furthermore, what inquiry has been conducted regarding the reasons behind Mo Wucho's demise? Luo Chun finally grasped the situation. It appeared that Elder Sun intended to exploit Mo Wucho's death to penalize him in the absence of Lin Qingxian. The last known location of Mo Wucho was your small courtyard. Do you dare to argue? Elder Sun's voice was frigid. I have already reported this matter to the sect master. I was not present that night. If you do not believe me, we shall confront each other when the sect master returns. Luo Chun gradually regained his composure, invoking Lin Qingxuan's name. Elder Sun, why waste words on this boy? Simply apprehend him and conduct a soul search. Elderly, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, suddenly raised an eyebrow, his face reflecting evident impatience, his tone laced with coldness and urgency. Proceed. With Elder Sun's stern command, the 2 law enforcers struck, their fierce palm winds crashing down upon Luo Chen's legs. Thud! Luo Chun collapsed to his knees, the enforcers pressing down on his shoulders. The pain radiating from his legs caused him to gasp, cold sweat pouring down his face. Hiss! The demonic wolf cub at his arms leaped to the ground, baring its teeth and growling at the two enforcers. Luo Chun, Lin Xiaofei, witnessing the scene, was frantic, turning once more to the two elders, pleading that in light of Luo Chen's contributions to the sect, they should wait for her father to return and investigate thoroughly before making a decision. Elders, I wish to report, during the Secret Realm trial, Luo Chun conspired with individuals from other sects to hunt down disciples, nearly causing my death at his hands. Please, elders, seek justice for me. Muyu suddenly stepped forward, kneeling and weeping as she accused him. Such a thing exists? This Luo Chun, neglected by the sect since childhood, harbors resentment and, upon gaining a modicum of strength, has secretly slaughtered sect disciples in retaliation. I demand an immediate soul search to unveil the truth. Elder Li's countenance turned ashen, slowly raising his hand, resembling a predator ready to pounce, fixating on Luo Chun with ferocity. Luo Chun laughed maniacally, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Elder Li. Have you even investigated why Mo Wucho came to my courtyard? What preparations did he make? Why not utilize the time reversal technique to ascertain the truth? Dare you speak of it, such a glib tongue, daring to challenge me? It seems you shall not be spared. After I conduct a soul search, everything will be made clear. As Elder Li's words fell, he soared into the air, a colossal hand descending towards Luo Chen's forehead. Luo Chun felt a wave of dizziness, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, his body crushed under an overwhelming pressure, rendering him immobile. This is the welcome I receive from the Qingyang Sword sect. This is my sect. Utter nonsense. As Luo Chun felt the specter of death looming, a sense of desolation swept over him, and he burst into raucous laughter. Elder Li, why not wait for my father to return before making a decision? What are you truly afraid of? Lin Xiaofei suddenly rushed forward, spreading her arms to shield Luo Chun. Once this boy is dealt with, I shall certainly provide an explanation to the sect master. The glint of malice flashed in Elder Li's eyes as he signaled to a nearby disciple, ordering, "Take her away. Do not let her interfere." Immediately, two golden core cultivators ascended, subduing Lin Xiaofei and dragging her aside. No. Lin Xiaofei wished to protect Luo Chun, but her strength was insufficient, facing two golden core cultivators. She had no chance to struggle, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Luo Chun, shaking her head incessantly. Chapter 41. Into darkness. Luo Chun, you have harmed your fellow disciples. Your crimes warrant death. After the soul search, I shall impose the utmost punishment upon you as a warning to others. Elder Li proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating like thunder in the surroundings. Subsequently, he moved his lips slightly, conveying a message to Luo Chun. Boy, I shall ensure you understand the gravity of the situation. Know that some individuals are not to be trifled with. In your next life, be wise and refrain from provoking those you ought not to. You hypocritical scoundrels. If the Qingyang Sword sect continues to be controlled by people like you, its destruction is inevitable. You neglect the dark undercurrents, condoning inter-sect disciples to bully others, abducting the Su sisters, secretly crafting human puppets, and even covertly lending the time lock keys to assist Mo Wucho in his attempt to kill me. Luo Chun, under immense pressure, laughed uproariously, his voice laced with derision and disdain. Blood seeping from his mouth and nose, rendering him a ghastly figure. Silence! Elder Li shouted furiously, his raised palms suddenly grasping at the void. Instantly, a powerful surge of soul energy erupted like a tidal wave, launching itself toward Luo Chen's spirit. Luo Chun felt as if his head were being torn apart by this force, excruciating pain threatening to render him unconscious. Deep within his soul, it felt as though a pair of terrifying eyes were fixating on him, attempting to pry into all his secrets. Luo Chun, relinquish your body to me. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. It was Jiuyu. Jiuyu, I am counting on you. Upon hearing Jiuyu's voice, Luo Chen's spirit jolted, hope igniting within him, and without hesitation, he relinquished control of his body, allowing Jiuyu to take the reins. Boom! A torrent of soul power surged forth, like a wild stallion breaking free, rampaging within Luo Chen's being. instantly devouring the wisp of consciousness Elderly had attempted to invade. Elderly staggered, letting out a muffled groan, disbelief flashing his eyes as his soul search was forcibly interrupted. Humph! A pack of rodents dares to act recklessly before me. Suddenly, Luo Chan erupted into a bizarre laugh, a dense black mist pouring from within him, swirling with a menacing aura that sent chills down the spine. Demonic energy. He is exuding demonic energy. He has succumbed to darkness. The onlooking disciples were struck with terror, rising in unison, pointing at Luo Chun, their voices brimming with fear and indignation. Luo Chun, Lin Xiaofei, witnessing this sudden turn of events, was engulfed in horror and anguish. Her throat rendered hoarse as she shook her head in disbelief. Elderly, observing Luo Chen's transformation, was suddenly filled with elation. Excellent! This wretch has embraced the path of darkness. Today, no one can save you. Disciples of the Sword Sect, heed my command. The demon has emerged. Execute him on the spot. With Elderly's decree, dozens of core formation cultivators soared into the air, descending upon Luo Chun like hawks swooping down on their prey. What is happening? However, the moment they made contact with the surging demonic energy, their forms froze instantly, an invisible pressure crashing into the depths of their souls, compelling them to turn and flee. Just you insignificant fish. A disdainful smirk curled upon Luo Chen's lips as he casually grasped, seizing one of the core formation cultivators by the throat. The cultivator barely had time to let out a brief, harrowing scream before he felt his soul being forcefully torn from his body. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground, his pupils wide, mouth agape, meeting a most tragic and horrifying end. Activate the celestial star array. A cold smile played at the corners of Luo Chen's lips as he uttered the incantation. 36 array flag shot forth like arrows, propelled by the shroud of demonic energy, darting out in all directions. Buzz! The space trembled violently, and suddenly, a colossal star array materialized before everyone's eyes, enveloping the core formation cultivators within its confines. Though incomplete, this array, arranged by the hands of Jiu Yu, possessed extraordinary might. Blood-curdling screams echoed from within the array. A relentless chorus of despair. The terror of the celestial star array lay in the fact that the more people entered, the stronger its power became. Mimicking the trajectories of the stars, the array regarded the entering cultivators as celestial bodies. Those unaware of its operational patterns would find themselves ensnared in chaos, turning upon one another until their demise. Amidst the swirling demonic energy, Luo Chun laughed maniacally. He raised his hands, drawing the souls of the deceased cultivators into his palms, swallowing them whole without hesitation before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Bold demon, elder son, let's strike together and slay this fiend. Elderly's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this, his voice booming as he called upon Elder Son to join him. Arise, my demonic spirit. After absorbing the souls of over a dozen core formation cultivators, Luo Chen's visage grew increasingly ferocious, his hands forming seals with haste. As his incantation concluded, a woman, engulfed in thick demonic energy, materialized from thin air, hovering above, a miniature version of Jiu Yu. The demonic spirit exhaled pitch-black energy, wielding a dark crescent blade, radiating a soul-chilling power. Demon, prepare to meet your end. Elder Li and Elder Sun shouted in unison. Two flying swords shooting forth like bolts of lightning, their terrifying intent slicing through the void. Clang. The crescent blade in the spirit's grasp met one of the flying swords, producing a deafening clash of metal, and they became embroiled in a fierce struggle. Whoosh! The other flying sword, relentless in its assault, surged forward, poised to pierce Luo Chen's chest. Boom! Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from within Luo Chen, as if it sought to tear the heavens apart. The sword aimed at his chest trembled violently under this pressure, ultimately falling to the ground with a clang. How could this be? The faces of Elder Li and Elder Sun turned pale, their eyes filled with dread. The aura emanating from Luo Chen was too horrifying, causing their very souls to shudder, nearly suffocating them. With a whoosh, a strand of crimson flame, as red as blood, erupted from Luo Chun, shooting forth like a brilliant comet towards Elder Sunday No. Elder Sun had no time to react as the flame surged into his body, igniting instantly. His form turned crimson under the blaze, resembling a red-hot iron. And with a whoosh, he was reduced to ashes, even his nascent soul failing to escape the terror of the flames. How could this be? Elderly, engaged in a fierce battle with the demonic spirit, felt his heart race at the sight of this turn of events. From the moment he and Elder Sun had launched their joint attack to Elder Sun's tragic demise, it all transpired in the blink of an eye. Ha! How exhilarating! Luo Chun stood firm, laughing towards the sky, the demonic energy around him roiling like a surging tide. The souls of the cultivators continually perishing within the array were all devoured by him, giving him the appearance of a bloodthirsty demon. The disciples of the Qingyang sword sect, witnessing this scene, felt their legs weaken with fear. Some disciples scrambled to escape towards the mountain gate, terrified of being targeted by this dreadful demon. Quickly, hurry and notify the other elders for assistance, Elderly shouted, his voice tinged with urgency. Two disciples promptly took to the skies, hastily ascending the mountain. Meanwhile, in an unknown realm, Mo Yang was engaged in a game of chess beneath a pine tree with an elderly man sporting a white beard. Old Mo, I sense a slight turmoil in your aura. It seems your cultivation may be straining to contain itself. The elderly man, his complexion flushed, placed a piece on the board and looked up at Mo Yang. Concern evident in his gaze that if it cannot be contained, then do not. Fate is fickle, and I am weary. Mo Yang gently lifted a piece, gazing at the board, and after a moment he suddenly tossed the piece aside, his hand scrambling over the board, a smile creeping across his face. Haha, look, it's a tie. What do you mean a tie? You old rascal. After playing for hundreds of years, you gloat when you win and act petulant when you lose. The elderly man shook his head helplessly, glaring at Mo Yang while playfully rebuking him. Bang! Just then, a mark on Mo Yang's body suddenly shattered with a dull thud. This is bad. That lad is in danger. Mo Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he waved his hand, summoning a large, fiery gourd from thin air. He leaped, transforming into a streak of light that shot skyward, leaving the elderly man behind. That lad? I've never seen old Mo care so much for anyone. Who could it be? The elderly man gently waved his sleeve, collecting the pieces from the board, murmuring to himself, curiosity flashing in his eyes. Chapter 42. Backlash outside the mountain gate of the Qingyang sword sect. The demonic spirits summoned by Luo Chun, shrouded in overwhelming demonic energy, engaged in a fierce battle with elderly, their sword shadows intertwining amidst the chaotic demonic energy, instilling dread in the hearts of the onlooking disciples. Within the celestial star array, dozens of core formation cultivators met their demise, their souls consumed by Luo Chun. Those who had not entered the array turned pale, gripped by terror, retreating in haste, unwilling to draw near not enter the array, break through from the periphery. Elderly, ever shrewd, quickly discerned the array's weaknesses, seizing the moment amidst the clash with the demonic spirit to shout loudly. Reinforce, realizing the array had been seen through by elderly. A cold smile emerged on Luo Chen's lips as he waved his hand. The 36 array flags returned like fleeting light, causing the array to dissipate. Demon, without the array, let us see what you rely upon. Elder Li's eyes glimmered with a fierce resolve. He bellowed once more, and several core formation cultivators surged forward, charging at Luo Chen. Humph, just a bunch of insignificant fish. Luo Chen scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain. A ball of crimson flame appeared in his palm, infused with the essence of the vermilion bird's fire, exuding a terrifying pressure that made the onlookers' hearts race. Flame Dragon Whirlwind, with a chilling shout, several fire dragons, accompanied by an overwhelming heat wave, surged forth like demons emerging from hell, sweeping towards the oblivious core formation cultivators ahead. Blood-curdling screams rang out once more as several figures were instantly reduced to cinders. Plummeting from the sky, shattering upon impact, the fire dragons, infused with the vermilion bird's flames, unleashed by Jiuyu herself, were terrifyingly potent. The core formation cultivators had no chance to resist, meeting their tragic end in an instant. With a wave of his hand, Luo Chan absorbed the souls of those cultivators, his face a mask of savagery and madness. Do not act rashly. Quickly form the Demon Slayer Sword Array. Elder Li's voice boomed again. Qingyang Sword Array. Activate. Demon Slayer. Before his words had faded, over a dozen core formation cultivators swiftly positioned themselves, their swords humming like dragons and tigers, unleashing lethal sword chi that soared into the heavens. Coalescing in the void to form an enormous sword, the power emanating from the colossal sword seemed capable of obliterating the very heavens. All shall perish before me. Luo Chan let out a furious roar. His figure akin to a rampaging beast, poised to charge at the array of cultivators. In this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, the veins across his body bulging like coiling dragons, and the energy within him surged violently, threatening to tear his flesh apart. Luo Chan, what has happened to you? Wake up! Lin Xiaofei's heart-wrenching cries were accompanied by tears streaming down her fair cheeks, resembling pearls that had fallen from their string. Upon hearing Lin Xiaofei's desperate call, Luo Chen's form trembled slightly. He slowly turned his head, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on her. 2 core formation cultivators flanked her, tightly restraining her, preventing even the slightest movement. Luo Chan emitted a deep, hoarse roar from the depths of his throat, his figure darting like a bolt of black lightning, instantly appearing before Lin Xiaofei. The 2 core formation cultivators were caught completely off guard by this sudden turn of events. Before they could react, Luo Chan seized them by the throat, gripping tightly. Crack, crack. The crisp sounds echoed as their bodies went limp, their terrified and unwilling gazes fading as their weak souls were ruthlessly drawn into Luo Chen's being. Buzz, at this critical juncture, a massive sword, forged from countless sword energies and imbued with earth-shattering power, descended from the void without hesitation, disregarding Lin Xiaofei's safety entirely. Get back! Luo Chan bellowed, a powerful force propelling Lin Xiaofei far away. His blood-red eyes glinted ominously as his hands moved like phantoms, swiftly forming seals. The demonic energy surrounding him solidified into a colossal fist that thundered towards the terrifying sword. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the fist of condensed demonic energy collided with the sword in midair, shaking the very heavens and earth. Puffed. Luo Chan staggered, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, staining his garment. Simultaneously, the over a dozen core formation cultivators who had formed the sword array also stumbled back, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, clearly shaken by the impact. However, the fist of demonic energy ultimately could not withstand the sword's might, gradually dissipating in a swirling demonic mist. Yet the great sword merely paused momentarily before once again striking down with unstoppable force. Demon spirit, return! In this dire moment, Luo Chan shouted coldly. The demon spirit engaged in battle with Elder Li, heard the call, and swiftly appeared before Luo Chan, its moon blade meeting the relentless sword. Crack! Another resounding clash echoed. And with a burst of dissipating demonic energy, the great sword was finally rendered void by the moon blade's defense. However, the demon spirit's form became increasingly translucent, before vanishing in a flash. At that instant, Elder Li's sword pierced through Luo Chen's chest like a bolt of lightning, ejecting a spray of crimson blood. Seeking death, Luo Chen growled, his eyes wide with fury as he raised his hands, attempting to gather demonic energy for a counterattack. Yet, just as he lifted his arms, the veins in his arms could no longer withstand the surging demonic energy and burst apart, blood gushing forth like a fountain, instantly dyeing his entire arm and garment red. He has been backlashed by his own demonic energy. Kill! Elder Li cackled, his eyes glinting with malice. Once again, he swung his sword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy towards Luo Chan. Kill! The group of core formation cultivators took to the air, their sword lights weaving together like a torrential downpour. Scoundrels! Luo Chen's pupils were suffused with blood, filled with unwillingness and rage as he stared at the impending rain of swords. This body, already riddled with wounds, had reached the brink of exhaustion, unable to muster any further response. Boom! Just at this critical moment, a brilliant barrier materialized before Luo Chan, blocking Elder Li's lethal strike while also shielding him from the onslaught of sword rain. A tall, imposing figure appeared before Luo Chun, like a celestial deity descending, resembling a mountain. Upon seeing this majestic silhouette, the demonic energy surrounding Luo Chun dissipated like a receding tide, and his pupils gradually regained clarity. Elder, ancestor, Luo Chun managed to rasp out these words, his throat barely able to produce sound as he trembled, raising a hand in a feeble attempt to touch the flowing robe of the figure before him. However, having exhausted his last ounce of strength, he ultimately could not reach that reassuring presence, collapsing to the ground like a kite with its strings severed, slipping into a deep unconsciousness. Chapter 43. Departure Grand Elder. We pay our respects to the Grand Elder. Upon the appearance of Mo Yang, Elder Li's face instantly flushed crimson, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes as he hurriedly bowed, his voice trembling. Li Changqing, when did you become a master of the Qingyang sword sect? Mo Yang's expression darkened, his gaze sharp as he interrogated Elder Li. I report to the Grand Elder. I merely accompany the law enforcement elder. Elder Son, to investigate Luo Chen's alleged harm against his fellow disciples. However, this child has already fallen into the path of demonic cultivation, having not only killed Elder Son, but also slaughtered dozens of core formation cultivators within the sect. I had no choice but to take action. Please, Grand Elder, discern the truth. The transmission elder. Li Changqing had no authority to enact law enforcement. He could only obscure the truth using Elder Son's name. However, unbeknownst to him, it was not Luo Chun who killed Elder Son, but rather a strand of divine consciousness secretly left within Luo Chun by Mo Yang, of which even Luo Chun himself was unaware. With the Son's absorption technique, even if the two of you join forces, you could not claim to be the masters of the Qingyang sword sect. Where is Qing Xian? Why is he not here? Mo Yang sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Li Changqing. Ancestor, you have finally arrived at this moment. Lin Xiaofei rushed over, cradling the unconscious Luo Chun in her arms, her eyes brimming with tears as she reported to Mo Yang. Luo Chun emerged victorious in this trial, securing special support for the sect, and my father was invited to Yunin Palace. The two elders blocked the sect's entrance, insisting on searching Luo Chen's soul, which forced him into demonic cultivation. In response to Lin Xiaofei's accusations, Li Changqing hastily interjected, I report to the Grand Elder. This Luo Chen secretly killed the inner disciple Mo Wucho 10 days prior. According to sect rules, harming fellow disciples is a capital offense. Yet the sect master persistently sheltered him, leaving the law enforcement hall with no choice but to resort to such measures. You lie. Lin Xiaofei refused to yield, arguing fiercely. Luo Chun stated that he had already reported Mo Wucho's death to my father. Why did you not wait for my father to return before seeking justice? I said the sect master was deceived by this boy, blindly shielding him. Enough. Before Li Changqing could continue, Mo Yang interrupted him coldly. I have no interest in your convoluted affairs. I am here to take Luo Chen away. Do you have any objections? This? Li Changqing's heart brimmed with resentment, his face displaying a flurry of panic. That individual had specifically instructed him and Sun Lianjue that Luo Chen must not survive today. Yet, faced with Mo Yang's overwhelming presence, he felt utterly powerless. We pay our respects to the Grand Elder. Just as Li Changqing found himself in a dilemma, 3 elders floated in from the mountain gate, all of whom were Yuan-ing cultivators. Behind them followed over 100 disciples clad in unified red battle attire, their aura formidable. Elder Yun, has the law enforcement hall mobilized its entire force? What are your intentions? Mo Yang snorted coldly, his piercing gaze locking onto the eldest elder among them. Laced with contempt, I report to the Grand Elder. This child has indeed fallen into demonic cultivation. As a prestigious sect, the Qingyang sword sect must shoulder the responsibility of eradicating demons and upholding righteousness. The law enforcement hall should take the lead in setting an example that we implore the Grand Elder to hand this child over to the law enforcement hall. And we will certainly uphold justice and make a fair decision. Elder Yun stepped forward, his demeanor solemn, speaking with righteous authority. How will you ensure a fair decision? Speak. Let me hear. Mo Yang's gaze remained fixed on the elder. His eyes icy, his tone frigid. That I report to the Grand Elder. Those who have fallen into demonic paths must be severely punished, facing the utmost penalty, with their souls confined within the Soul Lock Tower, ensuring they can never attain rebirth. Elder Yin stated, unflinchingly, with a sense of righteous indignation. 300 years ago, I witnessed a similar scene at Thunder Valley. Back then, it was my senior brother, the very founder of the Qingyang sword sect, who fell into demonic cultivation. I made a grave error then, pushing my senior brother into the abyss of death with my own hands. Today, I will not err again. I will take Luo Chen away. Who dares to stop me? Mo Yang's lips curled into a bitter smile as he summoned a fire gourd, gently cradling Luo Chen and placing him atop the gourd. Grand Elder, your noble act from 300 years ago earned the respect of all prestigious sects. Did it not? Why insist on allying with a demonic cultivator now? Are you not afraid we will report this to the Alliance, tarnishing your name? Elder Yin stepped forward, his tone rife with threat. Noble act, tarnish name? Do as you wish, thought. Mo Yang raised his head with a bitter smile, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, yet he managed to suppress the fury that surged within him. For reasons unspeakable, he cannot take action against those from the Qingyang sword sect. Master Lin Xiaofei wept profusely, gripping Mo Yang's clothing with desperation, her helpless eyes brimming with sorrow and resentment. Child, forget him. Your paths have come to an end. Take care of yourself. Mo Yang gently patted Lin Xiaofei's shoulder, then leaped onto the fiery red gourd. Master, please tell me, has Luo Chen truly fallen into the path of darkness? Lin Xiaofei, still unwilling to accept reality, chased after Mo Yang, tears streaming down her face as she implored. Does it even matter? Mo Yang's words hung in the air, and in an instant, the great red gourd soared into the sky, vanishing beyond the horizon. How could it not matter? How am I to live on? As a disciple of the Qingyang sword sect, how shall I face him in the future? Lin Xiaofei collapsed onto the ground, shaking her head incessantly, repeatedly murmuring, how did it come to this? How could it at that moment? A cub of the blazing demon wolf approached Lin Xiaofei, gently nudging her with its head, a low whimper emanating from its throat. He has abandoned you. He has forsaken us all. Lin Xiaofei extended her arms, cradling the demon wolf cub tightly in her embrace, tenderly stroking its fur. Disciples of the law enforcement hall, heed my command. Luo Chen has succumbed to darkness and shall be immediately expelled from the Qingyang sword sect. Any disciple of the Qingyang sword sect may take his life. Those who defy this order shall be punished as accomplices to the fallen. Elder Yun, enraged by Mo Yang's insistence on protecting and taking Luo Chen away, issued a harsh decree without mercy. Yes, the response echoed thunderously, with every disciple of the Qingyang sword sect filled with righteous indignation. A fallen one must be punished. If he is not eliminated, how can we call ourselves righteous cultivators? In the Yunin immortal domain, at the headquarters of the Cultivators Alliance, the Yunin Palace, Lin Qingxian received an unprecedented warm welcome. A fellow cultivator of the nascent soul stage guided him respectfully to the palace. This was Lin Qingxuan's first visit to the Yunin Palace, and he was utterly astonished by the sights before him. Premium spirit stones adorned every corner, twinkling like stars embedded in the palace. The decorations within the palace were exquisite, each a high-grade magical treasure operating in harmonious order, dazzling and awe-inspiring. Are you Lin Qingxian, the sect master of the Qingyang sword sect? An elderly man in the god transformation stage received Lin Qingxian, his countenance kind and his tone amiable. Greetings, esteemed elder. Lin Qingxian hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. His demeanor humble. Your Qingyang sword sect has cultivated a remarkable talent. That young man named Luo Chen has a promising future ahead. This is the first time in hundreds of years that the champion did not emerge from one of the 5 major sections. The elders have praised his performance in the secret realm, and Master Ouyang even wished to meet him privately. But alas, he returned early aboard the spirit boat. However, with his talent, there will undoubtedly be many opportunities in the future. The elder spoke highly of Luo Chen, his words brimming with admiration. Indeed, Luo Chen is indeed diligent, and hard-working Lin Qingxuan's face flushed red at the praise, yet he felt a deep sense of shame within. The overall strength of your Qingyang sword sect is indeed somewhat lacking, but the Alliance has decided to reward you with 3 high-grade spirit veins in recognition of the outstanding disciple you have nurtured. I hope you can cultivate more disciples like Luo-chan in the future. The elder, noticing Lin Qingxian's slight unease, directly presented the reward, his tone filled with encouragement and affirmation. 3 high-grade spirit veins. Lin Qingxuan's heart soared with joy, nearly causing him to faint. At it was known that the Qingyang sword sect had only achieved its current scale through a single medium-grade spirit vein, remaining merely a 4th-tier sect. However, 3 high-grade spirit veins would elevate the Qingyang sword sect to the ranks of a 3rd-tier sect. Suddenly, the communication jade slip at the elder's waist trembled, and a deep voice emanated from it. The rewards for the Qingyang sword sect are hereby suspended. According to reports from the Qingyang sword sect, Luo-chan has fallen into darkness and has been expelled from the sect. What? The elder's expression shifted upon hearing this, retracting the communication jade slip and glancing at Lin Qingxian. He then waved his hand, reclaiming the 3 high-grade spirit veins he had just presented. Subsequently, he rose swiftly, turning to leave while muttering, "How could he have fallen into darkness? Wasn't he performing excellently in the secret realm?" Elder Lin Qingxian attempted to call the elder back, but the latter departed without turning, quickly vanishing from sight. Chapter 44. Sakura. In a refreshing and exquisite courtyard, cherry blossoms danced in the air, and a stream flowed gently. Ouyang. It has been nearly a century since you last visited my courtyard. What brings you here today? A gentle voice, as soft as the wind, emerged as a woman dressed in a flowing white gown, radiating an ethereal aura, stepped out from a bamboo house. Sakura. Please save this young man and cleanse the demonic energy that taints him. Ouyang, his expression anxious and his face flushed, hurriedly carried Luo-chan down from the gourd and rushed forward. I see you have entered my humble abode only to seek assistance. Had it not been for your need, you likely would never have graced my presence in this lifetime, would you? The woman, referred to as Sakura, took graceful steps, her lips curling into a smile. Yet her gaze was fixed intently upon Ouyang. Sakura. I merely find it a pity that this young man is on the brink of death. You are his only hope. Ouyang dared not meet Sakura's eyes, gently laying Luo-chan beneath a cherry blossom tree. It is actually him. Sakura. Gasped softly upon seeing Luo-chan's face. You know this young man? Ouyang, noticing the change in Sakura's demeanor, inquired curiously. I met him briefly in the secret realm and gifted him the Shiqing spirit spring. Sakura. Delicately lifted her finger, resting it on Luo-chan's wrist, examining his features, then turned to Ouyang and quietly asked, Ouyang, have you noticed how much he resembles someone? Sakura. You must save him first. As for who he resembles, we can discuss that later once he revives. Ouyang, frantic, urged as he watched Luo-chan's vitality wane. Oh dear, he is gravely injured. The demonic energy has entered his body and ruptured his meridians. He has truly fallen into darkness. Sakura. She formed seals with her hands. Streams of pure life force flowed into Luo-chan's body like a gentle stream. Half an hour later, Sakura. She gently brushed off the dust from her hands and gradually rose. Her gaze filled with curiosity and confusion as she studied the figure lying beneath the cherry blossom tree. How peculiar! The spiritual energy within his dantian is so pure, with no signs of having fallen into darkness. What could this possibly mean? Sakura. She mused aloud, then added, All right, I have repaired his physical body, but the wounds to his soul can only be mended by himself. Seeing that Luo-chan was no longer in immediate danger, Ouyang finally relaxed, casting a grateful glance at Sakura. Sakura. Thank you. Once this young man awakens, please just send him away. I truly do not wish to see him again. And no sooner had the words left his mouth than Ouyang vanished from the courtyard. Why must it be this way? If you do know, Luo-chan blinked in bewilderment, his fingers twitching slightly as he struggled to lift his heavy eyelids. Although the pain that had once gripped his body had dissipated, he still felt an overwhelming fatigue, making even the act of rising a daunting task. Memories of his final moments flickered through his mind, prompting him to murmur, Ancestor, are you awake? At that moment, a voice, ethereal and gentle, drifted into his ears. Ingshi stood quietly nearby, gazing at him with a serene expression. I ask at you. I am grateful, fairy, for your rescue. Luo Chun instantly recognized Ingshi as the woman in the white dress from the secret realm, his heart swelling with gratitude. I am Ingshi. There is no need to thank me. It was Mo Yang who brought you here. However, he does not wish to see you again. He instructed me to cast you out upon your awakening. Ingshi smiled faintly, relaying Mo Yang's words to Luo Chun without alteration. Ancestor. Luo Chun, feeling a flush of embarrassment, scratched his head as memories of his rampage at the Qingyang sword sect came flooding back, leaving him with a complex mix of emotions. The soul residing within you has also suffered greatly. It may take a considerable time for it to awaken. Ingshi nonchalantly revealed the secret of Luo Chun's condition, clearly having discerned the presence of Jiu Yu. Fairy Luo Chun was taken aback, about to explain, but was interrupted by Ingshi. There is no need for explanations. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Rest assured, I shall not disclose anything to anyone, including Mo Yang. Thank you. Fairy. A warm surge of appreciation flooded Luo Chen's heart, deepening his gratitude for Ingshi. Would you like to hear the tale of Mo Yang and me? Ingshi gently turned, her gaze drawn to the flurrying cherry blossoms, her delicate fingers brushing against the drifting petals as she inquired softly, if the fairy does not mind, I would be eager to listen. Please share your story. At Ingshi's request, Luo Chan felt a surge of inexplicable emotion, nodding earnestly. In those days, Ingshi looked upon the blossoming cherry trees, lost in profound reminiscence. Ouyang, Qingyang, and I once traversed the continent together, vowing to pacify the southern region and eradicate evil. My elder brother Qingyang was a man of great loyalty and righteousness, devoted to vanquishing malevolence and upholding justice. His mastery of the Qingyang sword technique and the Ziyang divine skill was unparalleled. With his unique charm, he attracted many talented individuals, co-founding the Qingyang sword sect, AS for Mo Yang. He was a soul unbound by the shackles of the mundane world, wholly absorbed in the path of cultivation, creating numerous martial arts techniques of his own that he never sought to learn from others, nor did he wish to join any sect. He lived freely, relying solely on his creations that I, on the other hand, was merely their small companion, sheltered by their presence, living a carefree life that I once believed we would remain in such carefree existence forever. However, 300 years ago, my elder brother Qingyang suddenly succumbed to demonic influence. And everything changed. Demonic influence? Luo Chan was taken aback, realizing that the founder of the Qingyang sword sect, Qingyang, had also fallen into darkness. Ingshi nodded, her eyes filled with sorrow. Indeed, 300 years ago, my elder brother Qingyang attained the divine transformation through his sword, and the Qingyang sword sect gained immense renown, drawing countless cultivators. One day, however, Thunder Valley was besieged by a demonic lord, who sought aid. Due to the suddenness of the attack and the formidable strength of the demonic lord, ordinary cultivators were ill-equipped to respond. Thus, my elder brother Qingyang personally ventured to Thunder Valley. Afterward, the details remain unclear. It was only said that the demonic lord was slain by Qingyang, yet he himself became tainted by demonic energy, descending into madness and slaughtering the disciples of Thunder Valley, committing heinous crimes. Subsequently, the Cultivator Alliance dispatched transcendent beings, vowing to suppress my elder brother Qingyang, to extract his soul and imprison it within the soul-locking tower, condemning him to eternal suffering. At this juncture, Ingshi abruptly halted, tears glistening in her eyes. What happened next? Luo Chun, deeply affected by Qingyang's plight, felt as if he were experiencing it firsthand and could not help but ask eagerly. Ingshi dabbed at her tear-streaked cheeks with a handkerchief, regaining her composure before continuing. Later, in order to spare Qingyang's soul further torment, Mo Yang rushed to Thunder Valley before the Alliance could arrive. He took Qingyang's life with his own hands. It is said that when Qingyang beheld Mo Yang, he offered no resistance. No resistance. As Luo Chun listened to Ing's narrative, a wave of sorrow surged within him, tears welling in his eyes. Ingshi exhaled softly, Once more calming her emotions before continuing, after my elder brother's passing, Mo Yang unexpectedly joined the Qin Yang sword sect. Becoming their supreme elder, it is known that Mo Yang has always detested being constrained. He yearned to explore the ultimate path. Yet, to safeguard my elder brother's legacy, he resolutely relinquished his own path, even sacrificing his foundational strength, suppressing his cultivation for several centuries, that I believe his heart must be filled with pain and regret. Ancestor Luo Chan felt a profound sorrow for Mo Yang, who had forsaken his own pursuit of the path to protect the fragile disciples of the Qin Yang sword sect. Now, with the sect in disarray, Mo Yang must be suffering the most. Luo Chun, after all I have shared, you should have some understanding of what kind of person Mo Yang is. His treatment of you may stem from seeing a glimmer of hope in you. However, Ingshi gazed at Luo Chan with expectant eyes, hoping he could comprehend Mo Yang's dilemmas. I have disappointed the ancestor. Luo Chan felt an overwhelming sadness, never expecting that the seemingly carefree and extraordinarily powerful ancestor bore such a heavy psychological burden. You have not disappointed him. Otherwise, given his nature, he would never have saved you. Unlike my elder brother Qin Yang, he is not a saint who pities the world. His emotions are governed solely by his own inclinations. The only thing that could trouble him is likely the Qin Yang sword sect. Ingxi's gaze was firm and sincere as she regarded Luo Chan. Then why is the ancestor unwilling to see me? Luo Chan felt a sense of grievance and sorrow. He longed to express his gratitude to Mo Yang in person, even if it was just a simple bow of respect. Your descent into demonic influence has long reached the alliance. Many wish to eliminate you. Mo Yang's defiance in saving you has undoubtedly stirred considerable controversy. Even with his formidable strength, he cannot contend against the entire alliance. Meeting you now would merely place you under the alliance's scrutiny. My location, for certain special reasons, is relatively safe. Is this not a form of protection for you? A trace of hidden sorrow flickered across Ingxi's face, yet her tone remained calm and resolute. Thank you, Fairy, for enlightening me. Luo Chun understood Ingxi's good intentions. Her reminiscences were subtly guiding him to contemplate the essence of cultivation. Each individual has their own path to uphold. Qin Yang pursued righteousness and justice. Mo Yang sought freedom and nonconformity, while Ingxi cherished warmth and protection. Yet, the one who pursued righteousness ultimately fell into darkness, and the one who yearned for freedom remained ensnared in regret, unable to extricate himself. Ingxi longed to provide both of them with a warm sanctuary, a place to which they could always return. Yet this steadfastness and waiting ultimately yielded only solitude and loneliness. Leaving one utterly alone, Luo Chun could not help but question himself. What path should I uphold? What is the true meaning of my cultivation? Luo Chun, having heard her story, what do you believe the significance of our steadfastness is? Ingxi gently raised her head, her gaze drifting toward the distant void, seemingly posing a question to Luo Chun, yet perhaps also seeking the answer deep within her own heart. The stories of the fairy and the two ancestors are profoundly moving, evoking my utmost respect, that I believe that people do not persevere because they have hope, but rather, they find hope through their perseverance. Continuing to uphold one's path may not guarantee a result. Yet without steadfastness, there will certainly be no outcome. That I believe I now understand what I must do. Luo Chun inclined slightly, bowing respectfully to Ingxi, his tone imbued with reverence. Truly remarkable. I finally comprehend why Mo Yang regards you with such favor. You are indeed unlike others. Ingxi seemed to find a sense of relief in Luo Chen's words, her eyes sparkling with determination, reflecting genuine admiration and acknowledgement as she gazed at him. You flatter me. But I am not a good person. Luo Chun scratched his head in modesty, a shy smile gracing his face. Luo Chun, do you know your origins? Ingxi smiled softly, suddenly shifting the conversation toward Luo Chen's background. I do not know. No one has told me. Do you, Fairy, have knowledge of it? Luo Chun shook his head, a ripple of emotions stirring within him, his gaze imbued with a sense of both confusion and anticipation. I am uncertain as well, Ingxi replied softly, her eyes flickering with contemplation before she continued. However, you remind me distinctly of someone that a century ago, there was a remarkably talented young sword practitioner in the Heavenly Sword sect, known as Jian Chun. His mastery of the sword was nearly on par with senior brother Qin Yang, and many regarded him as the one most likely to achieve enlightenment through the sword after Qin Yang. 20 years ago, Jian Chun fell in love with a mortal woman who tragically succumbed to a severe illness and passed away shortly thereafter. In his desperation to revive her, Jian Chun sought the assistance of cultivators at the transformation stage. Although such practitioners possessed the means to do so, it contradicted the heavenly laws and required an immense sacrifice. And one was willing to make such a sacrifice for a mere mortal woman. Deeming it not worth the cost, I too felt the same. When Jian Chun approached me, I turned him down. Later, I heard that he, in his pursuit for her, took the lives of many, ultimately choosing to die with her, which is truly sorrowful at this juncture. Yingxi's gaze shifted to Luo Chun as she gently remarked, "Luo Chun, you bear a striking resemblance to that Jian Chun." Luo Chun was taken aback by her words and inquired, "Fairy, are you suggesting that I am akin to that Jian Chun?" Yingxi slightly nodded and elaborated, "Indeed, quite similar. I have heard that Jian Chun and that mortal woman once secluded themselves by the banks of the Luo River. If the opportunity arises, you might consider searching for them to see if they left behind any vestiges of their existence, or perhaps even a child." Jian Chun, by the Luo River. Luo, Chun pondered. Could it be mere coincidence? Is it possible that I am truly the offspring of Jian Chun and that mortal woman? Luo Chun contemplated deeply, finding the notion utterly astonishing. 15 years had passed, and he had long abandoned any hope regarding his lineage. Yet, today, Yingxi's words ignited a spark of hope within him once more. Chapter 46. Ouyang Waner. 3 months later, the vibrant month of March blossomed with peach blossoms in Luo Lan City, an ancient city standing by the banks of the Luo River. The annual Peach Blossom Festival was once again upon them. During this season, the city was adorned with delicate pink petals, and, as the gentle breeze blew, blossoms scattered like confetti, creating an ethereal atmosphere. This time, the unmarried women of Luo Lan City would don splendid garments and gracefully navigate the beautifully adorned flower boats along the Luo River, eagerly anticipating an encounter with their destined partners on this auspicious day. They would pledge heartfelt vows by the riverbank, wishing for mutual affection and lifelong companionship. Thus, the Peach Blossom Festival in Luo Lan City became renowned within the realm of cultivation, earning the endearing nickname of City of the Matchmaker. This moment, within a tavern by the river, the waiter greeted the arriving guests with a beaming smile. Suddenly, a young man clad in a voluminous black cloak entered. He wore a black hat, adorned with 2 strings of wind chimes that danced in the breeze, producing melodious sounds. "Welcome. Please come in. What would you like to order?" The waiter, initially surprised by the young man's attire, quickly donned a warm smile and approached him with a jug of peach blossom wine and 2 small dishes. The young man rasped, ascending the stairs without pausing. The second floor was bustling with lively chatter and merriment. Seeking a secluded corner, the young man ambled over, gently removing his hat and placing it on the table, revealing an exceptionally handsome face. It was undeniably Luo Chun. After recuperating in Yingxi's courtyard for 2 months and healing from his injuries, he had come to Luo Lan City to delve into the past of Jian Chun and the mortal woman, in hopes of unraveling the mystery of his own lineage. As he sat overlooking the scene, the flower boats glided gracefully across the water. Soon, the waiter cheerfully served a jug of wine and 2 small dishes. Luo Chun had never tasted wine before, and upon arriving in Luo Lan City, he had heard that the peach blossom wine was renowned for its exquisite flavor. Thinking of Ouyang, he decided to sample the taste of wine. Cough, cough. A sip of the peach blossom wine went down the wrong way, causing him to cough with his eyes shut tight. "You must be drinking for the first time," a melodious voice suddenly chimed in beside him. Luo Chun opened his eyes abruptly to find a young woman in a pale yellow dress standing in front of him, her hands clasped behind her back, leaning slightly forward with a beaming smile, gazing at him with keen curiosity. "What business do you have with me?" Luo Chun inquired, taken aback by her sudden appearance, his expression turning wary. "I am Ouyang Waner. You may call me Waner. Have you come to Luo Lan City in search of a particular lady? The young woman casually seated herself across from him, resting her chin on her hands, unabashedly locking eyes with Luo Chun. What would you like to eat? Luo Chun glanced down at the two small dishes on the table, refraining from directly answering her inquiry. In Luo Lan City, aside from peach blossom wine, there's also Luo River fish soup, chinxiao tofu, and Phoenix Nest 7 treasure soup, all of which are culinary delights not to be missed. Oh, and the Luo Lan braised noodles, which are simply exceptional. Mentioning food sparked Ouyang Wanner's enthusiasm as she continued to rattle off recommendations. Having said so much, which would you like to try? Luo Chun quietly observed her until she finished, offering a faint smile as he asked, "How about we order one of each?" Ouyang Wanner clapped her hands on the table, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Humph. Luo Chun let out a light snort, nonchalantly taking a bite of a small dish without acknowledging Ouyang Wanner's unreasonable request. "Hey, you're such a miser. I'm not eating your food for free that I can introduce you to the most beautiful ladies in Luo Lan City. Song Qingyao from the Song family, Lu Mingyan from the Lu family, and Li Jiangman from the Li family. Each a stunning beauty with exceptional talents." Noticing Luo Chen's indifference, Ouyang Wanner pounded the table, rising and animatedly gesturing as if those top beauties were present, awaiting Luo Chen's selection. "Boring," Luo Chen replied dismissively, turning his gaze to the water's surface, having already concluded that Ouyang Wanner was merely a freeloader and a con artist. At that moment, a pink flower boat glided slowly across the water, adorned with clusters of peach blossoms, radiating brilliance. The sheer fabric of the boat billowed gracefully in the wind, revealing an enchanting figure seated within, a beautiful maiden. Her delicate visage painted in hues of red, resembling a celestial being from a painting, captivating all who beheld her. "Look, it's Fairy Qin. Her flower boat has arrived." An excited shout erupted within the tavern, followed by a young man who leapt into action like an arrow shot from a bow, dashing towards the flower boat with fervor. With a swish, a white silk ribbon silently soared from the boat, akin to a spirit snake emerging from its lair, sweeping towards the young man. Bang! With a tremendous thud, the young man was sent flying back, crashing to the ground like a kite with its string cut, stirring up a cloud of dust and appearing utterly disheveled. In the tavern, another young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down disdainfully at the one who had fallen, his voice dripping with scorn. "Humph. Fairy Qin is the pride of the Qin family, already at the foundation establishment stage. How dare a mere Qi refinement practitioner covet her, truly overestimating oneself." As his words fell, he gracefully ascended into the air, hovering above the water like a celestial being, eliciting gasps of admiration. "Fairy Qin, I am Jiang Shouwang, also known as the Jade-Faced Young Master. Might I have the honor of meeting you?" The young man hovered before Fairy Qin's flower boat, bowing respectfully, his tone refined and courteous. Clang, clang, clang. The only response was a series of clear, melodious notes from a zither. As the zither's music resonated, the curtains of the flower boat billowed violently, sending visible ripples through the air, reminiscent of waves spreading across water. Seeing this, Jiang Shouwang's expression shifted abruptly, and he retreated hastily, forced back to the shore by the haunting sound waves, appearing quite disheveled, his countenance darkening. This Fairy Qin, known as Qin Jiyu, is a prominent figure in Luo Lan City, revered as the first beauty at a young age. She has already attained the foundation establishment stage, and even the disciples of the Moonlight Palace sought her as a student, only to be rejected. So, if you treat me to a fine meal, I might help you get introduced to her flower boat. Are you interested? Ouyang Wanner pointed at the flower boat on the water, seemingly dismissing the esteemed Qin Jiyu entirely, exuding confidence. Humph. Luo Chun, thoroughly irritated by her persistence, let out a sigh, leaving a few spirit stones on the table. Picking up his hat and turning to leave. "Hey, why are you like this? Those who come to Luo Lan City during the Peach Blossom Festival are all seeking their destined partners. Are you not?" Seeing Luo Chun attempt to depart, Ouyang Wanner hurriedly followed, blocking his path and pressing him with questions. "I am here to inquire about someone, not to seek a partner. I have matters to attend to. Please step aside." Luo Chen's expression darkened, clearly unwilling to be entangled further. Inquire about someone. Who are you looking for? Pray, do inquire with me, for I am well acquainted with the city of Luolan. I could even tell you the location of an ant's nest upon the streets. I have heard that Luo Chen seeks information about someone, and Ouyang Wanner has immediately taken an interest. The person I wish to inquire about has already passed away. You cannot assist me. Luo Chen, shaking his head in resignation, sidestepped Ouyang Wanner and descended the staircase. Dead? That is of no consequence. My knowledge spans the heavens above and the earth below. I possess insights of 5 centuries past and 5 centuries to come. There is nothing I do not know. Ouyang Wanner pursued him from behind, seemingly determined to entangle herself in his affairs and offer her assistance. Chapter 47. Qin Jiyu. As Luo Chen exited the tavern, the banks of the Luo River were alive with the sounds of revelry. Following the flower boat of Qin Jiyu, several more elaborately decorated vessels glided across the water. The cheers and applause of the crowd intermingled, creating a cacophony of excitement. Young men eagerly attempted to approach the flower boats, hoping to win the favor of their desired ladies. However, most ended up falling back to the shore, their faces covered in dust, eliciting laughter from those around. I end this scene. Thoughts of Lin Xiaofei suddenly flickered in Luo Chen's mind, and a bitter smile appeared on his lips. Pray tell, what is it that you seek to uncover? Ouyang Wanner squeezed through the throng and approached Luo Chen, her curiosity piqued at a man named Jian Chun. Luo Chen replied, a hint of impatience creeping into his tone as Ouyang Wanner persisted. 20 years ago, he secluded himself here with a mortal woman. Jian Chun. Before he could finish, Ouyang Wanner exclaimed, interrupting him. You wish to inquire about Jian Chun. Had you mentioned it sooner? In Luolan City, Jian Chun's name is known to all. There's not a child on the streets who cannot recount his tale. Even children know of him. You are rather prone to exaggeration. Having experienced Ouyang Wanner's tendency to embellish, Luo Chen remained skeptical of her claims that, do you doubt me? 20 years ago, it was during the Peach Blossom Festival in Luolan City that Jian Chun met a woman named Qin Rushu. By familial ties, Qin Ji you would need to refer to her as Aunt. After being with Jian Chun, she suddenly fell gravely ill and passed away within a few years. Jian Chun was deeply infatuated, carrying her lifeless body as he sought a cure, unwilling to accept her death. Since then, he has never returned. It is said he died in a fit of despair. Ouyang Wanner proudly raised her chin and narrated Jian Chen's story with vivid detail. Echoing the account given by Ying Shi, upon hearing her tale, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Luo Chen's eyes. Oh, you know if they had a child? His voice trembled slightly. That, I'm not certain. Ouyang Wanner pondered for a moment, noticing the disappointment in Luo Chen's gaze, and quickly added, however, I do know where Jian Chun and Qin Rushu resided. Their neighbors might possess some clues. I can take you to inquire. Really? Then let us go at once. Luo Chen's heart reignited with hope as he eagerly grasped Ouyang Wanner's arm, impatient to proceed. Humph. After I have assisted you so greatly, are you not obliged to treat me to a meal? Ouyang Wanner shrugged off Luo Chen's grasp, pouting as she feigned annoyance. Very well. Order whatever you desire, but you must take me along after we eat. Luo Chen sighed in resignation and turned back toward the tavern. Ouyang Wanner followed suit, her face lighting up with glee as she began to order dishes. Before long, the table was laden with a variety of exquisite delicacies. Ouyang Wanner, salivating, began to feast with abandon, while Luo Chen sat beside her, feeling restless, wishing she would finish her meal swiftly. I am full. Finally, Ouyang Wanner cleared the entire table of delicacies, satisfied as she set down her chopsticks and leaned back, contentedly burping. Full. Are you? Let us set off without delay. Luo Chen could hardly contain his eagerness, springing to his feet and seizing Ouyang Wanner's arm. No, I cannot take you just yet. Ouyang Wanner gently shook off Luo Chen's hand, a sly smile adorning her face. Luo Chen, seeing her reaction, felt a surge of frustration and raised his fist, only to lower it again. After a moment of contemplation, he clenched his teeth, struggling to suppress his anger. Then when will you take me? Why are you so angry? Before we go, we must first retrieve something from the Qin family. Otherwise, our journey will be in vain. Ouyang Wanner blinked innocently and then led Luo Chun to a higher vantage point in the tavern. Pointing towards the lavish flower boat on the water, you see the flower boat of Qin Jiyu? Yes, what of it? Luo Chun questioned, tilting his head in confusion that moment. He felt a sudden lightness beneath his feet, and before he knew it, he was lifted into the air by an unseen force, floating directly onto Qin Jiyu's flower boat. Qin Fairy, I have brought you a man, as Ouyang Wanna landed on the flower boat. She laughed loudly, her face brimming with mischief as she turned to Qin Jiyu. Boom! Several strands of light gauze, resembling great white serpents, surged toward Ouyang Wanner with fierce intent. Hey, Qin Fairy, you are being rather unreasonable. Ouyang Wanner abruptly produced a jade flute, positioning it before her chest. With a gentle blow, she deflected the oncoming gauze entirely. Ouyang Wanner, you have gone too far. Qin Jiyu stood, her icy gaze fixated on Ouyang Wanner. Her eyes ablaze with fury. Qin Fairy, you sit upon a flower boat. Do you not seek a companion? Ouyang Wanner playfully pulled Luo Chun before Qin Jiyu. Look, I present to you a most handsome suitor. You ought to thank me instead of berating me. Greetings, Qin Fairy. Luo Chun found himself awkwardly pushed before Qin Jiyu, offering a strained smile and forcing himself to greet her. He is better suited for you. I have no interest. Qin Jiyu glanced at Luo Chun with disdain, a cold smirk curling her lips. A mere cultivator in the Qi refinement stage was hardly worthy of her attention. 20 years prior, Qin Rushu had encountered the prodigious Jian Chun aboard a flower boat. Their deep affection and poignant connection still echoed in tales told throughout the land. Ever since Qin Rushu's passing, the fairy had adorned a flower boat each peach blossom festival. Gliding upon the Luo River, it was said that her actions were a tribute to Qin Rushu, hoping to encounter a man as devoted as Jian Chun. Yet, year after year, the fairy remained alone, either never meeting her ideal partner or quietly awaiting a miracle. Ouyang Wanner smirked mischievously, boldly striding over to take a seat across from Qin Jiyu. Ouyang Wanner, what exactly do you intend to convey? Qin Jiyu's brows knitted together, her piercing gaze fixed on Ouyang Wanner, her expression decidedly displeased. Ouyang Wanner smiled lightly, then turned to Luo Chun and winked. Why not remove your hat, allowing Qin Fairy a proper view? Perhaps you will be captivated by your handsome visage. Luo Chun hesitated, sensing a deeper intention behind Ouyang Wanner's actions, yet he complied and gently lifted his hat. As Qin Jiyu raised her gaze, time seemed to freeze when she beheld Luo Chun's face. She abruptly stood, her words caught in her throat as she stared at him, murmuring, how strikingly similar. Is it possible for such a likeness to exist in this world? Qin Fairy, are you satisfied with the suitor I have brought you? Do not forget to reward me, your intermediary. Ouyang Wanner teased, pulling Qin Jiyu back from her stupor. Where? What did you find him? Qin Jiyu's expression shifted to one of slight panic as she regained her composure. He has come to Luolan City to uncover the past of Jian Chun. Since you have followed Jian Chun since you were 10, you must be well versed in his affairs. Would you be willing to lend him a hand? Ouyang Wanner's playful demeanor vanished as she became serious. Chapter 48. The Guardian of Flowers. Look, there is someone on Qin Fairy's flower boat. Who is that young man? A voice from the crowd on the shore suddenly shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Dozens of eyes turned to Luo Chun, and one individual, consumed by jealousy, shouted furiously, who is this interloper, daring to board Qin Fairy's flower boat? Look, Qin Fairy's boat is about to depart, came another startled cry. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the flower boat of Qin Jiyu slowly pivoted, preparing to leave the bustling waters. Young man, you are unworthy of Qin Fairy. Come forth. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted above the surface of the water. A man clad in green strode through the air, blocking Qin Jiyu's flower boat. His long spear ominously pointed at Luo Chun. Exuding an intimidating aura, a captivating spectacle is about to unfold. Someone is here to seize the flower. Ouyang Wanner teased in a playful whisper to Luo Chun, as long as the flower boat remains in this water, you must accept the challenge to prevent anyone from boarding. During this time, the Fairy Qin cannot offer assistance. This is the rule of the Peach Blossom Festival. What a nuisance, Luo Chun thought anxiously. eager to trace Jian Chen's whereabouts without delay. Frowning, he stepped to the bow of the boat, clenching his fists tightly. Indeed, there are many rules and customs during the Peach Blossom Festival, Ouyang Wanner mischievously elaborated. To watch from the shore is called appreciating the blossoms. To actively court the women on the boat is termed seeking the flower. Succeeding in the pursuit prompts a challenge, also known as seizing the flower. When someone attempts to seize, there will inevitably be someone to protect, which is your role as the flower guardian. Only by ensuring the flower boat departs safely can the fairy Qin be considered yours. With that, she wore an eager expression, anticipating the unfolding drama. Kid, I don't know how a mere Qi refining stage cultivator like you managed to board the flower boat and win fairy Qin's favor. But if you think you can leave so easily, you are sorely mistaken. The man in green shook his spear, radiating a fierce aura, and charged at Luo Chun, the spear carving an arc through the air with a menacing force. Boom! Luo Chen's fist met the spear, producing a thunderous explosion. The flower boat trembled violently, but Luo Chun remained steady, as solid as a mountain. In stark contrast, the man in green was forced back, coming to a halt at a considerable distance. His expression grave as he regarded Luo Chun, his eyes narrowing in astonishment. Ouyang Wanner and Qin Jue exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Kid, are you truly just at the Qi refining stage? The man in green inquired solemnly, as the immense force from the spear had left his hands trembling, compelling him to reassess Luo Chen's strength. Why else? Luo Chun tilted his head, regarding the man with an indifferent gaze. His tone neither warm nor cold. Humph. The man in green snorted disdainfully, raising his spear high, a surge of formidable spiritual energy engulfing him, coalescing upon the spear's tip, shimmering with a mesmerizing light. Be careful. That spear contains a drop of ancient python's blood, capable of summoning the spirit of the serpent. Its power is extraordinary. Ouyang Wanner cautioned in a hushed tone, her eyes glinting with excitement and anticipation. Python dragon, arise! The man in green bellowed, his spear sweeping through the air, manifesting a colossal serpent of spiritual energy that soared aloft, roaring as it lunged toward Luo Chun, an oppressive aura inducing a chill within. Flame Dragon Whirl. Faced with the oncoming onslaught, Luo Chen's expression sharpened, his palms thrusting outward. In an instant, two crimson fire dragons erupted from his palms, radiating intense heat as they surged toward the serpent. The firelight illuminated the water's surface beneath, causing the surrounding temperature to soar. Boom! The collision of the serpent and fire dragons unleashed a deafening roar. The spiritual serpent, overwhelmed by the ferocious assault of the fire dragons, succumbed within moments, dissipating into shimmering motes of light in the air. Phew! The fire dragon, having consumed the serpent, maintained its momentum, charging relentlessly toward the man in green. Alarmed by the sight, the man felt a surge of foreboding. If struck by the fire dragon, he would either perish or suffer grave injuries. Thus, he turned to flee, his form streaking toward the shore like a shooting star. The fire dragon pursued for a brief moment before gradually dissipating. Wow, such powerful flames, they evoke a sense of trepidation. Ouyang Wanner applauded. Kid, wait for it. The man in green shouted from a distance, retreating to the shore, his heart brimming with shock and dread. All right, we should leave this place promptly, Qin Jue said with a gentle smile, waving her arm lightly. The flower boat appeared to gain sentience, swiftly gliding across the water's surface, the sound of rushing wind composing a symphony of speed and passion. Ouyang Wanner crossed her arms, casting a teasing glance at Qin Jue. Oh dear, Fairy Qin, you seem to have bent the rules just for him. It appears you hold him in high regard. Yet Qin Jue maintained a serene smile, neither affirming nor denying Ouyang Wanner's remarks, channeling her spiritual energy to sustain the boat's rapid pace. Before long, they had departed the bustling area, arriving at a secluded cove where the boat came to a steady halt at the shore. Qin Jue waved her hand, and the flower boat transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into her sleeve. I could see that moment. Luo Chen realized that the flower boat was indeed a magical artifact, internally marveling at its elegance. Let us proceed to my villa, Qin Jue suggested, glancing back at Luo Chan as she took the lead. Under her guidance, the trio soon arrived at a tranquil and refined villa. Along the way, Ouyang Wanner remained surprisingly quiet, a smile gracing her features as she seemed lost in thought. Upon entering the villa, Qin Jue made a few brief arrangements before turning to Luo Chan with a serious expression. Your name is Luo Chan, correct? You will stay here temporarily while I visit the Qin family, and then I shall take you to the place you desire. Remember, do not venture outside until I return. Understood. Though Luo Chan was unaware of the reasons behind her urgency, he nodded earnestly at her solemn expression. Qin Jue then turned to Ouyang Wanner, issuing a stern warning. And you, do not spread any rumors outside, or I shall not spare you. You can't defeat me. Ouyang Wanner shrugged, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Oh. Qin Jue was momentarily taken aback, staring at her before gritting her teeth and demanding, what will it take for you to keep quiet? I haven't decided yet. I can come and go as I please here, and I'll let you know when I've made up my mind. Ouyang Wanner replied casually, her gaze wandering around, seemingly unconcerned by Qin Jue's warning. Suit yourself. Qin Jue shot her a glance before soaring into the air, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. Before departing, she reiterated, remember my words. Hey, that fairy Qin is quite something, isn't she? Any thoughts of a romantic inclination? Ouyang Wanner leaned in closer to Luo Chan with a mischievous grin after Qin Jue had left. What kind of thoughts? Luo Chan shot her a quizzical look, sensing her odd behavior and her unfathomable cultivation level left him perplexed. Are you genuinely oblivious or merely pretending? You know, that kind of thought. Ouyang Wanner raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with curiosity that I'm going to cultivate now. If you have nothing else to do, feel free to leave. Luo Chan decided to maintain his distance from Ouyang Wanner, striding toward one of the rooms. Hey, tossing me aside after using me isn't very fair, is it? At the very least, you should show some gratitude. Ouyang Wanner blocked his path, her expression one of reluctance. That sounds rather odd. Others might misconstrue our relationship. You just had quite the feast. What more do you want? Luo Chan replied, exasperated by Ouyang Wanner's antics. And what about the next meal? We can't have a single meal without a follow-up. At least 2 meals are required to settle this. You owe me 1 more meal, and then we'll call it even. How does that sound? Ouyang Wanner raised 2 fingers, her eyes wide with anticipation, wearing a triumphant expression. Fine, but Fairy Qin has instructed me not to go out, that if you want something to eat, bring the ingredients, and I will cook for you. Luo Chan, unable to navigate Ouyang Wanner's peculiar logic, eventually acquiesced. Great! It's settled then. Ouyang Wanner appeared nearly ready to leap with joy, as if some scheme had succeeded. She waved at the astonished Luo Chan. You focus on your cultivation. I'll return tonight, giggling softly. She leapt into the air, vanishing from Luo Chan's sight after a few graceful movements, leaving behind only a lingering, silvery laughter that echoed in the air. Chapter 49. Grilled fish in the quaint courtyard of Qinji, Yu's secluded residence. 3 bamboo houses stood side by side, adorned with plaques inscribed with the elegant names of Yu Chun, Wen Xian, and Jingya. Luo Chen's heart brimmed with curiosity, and he speculated about the stories concealed behind these names as he stepped into the leftmost abode. Yu Chun As he pushed open the door, he was greeted by the sight of an intricately carved bed draped in exquisite cloud-patterned silk, flanked by vibrant crimson curtains. By the window stood a vanity adorned with an array of jewelry and rouge. The room was further embellished with several pots of blooming flowers, their fragrance wafting through the air, but on the walls hung 2 paintings. One depicted a gentle lady, strikingly reminiscent of Qin Ji herself, while the other portrayed a man wielding a heavy sword, whose features bore an uncanny resemblance to Luo Chun. This must be Jian Chun. Luo Chun murmured to himself, I have intruded upon the private quarters of the Fairy Qin. After contemplating the man's portrait for a moment, a sudden realization flushed his face, prompting him to hastily retreat and gently close the door behind him, proceeding instead to Wen Xian. Upon entering, he was met with an entirely different ambience. The room was adorned with exquisite simplicity, featuring a central guqin, its ancient body exuding a melodious resonance, and a traditional ink-wash landscape painting adorned the wall. Its mountains and rivers depicted in stunning beauty, seemingly alive with the sound of babbling brooks. The bed was dressed in soft brocade, with a weathered tome resting by the pillow. A writing desk stood by the window, equipped with brushes, ink, paper, and an inkstone. This hardly resembles a guest room, Luo Chun pondered, shaking his head as he slowly exited, making his way to the rightmost dwelling. As he opened the door. A refreshing aura enveloped him. The interior was sparsely furnished, consisting of a simple couch and a table. A smoke blue curtain hung at the side of the couch, for which a carved incense ball dangled. Releasing a delicate fragrance on the table sat a pot of fine tea and several empty cups. The walls were adorned with a painting of the three friends of winter, featuring pine, bamboo, and plum, rendered with remarkable vitality. This must be a guest room, Luo Chun mused. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him, he removed his hat and hung it gently by the bed. Then, sitting cross-legged on the couch, he closed his eyes and began his cultivation. During his recuperation, guided by Ying Shi, Luo Chen's cultivation had progressed significantly, reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement. According to his plan, once he unraveled the mysteries surrounding Jianchun and clarified his own lineage, he would enter seclusion to break through to foundation establishment. At this moment, he operated the Xianling Ju for a full cycle before transitioning to the soul tempering Ju. Half a day later, as evening fell, a soft whoosh echoed as Ouyang Wanner appeared in the courtyard, holding two lively fish in her hands. She called out to the house, Luo Chun, "Come out and prepare a dish of Luo River fish soup for this young lady." With a creak, the door swung open, and Luo Chun stepped out, observing the fish in Ouyang Wanner's grasp. "It may not be convenient to make soup here. Let me grill them instead." "Grilled fish? Is it delicious?" Ouyang Wanner exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity, as if she had never tasted grilled fish before. "You'll know once you try it," Luo Chun replied nonchalantly, turning to walk towards the open space behind the house, with Ouyang Wanner eagerly trailing behind. Before long, Luo Chun had built a small bonfire, skewering the two fish on bamboo sticks and slowly grilling them. In no time, the fish turned a golden hue, their tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Luo Chun produced a special seasoning bottle, carefully sprinkling it over the fish. He then handed one of the grilled fish to Ouyang Wanner while keeping the other for himself. "Wow, it smells amazing," Ouyang Wanner exclaimed, taking the grilled fish and inhaling its enticing aroma with her eyes closed, nearly drooling. Unable to contain her excitement, she took a bite, her face lighting up with delight as she exclaimed, "This is exquisite. Your culinary skills are indeed legendary." "Legendary? Where did you hear that I can cook?" Luo Chun, having just taken a bite himself, keenly sensed something amiss in Ouyang Wanner's words. It seemed she already knew of his culinary prowess. Only Mo Yang and his senior sister Lin Xiaofei were aware of Luo Chen's skills, while others remained oblivious. Thus, Luo Chen quickly pressed her. "Do you know Mo Yang?" "Who is Mo Yang?" I don't know him." Ouyang Wanner stiffened, her demeanor betraying a hint of panic as she waved her hands in denial. Raising the grilled fish in her hand, she attempted to mask her fluster, saying, "This fish is grilled perfectly. How did you do it? Teach me. Stop dodging. What is your relationship with the old ancestor?" Luo Chun scrutinized her poor attempt at a cover-up, finding it amusing as he demanded answers. "What? Old ancestor? What are you talking about? I know nothing." Ouyang Wanner blushed as if caught in a secret, stammering her denial. She quickly turned away, focusing intently on her grilled fish while occasionally glancing at Luo Chun with a troubled expression. "Desperate to cover up? If you can't lie, then don't. The truth is written all over your face." Observing Ouyang Wanner's antics, Luo Chun shook his head in resignation, his wariness towards her dissipating entirely. "Humph. You're no fun." "Not fun at all?" Ouyang Wanner suddenly stood up, stamped her foot, and playfully scolded Luo Chun. With that, she snatched the grilled fish from his hand, clutching it tightly, her eyes gleaming with triumph, in a swift motion. She leapt onto the roof and vanished into the night. Luo Chun was momentarily stunned, then rose to his feet and called out towards the direction Ouyang Wanner had fled. "Hey, That was my share. However, her figure had long since disappeared into the darkness, leaving no response. What a peculiar girl, Luo Chun mused, a helpless smile playing on his lips as he bent down to extinguish the bonfire on the ground. After tidying up, he returned indoors to continue his cultivation. Not far away, atop a rooftop, Ouyang Wanner sat at the edge, her long legs swinging gently in the air as she relished her grilled fish. How did he find out? She pondered. Yet after devouring half of the fish, she pouted, discontented and unwilling to let it go so easily. Resolutely, she finished her fish, then leapt gracefully into the night. With a plop, a stone hit the window of Jing Yiju with a crisp sound. "Hey, you brat! Come out! How dare you compete with me for the fairy Qin?" A hoarse yet arrogant voice abruptly shattered the tranquility of the night. Luo Chan frowned at the sound and stepped outside, but he soon spotted a masked figure clad in black, boldly standing in the courtyard, one hand on their hip and the other pointing at Luo Chan in an exaggeratedly arrogant manner. "May I ask who you are?" Luo Chan inquired, scrutinizing the figure. The masked individual seemed momentarily taken aback by the question, pondering for a moment before lifting their chin and coldly replying, "The one here to take your life." With that, they lunged at Luo Chan like an enraged beast, their attack fierce and unrelenting. Luo Chan, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly countered with his fists, engaging in a fierce battle with the masked assailant. The two exchanged blows, the sound of their strikes echoing through the night, neither willing to yield. After exchanging a dozen or so blows, Luo Chun sensed no intent to kill from the masked figure. Instead, the silhouette appeared increasingly familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted into Luo Chen's nostrils. He inhaled deeply several times, carefully savoring the aroma, then abruptly withdrew his fists. Looking at the masked figure with exasperation, "You crazy girl, what are you up to this time?" "Ew, who are you calling a crazy girl?" The masked figure paused, their voice betraying a hint of panic and excitement, inadvertently releasing a melodious tone that revealed their true identity. Boom. The moment the masked figure was unmasked, they seemed to be filled with rage, suddenly raising their hands. The surrounding air trembled as an invisible pressure surged towards Luo Chun from all directions, pinning him in place and rendering him immobile. Thud, thud, thud. The masked figure appeared before Luo Chun, raining down punches like a torrential downpour, mercilessly assaulting him. Before long, Luo Chun was left battered and bruised, his body restrained by an unseen force. Utterly incapable of movement. What have I done to deserve this? This madwoman is really taking it too far. He inwardly cursed. Clap, clap, clap. Once satisfied with her handiwork, the masked figure finally ceased her blows, dusted off her hands, and remarked in her raspy voice, "How dare you compete with me for a woman? Watch as I beat you to a pulp. Today, I shall impart a lesson upon you, so you may comprehend the might of this esteemed individual. From now on, maintain your distance from the esteemed Qin. Otherwise, each encounter shall result in a confrontation." With that, the figure clad in black leapt into the air and vanished into the night. Ouyang Wanner, "You are nothing but a lunatic." After enduring the torment of confinement, Luo Chun finally liberated himself, gingerly touching his swollen face, and could not help but bellow into the heavens. Chapter 50. Granny Lu at dawn the following day. Qin Ji returned to the villa early and immediately noticed the swollen corner of Luo Chen's mouth. Mistaking it for disobedience to her instructions and a reckless brawl, she felt a surge of displeasure. Furrowing her brows, she inquired coolly, "Did you go out last night?" "No, a madman came to beat me up." Luo Chen lamented, touching his mouth in distress that, "Oh, I have arranged a formation around this villa, which ordinary individuals cannot breach. Those capable of breaking through the formation would not merely settle for a mere beating." Qin Ji cast a disapproving glance at Luo Chun. "Hey, good morning, Miss Qin." At that moment, Ouyang Wanner cheerfully strolled in from outside. She greeted Qin Ji first before fixing her gaze on Luo Chun, feigning surprise as she asked, "Oh dear, what happened to you? Did someone beat you?" "Yes, I was assaulted by a madwoman." Luo Chun glared at Ouyang Wanner, biting his teeth and responding irately. Upon witnessing this, Qin Ji instantly understood everything. Casting a meaningful glance at Luo Chun, she stated mildly, "Let us go. I shall take you to the place where Jian Chen once resided. Thank you, Miss Qin. Hearing her words, Luo Chan promptly forgot all his grievances and hastily expressed his gratitude with a bow. It is a bit of a distance from here. Allow me to accompany you. With a wave of her hand, a flying sword materialized before them. She gracefully leapt onto it and extended her hand toward Luo Chan. Thank you. Just as Luo Chan was about to take her hand, he was abruptly seized by Ouyang Wanner. Miss Qin, he cannot ride the sword. He lacks balance that I shall take him instead, Ouyang Wanner explained. Firmly grasping Luo Chen's arm and smiling mischievously at Qin Ji, as her words fell, she waved her arm lightly, summoning a petite spirit boat before them. Then, she pulled the reluctant Luo Chun onto the vessel. Although Luo Chun possessed the Ling Feng Dunning Shaw, he refrained from using it at that moment, that he understood the principle of not flaunting wealth, and moreover, Ouyang Wanner had not given him a chance to choose. Humph! Qin Ji huffed softly, soaring into the sky on her flying sword. Ouyang Wanner piloted the spirit boat and swiftly followed suit on the spirit boat. Luo Chun crossed his arms, slightly turning his face to steal glances at Ouyang Wanner. Questioning, why did you hit me last night? Who hit you? Do you have evidence? Do not wrongfully accuse an innocent. Ouyang Wanner retorted, turning her face away, denying vigorously while wearing a proud expression. Luo Chun gritted his teeth, silently resolving, once this matter concludes, I must keep my distance from this lunatic. That a moment later, the trio arrived above a peach grove. Luo Chun leaned forward to gaze down, noticing several bamboo houses faintly visible within the depths of the grove. Resembling a paradise untouched by the world, we have arrived. Qin Ji alighted gracefully before the peach grove, pausing before entering. She produced a jade talisman, gently placing it in the palm of her hand. The talisman floated forward, causing ripples to spread through the surrounding space, vanishing without a trace upon entering the so. This place is protected by a grand formation. And oh wonder, Ouyang Wanner mentioned retrieving something from the Qin family. It must have been this jade talisman, but who would deliberately set up a formation here? Luo Chun discerned the nuances of the situation and could not help but speculate inwardly. Ji, what brings you to expend this jade talisman to see me? A hoarse, deep voice emerged from the depths of the peach grove, carrying an air of authority, likely belonging to an elderly matron. Granny Lu, I seek information regarding Jian Shun, a figure possibly connected to him, that I hope you might grant me this favor. Despite the considerable distance within the peach grove, Qin Ji's demeanor remained profoundly respectful. After waiting for nearly half a stick of incense, a deep voice responded from within the grove. Come in. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the space before the trio, revealing a winding path. Let us proceed. This place is protected by a 5 elements reversal formation. Follow me closely and do not wander off. Qin Ji beckoned, leading the way onto the path. It is merely a flawed formation imitating the 5 elements reversal formation. It is not as formidable as she claims. Ouyang Wanner scoffed, displaying indifference. Qin Ji shot her a disapproving glance before turning to Luo Chun, instructing, Luo Chun, Granny Lu is my aunt's wet nurse. She cared for my aunt throughout her life. After my aunt's passing, she vowed never to leave the peach grove until achieving the transformation realm. In recent years, her cultivation has faced obstacles, and her emotions have been rather unstable. When you meet her shortly, exercise caution in your speech to avoid provoking her. Understood. Luo Chun nodded solemnly. Upon entering the peach grove, it felt as though they had stepped into another realm. The fragrant blossoms, the buzzing bees collecting nectar, and the fluttering butterflies, all intertwined to create a beautiful pastoral symphony, causing Luo Chun to become enchanted, his spirits calming. Under Qin Ji's guidance, the trio traversed the path until they reached the heart of the peach grove. A modest courtyard enclosed by a fence appeared before them, where an elderly matron with white hair leaned on a peachwood cane, her ample gown giving her a somewhat bulky appearance. Yet her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Granny, how do you fare? Qin Ji stepped forward, her tone brimming with respect. Not dead yet. Who are you? Granny Lu waved her hand casually, her bright gaze fixating on Luo Chun, scrutinizing him intently. Esteemed elder, I am Luo Chun, he replied hastily, stepping forward to bow deeply, his demeanor humble. I have come to inquire about matters concerning Jian Shun. Boom! Suddenly, Luo Chan felt as though a great weight had descended upon him, sending a tremor through his entire being, nearly causing him to kneel. Esteemed elder, Luo Chun quickly steadied himself, channeling his energy to endure the sudden pressure. Seeing that Luo Chun did not collapse, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Granny Lu's eyes, and she retracted her test. Turning her attention to Ouyang Wanner, her expression shifted to one of displeasure. Ouyang's girl, what brings you here? Of course, I am here to watch over you. I shall not allow you to bully him. Ouyang Wanner declared proudly, showing no fear. Such audacity. Leave this boy behind. Return in half a year to collect him. Now, you all must depart, Granny Lu commanded, her tone brooking no dissent. Unacceptable. Ouyang Wanner immediately objected, stepping in front of Luo Chan with her arms outstretched to shield him. Oomph! Granny Lu scoffed, slamming her cane down, and Ouyang Wanner's figure abruptly vanished. Boom! A deafening crash resonated, as if something had struck the grand formation with tremendous force. Old hag, do you believe I won't tear this place down? Ouyang Wanner's furious voice followed. Boom, boom, boom. More resounding impacts echoed. Humph, truly a mad girl. Granny Lu frowned, letting out a cold huff. Yet her eyes held no malice, only a hint of resignation. Clearly, she did not wish to harm Ouyang Wanner, merely intending to expel her. Granny, I shall step out to bring her back. Qin Ji tactfully offered her farewells and turned to leave, making tea that moment. Only Granny Lu and Luo Chun remained in the courtyard. Granny Lu's gaze once again fell upon Luo Chun. Chapter 51. Heavenly Sword Technique. Granny Lu scrutinized Luo Chun with an almost evaluative gaze, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yet in an instant she concealed this emotion deep within, leaving behind a barely perceptible smile. After a moment of appraisal, she slowly turned and said, "Follow me." Luo Chun complied, closely trailing behind her. Granny Lu, leaning on her cane, meandered around to the rear of the dwelling, where a peculiar room stood, its doors and windows tightly shut. She gently pushed the door open, revealing an exceptionally dim interior. Especially upon entering from the bright outside, it felt entirely shrouded in darkness. With a soft click, Granny Lu raised her hand to illuminate a lamp. The yellowish light flickered within the room, casting shadows that highlighted her eyes, filled with depth and meaning. Then, she turned back, leaning on her cane, and gazed at Luo Chun, stating, "Examine the walls carefully." Luo Chun promptly responded, directing his attention to the surroundings. Upon the walls were vivid murals depicting figures wielding broad, heavy swords, their swordsmanship steady and formidable, contrasting starkly with the light and agile styles of conventional techniques. The heavy sword in their grasp seemed to possess a life of its own, akin to a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. Unstoppable, or like a dragon emerging from the sea, exhibiting astonishing power. Each sword technique exuded an aura of overwhelming dominance, every move carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds, yet remaining astoundingly nimble, as if capable of severing all worldly chains and bindings. As Luo Chun beheld the murals, he felt a surge of fervor coursing through his veins. He had never witnessed such a domineering swordsmanship, as if he could feel the immense power contained within it, along with the unwavering dedication and pursuit of the person depicted in the mural towards the way of the sword. Lu Momo silently observed from the side, waiting for Luo Chun to finish surveying the murals on the four walls before inquiring. "Tell me, what did you see?" "The swordsmanship," Luo Chun blurted out, quickly adding, "Not just the swordsmanship, but also the sword path of the mural's figure, their tenacity, and their relentless pursuit." "Excellent." Lu Momo nodded with satisfaction, her voice rising a few octaves. "Examine each move closely, starting from the first." "Indeed." Luo Chun nodded excitedly, focusing intently on the first move. Before him, the figure in the mural stood tall, eyes slightly closed, wielding a heavy sword raised high above, its tip pointing toward the heavens, as if in communion with the might of the universe, or perhaps challenging the sky itself. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted in Luo Chen's mind, as if he were suddenly drawn into the mural, transforming into the figure within. Above him, dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled ominously, carrying a cataclysmic force that struck down upon him. Under this overwhelming celestial might, Luo Chun felt as though he were but a grain of sand in the vast ocean. Insignificant and inconsequential. Unable to bear the pressure, he stumbled back a couple of steps, a mouthful of blood spurting forth. Lu Momo swiftly extended her cane and struck his back, sternly commanding, "Tell me, what did you see?" The magnificent might of the heavens, irresistible. Luo Chun bent over, gasping for breath, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "Excellent," Lu Momo said with a sense of relief. "This move is named questioning the heavens. Inquire of the heavens. Challenge the might of the universe. Now, continue observing." Luo Chun wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling deeply to regain his composure, then resumed watching the second move. The figure in the mural suddenly pivoted. The heavy sword resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, conjuring a tempest. The sword tip traced a brilliant arc in the air, as if aiming to soar to the highest heavens. Roar! A terrifying dragon's roar erupted, deafening in its intensity. Luo Chun felt as though he were amidst rolling thunder. 9 black lightning dragons clawing their way towards him, their immense power rendering him immobile, as if they would consume him entirely. "Awaken!" Lu Momo's voice pierced through, pulling Luo Chun back from the terrifying scene. "What did you see this time?" 9 lightning dragons, their might unfathomable. Luo Chun replied, still shaken, although the lesson of the first encounter lingered. The tremors in his heart persisted, refusing to calm. "Very good." Lu Momo's face beamed with pride, her voice quivering with excitement. "This move is called dragon slaying, possessing boundless power. Next, we have Howling Moon, Falling Star, Demon Breaking, and Heaven Opening, totaling 6 moves. Each one is an original creation by Jian Chun, collectively known as the Heaven Slaying Sword Technique, unparalleled in the world. Heaven Slaying Sword Technique. What a formidable name. Hearing such an imposing title, Luo Chun couldn't help but inwardly marvel. "Ha ha!" Lu Momo burst into laughter, her voice filled with pride and satisfaction. "You can sense the might within. My 15 years of dedicated effort have not been in vain." Suddenly, Lu Momo's figure flickered, vanishing like a specter within the room. The door slammed shut with a resounding crash. It took me a full 15 years to engrave this sword technique onto the wall, striving to replicate Jian Chen's former grandeur. Lu Momo's voice resonated from outside, laced with determination and anticipation. "Since you wish to follow in his footsteps, from this day forth, you shall enter seclusion here to cultivate. You may emerge only when you can withstand the power of the mural and fully comprehend the techniques inscribed upon the wall. Otherwise, you shall remain in this room forever." Upon hearing this, Luo Chun was taken aback, but more so filled with excitement and anticipation. He had been deeply moved by the sword techniques and the might they encompassed. Eagerly yearning to learn this swordsmanship, that moment, Lu Momo's words were precisely what he desired. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Luo Chun quickly expressed his gratitude towards the door. Thereafter, Luo Chun secluded himself in the peach grove, diligently practicing the heaven-slaying sword technique, immersing himself in the realm of swordsmanship, day after day, losing track of time and the clamor of the outside world. Meanwhile, at the Qingyang sword sect, several significant events unfolded over the course of months, casting a shadow of oppression and strangeness over the entire sect. Firstly, Lin Xiaofei successfully established her foundation 2 months prior and then suddenly vanished. Aside from Lin Qingxian, no one knew her whereabouts. Subsequently, after 3 months of disputes with the elders, Lin Qingxian, in a fit of rage, chose to enter a deathly seclusion, resolving to no longer concern himself with the sect's affairs, dedicating himself to the study of the Qingyang sword technique. Seeking to attain enlightenment through the sword and break through to the transformation realm. Following Lin Qingshuan's retreat, the transmission tower promptly issued a bounty for the capture or killing of Luo Chun, offering a reward of over 10,000 merit points, along with a mysterious grade magical artifact. Additionally, it was noteworthy that Jia Shitong was released and resumed control over the affairs of the spiritual fields, while a young boy of around 10 took over the care of the spiritual fields. Chen Bo, Yang Dong, and Su Xiaoping were expelled from the sect due to their connection with Luo Chun. Each of these matters was jointly signed by the law enforcement hall and the transmission tower, forcibly executed without the consent of the sect leader Lin Qingxian. Now, the sect was under the law enforcement hall's complete dominance. With the transmission tower wielding power like a fox borrowing the tiger's might, arbitrarily issuing various bounties and orders. The brothers Mu Feng and Mu Yu were thriving within the inner sect. While the inner sect disciples were bending to their will, the outer sect disciples, however, lived in constant fear, reluctant to show themselves. Truly, the winds of change were in the air, and the future of the Qingyang sword sect seemed shrouded in a thick mist, making it impossible for anyone to discern the path ahead. Chapter 52. Soul Blood 3 months later. Een. Above the peach grove, a deep and resonant sword chant reverberated, causing the very air to tremble slightly. Luo Chun wielded a rusted great sword, engaging in a fierce clash with Lu Momo's peachwood cane. The collision of sword light and cane generated fierce winds, sweeping the surrounding peach leaves into a swirling dance. Heaven slaying, howling moon. With a mighty shout, Luo Chun let out a celestial roar, the great sword in his hand slicing through the air like the dawn's first light, imbued with boundless sharpness and might. Striking forward, boom, a thunderous sound erupted as the great sword collided violently with the cane in midair. Instantly, a tremendous force erupted from the point of impact, tearing apart the surrounding air. The great sword was sent flying. And Luo Chun staggered, his complexion shifting, retreating repeatedly. Form without intention, energy without might. Lu Momo immediately instructed Luo Chun. This move is named Howling Moon, requiring the concentration of spiritual energy into a lunar form, leveraging the power of the moon to strike foes unseen. Upon hearing this, Luo Chun felt a flicker of understanding and nodded earnestly. He picked up the great sword once more, inhaling deeply as he gathered his power. Heaven slaying, falling star. This time, Luo Chun gripped the sword handle tightly, channeling all his strength into the great sword. The sword shot forth like a meteor, streaking across the sky, bringing with it immense force as it descended heavily upon Lu Momo's cane. However, Lu Momo's cane remained steadfast, immovable as a boulder. Luo Chun felt a tremendous force emanating from the cane, causing pain to shoot through his hands, blood seeping from between his fingers. His hands, tightly gripping the great sword, trembled violently, his complexion turning pale as a sheet. Power is present, yet speed is lacking. Lu Momo continued to guide him. This move is named Falling Star, requiring the acceleration of sword speed to its utmost. Like a star plummeting from the heavens, capable of devastating the world. Gritting his teeth, Luo Chun nodded. He once again gathered his strength, preparing for the next move. Heaven slaying, demon breaking, Luo Chun shouted once more. Spinning vigorously in place, the great sword in his hand whirled like a tempest, emitting a deep hum. Several strands of sword energy, formed from spiritual power, shot forth from the sword tip, illuminating the surroundings like the dawn's first light. Under this sword radiance, all seemed to be laid bare. Next move, Lu Momo coldly commanded as Luo Chun completed his technique. Luo Chun responded promptly, raising the great sword high above his head. The surrounding spiritual energy converged upon the great sword like a rushing river, forming an immense spiritual sword, towering several meters high, radiating brilliant spiritual light as if it could sever anything. Heaven slaying, opening heaven, Luo Chun roared, standing like a giant between heaven and earth. The heavy sword in his hand resembled a divine artifact of creation, wielding immense might and authority as he swung it down. In that moment, it felt as though even the heavens and earth were cleaved in two by this strike, the entire world trembling before this power. As the final move concluded, Luo Chun stood panting heavily, the great sword dragging along the ground, leaving him without the strength to lift it again. You possess some talent, Lu Momo remarked, observing Luo Chun. In just 3 short months, you have grasped the form of all the techniques. However, the essence of the heaven-slaying sword technique lies in intention and might. This cannot be accomplished in a day. You must practice diligently and comprehend it thoroughly. Yes, thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder, Luo Chun replied, forcing himself upright and bowing deeply to Lu Momo. Lu Momo, silently gazed at Luo Chun, her eyes reflecting a serene wisdom born of experience. She gracefully accepted Luo Chen's salute and then slowly spoke, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible rasp. "Pray tell, why have you come in search of Jian Shun?" "Esteemed elder," the young man replied, "I have been an orphan since childhood, at the age of 5. I was taken in by the Qingyang sword sect, and I have no recollection of my past. I am entirely ignorant of my origins. But I happened to overhear someone mention that I bear a striking resemblance to Jian Shun, and why curiosity grew unbearable, compelling me to seek confirmation." Upon hearing this, Luo Chun promptly bowed in response, his demeanor exuding the utmost respect, not daring to exhibit the slightest negligence. The world outside spoke of Jian Chen's infatuation. Yet, how could they fathom that the young lady would willingly risk her life for him? Lu Momo nodded, her gaze drifting towards the depths of the peach orchard, where it seemed endless secrets and forgotten tales lay concealed. Her eyes grew somewhat misty, her voice low and sorrowful. Risking her life? Was she not taken by illness? Or was there more to the story? Luo Chen's heart seized in alarm, and he hastily inquired. With a sigh, Lu Momo continued. The young lady suffered from a rare affliction since childhood and was destined to remain childless. As long as she did not conceive, she could live a life free from peril. Yet, her love for Jian Shun ran deep. After their acquaintance, how could she allow him to be without an heir? Thus, she sacrificed her own life to bear him a child. At this juncture, Lu Momo's voice cracked with emotion, and pausing momentarily, she resumed. At that time, Jian Shun was unaware of the young lady's condition, for she forbade me from revealing it, fearing he would try to dissuade her. Furthermore, upon learning of her pregnancy, Jian Shun was elated like a child, completely oblivious to her physical decline. It was only as she neared labor that her health took a drastic turn for the worse, prompting him to frantically seek out renowned physicians. Alas, none could save her, though they managed to preserve the unborn child. Esteemed elder, what became of that child after the young lady's passing? Luo Chun swallowed hard, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washing over him as he choked out the question. Lu Momo lifted her head, her eyes revealing boundless sadness and solitude. Jian Shun attributed the young lady's death to the newborn babe. Believing it had taken the life of his beloved, he once contemplated ending the child's life, but it was only through my desperate pleading that he relented. Subsequently, he became as one possessed, cradling the young lady's corpse and seeking out transformation stage cultivators to resurrect her. Yet, none were willing to assist him. Not long after, he returned in high spirits, claiming that a transformation stage cultivator in Xinjiang City had agreed to help him revive her. However, a bond between mother and child required the infant's heart's blood as a catalyst. In a frenzy, he forcibly took the child from my arms. By then, he had lost his sanity. As she recounted this, a flicker of anguish and anger crossed Lu Momo's eyes. She paused before continuing. "I thought the child had perished long ago. From that moment, I vowed never to enter the transformation stage or leave the peach orchard. However, achieving the transformation stage is no simple feat. Xinjiang City." Luo Chen's heart quivered. Xinjiang City was the closest city to the Qingyang sword sect. When he was taken in by the sect, it was in Xinjiang City, and he was only 5 years old. Many events from before that time were lost to his memory. Esteemed elder, does that child possess any unique traits? How might one identify him? At this thought, Luo Chen's heart raced, and he eagerly pressed Lu Momo for answers. None. Lu Momo gently shook her head, gazing at Luo Chen as if seeing a long-lost kin. She then slowly retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom and handed it to him, fixing her gaze into his eyes as she spoke. This pendant contains a drop of Jian Chen's soul blood. The soul blood remains intact, indicating that he still lives. Once you find him, everything will be revealed. Do you understand? Jian Chen is still alive? Luo Chen exclaimed in astonishment as he accepted the pendant. Observing a drop of blood at its center, vibrant and red like a flower stamen, "I have shared all I know," Lu Momo said, her expression steeped in sorrow and solitude. "I am old and weary, unable to move. Please fulfill this old woman's wish and return to inform me of the outcome. Take this pendant and go." With that, Lu Momo slowly walked back in her dwelling, closing the door with a soft clatter. Chapter 53. He still lives. Luo Chun. How long have I been in slumber? As Luo Chun stepped out of the peach orchard, the ethereal presence of Jiao Yu quietly materialized beside him. Jiao Yu, you have finally awakened? Luo Chun turned abruptly, his eyes shimmering with indescribable joy, his voice betraying a trace of uncontainable excitement. After nearly 6 months without hearing Jiao Yu's voice, Luo Chun had felt a lingering unease. His training somewhat aimless at this moment. Seeing Jiao Yu again filled him with overwhelming exhilaration. Jiao Yu, are you unscathed? He scrutinized Jiao Yu's ethereal form. Concern etched on his face. I'm fine. Jiao Yu waved a hand dismissively, examining Luo Chun while stroking his chin. What has transpired recently? And who is that old woman in the peach orchard? As they walked, Luo Chun recounted the events of the past 6 months. His tone tinged with a hint of melancholy and sadness when discussing his origins. After listening, Jiao Yu pondered for a moment before calmly analyzing. With your current strength, you wouldn't stand a chance against even a foundation-building cultivator, let alone a transformation stage 1. Therefore, your priority should be to survive and focus on strengthening your abilities. Aim for the foundation-building stage first, as for your origins and Jianshun, that requires discreet investigation. Indeed, Luo Chun nodded, fully agreeing with Jiao Yu's counsel. However, he was utterly at a loss regarding how to establish his foundation. Thus, he inquired further, what should I do to enhance my strength? Should I immediately enter seclusion and strive for the foundation-building stage? No, Jiao Yu shook his head slowly. The hallmark of a foundation-building cultivator is the transformation of spiritual energy into liquid within their dantian, forming a sea of spiritual energy. Most individuals merely cultivate their spiritual energy. As long as their spiritual energy is sufficiently abundant and their absorption rate is rapid, they can achieve foundation building. However, my requirements for you are different that I want you to peak in your physical body, soul, and spiritual energy simultaneously before attempting foundation building. Once you succeed, you will be invincible within your realm. Understood. I will heed your guidance. How shall I proceed? Luo Chun felt a surge of excitement, his expression animated, his eyes glowing with fervor. Your physical body and spiritual energy have already reached peak condition. Only your soul remains insufficiently robust. Jiao Yu glanced at him, contemplating for a moment before adding, the soul-devouring technique has demanding prerequisites. You must seek out a higher-level technique to enhance your soul. I comprehend. Luo Chun nodded, then proposed, let's first head to Qingyang City, where we can investigate Jianshen's circumstances while searching for a technique to cultivate the soul. Is this how you intend to go? Jiao Yu regarded Luo Chun with a smirk, raising an eyebrow in playful mockery that, oh, by the way, my hat is still at Qin Xianzi's residence. We should retrieve it. Luo Chun, aware of his resemblance to Jianshen, understood Jiao Yu's implication. The hat? Jiao Yu scoffed dismissively, shaking his head in exasperation. I possess several magical techniques for disguise and altering one's appearance. Would you like to learn? Luo Chun furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of apprehension upon hearing the term magical technique. Nevertheless, curiosity compelled him to ask, what do you have? As long as it is not overly malevolent or sinister, I am willing to learn. The Thousand Faces technique, created by the ancient ancestor of the 10,000 Ghost sect, allows one to alter their appearance at will, mimicking another's visage to the point of achieving perfect deception. Mastery of this technique permits the transformation into countless faces, rendering one's true identity nearly impossible to discern. After outlining the technique, Jiao Yu fixed a sly gaze on Luo Chun, excitement creeping into his tone as he asked. However, mastering this technique requires the living skin of the person you wish to imitate. What do you say? Will you learn it? Peeling someone's face off while they're alive? Absolutely not. I refuse. Luo Chen's eyes widened in shock. His rejection immediate and emphatic. The shadow veil technique, created by the ghostly old demon, envelopes one in demonic energy, preventing others from peering into their true form. Before Jiao Yu could finish, Luo Chun interrupted once more. Not interested. Well then, it seems you are destined to be pursued by Jianshen's enemies. I shall not intervene further. Jiao Yu jested, turning his back to admire the scenery around them. I will first retrieve my hat and bid farewell to Qin Xianzi and that mad girl. Luo Chun contemplated, then produced the Spirit Wind escape shuttle, channeling his spiritual energy and transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. In an instant, he arrived above Qin Jiyu's villa, gently descending. He stowed the Spirit Wind escape shuttle and knocked on the door. Qin Xianzi, Luo Chun seeks an audience. With a creak, the door swung open. Qin Jiyu stood before him, her expression calm, still clad in the elegant attire from 3 months prior, exuding her usual gentle demeanor. Luo Chun, did Momo send you out early? Upon seeing Luo Chun, a hint of surprise colored Qin Jiyu's tone. Yes, Luo Chun nodded, offering a faint smile as he replied. The elder has informed me of the news regarding Jianchen. I have come to bid farewell to you, esteemed Xianzi, and to retrieve my hat. The news of Jianchen. Qin Jiyu softly echoed the words, a glimmer of urgency flashing in her eyes, yet she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. She slightly lifted her eyelids to glance at Luo Chen's face and, turning slightly, said, "Please come in. Your hat has been taken by Ouyang Wana." "Why would she take my hat?" Luo Chen couldn't help but express his surprise. "I do not know," Qin Jiyue replied, shaking her head. "Then I shall take my leave. Fair maiden, since my hat is not here, it would be inappropriate for me to linger." With that, Luo Chen bid farewell to Qin Jiyue. Just as he was about to depart, he turned back and said, "The elder mentioned that Jianshun is still alive." "What?" "Jianshun is still alive." Qin Jiyue's expression instantly transformed into one of excitement, her gaze fixed intently on Luo Chen, eyes brimming with a yearning for confirmation. "You say he still lives?" "Indeed," Luo Chen replied with a slight smile, nodding his head. In truth, from the moment he unwittingly wandered into the residence of Yuchun, had discerned the deep-seated feelings Qin Jiyue harbored for many years. Informing her of Jinshin's survival was a deliberate act on Luo Chen's part. "Then where is he now?" Qin Jiyue's voice trembled slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I do not know." Luo Chen shook his head. "The elder informed me that Jianshan sought out a cultivator of the transformation stage in Qingyang City to plead for assistance in saving his beloved. That I intend to investigate to avoid unnecessary complications." Luo Chen intentionally concealed the fact that he possessed Jianshan's soul blood. Qingyang City. Qin Jiyue softly repeated the name, her face alight with excitement. Moments later, she lifted her head and fixed her gaze on Luo Chen, inquiring, "You are going to Qingyang City, are you not?" "I shall accompany you." "Very well." Luo Chen, moved by the depth of Qin Jiyue's gaze, felt an indescribable emotion welling up within him and gently nodded in agreement. Qin Jiyue's affection was profound and unwavering, fully aware of its incompatibility with worldly norms, yet persisting resolutely, stirring the tenderest chords of Luo Chen's heart, rendering him unable to refuse her. "Thank you." Upon receiving Luo Chen's nod of affirmation, a radiant smile blossomed on Qin Jiyue's face. Chapter 54. The innkeeper, Qingyang City, nestled amidst the vast expanse of the 10,000 solitary mountains, stands as the sole human settlement in the vicinity. The city is immense, teeming with inhabitants, and when combined with the transient travelers passing through, the population consistently hovers around 200,000. This scale is quite remarkable for a remote region. The rise of Qingyang City is inextricably linked to the Qingyang sword sect. Initially, it served merely as a forward base for the sect, providing a temporary resting place for aspiring cultivators. However, as the Qingyang sword sect flourished, an increasing number of cultivators and martial artists congregated here, some seeking knowledge from the sect, while others engaged in training, leading to a gradual prosperity, in stark contrast to the gentle temperament of Luolan City. The residents here revere martial prowess and honor the strong, with a prevailing culture of martial arts. Throughout the streets, inscriptions and murals chronicling the illustrious history of the Qingyang sword sect are ubiquitous, seemingly narrating tales of its past glory and legends. Every year, countless cultivators arrive, drawn by the reputation of the Qingyang sword sect, hoping to acquire superior martial techniques and mental disciplines. The sect also regularly selects gifted disciples from the city to join its ranks. Concurrently, the Qingyang sword sect frequently dispatches inner disciples to descend the mountain for practical training, offering assistance and protection to the city's residents in exchange for merit coins. Half a month later, Luo Chun and Qin Jue soared through the skies above Qingyang City aboard the Spirit Wind escape shuttle. They were now perilously close to the Qingyang sword sect, and Luo Chen's heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions. The scene from half a year prior at the sect's mountain gate remained vividly etched in his memory, the helpless gaze of Lin Xiaofei haunting his thoughts, now, under the guise of a transformation technique. Luo Chen's appearance was drastically altered, appearing as an utterly ordinary youth. He had also adopted a pseudonym. Mo Yuan to avoid drawing attention, Luo Chen descended outside the city gate and on the walls of the gate. A conspicuous bounty notice was affixed, with several hurriedly passing cultivators gathered around, pointing and discussing. Hey! Qin Jue lifted her head, glancing at the notice. Upon seeing the likeness and content, she turned to Luo Chen, astonished, and whispered, "Is this person on the bounty notice you?" "Indeed," Luo Chen replied with a wry smile, nodding. "You have turned to the demonic path?" Qin Jue stared at Luo Chen in disbelief, her eyes filled with confusion. After their time together, she could not fathom that Luo Chen would ever veer into the demonic path. "It's a long story," Luo Chen admitted, unsure where to begin, and shook his head with a bitter smile. Qin Jue regarded Luo Chen with a meaningful glance, choosing not to speak further. The two entered the city side by side, and after some inquiries, they spent 1,000 low-grade spirit stones at a pawn shop to procure a tranquil and elegant courtyard in which to settle down. After a brief respite, the two ventured onto the bustling streets and entered a lively tavern. Taverns are traditionally the most reliable sources for news in the martial world, regardless of the heavens or the earth, or events from ancient times to the present. There was no topic that patrons would shy away from discussing. Qin Jue veiled her face with a light gauze, yet her allure remained unmistakable. This ethereal beauty only drew the attention of nearby patrons, who turned to steal glances. After several cups of coarse wine, the patrons' conversations shifted entirely to women. Amidst their crude banter, Luo Chen caught wind of a piece of news. Mu Yun, the head of the Mu family, who had lived for nearly 300 years, was recently set to marry his 108th concubine, a girl just turned 17. Upon hearing this news, Luo Chen, who had just sipped his wine, couldn't he help but sputter out. His reaction immediately attracted the attention of a cluster of patrons. "Look, that lad still has the heart to laugh. I bet, in less than half a day, the beauty before him will be eyed by the Mu family." One bearded patron, his vision clouded by intoxication, cast a sidelong glance at Qin Jue, his eyes filled with a mixture of desire and longing. Indeed, any woman entering Qingyang City with even a modicum of beauty will inevitably be offered up to the Mu family. Alas, it won't be long before Mu Yun adds yet another concubine. This beauty may very well become the 109th. What could be done? Who asked the Mu family to have an ancient relic of the transformation stage in their ranks? Even the Qingyang sword sect must tread carefully around them. The once majestic sword sect is now facing decline. It truly breaks the heart. Oh, let's not dwell on such sorrowful matters. Let us continue discussing women. The patrons exchanged words, fueled by alcohol, voicing their discontent and grievances. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the tavern, startling everyone inside. To a nearby table, a young man slammed his hand down, shattering the bowls and cups atop the surface into a fine powder. Debris scattering. To dare speak ill of the Mu family is to court death. The young man, seething with rage, rose abruptly and strode towards the drunken revelers, seizing the bearded man's collar with force. Bang! The bearded man, being a man of temperament, would not sit idly by. He swung a fist at the young man, the blow fierce and unrelenting. "How dare you lay a hand on a member of the Mu family?" The young man's companions, witnessing the altercation, rose in unison, their eyes filled with fury. "What, the Mu family? Are we not allowed to speak?" The bearded man's companions were equally unyielding, standing up as well. And in an instant, the atmosphere grew tense, the threat of a brawl imminent. Crack! With a sharp sound, a table was smashed to pieces, with splintering and flying. Qin Jue, accustomed to the affectionate exchanges in Luolan City, was taken aback by the scene before her, her brows furrowing in concern. "Fair maiden, we should keep our distance to avoid getting splashed with blood," Luo Chen said, observing the chaos with a detached demeanor. gently pulling Qin Jiu away. The conflict escalated from mere fisticuffs to drawn blades, transforming the tavern into a battleground. Chairs and tables overturned, porcelain shattered, the scene one of utter disarray. Surprisingly, despite the cacophony of fighting, no one intervened. Even the innkeeper and servers merely watched with indifference. The brawl continued for nearly the length of a joss stick, both sides sustaining injuries, but the young man's side, clearly, suffered more. He emerged bruised and bloodied, unable to distinguish between his wounds and those inflicted by his adversaries. "You lot wait here. I shall fetch reinforcements," the young man spat, his words laced with venom, as he was supported by his companions. Staggering toward the exit, "Stop!" Suddenly, the innkeeper, who had been observing coldly from the side, extended a hand to block their path. The innkeeper was a middle-aged man, exuding an air of distinction. "The bill for drinks is 30 spirit stones. Damages amount to 30,000 spirit stones. Settle your debts before departing." His expression remained calm, his tone steady. "What? 30,000? Why don't you go rob someone instead?" The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. Clutching his swollen cheek and shouting hoarsely, "Shall I personally deliver the bill to the Mu family?" The innkeeper smiled slightly, his demeanor unruffled. The young man glared at the innkeeper for a moment, gritting his teeth before begrudgingly uttering a single word. "Fine." A companion nearby hastily stepped forward, retrieving a chinquin bag from his bosom and respectfully presenting it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper accepted the chinquin bag, weighed it in his hand, and then turned his gaze toward the group of bearded men, inquiring, "What about you?" "The payment for the drinks amounts to 50 spirit stones, and the damages to the property also total 30,000 spirit stones." Upon hearing the shopkeeper demand the same compensation from the bearded man, the young man let out a cold snort and departed with his companions to tea that moment. The bearded man, having regained some clarity, wore an expression of regret and quickly approached, forcing a smile. "Shopkeeper Chi, please consider, I cannot produce such a large sum of spirit stones at once if I gather the amount in a few days. May I bring it to you then? Would that be acceptable?" The shopkeeper, with a blank expression, coldly replied, "Choose one person to go out and gather the spirit stones. The rest must remain here. You shall not leave until the spirit stones are delivered. Exceed 10 days, and do not blame me for being merciless." 10 days? The faces of the bearded men turned grim as they huddled together to discuss. But after much deliberation, they reached no conclusion. As none of them felt secure about sending anyone out, the shopkeeper gazed at them coldly before turning to the attendant beside him, instructing, "Clean up and continue the business." Several attendants swiftly began to clear the shattered tables and chairs, replacing them with brand new ones. The pristine furniture seemed to have been prepared in advance, awaiting installation. It was evident that managing an establishment like this was no trivial matter. Luo Chun observed the shopkeeper quietly, feeling a deep sense of astonishment. Chapter 55. Su Xiaoping sets up a stall after such commotion. The patrons gradually departed, and Luo Chun along with Qin Jiue had no choice but to leave the tavern and return to their lodgings. Though Luo Chun had not given much thought to the matter of Mu Yun's concubine, the image of Mu Yu involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Everything he had encountered at the Qingyang sword sect was inextricably linked to Mu Yu. Prompting a desire to explore the Mu family further on the way back, he pondered how he might infiltrate the Mu family. Upon entering the house, Jiu Yu immediately appeared, her expression grave as she warned Luo Chun. "Luo Chun, that shopkeeper Chi is no ordinary individual. He has already seen through your disguise and has been secretly observing you. You must be cautious. He possesses the cultivation of late-stage core formation and may have other hidden capabilities." "Observing me? Could it be because of the bounty?" Luo Chun was taken aback, realizing that being targeted by core formation cultivator like shopkeeper Chi so soon after arriving in Qingyang City was anything but fortunate. "I have told you before, your disguise technique may fool those weaker than you, but it won't deceive powerful cultivators. Consider learning the Thousand Faces illusion technique. It merely requires crafting a few masks." Jiu Yu leaned closer to Luo Chun, raising an eyebrow, once again tempting him to learn demonic arts. "I won't learn it." Luo Chun shot her an annoyed glance, then stroked his chin in thought, contemplating how to infiltrate the Mu family. "T6, that's not difficult at all. You may not believe it, but you really are quite dense Jiu retorted, crossing her arms and huffing disdainfully. That Mu Yun is planning to marry a concubine, which means there will be a grand feast. Simply obtain an invitation, and you can sneak in for a hearty meal. Luo Chen's eyes lit up as he clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Exactly! How could I not think of that?" He then turned to Jiu, grinning widely. "Indeed, with your longevity, your cunning ideas are plentiful that you've become increasingly arrogant before me. Do not forget, I am a demon cultivator, and my methods to deal with people are countless." Jiu shot Luo Chan a playful glare, her face full of teasing. "Jiu, we have faced life and death together. Having weathered hardships, you surely cannot bear to harm me." Luo Chan shivered slightly, quickly offering a smile. Stop with the frivolities," Jiu huffed, then turned serious, saying, "On a more pressing note, do not forget that you came here for another purpose, to seek a technique to enhance your divine soul. Do you still possess any spirit stones?" Luo Chen's face flushed as he scratched his head awkwardly. The meager spirit stones he had accumulated from selling pills at the Qingyang sword sect were nearly exhausted after purchasing the courtyard earlier. Then why not visit the trading district and check the prices of the pills? What are you doing cooped up in here? Must I teach you everything? Jiu shot him an exasperated look. Shaking her head as if burdened by his lack of initiative, Luo Chan stepped out of the house. He noticed that Qin Jiyue had left without him realizing it was already afternoon. Although Qin Jiyue, as a foundation establishment cultivator, would generally be safe, the bearded man's earlier remarks still caused Luo Chan some concern. He glanced around and casually asked, "Jiu, do you know when Fairy Qin went out?" Teaching you to cultivate is already exhausting enough. Do I also need to keep an eye on your women?" Jiu shot him a disdainful glare before her figure flickered and vanished. Luo Chan was left with nothing but awkwardness. Forcing a smile as he walked out, as he strolled, he inquired about his surroundings, soon arriving at a bustling street. The thoroughfare was alive with people. Vibrant and bustling, filled with an array of shops and stalls, overwhelming the senses with a dazzling variety of goods. As he walked along the street, Luo Chan scanned the merchandise on display. Each time he spotted a pill or an interesting item, he would approach and inquire about the price. However, in this manner of simply asking without buying, he traversed half the street without acquiring a single item. Nevertheless, through continuous inquiries, Luo Chan gained a fair understanding of the market for pills. Most of what was available were basic healing pills, with second-tier pills being exceedingly rare, and he had yet to find a single third-tier pill. Furthermore, the prices for the pills were generally quite steep, often reaching hundreds or even thousands of spirit stones. Given that Xinjiang City was situated within the 10,000 isolated mountains, its remote location and scarce resources were understandable. Additionally, since the Qingyang sword sect was not a pill-refining sect, the scarcity and value of pills here were reasonable. While wandering, Luo Chan suddenly spotted a nearby stall, displaying only a few inferior weapons and several low-grade healing pills, appearing particularly shabby. Behind the stall sat a ragged youth, his face obscured by a broad-brimmed hat, with his head bowed low. Luo Chan felt a twinge of surprise as he recognized the weapons on display. He strode over, feigning interest in one of the weapons, and discreetly peered at the youth, Su Xiaoping. Upon seeing the familiar face beneath the hat, Luo Chan could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "You must be mistaken." Su Xiaoping trembled, hastily raising his arm to shield his face, burying his head even lower. Observing Su Xiaoping's fearful demeanor, Luo Chan surmised that the three of them might have been implicated because of him, leaving them in such a predicament, which filled him with a sense of guilt. What about Chun Bo and Yang Dong? Luo Chan fixed his gaze on Su Xiaoping, lowering his voice to inquire. You're a disciple of the sword sect. You know me." Upon hearing Luo Chan mention Chun Bo and Yang Dong, Su Xiaoping finally lifted his head, looking at Luo Chan in surprise. Due to Luo Chen's disguise, Su Xiaoping did not recognize him. "I am Luo Chan." Luo Chan once again lowered his voice. "Luo." Su Xiaoping's eyes widened in shock. Nearly gasping aloud, he quickly covered his mouth with his hand, glanced around cautiously, and leaning closer to whisper, "Luo Xiao, is it really you? How? How did you end up like this?" Luo Chan glanced about before quietly instructing, "Pack up the stall and follow me." After saying this, he stood up and pretended to walk away nonchalantly. Turning a corner, he arrived at a secluded narrow alley, separated from the street by a high wall. With towering courtyard walls on either side, the alley was permeated with a strong odor, and a man was facing away from the alley's mouth, relieving himself. Upon noticing Luo Chun, he gave an awkward smile, nodded slightly, and hastily pulled up his pants before scurrying away. After a moment, Su Xiaoping cautiously followed, standing at the mouth of the alley, surveying the area before quickly stepping inside. What on earth happened? Why are you all out here setting up a stall instead of being at the sect? Luo Chun, with his back against the wall, hands on his pants, inquired quietly. Su Xiaoping, after relieving himself, finally loosened his belt and, feeling much better, lowered his voice to say, Luo Xiao, you may not know. Ever since the incident occurred, the three of us were expelled from the sect as well. All our spirit stones were in our identity jade plates. And after leaving the sect, we could no longer use them. We were left penniless and had no choice but to sell our belongings. That smell is quite potent. Luo Chun glanced at Su Xiaoping with distaste, wrinkling his nose as he continued to ask, what about Chunbo and Yangdong? The Mu family is renovating their estate in the west of the city. They want to do manual labor. I am weak and was not chosen. So, Su Xiaoping adjusted his pants, offering a sheepish smile. Luo Chun nodded, his expression turning serious. He leaned closer to Su Xiaoping and whispered a few words. Upon hearing them, Su Xiaoping's expression grew grave, and he solemnly nodded. Remember, come back tonight. Luo Chun instructed. Understood. Rest assured, Luo Xiao, I have taken note of it, Su Xiaoping replied in response. Subsequently, the two departed from the narrow alley, each heading in a different direction. The alley once again succumbed to silence. Only the lingering pungent odor of urine remained. Chapter 56. The secrets of the Mu family as night fell, enveloping the world in stillness. Qin Jiyue had yet to return. Luo Chun stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the vast sky. Where the stars mischievously twinkled in the dark, the gentle evening breeze caressed his skin, carrying a hint of chill. Could something have happened to her? Luo Chun murmured to himself, his brow furrowed, a twinge of worry stirring within him. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, a heavy footfall echoed from outside the courtyard, shattering the tranquility of the night. Luo Xiao. Soon after, a low voice belonging to Su Xiaoping emerged from beyond the gate. Do not be alarmed. There is no one else here. Luo Chun collected his thoughts and swiftly approached, gently opening the courtyard door. Su Xiaoping glanced around cautiously, ensuring that no one was watching before he let out a sigh of relief. A sheepish smile spreading across his face. I have brought Chunbo along. He is hiding behind. Very well. Let him in as well, Luo Chun instructed indifferently. Turning to re-enter the house, Su Xiaoping hurried back to summon Chunbo. Luo Chun paid no mind to the caution and wariness displayed by Su Xiaoping and Chunbo. It was merely human nature. Moments later, Luo Xiao. Su Xiaoping returned with Chunbo to the room. Upon seeing Luo Chun, both men felt a touch of awkwardness, exchanging greetings before standing stiffly to the side. Why hasn't Yangdong come? Luo Chun lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Chunbo as he casually inquired, I could see this. Chunbo exchanged a glance with Su Xiaoping, then sighed, a hint of frustration evident in his voice. Luo Xiao, you are unaware. The Mu family is not merely renovating their estate, but is expanding an underground prison. Furthermore, at this juncture, Chunbo's pupils dilated in shock, his expression morphing into one of sheer horror. His entire being trembling as though haunted by some unspeakable terror that rendered him uncontrollable. Oh, not panic. Speak slowly. What else? Luo Chun, startled by the sudden change, quickly sought to calm Chunbo. Chunbo swallowed hard, meeting Luo Chen's gaze. After exhaling a deep breath, he continued, Moreover, there are many cultivators imprisoned inside, most of whom are female practitioners that I saw numerous disciples from the Qingyang sword sect there, including senior sister Su. They appear to have fallen victim to some malevolent sorcery, devoid of consciousness, akin to mere walking corpses. Chunbo's revelations weighed heavily on Luo Chen's heart. Although he had been mentally prepared, hearing this news still struck him with a wave of shock and indignation. 6 months prior, He had witnessed the atrocious auction of human puppets within the dark chambers of the Qingyang sword sect. The inhumane scenes remained vividly etched in his memory. Since that time, he had speculated about the sinister forces behind the creation of such puppets that it now seemed evident that the Mu family was undoubtedly the orchestrator of these heinous acts. Which senior sister Su are you referring to? Luo Qin's brow furrowed, uncertain whether Chun Bo meant Su Ying or Su Yao, and thus pressed for clarification that it is senior sister Su Ying, who was once bound in a Taoist partnership with Mufo. This matter is well known within the sect, yet I never expected she would end up imprisoned here. In his fright, Chun Bo sighed, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes, upon hearing Su Ying's name. Luo Chun felt a weight settle in his heart, yet he also breathed a sigh of relief, for it at least confirmed that Su Yao had not fallen victim to such malice. How did you come to discover such a crucial matter? Luo Chun continued his inquiry that we were initially unaware, but during the expansion, a section of the ground suddenly collapsed, revealing this secret, considering the magnitude of this revelation. How could the Mu family allow us to leave unscathed? Thus, Yangdong is likely in grave peril. A glint of fear flickered in Chun Bo's eyes as he recalled that fateful day, his voice trembling slightly. And how did you manage to escape? Luo Chun fixed his gaze on Chun Bo, pressing for answers. Chun Bo offered a bitter smile, explaining, my escape was purely by chance. I had a slight connection with Muyu, and upon my arrival I utilized the token she provided to infiltrate their ranks as a minor overseer, which allowed me to... Luo Chun pursed his lips, casting a sidelong glance at Chun Bo, fully aware of his character and capabilities. Even without the connection to Muyu, he possessed the talent to navigate such situations. Swish, suddenly, Jiuyu materialized within the room. Upon seeing Jiuyu, both Chun Bo and Su Xiaoping were taken aback, their faces draining of color. They instinctively stepped back, their knees buckling as they nearly collapsed to the floor. The actions of Luo Chun, consumed by madness and wreaking havoc, were incomprehensible to the entirety of the Qingyang sword sect. However, the trio understood all too well that Jiuyu was at the heart of it, resulting in a profound terror towards her. Let me see if he is lying. Jiuyu crossed her arms, a mocking smile gracing her lips, her eyes glinting with amusement. Cold sweat trickled down Chun Bo's back as his heart raced. He hastily raised his hand, swearing earnestly, Fairy, I swear to the heavens that every word is true, with not a hint of falsehood. Upon finishing, relief washed over him, grateful that he had refrained from lying moments ago, for the consequences would have been dire. Jiuyu's presence was inherently meant to instill fear, and Luo Chun had complete faith in Chun Bo's words. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, I have several tasks that require your assistance. Should you succeed, a substantial sum of spirit stones awaits us to share. Are you interested? Luo Xiao, from now on, I shall be at your service. Just command us, and we shall see to it. How could we dare accept your spirit stones? Chun Bo straightened his back, thumping his chest in loyalty, as if he were willing to risk life and limb for Luo Chun. Firstly, I intend to procure a significant quantity of medicinal herbs. Luo Chun regarded Su Xiaoping earnestly. Su Xiaoping, please help me inquire where I can find the most affordable yet high-quality herbs. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoping immediately straightened up, assuring, no problem, Luo Xiao. Leave it to me, that I will have it sorted within a day and guarantee your satisfaction. Luo Chun smiled faintly, nodding before turning to Chun Bo, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Secondly, I require an invitation from a Mu family to attend the banquet for Mu Yun's selection of a concubine that I entrust this task to you. Chun Bo, without hesitation, Chun Bo readily agreed. Luo Xiao, you are too polite. This matter is in my hands. Luo Chun pondered for a moment, his gaze growing cold. Lastly, I need you to provide a layout of the Mu family's defenses at the Eastern Estate. Along with details on the cultivator's strength, we must rescue Yangdong. He must not suffer alone. Luo Xiao, we both thank you on behalf of Yangdong. Upon hearing Luo Chen's intentions to save Yangdong, both Chun Bo and Su Xiaoping unexpectedly knelt before him, tears glistening in their eyes as their voices trembled with gratitude. Luo Chun had long since recognized the depth of their bond. They had been inseparable during their time at the Qingyang sword sect, and even in adversity, they remained together. Such camaraderie was indeed rare. Assisting them in rescuing Yang Dong required no coercion from Jiuyu. These three would undoubtedly remain steadfastly loyal to him. Moreover, Luo Chan harbored his own ambitions that he wished to dismantle the Mu family's underground prison, liberating the innocent cultivators unjustly confined within. You cannot genuinely intend to rescue Yang Dong. Can you? After Chun Bo and Su Xiaoping departed, Jiuyu approached Luo Chan, regarding him with a mix of amusement and skepticism. To her words, Luo Chen's clenched fist quivered slightly as he met her gaze, declaring with righteous fervor, a man must keep his word. Furthermore, the Mu family's crimes have long warranted exposure. They cannot be allowed to continue their tyrannical ways unchallenged. How inspiring. However, I suggest you first fill a basin with water and take a good look at yourself. Jiuyu, incensed by Luo Chen's fervor, seized his ear, gnashing her teeth as she scolded. Do you have any inkling of your own capabilities? If you aspire to be a hero, you must first assess whether you possess the strength to do so. In Jiuyu's eyes, Luo Chen's decision was akin to courting death. She glared at him, her eyes ablaze with anger and confusion. Have you lost your mind? What concern do Yang Dong and those cultivators' lives hold for you? Why would you risk yourself for this? Should you choose to go, do not expect me to aid you in any way. Jiuyu, I will act within my limits, yet I cannot turn a blind eye to the Mu family's transgressions. Luo Chan inhaled deeply, a surge of inexplicable pain swelling within him. If I were to ignore this matter today, not only Yang Dong and Su Ying, but all those controlled cultivators, their suffering would become my demons, haunting me in nightmares. Do those in the alliance, especially the transformation stage cultivators, remain oblivious to the Mu family's actions? Does your Mo Yang ancestor not know? Why do they not intervene? Are you the only fool here? A complete idiot, a naive, good Samaritan. You will regret this decision. The ethereal essence of Jiuyu bit down hard, suddenly sweeping her sleeve, transforming into a streak of luminous light that pierced into Luo Chen's mind. Chapter 57. The mantis stalks the cicada the following afternoon. As the sun began its descent, Su Xiaoping hurriedly arrived at the secluded estate, his face etched with a blend of anxiety and fatigue. Luo Xiao, I have inquired at every shop and trading point in the city dealing with medicinal herbs. Upon entering, Su Xiaoping reported breathlessly the results of his day's labor. The herbal trade in Qingyang City is almost entirely under the control of the Leaf family. Yet recently, for reasons unknown, the prices of herbs have been surging continuously. It is said that the supply chain has been disrupted. Luo Chun listened attentively, pouring a cup of tea for Su Xiaoping and gently nudging it towards him, signaling him to take a sip before continuing. Thank you. Luo Xiao. Su Xiaoping lifted the teacup and drained it in one go, wiping his mouth with his hand before continuing. There are whispers that the Leaf family is being targeted by the Mu family, suggesting that the Mu family is engaging in covert maneuvers to seize the Leaf family's herbs. Luo Chun patiently absorbed Su Xiaoping's narration, offering a slight smile, and calmly remarked, You have worked hard. Luo Xiao, with the prices of herbs escalating daily, what shall we do? Su Xiaoping looked at Luo Chan with a hint of concern, fearing that he had failed in his task. You need not worry about the herbal situation for now. I have a different plan. Luo Chan waved his hand dismissively, pondering for a moment before adding, I require your assistance with another matter. Su Xiaoping's heart tightened momentarily, fearing he had botched his assignment. Instinctively lowering his head, anxiety gnawing at him. However, upon hearing that Luo Chan had another task for him, he quickly perked up, responding eagerly, Luo Xiao, please instruct me. This time, I will ensure it is handled meticulously. Please investigate if there is any news regarding a woman named Qin Jiu. Remember to do so discreetly, without alerting anyone else, Luo Chan instructed solemnly. Understood, no problem at all. Su Xiaoping readily agreed. Very well. If there is nothing else, you may return to your duties. Come to me with any news as soon as you have it, Luo Chan said casually. Oh wait. Su Xiaoping suddenly recalled something and produced a large red wedding invitation. Presenting it with both hands, Luo Xiao, this is the invitation to the banquet hosted by the Mu family, entrusted to me by Chunbi O.It is scheduled for 3 days from now. Luo Chen nodded, nonchalantly accepting it, then casually inquired, "Why didn't Chun Bo come himself?" Su Xiaoping rolled his eyes, contemplating as he replied, "This morning, the Mu family mobilized numerous personnel to pursue someone named Li, and it is said that when they reached Wanzi Mountain, they encountered a group of unidentified cultivators who obstructed their path. The Mu family then summoned a large contingent, vowing to encircle Wanzi Mountain, and Chun Bo was temporarily reassigned. Understood, you may go now." Luo Chan acknowledged with a subtle nod. After Su Xiaoping departed, the room fell into a profound silence. Luo Chan, the Mu family seems to be in trouble. Could it be that they have clashed with the Li family? Jiuyo's voice carried a hint of amusement as she mischievously blinked. Since you were determined to oppose the Mu family, why not take advantage of the chaos? Is it feasible? Wouldn't it be too risky? Luo Chan felt a flutter of excitement, but was somewhat apprehensive. Seeing his hesitation, Jiuyo's lips curled into a sly smile as she gently patted Luo Chen's shoulder, saying, "Transform your appearance and execute a bold strike. Be a bit underhanded. Choose the softest persimmon to squeeze. If any formidable opponents draw near, I will alert you." After pondering Jiuyo's suggestion, Luo Chan weighed the risks involved. Nonetheless, it indeed presented a rare opportunity. If executed with finesse, it could yield substantial rewards that as night descended. Luo Chen altered his appearance, donning a form-fitting outfit suitable for night operations that he mounted the Lingfeng shunnying shuttle and silently sped towards Wanzi Mountain. Wanzi Mountain was not far from Qingyang City, merely 100 miles away, and he arrived in the blink of an eye. As Luo Chan approached the mountain range, he beheld a dazzling display of sword light and spells flickering in the night sky, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous booms that sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, to avoid drawing attention in the open sky, Luo Chan silently descended to the ground, stowing away the Lingfeng shunnying shuttle. He then darted into the woods, racing towards the source of the sounds. After traversing a distance, he stumbled upon a small encampment, where roughly a dozen individuals were gathered, each holding a luminous stone that illuminated the surrounding area. "What a clever tactic!" Jiuyo emerged, her demeanor calm, as she appraised the encampment. This is a mountain trapping formation modeled after the Qiankuanlok mountain array, enveloping the entire mountain. This encampment serves as one of its foundational bases, and there are likely several more like it surrounding the area. Once you enter the formation, there will be no escape to mountain confinement. Luo Chen exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. "The Mu family's power is indeed formidable. How can we breach it?" Jiuyo smirked with cold amusement, saying, "After all, this is not the true Qiankuanlok mountain array. While their attention is focused within the formation, you can launch a surprise attack from the periphery, targeting the foundational bases. As long as you destroy half of them, the formation will collapse on its own. Remember, do not enter the formation itself." "Understood," Luo Chun replied excitedly, shrinking his form like an agile leopard. Stealthily approaching the encampment, as he neared within a yard of the camp, he suddenly revealed himself, thrusting both palms forward as two fiery dragons roared into the encampment. A chorus of anguished cries erupted as the flames consumed the figures, transforming them into fiery silhouettes writhing in agony on the ground. The fiery dragon whirlwinds infused with Zhu Qiue's flames were far beyond the endurance of mere qi refinement stage practitioners, especially in a state of utter surprise. As the flames penetrated their very cores, soon, all were reduced to ashes. At the center of the encampment lay a small rune formation, surrounded by piles of spirit stones, continuously absorbing their essence and channeling it into the heavens as a torrent of spiritual power. "Take the spirit stones and then shatter it," Jiuyo instructed coolly. "Slash the heavens. Fall like a star." Luo Chun seized the surrounding spirit stones, then abruptly brandished a rusted great sword that appeared in his hand. With a thunderous roar, he brought the sword down upon the rune formation with immense force. Boom! A deafening crash resonated as the runes shattered into fragments, and the formation dissipated. "Gather the spoils and leave swiftly," Jiuyo urged from the sidelines. Nodding in agreement, Luo Chun swept his hand to collect the 10 or so Qiankuan bags scattered on the ground before vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, within a cave in the heart of the formation, an elderly man suddenly opened his eyes. Before him lay a complex pattern etched into the ground, shimmering with points of light. Suddenly, one of the lights extinguished. Quickly notify Elder Wu. Someone is sabotaging the foundational bases. Reinforce the protection. The elder's expression shifted, and he commanded in a low tone. Understood. A nearby cultivator promptly obeyed, vanishing into the depths of the cave. A moment later, Luo Chun successfully destroyed another foundational base. Pocketing another 10 Qiankuan bags and gleefully sped towards his next target. However, as he and Juyo approached the next base, Juyo suddenly adopted a serious expression and halted him. Luo Chun, wait. There are 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators ahead. It is not advisable to engage. We must retreat. What? Luo Chun cast a regretful glance at the nearby encampment, reluctantly opting to circumvent it in search of another target. Alas, after bypassing 3 encampments, each manned by foundation establishment cultivators, Luo Chun found himself hiding at a distance, feeling increasingly frustrated. Why are their reactions so swift? Luo Chun muttered in dissatisfaction. Just then, Juyo's voice resonated in Luo Chen's mind, laced with urgency. Be cautious. A formidable opponent approaches. Golden Core stage. There is no time to escape. Do not act rashly. A jolt of alarm coursed through Luo Chun as he promptly lay flat on the ground, daring not to even draw breath. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air echoed above, as a figure clad in black soared by on a sword, diving into the distant encampment. Boom! A series of resounding explosions followed, accompanied by blinding sword light. After a few harrowing screams, a thunderous crash reverberated as the foundational base was destroyed. The cloaked figure immediately soared away on their sword. Wow, a fellow cultivator has arrived. Luo Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. His jaw agape. The black-clad figure had dispatched all within moments, including 2 foundation establishment stage practitioners. Now that they have departed, we should seize the opportunity, Gio manifested beside him, eagerly leading the way forward. Luo Chun swiftly rose and dashed into the encampment. We struck gold. The Qiankuan bags of foundation establishment stage cultivators. Luo Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried to the fallen figures. Deftly collecting their Qiankuan bags, the black-clad figure had employed some unknown means to instantly annihilate everyone in the camp. Yet he did not touch those Qiankuan bags, perhaps because he simply looked down upon them. Quickly, follow him. The glimmer of excitement shone in Jiu Yu's eyes, seemingly relishing this game of mantis stalking cicadas, with the yellow sparrow waiting in the wings. Luo Chen nodded, a flicker of determination crossing his gaze. Although this venture bore considerable risk, the adage of seeking wealth in peril solidified his resolve to follow this cloaked figure and make a substantial profit. Upon their arrival at the next campsite, they indeed discovered that the formation had been destroyed, with a dozen corpses strewn haphazardly across the ground. Luo Chun deftly collected all the Qiankuan bags, then hurried towards the next target. Chapter 58. Confrontation at Wanzi Mountain, following closely behind the black-clad individual in the core formation stage. Luo Chun harvested 3 camps in quick succession, his heart brimming with joy. The thrill of unearned gain intoxicated him, accompanied by a tinge of exhilaration. Buzz! Suddenly, a tremendous tremor reverberated from the skies above, nearly causing Luo Chen's eardrums to rupture. He looked up to see a colossal sword of spiritual energy descending from the heavens, striking fiercely upon the Kuan Mountain Great Array. After a violent shudder, the array collapsed with a resounding boom. What is happening? This is the demon-slaying sword array of the Qingyang sword sect. Witnessing the sword light, Luo Chen's heart raced. He was all too familiar with this sword array. Under Jiu Yu's guidance, he had personally experienced its might. That it was this very sword that had turned the tide of battle. Had it not been for Mo Yang's timely arrival, he might have perished long ago. Could there be disciples of the Qingyang sword sect inside? A wave of anxiety washed over Luo Chun. Although he had been expelled from the Qingyang sword sect and was even wanted, the sight of their demon-slaying sword array stirred a sense of pride within him. With the Kuan Mountain Great Array shattered, Luo Chun cast aside his reservations and charged toward the source of the battle. Boom! Deep within Wanzi Mountain, Two factions hovered in the air, gazing at each other from a distance. Various splendid techniques and spells clashed violently in the skies, erupting in deafening roars that on one side. The cultivators of the Mu family donned diverse attire, wielding an array of weapons and treasures, each showcasing their unique prowess. The opposing side, however, was clad in uniform black robes, their faces concealed by black veils. Each cultivator gripping a long sword, exuding an overwhelming presence. Qingyang sword technique. Observing the fierce confrontation, Luo Chen quickly discerned that the sword techniques employed by the black-robed swordsmen were none other than the Qingyang sword sect's supreme legacy. The Qingyang sword technique. This technique was an esoteric skill known only to the sect's successive leaders and their direct disciples. Luo Chen had witnessed Lin Xiaofei wield it before, thus recognizing it instantly. These individuals, are they all direct disciples of Lin Qingxian and the past sect leaders? Why are they here, and why conceal their true identities? As he gazed at the distant scene, a wave of confusion washed over Luo Chen. Oh, that is, suddenly, a figure amidst the crowd caught Luo Chen's attention, and the familiar silhouette quickened his heartbeat. Upon closer inspection, the long sword in that person's hand sent a jolt through his mind. And he gasped in a whisper, "Senior sister." The moment he recognized Lin Xiaofei, Luo Chen clenched his fists, casting aside all surrounding dangers, his mind fixated solely on one thought. He must not allow anyone to harm Lin Xiaofei. Sword array, 1,000 swords unleashed. At that moment, a sharp command echoed from the skies. Following that, myriad sword lights streaked across the night sky like shooting stars, hurtling towards the Mu family's faction. Clang, clang, clang. The air erupted with the explosive sounds of swords clashing, and several figures plummeted from the heavens. Breaking sword style, dawn break. Another fierce shout rang out, and dozens of razor-sharp sword lights surged forth once more. The disciples of the Qingyang sword sect summoned their protective sword aura, moving in perfect synchronization under the command of their leader, executing their techniques with unmatched ferocity. In contrast, the Mu family's cultivators, though diverse in methods, displayed varying levels of ability, and their spells were systematically countered by the opposing sword array, causing several cultivators to fall from the sky. Wu Daoquan, the array has been breached. The higher-ups of the Mu family dare not show themselves. Your conspiracy has been exposed, and further delay serves no purpose. Withdraw at once. The leader among the Qingyang sword sect disciples called out loudly. "Humph, a bunch of cowardly rats. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your true identities. The days are long, and we shall see how this unfolds." A stooped elder scoffed, evidently having guessed their identities, but reluctant to confront them directly for some reason. Likewise, the opposing figure retorted with a cold smirk, refusing to back down. "We depart." The elder, identified as Wu Daoquan, gritted his teeth and bellowed, leading his group away in indignation, while the opposing side refrained from pursuing. Once Wu Daoquan and the Mu family departed, the disciples of the Qingyang sword sect turned to retreat deeper into the mountains. Senior sister, Luo Chen's gaze remained fixated on Lin Xiaofei's figure, and upon seeing her retreat, he felt an uncontrollable urge to pursue. Be cautious. In his mind, Jiu Yu's voice suddenly erupted. However, before Luo Chen could react, a black-robed figure appeared abruptly before him, coldly commanding, "Stop, it's him." Luo Chen's heart raced as he recognized the individual, the black-clad man who had previously sabotaged the formation outside. Senior, at that moment. Luo Chen regained his composure and hurriedly bowed. Bang. The black-clad man waved his hand, discarding a large pile of Chinquan bags at Luo Chen's feet. Then, with a slight shake of his head, he coldly remarked, "Aren't you here to fish in troubled waters? These are all collected from the cultivators who perished here. Now that your objective has been achieved, leave quickly and do not linger here." Thank you, Senior." Although a whirlwind of confusion filled Luo Chen's mind, he dared not speak further, hastily gathering the Chinquan bags and swiftly departing the scene. Having exited the mountains, Luo Chen summoned the spirit wind escape shuttle, soaring silently into the sky, deliberately taking a wide detour to avoid the direct route to Qingyang City. What a delightful surprise. "Isn't it exhilarating?" Jiu Yu teased, watching Luo Chan with amusement. Not bad. Luo Chan's cheeks flushed, a sheepish smile appearing as he turned to ask, Jiu Yu, that black-clad man is rather strange. He seemed to recognize me. I wonder why he helped me. Hee, do you know who he is? Jiu Yu replied mysteriously, a grin on her face. Who? Do you know him? Luo Chan turned his head, eyes wide with astonishment, staring at Jiu Yu. Humph. Do you remember the tavern keeper? Jiu Yu chuckled, posing a question in return. You mean, it's him? Luo Chan's eyes widened in disbelief, and after pondering for a moment, he asked, But why would he help me? I'm certain I have never met him before. I don't know him at all. Perhaps he is fond of your looks. Who knows? I'm tired. Jiu Yu yawned, stretching her body before slipping into Luo Chan's mind. Luo Chan piloted the Spirit Wind escape shuttle, taking a considerable detour before quietly returning to his courtyard. Those with senior sister must surely be disciples of the Qingyang Sword sect. Why would they oppose the Mu family? Could it be for that Li Lin? Perhaps Li Lin is also a disciple of the Qingyang Sword sect. And what role does Li Wanqiong play in all of this? And what about the tavern keeper? Lying on his bed, Luo Chan's thoughts spiraled, growing increasingly perplexing, causing him a headache. Bang! Just then a loud crash echoed from outside, as if something heavy had fallen in the courtyard. Luo Chan swiftly rolled over, pressing his back against the wall, peering out through the window's gap. He noticed a figure collapsed in the courtyard. Motionless, upon closer inspection, he gasped. Fairy Qin, without a moment to spare, Luo Chan flung open the door and rushed outside, quickly carrying Qin Jiyue into the room and gently laying her on the bed. Qin Jiyue was gravely injured, her body soaked in blood, her complexion as pale as paper. A deep sword wound marred her shoulder, blood gushing forth unceasingly. How could she be so severely injured? This is terrible. Luo Chan's heart raced with urgency, disregarding any notions of propriety. As he swiftly removed her robe to staunch the bleeding, he then activated the Xianling formula to begin her healing point 2 hours later. Qin Jiyue let out a soft moan, slowly opening her eyes. Upon seeing her disheveled state, she hastily raised her hands to cover her chest. However, the excruciating pain in her shoulder caused her to emit another pained groan. Fairy Qin, don't move. I am healing you. Luo Chan pressed his palms against her back, sitting cross-legged behind her, fully concentrating on channeling the Xianling formula to mend her wounds. Upon hearing the voice of Luo Chan, Qin Jiyue let out a long sigh of relief. Her vigilance easing significantly as she felt the pure and warm spiritual energy flowing into her body. An overwhelming sense of comfort enveloped her, and her injuries began to heal rapidly. Qin Jiyue couldn't help but feel astonished. She slightly turned her head and softly inquired, What kind of cultivation technique is this? The healing effect is truly remarkable. Luo Xianzi, please refrain from speaking for now. Focus on circulating your energy to heal yourself. I am at my limit. Luo Chen's forehead was beaded with fine sweat, as the continuous output of spiritual power for 2 hours had nearly drained his own reserves. My apologies. Qin Jiyue promptly closed her eyes, concentrating on her own healing. After a while, Luo Chan, having regained some spiritual energy, slowly sat up from the bed and looked at Qin Jiyue, gently asking, Did you engage in battle at Wanzi Mountain? How did you know? Qin Jiyue did not open her eyes, but countered with a question while continuing her energy work. Have you allied yourself with the Mu family? Luo Chan furrowed his brows, fixating his gaze on Qin Jiyue as he pressed for an answer. Yes, Qin Jiyue replied without hesitation. Luo Chan was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a wave of frustration welling up within him that he could not comprehend why Qin Jiyue would choose to serve the Mu family. Chapter 59, A Bounty of Gains. The night passed in silence, the unspoken hours whisking away the night's depth. The next day, as dawn broke, Luo Chan smiled as he presented a bowl of blood ginseng dew porridge to Qin Jiyue, saying, Qin Xianzi, do try this blood ginseng dew porridge. It will replenish your vitality. Thank you. Although Qin Jiyue's condition had improved, she remained pale from blood loss. She took the small bowl in her hands, tasted a spoonful, and her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she glanced at Luo Chan, a smile gracing her lips. Once Qin Jiyue finished the entire bowl of porridge, Luo Chan collected the empty bowl. and after a moment of hesitation, could no longer suppress his curiosity. Qin Xinzi, why have you devoted yourself to the Mu family and put your life on the line for them? Only the Mu family in Qingyang City possesses a transformation realm expert. To meet him, one must serve the Mu family and attain a certain status to qualify. Qin Ji replied softly, her expression calm and unruffled. Luo Chen's heart tightened at her words, and he exclaimed urgently, Jian Chen has been missing for over a decade. He is likely connected to him. What do you intend to do upon meeting him? That is precisely why I must see him and seek clarity face to face. Qin Jiyu's lips pressed together, her tone resolute and unwavering, as if she had long since made up her mind. Even if you meet him, what can you inquire? It has been 15 years. If you were a good person, how could Jian Chun have vanished for so long? You are walking into a den of tigers. Luo Chun gazed at her, filled with confusion and astonishment. This is the only clue that could lead to Jian Chen's whereabouts. And no matter the cost, I must my mind is made up. There is no need for you to persuade me. Qin Jiyu's tone was firm, leaving no room for doubt. She slowly rose, waved her hand to change into a fresh set of clothing, and strode toward the door. As she reached the threshold, she paused, slightly tilting her head to whisper, Thank you for last night. You have your own matters, and there's no need to concern yourself with me. After speaking, she stepped outside and returned to her own room. Sighing, Luo Chan watched her retreating figure with a sense of helplessness. Arriving in Qingyang City, Qin Ji was determined to find Jian Chun, but seeing Luo Chan preoccupied with other matters, she felt a rising impatience and resolved to seek Jian Chen's whereabouts in her own way. In truth, Luo Chan did wish to locate Jian Chun, but after careful consideration, he decided to first rescue the cultivators under the Mu family's control and expose their misdeeds. Only with the downfall of the Mu family could many secrets be revealed, and Jian Chen's whereabouts would naturally come to light. Moreover, seeing Luo Chen seemingly indifferent to Jian Chen's fate-bred dissatisfaction in Qin Jiyu's heart, creating an additional rift between them. Never mind. Once I unveil the Mu family's atrocities, she will surely understand, he thought, shifting his focus to the rewards of the previous night. After racking his brain for a while, without any fruitful ideas, Luo Chan set aside thoughts of Qin Jiyu and eagerly pulled out a pile of spatial bags, examining them one by one. That moment, Jiyu appeared beside him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. Haha, this time I truly hit the jackpot. It turns out this method of acquiring spiritual stones is much quicker. Luo Chen stuffed all the low-grade spiritual stones into one spatial bag, estimating that there were around 100,000 of them. Additionally, he found 2 or 3 dozen middle-grade spiritual stones and 5 high-grade spiritual stones. These 5 high-grade spiritual stones should not be squandered carelessly. They can activate the teleportation and concealment abilities of the Spirit Wind Shuttle, providing a means of escape in critical moments, Jiuyu remarked, smiling gently. Indeed. Luo Chen nodded solemnly, treating the 5 high-grade spiritual stones with utmost care. What is this? Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a piece of parchment, which he picked up casually. Upon closer inspection, he noticed it crudely depicted a terrain, with a specific location circled in red and a small character written beside it. Jiuyu, do you know what this is? Is it a treasure map? Luo Chan asked, tilting his head in confusion. That I am not certain. I am not familiar with this Qingyun continent. Just remember the location noted and keep it for now. We can address it later. Jiuyu shook her head. 3rd grade elixir, gathering spirit pill. Shortly thereafter, Luo Chun gathered all the elixirs and discovered a gathering spirit pill within a beautifully crafted jade vial. Causing him to leap for joy, the gathering spirit pill can temporarily concentrate the surrounding spiritual energy, enhancing the speed of cultivation. However, the refinement of a gathering spirit pill requires not only spiritual herbs, but also monster cores of 3rd grade or higher, and a peculiar mineral known as Heavenly Starstone, making its materials quite unique. Thus, the gathering spirit pill is essential for cultivators seeking to rapidly enhance their cultivation, yet it is also incredibly expensive and demands a high level of skill from the alchemist, as well as stringent requirements for the furnace, rendering it exceedingly precious. Breaking barrier pill. Luo Chun then unearthed a breaking barrier pill, his excitement reaching new heights. The breaking barrier pill, categorized as a fourth-grade elixir, when used in conjunction with the gathering spirit pill, can assist cultivators in breaking through their cultivation bottlenecks, significantly enhancing the success rate of transcending realms. These two elixirs are essential for the foundation establishment phase. How could Luo Chun not be elated? What excitement can you derive from these mere low-grade elixirs? Jiu scoffed, looking at Luo Chun as if he were a country bumpkin. Ignoring her, Luo Chun meticulously organized all the elixirs, separating the gathering spirit pill and breaking barrier pill for safekeeping. That he then began to sort through weapons and magical treasures, discovering a mystical weapon named Mother-Son Soul-Seizing Shuttle, which sent him into another bout of exhilaration. However, Luo Chan decided against using it immediately. Revealing these weapons and treasures would undoubtedly attract a host of troubles. In the end, what remained were some ordinary herbs, crafting materials, and the pelts and cores of magical beasts, all of which were quite common and of low grade, not particularly rare. Luo Chan categorized these as well, then laughed contentedly. The cultivators of Qingyan continent are truly impoverished after sifting through all the spatial bags. Jiu was left disappointed, her face clouded with dissatisfaction and gloom. This truly poor. This is far superior to what I have. Yet Luo Chun was radiating joy, his heart soaring at the mere sight of 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Let alone the other treasures. Those weapons and magical treasures, if sold in a black market, could fetch hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones. Jiu, having seen much in the world, scoffed at the notion that a Qi refinement cultivator would possess anything of value. Only those spatial bags left behind by foundation establishment cultivators contained elixirs and treasures worth any significance. Chapter 60. The Li family of Qingyang City the following morning, just as dawn began to break. Luo Chan splashed his face with cool water, freshened up, and set off into the bustling streets. At this hour, the streets were nearly devoid of people, with only the occasional passerby hurrying along. Suddenly, a figure soared overhead on a flying sword, creating a gust of wind as it sped away into the distance. From the silhouette, it appeared to be a young man, unsteady in his flight, with a strong scent of blood lingering in the air behind him. Though Luo Chun felt a pang of curiosity, he had no intention of pursuing the matter. However, after the young man had flown a considerable distance, he abruptly turned back and landed in front of Luo Chun. "Brother, I need a favor. Please take this jade pendant and jade slip to the Li family in the east of the city and personally hand them to the family head, Li Wanxiong. That I would greatly appreciate it," the young man said urgently, shoving a warm jade pendant and an exquisite jade slip into Luo Chen's hands, his face filled with desperation and anticipation. "Who are you? Why should I help you?" Luo Chen stood there, a look of astonishment on his face, feeling both amused and helpless at the abrupt actions of the man before him. Moreover, the man's unsteady breath, the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and the bloodstains covering his body clearly indicated that he had been pursued and attacked. Assisting him would undoubtedly bring about a host of troubles. "Brother, I implore you that my name is Li Lin." Before the man could finish his sentence, a sound of whistling filled the air from a distance. He cast a pleading glance at Luo Chan before leaping onto his flying sword, soaring into the sky, and shouting ahead, "Scum of the Mu family, if you have the guts, come chase after me." After his shout, he changed direction on his flying sword, not looking back as he sped away into the distance. In an instant, over a dozen figures, riding their flying swords, swept through the sky in pursuit of that man. The sight sent a shiver down Luo Chen's spine. Luo Chen stood frozen, staring at the jade pendant and the jade slip in his hand, utterly speechless. However, upon hearing that the pursuers were from the Mu family, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. He resolved to assist him, come what may. 2 hours later, Luo Chen inquired along the way and finally arrived at the Li family estate in the east of the city. Before the grand entrance of the Li residence, the path was paved with blue stones, smooth and even, almost reflecting one's silhouette. A few servants were busy sweeping the dust off the ground, and on either side of the entrance stood 2 stone lions. Fierce and imposing, the crimson doors were wide open, revealing an interior wall inscribed with auspicious phrases, shimmering in gold. Could it be that the Li family was a merchant family, standing at the entrance and gazing at the scene before him? Lo Chun mused silently. Hey, who are you looking for? At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from within the doors, his sharp gaze fixed on Lo Chun as he questioned loudly, I seek Li Wanxiong. Lo Chun calmly extended the jade pendant in his hand towards the middle-aged man. The man's expression changed drastically upon seeing the pendant. He quickly cast a glance at Lo Chun before hastily retreating into the residence. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed from within the estate. Shortly thereafter, a dozen figures emerged, surrounding Lo Chun with vigilant expressions that a middle-aged man, adorned in splendid brocade robes and with a rotund belly, strode forward, accompanied by a woman in a red dress. The woman wielded a fiery red whip, her demeanor unfriendly, her eyes filled with hostility towards Lo Chun. You scoundrel! What have you done to Li Lin? As soon as the woman stepped out of the residence, she brandished her whip, pointing at Lo Chun and demanding answers. Lo Chun glanced at her, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he chose to ignore her accusations. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the rotund, middle-aged man and asked coolly, Who is Li Wanxiong? I am he. And who might you be? Although the middle-aged man's expression was grave, his tone remained courteous. Li Lin is being pursued, and I was asked to deliver a message to you. This is the jade slip he entrusted me with. I have already handed you the pendant, Lo Chun said with a gentle smile, casually tossing the jade slip to Li Wanxiong. Afterward, he glanced around, snorted lightly, and prepared to leave. Stop. You have yet to answer my question. What have you done to Li Lin? Unexpectedly, the woman in red shouted. And her whip, like a striking serpent, lashed towards Lo Chun's brow, crashing heavily onto the blue stone ground with a sharp clang. Lo Chun sidestepped effortlessly, surveying the woman with a critical eye before muttering softly. Truly a beauty with no brains. What did you say? The woman retorted, her voice sharp and fierce, as she swung the whip once more, this time aiming directly for Lo Chun's vital points, with a flick of his hand. Lo Chun caught the whip effortlessly. Let go. The woman's face flushed crimson as she tugged fiercely at the whip, but Lo Chun remained unmoved. His gaze swept over her, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, he released his grip, causing the woman to lose her balance and stumble back several steps, nearly falling flat on her back. You scoundrel! After regaining her footing, the woman's expression darkened further as she raised her whip, gritting her teeth and preparing to advance again. Stand down. At this moment, Li Wanxiong had read the message contained within the jade slip and intervened to halt the woman. He then stepped forward and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Lo Chun, smiling as he said, Young hero, you have brought crucial news to my Li family. Please come inside for a discussion. Allow me to extend my hospitality. With that, he waved his hand to signal the surrounding cultivators to retreat, all of whom quickly complied. Father, this person must be the culprit behind Li Lin's predicament. How can you still? The woman in red, furrowing her brows, glared at Lo Chun and pouted at Li Wanxiong in dissatisfaction. Silence! Li Wanxiong shot her an annoyed glance before raising his hand with a smile, once again inviting Lo Chun. Young hero, please. Lo Chun had initially intended to leave, but upon observing Li Wanxiong's demeanor and recalling the scene of Li Lin being pursued by the Mu family, curiosity piqued within him that he wished to discern the nature of the conflict between them and the Mu family. Thus, he clasped his fists towards Li Wanxiong, cast a sidelong glance at the woman in red, and with a playful smile, confidently strode into the Li family estate. Li Wanxiong led Lo Chun through the winding corridors of the estate, eventually arriving in the main hall. The opulence of the hall was breathtaking, adorned in lavish decorations that left one in awe at a massive chandelier crafted from luminous stones hung from the center, while a large table made of rosewood occupied the middle of the room. Surrounded by intricately carved pearwood chairs, the surrounding wooden shelves were filled with exquisite porcelain, and the walls were adorned with famous paintings. Between the calligraphy and paintings, emerald screens glimmered invitingly, coupled with the artificial hills and ponds Lo Chun had glimpsed earlier. Replete with rare flowers and plants, he couldn't help but marvel internally. Young hero, please take a seat. Li Wanxiong beamed as he gestured for Lo Chun to sit in the honored position, while two maidservants dressed in colorful garments hurriedly presented fragrant tea, the aroma wafting in the air. Father! The woman in red still seemed displeased, hastening to follow them, her eyes fixed on Li Wanxiong. Unwilling to relent, Li Wanxiong cast a helpless glance at his daughter, his brow furrowed slightly, before finding an excuse to send her away. Excellent. Your mother has not been well recently and requires assistance. Being the dutiful daughter you are, you should take care of her. Off you go now. Humph. Although Li Xener was reluctant, she did not dare defy her father's command. She shot Lo Chun a fierce glare before turning to leave, not forgetting to huff indignantly as she departed. Once his daughter had left, Li Wanxiong let out a soft sigh, feeling somewhat awkward as he addressed Lo Chun. I apologize for the scene, young hero. I have only this one daughter, and she has been spoiled since childhood, becoming somewhat willful that I hope you will not hold it against her. Rest assured, head of the Li family. I shall not, Lo Chun replied with a faint smile, courteously responding. However, he inwardly mused that she was not merely willful, but also quite malicious. Should no one protect her in the future, she would surely face dire consequences. Young hero, could you recount your encounter with Li Lin? Li Wanxiong quickly changed the subject, eager to dispel the awkwardness. Lo Chun, not wishing to conceal anything, recounted his encounter with Li Lin and detailed, that child. Still so easily trusting of others, Li Wanxiong remarked with a wry smile after listening to Lo Chun's account. Shaking his head, he then quickly corrected himself. I misspoke. Young hero, your noble heart and integrity are indeed commendable. Not at all, Lo Chun replied with a slight smile, waving his hand to indicate that he bore no ill will. You seem unfamiliar, not like a resident of Qingyang City, Li Wanxiong observed, maintaining a polite demeanor as he asked, if it is not too presumptuous, may I inquire your name? Under the name Mo Yuan. I have only recently arrived in Qingyang City. I have been enamored with swordsmanship since childhood and aspire to join the sword sect. Hence my visit, Lo Chun replied, his heart stirring as he provided a pseudonym along with a fabricated reason for his arrival. Li Wanxiong nodded thoughtfully, letting out a long sigh. Young hero, your willingness to risk danger to deliver a message for Li Lin shows your trustworthiness. I must not hide the truth from you. The Li family is currently facing grave troubles. Chapter 61. The crisis of the Li family. Through Li Wanxiong's low and hoarse narration, Lo Chun gradually grasped the predicament faced by the Li family. It turned out that for centuries, the Li family had been the wealthiest in Qingyang City, controlling over 80% of the city's industries, particularly in the trade of medicinal herbs and elixirs. In Qingyang City, the only family with a higher standing than the Li family was the Mu family. The Mu family, a clan of martial artists, looked down upon the merchant trade, their focus solely on the martial way and the pursuit of power. For many years, the jurisdiction of Qingyang City has been firmly held by the Li and Mu families. The Li family, engaged in commerce, and the Mu family, known for their martial prowess, have each dominated their respective domains for centuries, coexisting harmoniously without any disputes. However, in the past 6 months, the Mu family has suddenly begun to suppress the Li family's enterprises, particularly in the realms of medicinal herbs and elixirs. Initially, they dispatched individuals to ambush the transport routes of the Li family's herbs, intercepting and seizing their sources, thereby nearly severing the Li family's supply chain. Subsequently, they sought out provocations within the city, vandalizing several meticulously managed elixir shops belonging to the Li family, resulting in severe damage to both their reputation and wealth. In the face of the Mu family's aggressive tactics, Li Wanxiong has endured in silence. Reluctant to provoke a conflict, he has made numerous attempts to negotiate, all of which have proven fruitless. Even when he personally visited, he was unable to enter the Mu family's gates, leaving him feeling humiliated and helpless. Though his residence is home to many skilled fighters as guests, he understands that these individuals are merely mercenaries, who would genuinely dedicate themselves to his cause. This predicament has left Li Wanxiong distressed and perpetually on edge. Recently, the Li family secured a batch of precious medicinal herbs, and fearing they would be seized again, Li Wanxiong arranged for Li Lin to escort them personally. Li Lin, having been raised by Li Wanxiong since childhood, is regarded as a foster son. Li Wanxiong even promised his only daughter to him in an early engagement. Li Lin has proven steadfastly loyal to the Li family, tirelessly managing their affairs. Yet despite Li Lin's personal escort, calamity struck en route. According to messages transmitted via Li Lin's jade slip, The opposing party claimed that the Mu family had lost a treasured artifact and demanded to search everyone's Chinquan bags. Such an unreasonable request was naturally met with refusal from Li Lin and his companions. In response, the opposing party unleashed a massacre, annihilating all escort personnel and accompanying guests, then set the herbs ablaze. By relying on his array of magical artifacts, Li Lin narrowly escaped back to the city. However, to avoid giving the Mu family an excuse to target the Li family directly, he refrained from returning home and instead wandered around the city. Desperately trying to evade his pursuers, perhaps by fate's design, he unexpectedly collided with Luo Chun, leading to the subsequent events. After hearing Li Wanqiong's lamentations, Luo Chun formulated a plan aimed at countering the Mu family. But it would require the Li family's assistance for cover. He spoke. Li family head, I have a strategy, and I wonder if you would be willing to hear it? Upon hearing this, Li Wanqiong's eyes brightened. Akin to a drowning man grasping at a piece of driftwood, he hurriedly replied, Young hero, please speak freely. If it can help the Li family weather this storm, we will follow your lead. I possess the ability to refine third-grade elixirs. If not higher, Luo Chen stated, his tone calm and unruffled. The remainder shall depend on your courage and determination, Li family head. What? Young hero, are you serious? Li Wanqiong abruptly stood, disbelief etched across his features, his eyes wide with astonishment. Luo Chun did not rush to respond. Instead, he calmly took a sip from the teacup on the table, exuding confidence that if you can indeed refine third-grade elixirs, I have my methods to ensure the Mu family dares not target the Li family again. Seeing this, Li Wanqiong's enthusiasm ignited further, his gaze fixed intently on Luo Chun, brimming with anticipation. Only to ensure the Mu family refrains from targeting the Li family. Your ambition appears somewhat modest. It hardly warrants my involvement. A sly smile flickered in Luo Chen's eyes. Could it be? Li Wanqiong's expression sharpened, swallowing hard, then gestured for the maidens nearby to withdraw, speaking in a low voice. You all leave. Do not let anyone approach. I have urgent matters to discuss with the young hero. Once all the maidens had exited, Li Wanqiong lowered his voice, eagerly inquiring, Young hero, do you perhaps hold a grudge against the Mu family? Not at all. I merely wish to assist you, Li family head. Furthermore, I prefer to remain low-key, Luo Chen replied, maintaining a gentle smile as he regarded Li Wanqiong. I understand. Li Wanqiong nodded, casting a significant glance at Luo Chen. With a hand on his chin, he paced thoughtfully within the hall before stating, Allow me 2 days to contemplate, and I shall provide my answer. Luo Chen rose, asserting with conviction, Li family head, you may deliberate for as long as you wish. But I require the Li family to supply the necessary herbs for my alchemy, and I shall retain 70% of the profits. You see, my Li family is not in want of wealth. Li Wanqiong replied with a slight smile, proudly puffing out his chest, as long as it ensures the survival of the Li family. Money is no object to him. Luo Chen nodded, continuing, Very well, I would appreciate it if you could craft a communication jade slip for me. Once you have made your decision, please relay it to me. Certainly, young hero, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Li Wanqiong replied readily, turning to head into the inner chambers. That a mere communication jade slip could be crafted in an instant by any foundational cultivator adept in array formations. And the materials required posed no challenge for the Li family. Moments later, Li Wanqiong emerged holding a pair of meticulously crafted communication jade slips, after both parties dripped their blood to establish ownership. They exchanged slips, allowing them to converse at any time and place henceforth. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Luo Chen stated, timing his departure perfectly. I shall escort you out. Li Wanqiong smiled, personally leading Luo Chen from the Li estate, exchanging pleasantries until they reached the entrance. After bidding farewell to Luo Chen, Li Wanqiong hurriedly returned to his residence, heading straight into his study. Ensuring that no one was around, he approached a hidden mechanism in the corner of the room. With a creak, the bookshelves on either side slowly parted, revealing a dimly lit passageway. Li Wanqiong retrieved a luminous stone and entered the tunnel, whereupon the bookshelves silently closed behind him. Following the winding staircase, he descended to the depths of the passage, where a stone door awaited. He produced a pristine jade pendant, carefully inserting it into a recess beside the door. With a thunderous rumble accompanied by a harsh grinding sound, the stone door began to rise, unveiling a mysterious hidden chamber. Ai Wanxiong stepped inside, reclaiming the jade pendant as the door descended once more. The chamber was devoid of furnishings save for an ancient teleportation array that lay quietly in the center. Ai Wanxiong adjusted his collar and stepped onto the array, which instantly illuminated with a blinding radiance. In the blink of an eye, the light dissipated and Li Wanxiong vanished without a trace. Chapter 62. The mysterious old Taoist Luo Chun. Do not be deceived by Li Wanxiong's outward appearance, Jiao urged impatiently after they exited the Li residence. Indeed, I am aware, Luo Chun replied, nodding. Given the Li family's standing in Qingyang City, Li Wanxiong cannot possibly be as simple as he seems. Furthermore, even upon learning of Chun Lin's predicament, he remained unperturbed, revealing the depths of his scheming nature. That is good to know. As Luo Chun engaged in this internal conversation with Jiao, he unknowingly strolled into a bustling little marketplace. Here, the atmosphere was lively, filled with the ebb and flow of people. The market primarily offered daily necessities such as firewood, rice, oil, and salt. After casually sampling some spices and wandering aimlessly for a while, he prepared to leave. Luo Chun purchased the small cauldron before the old Taoist ahead. Jiao's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, laced with excitement. Puzzled, Luo Chun glanced around, spotting a shabby stall at the entrance of the marketplace. An old incense burner rested atop a tattered silk cloth, accompanied by a pile of talismans crafted from yellow paper. Beside the stall stood a ragged old Taoist, his beady eyes darting among the throngs of passers-by. Jiao, are you referring to that dilapidated incense burner? After examining it closely, Luo Chun felt a twinge of doubt. The burner appeared both dirty and worn, with remnants of incense ash clinging to its interior. Enough chatter. Hurry and buy it, Jiao urged. Very well. With a face full of confusion, Luo Chun approached the old Taoist stall. Young hero, would you like some talismans? We have those for safety, blessings, rain summoning, and ghost repelling. The old Taoist beamed with a smile, gesturing towards several talismans as he welcomed the customer. Is this incense burner for sale? Luo Chun inquired casually. Young hero has taken a liking to this incense burner. You have a discerning eye. The old Taoist's eyes sparkled, and he gave Luo Chun a thumbs up. A firm price. 500 spirit stones, and you can take it away. For a filthy, broken incense burner, you demand 500 spirit stones? Luo Chun feigned disdain, glancing at the burner with exaggerated distaste, extending a finger. I'll offer you a maximum of 100. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist's expression soured instantly. He shook his head. Young hero, that is simply too harsh. This burner is a treasure. 100 is far too little. 300 at the very least. Luo Chun scoffed. 100 if you're unwilling. Keep it for yourself. As he spoke, he feigned readiness to leave. The old Taoist, panicking, grasped Luo Chun's arm. Wait. Young hero, let us negotiate further. How about 150? That is my absolute lowest price. Luo Chun shook his head. 100. Not a single coin more. The old Taoist gritted his teeth. Fine, 100 it is. Young hero, you truly have a keen eye. This incense burner is undoubtedly worth that price. Luo Chun cast aside 100 spirit stones, then with a subtle gesture, he nonchalantly stowed the incense burner into his bag of holding. Yet within his heart, he mused silently. What could the Nine Nether truly see in this incense burner? Could it possibly be some kind of treasure? Just as Luo Chun was preparing to depart, the old Taoist suddenly approached him with an air of mystery, lowering his voice to inquire. Young hero, would you be interested in a heavenly thunder talisman? 200 spirit stones each, an absolute bargain. Heavenly thunder talisman. Luo Chun was taken aback, as he was utterly ignorant of talismans and had no idea what the heavenly thunder talisman entailed. Noticing his confusion, the old Taoist's eyes glinted with cunning. Recognizing Luo Chun's lack of knowledge about talismans, he began to exaggerate. The heavenly thunder talisman is a highly advanced offensive talisman. The creation process requires the talisman maker to transform their essence into a conduit, sealing a bolt of heavenly thunder within the talisman. Once invoked, it unleashes the power of the thunder, with a might great enough to annihilate a Foundation establishment expert in an instant. Does this old man take me for a mere child? Luo Chan listened to the old man's boastful claims, inwardly scoffing. The notion that a talisman costing merely 200 spirit stones could obliterate a Foundation establishment expert was utterly implausible. Nevertheless, he feigned interest, smiling as he said, "It sounds rather impressive. May I take a look?" "Certainly." The old man nodded eagerly, producing 2 black talismans from his robe and waving them before Luo Chun, raising an eyebrow as he said, "Here are the heavenly thunder talismans. Observe, young hero, the flickering lightning upon these talismans is truly formidable. If you wish to purchase both, I can offer you a 20% discount." Luo Chun examined the 2 talismans. Indeed, noticing some flickering lightning within them, he intended to buy them for further study and to expand his knowledge of talismans. Just then, a voice echoed urgently in his mind. "Luo Chun, hurry and leave." As he contemplated bargaining with the old man, he felt a sudden chill and promptly turned to depart. "Don't go. Young hero, let's discuss this further." To his surprise, the old Taoist seized his arm, grinning as he extended 2 fingers, saying, "For 200 spirit stones, both heavenly thunder talismans are yours. What do you say?" Though Luo Chun felt anxious, he maintained a calm facade. Swiftly, he retrieved 200 spirit stones from his bag of holding, snatched the 2 talismans, and seized the opportunity to extricate himself from the old man's grasp, hastily departing from the stall. Panting heavily, Luo Chun had not gone far when he heard a series of rapid whooshing sounds behind him. Alarmed, he quickly concealed himself beside a calligraphy stall, feigning interest in the artworks while discreetly observing the surroundings. Rebellious disciple, surrender at once, and return to plead forgiveness from the ancestral master, with a thunderous shout. 3 ethereal Taoists appeared before the old man's stall, their garments billowing and expressions stern. Humph! Upon witnessing this, the old man's countenance abruptly shifted, a cold smirk playing upon his lips as a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. He produced a handful of multicolored talismans from his robe, casually tossing them into the air. The talismans traced brilliant arcs in the air before detonating with a resounding explosion. Boom, 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 as a series of explosions reverberated. A thick cloud of smoke engulfed the area, obscuring all visibility. Within the smoke, flashes of fire and the roar of thunder echoed, as if one were amidst a chaotic battlefield. Cough, cough, rebellious scoundrel, from within the smoke. A fit of violent coughing erupted, followed by another furious shout as 3 figures soared into the air, hastening away into the distance. In the crowd, a wave of commotion ensued. What is happening? Who is that old Taoist? To provoke the simultaneous pursuit of the esteemed Yunhe Zhenren, Qingfeng Taoist, and Zhixiao Taoist from the Qingxiao Temple. Suddenly, a voice rang out, filled with incredulity. What? They are Taoists from Qingxiao Temple. Haven't they always remained hidden from the world? Surely something monumental must have transpired to compel them to act. Amidst the crowd, murmurs rose and fell. Concealed behind the calligraphy stall, Luo Chun listened intently to the discussions, contemplating. I have never heard of this Qingxiao Temple, and that old Taoist appears rather disheveled, yet has managed to provoke the attention of 3 esteemed masters. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. Enough delay. We must leave at once. They are after that very cauldron. If that old Taoist is captured, you will not escape either. As Luo Chun pondered, the voice of the 9 nether resonated once more in his mind, sounding urgent and slightly tremulous. This was the first time Luo Chun had seen 9 nether so agitated and anxious. He inhaled deeply, feigning nonchalance as he hastened away from the calligraphy stall. Chapter 63. The 5-element cauldron. After such a commotion, Luo Chun dared not linger any longer and hurried back to his secluded residence. 9 nether. Do you mean to say that the 3 Taoists from Qingxiao Temple descended from the mountain for this seemingly worthless incense burner? Upon entering the room, he immediately retrieved the incense burner, carefully placing it upon the table. However, 9 nether did not respond immediately. Instead, she leaned closer, meticulously examining the cauldron before her, her eyes shimmering with excitement as if she had unearthed an extraordinary treasure. This is not merely an incense burner, but rather a type of Qian Kuan cauldron. Furthermore, is highly likely to be the legendary Five Elements Cauldron. After a moment of observation, Nine Nether asserted with certainty. What is a Qian Kuan Cauldron? What is the Five Elements Cauldron? Luo Chun inquired, visibly perplexed. Point Nine Nether, focused intently on the intricate patterns adorning the cauldron, explained without looking up. The cauldrons used by alchemists are divided into innate and acquired types. Innate cauldrons are naturally formed by the heavens and are categorized as spiritual treasures, exceedingly rare. Acquired cauldrons, on the other hand, are crafted by human hands. Based on their materials and attributes, acquired cauldrons can be further classified into different tiers. At this point, Nine Nether lifted her gaze to meet Luo Chen's. Based on material differentiation, there are bronze cauldrons, spiritual jade cauldrons, and Qiankuan cauldrons. Among them, the Qiankuan cauldron is forged from rare materials such as celestial black iron and 10,000-year-old jade, making it the most advanced of the acquired cauldrons. It not only withstands extremely high temperatures, but also automatically absorbs the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, enhancing the efficacy of the elixirs produced. Luo Chan listened in astonishment, realizing that this seemingly inconspicuous incense burner possessed such remarkable significance. Observing his reaction, Nine Nether smiled subtly and continued. Furthermore, advanced cauldrons inherently possess certain attributes, which can assist in enhancing the quality of the elixirs. The Five Elements Cauldron, in particular, is a divine artifact that aids in the refinement of elixirs with five elements attributes, such as golden yuan pills and with spirit pills, greatly improving their quality through the interaction of the five elements. Luo Chan absorbed her words in silence. Growing increasingly astounded, he gazed down at the cauldron, a flicker of doubt arising within him. Could this unassuming, grimy incense burner truly be as formidable as Nine Nether claims? Seemingly reading his thoughts, Nine Nether pointed to the patterns on the cauldron, elucidating, observe these designs. They correspond to the five elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They're not only aesthetically pleasing, but also imbued with potent spiritual energy. Then, she excitedly gestured towards the lid of the cauldron, continuing, and look at this pattern. It represents the diagram of the five elements generating one another. T signifies the interrelationship of the five elements. A crucial aspect in the alchemical process, under Nine Nether's guidance. Luo Chen scrutinized the patterns on the cauldron, indeed sensing a subtle yet extraordinary aura emanating from them, causing a surge of excitement in his heart. Moreover, if this cauldron were placed within a five elements generating formation, the elemental forces within would operate autonomously, nurturing one another until the elixir is successfully refined. Point 9. Nether caressed the cauldron lovingly, as if unable to part with it. The earliest five-element cauldron was the treasured artifact of the ancient sect known as the Five Elements sect. However, due to changes in the sect, the Five Elements cauldron was lost. The current five-element cauldrons appearing in the cultivation world are merely replicas. Yet this particular cauldron is distinct, far surpassing the quality and craftsmanship of ordinary replicas. Coupled with its ancient aura, I suspect this is indeed the long-lost original Five Elements cauldron. Could I truly be so fortunate? I find it hard to believe. Luo Chen's heart raced with excitement. Yet he remained skeptical. How could he, of all people, easily obtain the treasured artifact of an ancient sect? Noticing Luo Chen's lingering doubts, Nine Nether refrained from further explanation. She earnestly admonished him. You must keep it hidden well. Never let anyone discover it. Even if it is not the fabled five-element cauldron, it far exceeds all replicas I have encountered. Once we return, I will teach you how to use it for alchemy, and you will surely comprehend its true power very well. Luo Chun nodded repeatedly, carefully stowing away the five elements cauldron. Point 9 Nether. Could you elaborate on the heavenly thunder talismans? Subsequently, Luo Chun produced the two heavenly thunder talismans. Humbly seeking Nine Nether's insight, she appeared to be in good spirits as she meticulously explained. Talismans, in simple terms, are miniature formations. They incorporate certain Taoist techniques, utilizing yellow paper to inscribe array patterns that seal various powers within, intended for offense, defense, and transmission of energy. However, talismans are consumable items, their potency reliant on the skill of the talisman maker. Identical-looking talismans may vary dramatically in effectiveness. In contrast, Formations drawn by masters can be reused multiple times and are assessed by specialized appraisers, rendering them far more reliable than talismans. Thus, talismans are not particularly favored in the cultivation world, as she spoke. Jiu Yu's gaze settled upon the two talismans held in Luo Chen's hands, after observing them for a moment. A sly expression flickered across her face. The true power of a talisman can only be discerned through its use. In critical moments, one may falter and fall prey to deception. That is how it is. Luo Chan felt a twinge of disappointment in his heart. He had initially intended to delve deeply into the study of talismans, but after Jiu Yu's explanation, he found himself devoid of any interest. Just then, the transmission jade slip at his waist suddenly vibrated. Wanxiong was reaching out to him. Luo Chen's heart raced with excitement as he swiftly retrieved the slip from his waist. "Young Master Moi, could we discuss our collaboration at my residence?" The gentle voice of Li Wanxiong resonated from the slip, warm and comforting. "Very well. I shall visit in the afternoon." Luo Chan endeavored to modulate his tone, striving to sound less urgent. In the afternoon, Luo Chan arrived at the Li family estate as promised, where Li Wanxiong personally escorted him to the main hall. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Wanxiong dismissed the attendants and addressed Luo Chan directly. "Young Master Moi, you mentioned yesterday that you could refine third-grade elixirs. May I inquire which elixir you intend to produce?" "A gathering spirit pill," Luo Chan replied without a moment's hesitation. On his way here, Luo Chan had conferred with Jiu Yu. Based on his recent research, the official price of a gathering spirit pill in Qingyang City was 5,000 spirit stones apiece, and yet there was a scarcity in the market, although the materials required were rather rare. The profit margin was exceedingly attractive. A gathering spirit pill? Li Wanxiong's face lit up with surprise as he straightened, almost incredulous as he sought confirmation. "Is this truly what you mean, young master?" As a businessman with years of experience in herbs and elixirs, Li Wanxiong was well aware of the value of a gathering spirit pill in Qingyang City. However, the high level of skill required to produce such a pill made him somewhat skeptical of Luo Chen's capabilities. After all, Luo Chan appeared far too youthful. Had any third-grade alchemist not endured the trials of time, their hair turned gray with experience? Chapter 64. It exploded. "Just prepare the materials, and by tomorrow morning, we shall see that if I fail to produce it, I shall compensate you with double the materials. How does that sound?" Luo Chan regarded Li Wanxiong with a subtle smile, exuding confidence that by tomorrow morning. Li Wanxiong was taken aback. Typically, alchemists would conservatively promise at least 3 days for the refinement of elixirs, unless they were renowned masters of the craft. Wanxiong's gaze towards Luo Chan was imbued with newfound respect. "Indeed," Luo Chan affirmed with a nod, then rose to his feet, continuing, "I would appreciate it if you could prepare a secluded chamber for me and have the materials delivered promptly. Once I have refined the gathering spirit pill, we can discuss the specifics of our collaboration, and no problem at all. Young master, please follow me." Li Wanxiong replied eagerly, his face aglow with delight. He quickly stood and led Luo Chan out from the back hall. After traversing several archways, they arrived at a serene garden, where a delicate pavilion came into view. "This is a place where I occasionally take respite. Though the scenery may be somewhat plain, it is undoubtedly secure, with few outsiders to disturb us. Please make yourself comfortable, young master. I will prepare the materials and arrange for a trustworthy individual to deliver them shortly." Wanxiong gestured towards the garden with a beaming smile. "Thank you, head of the Li family," Luo Chan replied with a slight nod, feeling quite satisfied. Indeed, this was a suitable location for focused alchemical work. After Li Wanxiong departed, Luo Chan made his way into the pavilion and ascended to the second floor, where he began to cultivate while awaiting the materials. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a gentle voice floated in from outside the garden. "Master Mo, the head of the family has sent me to attend to you. May I enter?" A maid clad in colorful attire stood before the pavilion, bowing respectfully as she inquired, her figure graceful and her voice melodious. "Attend to me." Luo Chan thought to himself, shaking his head slightly. A wry smile crept onto his lips as he called out, "Please leave the materials at the door and step back." "Understood." The maid softly replied, stepping forward to gently place a cosmos bag on the doorstep before retreating a couple of steps. Standing respectfully with her head bowed, awaiting further instructions. Creak. Moments later, the large door of the pavilion swung open. Upon exiting, Luo Chun immediately spotted the maid standing to the side and furrowed his brow in confusion. Why haven't you left? Is there something else? Master Mo, I humbly beg you, do not send me away, the maid implored, her body trembling as she suddenly knelt before him. Her voice laced with a sob. I promise to serve you with utmost care and not to offend you. If you dismiss me, the head of the family will certainly think I have angered you, and he will beat me to death. Luo Chen's expression darkened at her words, and his fondness for Li Wanxiong evaporated. Yet, upon seeing the maid's quivering form, he felt a pang of pity and reluctantly commanded, in that case, you may stay. But remember, without my permission, you are not to ascend to the second floor. Thank you. Master Mo. The maid repeatedly bowed, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. Luo Chun stored the cosmos bag filled with materials and turned to re-enter the pavilion, climbing the stairs to the second floor. The maid followed closely behind, standing at the base of the stairs, gazing longingly at Luo Chen's retreating figure. What is your name? Luo Chun paused briefly, turning his face slightly to address her in a gentle tone. Reporting to Master Mo, my name is Kair. The maid answered promptly, bowing again with a soft voice. Luo Chen nodded and instructed, make yourself at home. If there is anything, I shall let you know. With that, he ascended the stairs without looking back. Once inside the room, Luo Chun gently closed the door behind him and emptied the contents of the cosmos bag onto the floor, creating a small mountain of materials. Li Wanxiong was indeed wealthy, providing enough materials to refine 10 batches of gathering spirit pills. As he gazed at the pile of materials before him, Luo Chun couldn't help but reflect on the situation. For many cultivators, it would take a lifetime to gather the materials necessary to refine a gathering spirit pill, especially the third-grade demon core, which would discourage many from even attempting. Yet, Li Wanxiong had provided 10 portions, and all within such a short time frame. Hey, that maid is quite pretty. Why not call her up? Just as Luo Chun was lost in thought regarding the materials, Jiu Yu's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Turning his head, he found Jiu Yu watching him with a teasing expression, her eyes sparkling with mischief. He rolled his eyes at her in exasperation, expressing his concern. Jiu Yu, the boast has already been made. How do you intend to back it up? I must inform you, I have never refined a gathering spirit pill. The confidence he had exhibited before Li Wanxiong had stemmed entirely from his trust in Jiu Yu. However, now a wave of anxiety washed over him. Jiu Yu scoffed dismissively, her confidence unwavering. A mere gathering spirit pill, a third-grade elixir at that. How could it possibly stump me? Bring forth the 5 elements cauldron, and just observe closely. With that, Jiu Yu bent down and began to trace intricate patterns on the ground with her finger, seemingly sketching some enigmatic formation. Luo Chun hurriedly retrieved the 5 elements cauldron. Placing it carefully on the ground, his gaze fixed intently on Jiu Yu's movements. As she completed the final stroke, a complex design emerged upon the floor. Immediately thereafter, the surrounding space began to tremble slightly, and the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth visibly coalesced into the design. This was a rudimentary gathering formation. With this formation's assistance, refining the gathering spirit pill would be a straightforward endeavor. Jiu Yu straightened up, looking down at Luo Chun with an air of pride. Impressive, Luo Chun exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up in genuine admiration. Place the 5-element cauldron within the formation. Jiu Yu, with a proud smile, pointed towards the cauldron. Luo Chun quickly moved the 5-element cauldron into the gathering formation. As soon as it touched the ground, the cauldron emitted a resonant hum and expanded to a height comparable to a person. Flames of spiritual fire ignited spontaneously at its base, roaring to life. Goodness, this thing can grow. Luo Chun gasped, his eyes nearly popping out of his head in astonishment. Step aside, such a fuss over nothing. Jiu Yu shot him an annoyed glance before confidently commanding, I will refine the first batch. You must observe closely. This is your only opportunity. Whether you learn or not depends on your comprehension. Understood. Luo Chun nodded earnestly, widening his eyes to closely observe. Jiu Yu began by forming hand seals, guiding the spiritual energy to envelop the five-element cauldron, repeatedly cleansing as the spiritual energy washed over it. The grime and dust on the cauldron's surface gradually dissipated, revealing its true form. The patterns on the cauldron became increasingly vivid, exuding an aura of antiquity and depth. Once the cauldron was thoroughly cleaned, Jiu Yu altered her hand seals, concentrating the spiritual energy at the bottom of the cauldron. The spiritual fire ignited instantaneously, causing the temperature in the room to spike dramatically, waves of heat washing over them. Remember, ensure the cauldron is heated evenly. Only after the internal temperature is sufficiently high should you add the materials. Avoid placing the materials in at the outset. Jiu Yu skillfully manipulated the spirit fire. She guided Luo Chan with meticulous attention. Once the temperature within the cauldron reached an appropriate level, she casually seized a third-grade demon pill and added various herbs in succession, continuously adjusting the spirit fire's temperature and managing the timing to ensure the essence of the herbs seamlessly melded with the demon pill. After the passage of half a stick of incense, she introduced the powdered Tianqing stone. With the change of Jiu Yu's hand seals, the spirit fire at the bottom of the cauldron blazed fiercely, enveloping the entire five-element cauldron. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resonated, causing the cauldron lid to be propelled upward, crashing against the ceiling before falling back down. Was that an explosion? Luo Chan exclaimed in surprise, observing the unexpected turn of events with a peculiar expression directed at Jiu Yu. Hee, it's been a while since I refined pills, so I'm a bit rusty. The temperature was too high, but I assure you, the next batch will be flawless. Jiu Yu's cheeks flushed as she awkwardly explained, regaining control of the spiritual energy to cleanse the residual impurities within the cauldron. Are you even capable of doing this? Luo Chan couldn't suppress a chuckle, teasing her from his side. Would you prefer to take over? If you keep laughing, I might just retreat for a nap, and you can explain yourself to Li Wanxiong on your own. Jiu Yu shot him a glare, her tone laced with a hint of threat. I was wrong. Luo Chan hastily donned a smile, conceding. Humph. Jiu Yu huffed lightly, then said earnestly, you saw for yourself. If the temperature is not controlled properly, it can lead to an explosion. Refining pills carries risks, so one must exercise caution. Especially with fifth-grade pills and above, many alchemists have lost their lives over such endeavors. Therefore, pay close attention and learn diligently. Chapter 65, Supreme Gathering Spirit Pill After Enduring a Failure. Jiu Yu approached the next round of alchemy with significantly more caution, eschewing her previous nonchalance. Before long, it was time to add the Tianqing stone powder, and Luo Chan nimbly retreated a few steps, standing at the doorway with bated breath. What do you mean by this? Why are you hiding so far away? Jiu Yu glared at Luo Chan, clearly displeased with his actions. Just in case. Luo Chan chuckled awkwardly, yet remained on high alert, poised as if ready to flee the room at a moment's notice. If it explodes again, I'll make you eat the cauldron. Jiu Yu shot him a warning glance before immersing herself in the alchemical process, carefully sprinkling the Tianqing stone powder into the cauldron. Though her words were light-hearted, her hands were noticeably steadier, and the spirit fire at the bottom surged once more, enveloping the cauldron. Luo Chan's gaze fixated on the lid, his heart racing uncontrollably. A moment later, Jiu Yu skillfully regulated the flames, the spirit fire gradually diminishing, and the room's temperature followed suit. It worked, Jiu Yu exclaimed, as the cauldron lid rose in response, revealing a luminous blue pill floating within, its rich aroma instantly filling the air. Collect! Jiu Yu swiftly grasped a delicate jade vial, waving her hand to gather all the pills into the container. 18 Supreme Gathering Spirit Pills. Though regrettably, 2 of them are defective. I'm still a bit out of practice. Jiu Yu regarded the pills in the jade vial with satisfaction, though a flicker of regret crossed her eyes. Supreme Gathering Spirit Pills? Come on, let me have a look. Luo Chan eagerly approached, extending his hands, his gaze fixed on Jiu Yu. Humph. Jiu Yu scoffed lightly, placing the jade vial into Luo Chen's hands and admonishing, you will refine them yourself. If you can't produce any by dawn, you'll need to hand over this vial. I understand. Luo Chan accepted the jade vial, gingerly extracting a single gathering spirit pill to examine closely. This particular pill exhibited a celestial blue hue, its surface smooth and transparent, with distinct auras shimmering around at point 1. 2. Luo Chan meticulously counted and discovered a total of 5 auras that he couldn't help but inquire, Jiu Yu, what do these auras signify? Why don't the pills I refined have any? Jiu Yu smiled gently, patiently elucidating, these auras represent the pill's quality. Only pills of 3rd grade and above will display auras. Point 1 aura indicates a beginner level, 2 signify lower middle grade, 3 denote middle upper grade, and 4 signify high grade. I see now. 5 auras indicate supreme quality. Luo Chun nodded in realization, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he gazed at Jiu Yu, praising, Jiu Yu, you truly are remarkable to produce a pill with 5 auras, truly extraordinary. Stop flattering me. Jiu Yu shot him a look, yet her expression revealed a hint of pride, clearly enjoying the praise. That be by the way, let's check the grade of that gathering spirit pill we picked up last night. Luo Chan suddenly recalled the gathering spirit pill in his chinquan bag and quickly retrieved it. This pill appeared dull, with only a single aura gracing its surface. Ah, indeed, absence of comparison breeds ignorance. After witnessing the gathering spirit pills refined by Jiu Yu, Luo Chen's face contorted with disdain upon seeing this one. But don't be so quick to show your disdain. Try refining it yourself. Once you manage to produce one, who knows, the quality might be even worse than this. Jiu Yu's lips curled into a playful smile as she teased him. Is there truly a gathering spirit pill of even lower quality than one with a single aura? Luo Chan raised his head, looking at Jiu Yu, his expression filled with skepticism. Judging the quality of a gathering spirit pill not only involves the number of auras, but also requires observing their color and brightness. Jiu Yu explained with a smile. Take this pill, for instance. Although it possesses only one aura, its hue is even and the aura is distinctly visible, making it a standout among beginner-grade gathering spirit pills. I see now. Luo Chen nodded, suddenly enlightened, musing to himself that the quality of these pills had such intricacies. If an outsider were to encounter this for the first time, they might easily fall prey to unscrupulous merchants. It seemed Li Wanxiong had certainly taken advantage of this. Hurry and get to refining. You have enough materials for 8 more attempts. I will offer guidance as needed, but don't expect me to intervene again. Jiu Yu urged before reclining on the bed. Although she was merely a spiritual entity, the constant hovering had left her feeling somewhat fatigued. All right, now it's my turn to shine. Luo Chan exclaimed with enthusiasm, eagerly mimicking Jiu Yu's movements as he set about refining the gathering spirit pill. Luo Chan followed Jiu Yu's example, beginning to control the spiritual energy to cleanse the remnants within the cauldron. Having witnessed Jiu Yu's effortless manipulation of spiritual energy, he initially believed it would be a simple task. However, when he attempted it himself, he soon discovered the challenges involved. The wisps of spiritual energy were like mischievous children, slipping away at the slightest lapse in concentration, forcing him to remain entirely focused. After a considerable time, with his mind intensely concentrated for an extended period, Luo Chan found himself drenched in sweat. Ultimately collapsing to the floor in exhaustion, he turned to Jiu Yu, a defeated expression on his face, and sought her guidance. Jiu Yu, this isn't working. How am I supposed to use spiritual energy to cleanse the remnants? I couldn't control it first, and when I finally did, it felt so light that I couldn't clean it at all. After holding back her laughter, Jiu Yu finally succumbed, clutching her stomach as she laughed heartily at Luo Chen's disheveled state. As she laughed, she asked, why did you insist on imitating me? You could have simply used your hands and tools. I can manage that because I can compress spiritual energy into a liquid state. You haven't even reached the foundation establishment stage. How could you possibly do that? Jiu Yu, why didn't you tell me this from the start? You let me waste so much time on futile efforts just to see me make a fool of myself. Didn't you? Luo Chan spun around, gritting his teeth as he glared at Jiu Yu. Don't be so agitated. It wasn't a futile effort. By doing so, you will become adept at controlling spiritual energy. When it comes time to manipulate the spirit fire, it will be much easier for you. Otherwise, you would waste a lot of materials practicing fire control. Jiu Yu reined her laughter and explained earnestly. Upon hearing Jiu Yu's reasoning, the frustration on Luo Chen's face gradually faded, replaced by wide-eyed wonder as he confirmed. Really? Indeed. Jiu gently nodded, affirming, of course it's true that you'll see for yourself when you control the spirit fire to heat the cauldron. The essence of alchemy lies in the manipulation of flames. The reason spirit fire is the alchemist's preferred choice is that it allows them to adjust the flame's temperature through the control of spiritual energy, which is far simpler and more convenient than direct flame manipulation. Thus, mastering the control of spiritual energy is essential. All right, let me take a break before continuing. Luo Chan was well aware of the intricacies of fire control. However, having only dealt with ordinary flames previously, this was his first experience manipulating spirit fire. With a solemn nod, he then seated himself on the ground, entering a meditative state to regulate his breathing. This novel is available for download through the open-source Freestar String downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file via proxy download without the merchant providing the software source code or open-source address, please request an immediate refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyvoutlook.com, author's QQ, 201-759-3710, official QQ group, 149050832, official TG group, https t.me/fqtool, chapter 66, collaboration after expending 5 medicinal ingredients. Luo Chan gradually grasped the required temperatures for various materials and, amidst heart-pounding tension, successfully concocted a furnace of spirit-gathering pills. Exhaling a long breath, he slumped to the ground, his body weary, his gaze filled with helplessness and disdain as he looked upon the 5 pills he had painstakingly crafted. These pills bore uneven, mottled colors as if carelessly daubed with paint, their surfaces merely flickering with a faint halo that was nearly imperceptible unless scrutinized closely. There remained 2 more medicinal ingredients. He could not afford to abandon them. After a brief respite, Luo Chan revitalized his spirit, meticulously cleaning the residue within the alchemical cauldron with a brush, and once again immersed himself in the alchemical process. Half an hour later, with bated breath, he successfully produced 8 spirit-gathering pills. 0.5 of them were plump and rounded, their pill halos distinctly visible, while the other 3 were deemed failures. Gazing at the freshly produced pills, Jiu Yu's eyes sparkled with approval as she sincerely remarked, "Your talent for alchemy is commendable. These 5 pills showcase a certain level of skill." In comparison, Luo Chan felt no joy, having squandered so many medicinal materials, and with a 3rd-tier monster pill, he had merely managed to produce 5 elementary spirit-gathering pills. The disparity when placed beside Jiu Yu is glaringly evident. Jiu Yu, however, smiled reassuringly, saying, "I have lived for over 10,000 years and have lost count of the pills I have refined. For your first attempt at crafting a 3rd-tier pill, especially one as challenging as the spirit-gathering pill, achieving such results is already remarkable. Do not underestimate your own capabilities." Upon hearing Jiu Yu's words, Luo Chen's spirits lifted slightly. Indeed, as Jiu Yu mentioned, most alchemists undergo dozens of attempts before mastering the nuances of crafting spirit-gathering pills. Moreover, the energy consumption in pill refinement is immense, often requiring 3 to 4 days of relentless work. Yet, Luo Chan had succeeded in just 1 night, a testament to his exceptional talent, of course. This was also aided by the spirit-gathering array. Otherwise, the energy within him would not have sustained such an extended endeavor. Only 1 medicinal ingredient remained, and he hoped to make further progress. After resting for over half an hour, Luo Chan commenced the refinement of his final batch of spirit-gathering pills. This time, the process proceeded relatively smoothly, culminating in the successful creation of 10 spirit-gathering pills. Although they still bore only a faint halo, both their color and clarity had significantly improved. Quite impressive. The quantity of pills produced is satisfactory, and their quality has reached the peak of the elementary level. Let us take a short break. Observing the 10 pills, Jiu Yu nodded with satisfaction, her gaze towards Luo Chan now infused with warmth and admiration. Indeed, Luo Chan nodded wearily. He was thoroughly exhausted and, neglecting to clean up the scattered residue, collapsed onto the ground, falling into a deep slumber. As dawn approached and the sky began to brighten, Luo Chan abruptly sprang to his feet. Hastily grasping the jade vial on the table, to his immense relief, he found the 15 spirit-gathering pills he had crafted lying quietly within that he exhaled deeply, realizing he was drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging to him. The spirit-gathering array on the ground had ceased functioning due to the depletion of spirit stones, and the five elements cauldron had reverted to its ordinary state. Resembling a mere incense burner, in his dream, he had been ceaselessly refining pills, the cauldron engulfed in blazing spiritual flames. Just as the pills were about to be completed, the cauldron had suddenly exploded, rendering all his efforts and toil into nothingness. In his dream, he had frantically called out to Jiu. Gently placing the jade vial down, Luo Chan took a deep breath, soothing his racing heart. Thank goodness it was merely a dream. Subsequently, he tidied up the five elements cauldron, cleaned the remnants from the ground, stretched languidly, and descended the stairs. Master Mo Kaier, hearing his footsteps, approached dutifully and bowed slightly at the foot of the stairs. Yes, Luo Chen nodded, his voice gentle. Please take me to see the head of the Li family. I Wan Xiong, having just finished his morning wash under the attentive care of his maidservants, was preparing to enjoy breakfast when he heard Kai Er's report. He quickly rose and made his way to the living room. Young hero, you rise so early? Upon their meeting, Li Wanxiong greeted him with a broad smile. Good morning, Li family head. Luo Chen slightly inclined his body in greeting. Then humbly smiled. You may simply call me Mo Yuan. I cannot bear the title of young hero. Of course. After some pleasantries, Li Wanxiong took his seat at the head of the table, gesturing for the nearby maidservants to withdraw. Li family head. Here are the spirit-gathering pills, a total of 15. Luo Chan gently placed a jade vial on the table, sliding it toward Li Wanxiong, and added, This is my first attempt at refinement, and it required considerable effort. I hope the Li family head can show leniency. Not at all. Li Wanxiong waved his hand, a broad smile on his face as he carefully picked up the jade vial and poured out one spirit-gathering pill. Examining it closely, after a moment of scrutiny, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Li Wanxiong's eyes. He returned the pill to the vial and said with a smile, Young hero, no, Master Mo, this pill's quality is exceptional. If auctioned, it would surely fetch a good price. What are your thoughts on this? Luo Chan did not respond directly but shifted the conversation, speaking in a serious tone. Li family head, shall we discuss how to collaborate? Indeed. Li Wanxiong gently set down the vial, hurriedly retrieving a golden piece of paper from his pocket, his face radiating joy as he said, I've been preparing for this. I wish to hire you as our chief alchemist at the Li family. All pills you refine will be sold through auction, with profits split 70-30 in your favor. Luo Chun glanced at the golden paper, his gaze sharp as he fixed his eyes on Li Wanxiong. Speaking in a low voice, Li family head, it seems you have overlooked one detail. I have not forgotten, absolutely not. Li Wanxiong laughed heartily, leaning closer and lowering his voice. The Mu family has always been in opposition to us. I am determined to stand against them. However, relying solely on the Li family is insufficient to shake the Mu family. If you can refine higher quality pills, I can secure the full support of the Pill God sect. At that point, the Mu family will be no concern. He had a slight smile played on Luo Chen's lips as he chuckled quietly, thinking to himself, this old fox truly waits for results before showing his hand. Yet, he has managed to connect with the Pill God sect, indicating he has a substantial backing. Pill God sect. May I ask Li family head what you mean by mentioning the Pill God sect? Luo Chan feigned ignorance, displaying a look of surprise as he inquired of Li Wanxiong. Li Wanxiong's gaze fixated on Luo Chan as he lowered his voice, slowly revealing a hidden secret. Master Mo, I will not conceal it from you. The true beneficiaries of our Li family's pill business are, in fact, the Pill God sect. The Li family merely takes a small portion of the profits. Acting as an intermediary, the Pill God sect has been seeking promising alchemists in the shadows for years. Once they learn of your capabilities, the small Mu family will be utterly insignificant. I understand. Luo Chan smiled faintly, nodding, and then shifted the topic, asking Li family head, how can we encourage the Pill God sect to offer their assistance? Master Mo, as long as you can refine spirit-gathering pills of intermediate quality or above, or fourth-tier pills, your age and talent will certainly attract the Pill God sect's attention. At that time, I can maneuver from within, and we can achieve great things. Li Wanxiong's eyes gleamed with fervor as he spoke earnestly. An alchemist capable of crafting third-tier pills at the age of 15 is not unheard of, but they are indeed rare. However, an alchemist who can refine spirit-gathering pills at such a young age is virtually unparalleled across the Qin continent. The calculating Li Wanxiong deliberately framed his words to instill a sense of importance in Luo Chan, aiming to keep him firmly under his control for greater profit. Then I shall seek your collaboration once I am capable of refining higher-tier pills. Luo Chan smirked inwardly, rising to leave. Master Mo, please hold on. Seeing this, Li Wanxiong quickly stood and blocked Luo Chen's path, his face adorned with an eager smile. Master Mo, while I may not possess alchemical skills, I understand that alchemists require a vast supply of medicinal materials to enhance their craft. The Li family can provide you with a continuous supply of materials, benefiting both your skills and our family's profits. A win-win situation. Indeed, you present a valid point. Luo Chan feigned contemplation, nodding slowly. I can agree to collaborate with you. However, I cannot remain with the Li family indefinitely, nor can I continuously refine pills for you. Upon hearing Luo Chen's sigh of relief, Li Wanxiong's heart brimmed with joy, and he promptly replied, of course. Master Mo is free to come and go as he pleases, completely at his own discretion. As for the matter of alchemy, it is entirely voluntary. No one would dare to coerce you. This is splendid indeed. Once these 15 gathering spirit pills are sold, I shall proceed to concoct new elixirs. Luo Chen nodded, striding purposefully towards the exit. The contract. Li Wanxiong turned back to the table, seized the golden parchment of the contract, and hastened after Luo Chen, thrusting the document into his hands. Chapter 67. Beasts, have you heard? The Li family is to auction gathering spirit pills. But only 5 are available, and they will be awarded to the highest bidder. Within half a day, under Li Wanxiong's deliberate promotion, the news of the Li family's auction spread like wildfire throughout Qingyang City. Li Wanxiong intentionally released the information about only 5 gathering spirit pills, a mere ploy typical of merchants to generate hype for greater profit. Yet, to Luo Chen, this was nothing short of deceit. Although there were 15 pills, only 5 would be sold at a time to create a sense of scarcity and inflate the price. This Li Wanxiong. Luo Chen shook his head, silently returning to his courtyard. The higher the price of the gathering spirit pills, the greater his profit would be, and he had no intention of hindering Li Wanxiong. After all, those who could afford them were primarily powerful factions with abundant spirit stones, while ordinary impoverished cultivators were forced into arduous training. Unable to afford such exorbitantly priced elixirs, by afternoon, Luo Chen took to the kitchen himself, preparing a lavish spread of nutritious dishes that, though appearing light, were all beneficial for invigorating the spirit and promoting blood circulation. Qin Jiu's injuries showed signs of improvement, her complexion regaining its rosy hue as she quietly sat at the table, savoring a bowl of red date porridge. Fairy Qin, do try this amethyst cake. It is crafted by grinding amethyst herbs in a powder, then blending it with honey and glutinous rice, which greatly aids in invigorating the spirit and promoting blood flow. And please, sample this spirit pigeon soup. Luo Chen earnestly introduced the delectable offerings before her. Young Master Luo, you asked me to inquire about Qin Jiu's background, and I have discovered. At that moment, Su Xiaoping's urgent and excited voice echoed from outside. Luo Chen, just about to scoop a spoonful of spirit pigeon soup for Qin Jiu, found his spoon suspended in midair, awkwardly smiling at the interruption. It's Su Xiaoping, a familiar face. Su Xiaoping rushed into the room, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he instantly became bashful, retreating to the doorway and cautiously glancing at Luo Chen. Young Master Luo, should I step outside? Not at all. She is not an outsider. Please continue, Luo Chen replied, putting down the spoon and allowing Su Xiaoping to finish his report, lest Qin Jiu overthink the situation. Su Xiaoping discreetly stole a glance at Qin Jiu, swallowed hard, and then turned back to Luo Chen. Respectfully reporting, young master, you instructed me to investigate Qin Jiu's background, and I have ascertained that she is a guest elder of the Mu family, reportedly having just recently joined. After a brief pause, he tentatively added, young master, I believe that Qin Jiu is not a good person. You should avoid getting too entangled with her. Luo Chen stifled a laugh, glancing at Qin Jiu, who appeared unfazed, and then continued to inquire of Su Xiaoping. "Oh, what leads you to conclude that she is not a good person?" Su Xiaoping eagerly leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Young master, consider this. What sort of family is the Mu family? They have imprisoned numerous female cultivators. And Qin Jiyue, having just arrived in Xinjiang City, has already attached herself to the Mu family through her beauty. Why would you still be concerned about her?" With a sudden clap, Qin Jiyue slammed her hand on the table, rising abruptly to glare fiercely at Su Xiaoping before casting a cold glance at Luo Chun and storming out. Su Xiaoping was taken aback, watching Qin Jiyue leave, then turning back to Luo Chun with a bewildered expression. "Young master, what just happened?" "Haha, that is simply Qin Jiyue. What do you think is wrong with her?" Luo Chun chuckled, unable to contain his amusement at Su Xiaoping's innocent demeanor. Su Xiaoping's face flushed crimson, embarrassment washing over him as he wished to disappear into the ground. He glared at Luo Chun. "Young master, why didn't you mention this sooner?" "This, not to worry. She's not one to hold grudges," Luo Chun reassured, patting Su Xiaoping's shoulder with a smile. "Is there anything else?" Su Xiaoping furrowed his brow, racking his brain before hastily replying. "Right. Tomorrow is the Mu family's patriarch Mu Yun's concubine wedding banquet. Is there anything you would like me to prepare in advance?" "Oh." Luo Chun nodded slightly, pondering for a moment before casually producing a delicate chinquan pouch from his sleeve and placing it in Su Xiaoping's hands. Instructing, "Here are 1,000 spirit stones. Please prepare a gift box for me according to the minimum specifications." "Certainly. I shall attend to it and deliver it to you shortly," Su Xiaoping exclaimed with delight as he accepted the pouch and turned to leave. In the days since arriving in Xinjiang City, Luo Chun had yet to encounter any of the key figures of the Mu family, making the upcoming banquet an excellent opportunity. After dispatching Su Xiaoping, Luo Chun lowered his head, lost in contemplation. Why would they send someone to investigate me? Suddenly, Qinji entered from outside, her expression icy as she coldly questioned, "What is the meaning of this?" Luo Chun was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a composed smile. "You vanished shortly after your arrival, and I was concerned for your safety. I merely wanted to ascertain your whereabouts to ensure you had not encountered any danger, so I could come to your aid if necessary." Upon hearing Luo Chen's explanation, Qin Jiyue's expression softened, and she returned to her seat at the table, continuing to enjoy the spread before her. After a moment's pause, she quietly asked, "Earlier he mentioned that the Mu family has imprisoned female cultivators. What exactly is going on? You must first promise me that you will not act impulsively after hearing my explanation." Luo Chun stated, looking at Qin Jiyue with a hint of concern. He did not wish for her to rush impulsively to the Eastern manor after learning the truth. This woman had a fiery temperament and a strong sense of justice, making her difficult to dissuade. "All right, I promise," Qin Jiyue nodded, her tone unruffled. Once Qin Jiyue had consented, Luo Chun leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "The Mu family has imprisoned a multitude of female cultivators in a hidden manor underground, using them to forge human puppets. I intend to leverage the Li family's influence to expose their heinous crimes. To prevent Qin Jiyue from acting recklessly, Luo Chun deliberately withheld the manor's precise location." "Human puppets?" Qin Jiyue's brow furrowed, her face a mask of confusion. "What are those?" Luo Chen's expression turned grave as he explained. In simple terms, it refers to turning individuals into soulless beings, obedient only to commands. Erasing a person's consciousness, turning them into obedient puppets? Qin Jiyue's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Luo Chun, seeking confirmation. Indeed. Luo Chen's gaze burned intensely as he met Qin Jiyue's eyes. Nodding solemnly, "I have witnessed their underground trading posts firsthand, where the women are tormented until their spirits are shattered, reduced to thoughtless slaves. Truly despicable." Qin Jiyue exclaimed in outrage, then turned to Luo Chun, her tone resolute. "I will accompany you to tomorrow's banquet. I wish to see the true faces of those Mu family members. You are a guest elder of the Mu family. Have you not encountered any genuine members of the Mu family?" Luo Chun asked, astonished. Qin Jiyue frowned, shooting a glance at Luo Chun, irritated. "What guest elder? I was merely a temporary recruit who helped them with a skirmish. I have never met anyone with the surname Mu." The only one I know is an elder with the surname Wu. I see. Luo Chun breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, his spirits lifting considerably. With the air cleared, the misunderstandings between them dissipated. They then conferred further and resolved to attend the concubine wedding banquet of Mu Yun together the following day. Chapter 68. Attending the banquet on the afternoon of the second day. Qin Jue donned male attire, disguising herself as a handsome youth. Luo Chun, on the other hand, transformed into a rugged man with a thick beard, and the two walked side by side, under Su Xiaoping's guidance. The trio arrived at the gates of the Mu family's estate, in contrast to the resplendent opulence of the Li family. The Mu family's residence exuded a sense of solemnity and grandeur. The gate, meticulously carved from century-old ironwood, was broad and substantial, adorned with vivid depictions of dragons and tigers that seemed poised to leap forth, embodying boundless valor and might. On either side of the entrance stood 2 rows of imposing guards, armed with long spears, standing as straight as sculptures, their gazes resolute and their presence formidable. But a middle-aged man clad in splendid attire stood to one side of the gate, welcoming guests with a warm smile. Surrounding him were an array of exquisitely packaged gift boxes, gleaming and resplendent. This man was Mu Run, the steward of the Mu family, a cultivator of mid-foundation establishment. He typically maintained a low profile, rarely appearing in public, and little was known about him outside the family, save for the fact that he held significant power within the Mu household. This is the steward of the Mu family. Mu Run may appear simple and honest, but he possesses a profound cunning that we must tread carefully, Su Xiaoping whispered to Luo Chun, leaning in closely. Understood. Luo Chun slightly nodded, his gaze subtly sweeping towards Mu Run. He noticed that Mu Run maintained a warm smile on his face, resembling the demeanor of a good-natured person, rendering it difficult to discern his true intentions. The Qin family, young Master Qin, has come to offer congratulations. Congratulations to the head of the Mu family for ushering in the spring with a red sleeve, Su Xiaoping proclaimed loudly, articulating the congratulatory words they had previously discussed. The 3 of them stepped forward together, presenting a gift box and an invitation. The arrival of young Master Qin illuminates our humble abode. Please, come in. Mu Run accepted the gift box and gently opened the invitation, his eyes flickering between Qin Jue and Luo Chun, a hint of surprise flashing in his gaze. However, he quickly regained his composure, welcoming the 3 into the estate with a beaming smile. Upon entering the estate, Luo Chun and the others were not permitted to enter the main residence. Instead, they were led to a vast training ground on the west side. This area was far removed from the main house, surrounded by a formidable presence of soldiers standing guard every 5 paces, with watchmen stationed every 10 paces, creating an astonishingly tight security. The banquet seating was arranged around the perimeter of the square, leaving a spacious area in the center where a temporary high platform had been erected. Surrounding the platform were red drapes and a lavish screen adorned with a large, bright red character symbolizing joy, filling the atmosphere with festivity. The trio found an empty seat from afar and began to quietly observe the guests in the arena. Suddenly, Luo Chen's gaze froze as a familiar figure came into view. It was none other than the tavern keeper, now seated not far away, leisurely savoring fine wine and delicacies, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Upon seeing the tavern keeper, an unsettling feeling surged within Luo Chun. Luo Chun, something feels amiss. Be cautious. The low, vigilant voice of Jiuyu echoed in his mind. Jiuyu, what have you discovered? In broad daylight, the Mu family wouldn't dare to act recklessly, would they? Luo Chen's heart tightened, and goosebumps prickled his skin. This was the stronghold of the Mu family. If there were any nefarious plots at play, escape would be nearly impossible. Several powerful auras were concealed around the square, all belonging to core formation experts, with one emanating an even more formidable presence from the nascent soul stage. Just then, a booming voice resonated throughout the square, drawing everyone's attention to the central high platform. Mu Run, it seemed, had taken his place on the platform, beaming with joy as he gazed towards one side. Following him was a stout middle-aged man, adorned in a bright red ceremonial robe, sporting a mustache and a radiant complexion, exuding an air of jubilance. This man was undoubtedly Mu Yun, the head of the Mu family. Luo Chan surmised. Beside Mu Yun was a woman clad in a red gown, her graceful figure and exquisite beauty captivating the guest's attention. However, the moment Luo Chun laid eyes on her, he was momentarily stunned, fixating on her in disbelief. What is wrong? Do you know that woman? Qin Jue noticed Luo Chun's unusual reaction and quietly inquired. Luo Xiao, is that not Su Ying's younger sister, Su Yao? What is she doing here? Su Xiaoping also took note of the woman, expressing his astonishment. Luo Chen, however, remained silent, his fists clenched tightly, his expression dark as he stared intently at Su Yao. Suddenly, the space above the square quivered, emitting a low, reverberating roar. In quick succession, a series of sharp and piercing sword sounds sliced through the air as dozens of figures clad in black appeared mid-flight, wielding long swords. They were dressed in fitted black attire, their faces obscured by veils, revealing only their chilling eyes, sending shivers down one's spine. As soon as the black-clad figures emerged, they surged towards the high platform without uttering a word. Humph! Mu Run let out a cold snort and waved a hand, causing the high platform to radiate a brilliant light as a protective array inscribed with runes materialized. The black-clad figures, seeing this, immediately retreated, simultaneously unleashing a flurry of fierce sword beams as they turned. The sword beams collided with the protective array, resulting in a cacophony of thunderous explosions. At that moment, dozens of figures emerged from the periphery of the square, all of them core formation experts, hovering in the air and surrounding the black-clad assailants. Upon witnessing these formidable experts, Mu Ren's figure flickered, rising into the air like a great rock, coldly surveying the black-clad intruders as he declared with a deep voice. You filthy rats lurking in the shadows, we have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Since you have come, do not expect to leave alive. The instant the black-clad figures appeared, Luo Chen's heart raced. He fixated on them, only breathing a sigh of relief once he confirmed that none bore the familiar silhouette he dreaded. His gaze then returned to Su Yao, who seemed oblivious to the chaos, still entwined with Mu Yun's arm, standing still with a faint smile adorning her face. With a resounding boom, a fierce battle erupted in the air, sword lights flashing and spells roaring, enveloping the entire square in chaos. The crowd began to descend into panic, scattering in all directions as they sought shelter from the turmoil, screams and shouts echoing in a disarray. Qin Fairy, act wisely and find a chance to slip away. Do not concern yourself with me. Luo Chan whispered urgently to Qin Jue before he seized the opportunity to push towards the high platform, his eyes never leaving Su Yao for a moment. Just then, a sharp sword beam struck the high platform with a resounding crash, causing the ground to tremble. Oh no! Mu Yun quivered in fright, grasping Su Yao's hand as they fled behind the screen. Despite his stout build, he moved with surprising agility, swiftly pulling Su Yao beneath the platform and disappearing through the drapery. Had Luo Chen not been fixated on Su Yao, Mu Yun might have vanished without a trace. Rolling to the ground, Luo Chan followed closely behind Mu Yun, slipping beneath the platform. With a low rumble, two massive stone slabs on the ground began to shift apart, and a figure swiftly disappeared into the gap between them. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chan rolled forward, agile as a fish, and leapt through the crevice, plunging into a pitch-black passageway. Moments later, a heavy clang resounded above as the stone slabs sealed tightly once more. The passage was engulfed in darkness, rendering it impossible to see one's hand in front of their face. Relying on his instincts, Luo Chan felt his way along the rough, cold walls with one hand while cautiously probing ahead with the other. You risk your life for women every time. Let us see how you escape this time. Jiuyu's voice echoed in his mind, laced with irritation. Jiuyu, let us not dwell on that for now. The Mu family clearly harbors ill intentions, having set a trap with Su Yao as bait, waiting for someone to rescue her. Think of a way to help. I must save senior sister Su Yao. Luo Chan furrowed his brow but did not halt his progress, continuing to feel his way forward while mentally responding. Chapter 69. The passage. In the endless darkness of the passage, Luo Chan retrieved a luminous stone, its faint glow illuminating the way as he resolutely pursued. Moments later, Mu Yun's stout figure emerged in the dim light, urgently pulling Su Yao along as they hurried forward. In a flash, Luo Chun dashed towards them, using the stone wall as leverage. Who? Mu Yun spun around, terror etched on his face, his voice trembling and harsh. Without uttering a word, Luo Chun unleashed a powerful punch, the wind howling as it struck Mu Yun's chest. A shrill scream erupted as Mu Yun was sent sprawling backward, his hefty form crashing to the ground, the luminous stone rolling away with a clatter. Su Yao, stop him! Mu Yun rolled over and scrambled to his feet. Shouting at Su Yao paused, momentarily taken aback, before swiftly turning and launching an attack at Luo Chun, her palm brimming with spiritual energy, radiating the formidable pressure of the Foundation establishment stage. Luo Chun, wary of her strength, met her attack with his own palm. The clash of energies sent ripples through the air. Luo Chun steadied himself and called out, "Senior sister Su Yao." Recognizing Luo Chun's voice, Su Yao furrowed her brow slightly, a hint of anguish crossing her face. "Su Yao, swiftly deal with him," Mu Yun commanded, pointing an accusatory finger at Luo Chun. Su Yao's body trembled as she slowly raised her head, her eyes narrowing into piercing slits as she focused on Luo Chun, gathering her spiritual energy once more to attack. I must find an opportunity to subdue Mu Yun first. Luo Chun's heart raced as he fought Su Yao while searching for a chance to close in on Mu Yun. Yet Su Yao's assaults grew increasingly fierce, her Foundation establishment prowess proving formidable indeed. Luo Chun, reluctant to harm her, found himself in a dire predicament, having been forced into a corner and enduring several blows, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. The underground passage was already narrow, and with Su Yao blocking his path, he struggled to approach Mu Yu in a moment of desperation. He hastily retrieved 2 thunder talismans, driven by a glimmer of hope, and activated them simultaneously, directing them towards Mu Yun. Boom! Boom! The instant the thunder talismans were unleashed, the underground echoed with 2 deafening roars of thunder. 2 blinding bolts of lightning shot forth from the talismans, striking Mu Yun with deadly precision, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, accompanied by a chilling scream. Mu Yun's corpulent form trembled violently in the wake of the lightning. Instantly turning to ash, a terrified soul emerged from the remnants, fleeing into the distance. Whoosh! At that moment, the ethereal figure of Jiu suddenly surged forth from Luo Chun's mind like a bolt of black lightning, pursuing the fleeing soul of Mu Yun. Simultaneously, Su Yao paused, a fleeting look of confusion and emptiness flashing in her eyes, leaving her standing dazed in place. In the blink of an eye, Jiu returned, holding Mu Yun's soul. Spare me. Spare me. I beg you, do not let my soul disperse. I'm also a victim of circumstance. I am not Mu Yun at all, the soul cried out in terror, its face contorted with anguish and despair. Retrieve my treasure pouch. Ignoring the soul's pleas and cries, Jiu maintained a composed demeanor and calmly instructed Luo Chun. Upon hearing this, Luo Chun quickly produced the exquisite pouch from his Chinquan bag. With a slight movement of her finger, a pitch-black tower flew from the pouch, spinning in the air. The small tower was inscribed with ancient runes, shimmering with a dark glow that emanated an unsettling aura. This is the underworld tower personally forged by me. Today, you shall experience its effect. As Jiu spoke, she waved her hand, casting Mu Yun's soul into the tower. Immediately, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from within the tower, reverberating through the passage and sending a shiver down Luo Chun's spine. Drip a drop of blood onto it. The underworld tower shall lend it to you for the time being. When I regain my physical form, you must return it. Jiu glared at Luo Chun, her expression tinged with discomfort. Very well. Luo Chun snapped back to reality, swiftly cutting his finger to let a drop of blood fall onto the underworld tower. Boom! The moment the blood merged with the tower, Luo Chun felt as though his soul was being drawn by a mysterious force, establishing a wondrous connection with the underworld tower. Attempting to probe his consciousness into the tower, he discovered an expansive and enigmatic world within, dim and eerie, filled with various terrifying souls. These souls took on myriad forms. Some were grotesque, Others displayed vicious fangs, exuding an air of ferocity. That moment. Mu Yun's soul cowered in a corner, trembling in fear, while a menacing soul stood before him, wielding a soul whip and relentlessly lashing out. With each strike, Mu Yun's soul emitted a chilling wail that sent shivers down Lo Chen's spine. Terrified by the scene, Lo Chen gasped and quickly withdrew his consciousness, muttering in lingering dread, "How terrifying! What are you afraid of?" "The beings inside are some of the formidable specters I captured from the underworld. They are all fierce warriors. Now that you are the master of the underworld tower, they will obey your commands." Jiu shot a glance at Lo Chen, a hint of amusement gracing her lips. "Jiu, do you have any other treasures?" Lo Chen, holding the pouch, felt an irresistible urge to tear it open and explore its contents. "Put that back." Jiu's expression darkened, her gaze icy as she fixed her eyes on Lo Chen. Speaking sternly to Lo Chen, intimidated by her stare, hastily shoved the pouch back into his Chinquan bag, mumbling defiantly, "Stingy." "Humph." Jiu snorted, her countenance still grim, warning him that excessive reliance on external objects would only weaken him further. "Banish such futile thoughts and quickly find a way out." Lo Chen, sheepishly smiling, bent down to pick up the luminous stone, channeling spiritual energy into it, illuminating the surrounding space. Chinquan bag. The moment the area brightened, Lo Chen spotted the Chinquan bag on the ground and swiftly retrieved it. Mu Yun's physical form had been obliterated by the thunder talismans, and the Chinquan bag had naturally fallen to the ground. "What is this?" Upon collecting Mu Yun's Chinquan bag, Lo Chen's gaze was drawn to a piece of crimson jade that radiated an eerie aura. Intrigued, he bent down to examine the red jade closely. Suddenly, as he grasped the jade, Su Yao let out a piercing scream, her body trembling violently as she curled up, clutching her head in apparent terror of the red jade in Lo Chen's hand. "Su Yao, senior sister." Lo Chen was taken aback, hurriedly stowing the jade away and rushing to Su Yao's side, gazing gently into her eyes. Under Lo Chen's attentive gaze, Su Yao gradually calmed down, trembling as she straightened up, forcing a semblance of a smile, appearing obedient. Yet, deep within her eyes lay an abyss of fear and unease. "Su Yao, senior sister, let us leave together." Observing her state, Lo Chen felt a pang of heartache as he gently took her hand. Su Yao made no resistance, allowing Lo Chen to lead her, moving mechanically behind him, like a soulless puppet. Lo Chen traversed the passage for about half an hour before finally reaching its end, where a vertical shaft appeared before him. Under the illumination of the luminous stone, he discovered a concealed mechanism on the wall. He refrained from acting hastily, pressing his ear against the cold wall to listen intently for any sounds from above. Chapter 70. Seizing the opportunity, do not waste your efforts. There isn't even a ghost above. Jiu's voice suddenly resonated, her gaze penetrating through the vertical shaft as if she had already seen everything. "Jiu, thank goodness for you." Lo Chen expressed his gratitude, offering a faint smile before cautiously manipulating the mechanism on the wall. Creak, accompanied by the sound of wooden boards scraping, a blinding ray of light cascaded down from above, illuminating the entire shaft in an instant. Lo Chen leaped, scaling the wall to emerge into a spacious and brightly lit room. Boom! The ground trembled violently beneath him. Startled, Lo Chen looked up, his gaze through the window catching sight of radiant sword lights in the high sky. Dazzling and brilliant. The spells illuminated the sky like shooting stars, with explosive sounds resounding in succession. He then realized that this place was merely a wall away from the martial arts arena. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, several figures darted across the rooftop, swiftly heading towards the arena. The battle on the other side intensified, as the Mu family had sent reinforcements. Lo Chen hid behind the window, his eyes fixed on the tumult above, his heart growing anxious for the plight of the black-clad warriors. Not metal. There are many powerful presences over there, with both sides having Yuan Ying stage participants. You, a mere pawn, cannot intervene. Jiu glanced at the high sky, a trace of disdain curling her lips, her demeanor one of indifference. Indeed. Lo Chen nodded in agreement. Yet as his gaze swept across the room again, an inexplicable worry surged within him. It seemed they had stumbled into the Mu family's stronghold. How would they escape? Since we are here, why not take advantage of the chaos and seize a fortune? Do you have the courage? Jiu regarded Lo Chun, a sly smile creeping on her lips as she whispered conspiratorially. What? Lo Chun's heart raced, yet apprehension soon followed. This was the Mu family's lair, and provoking them could lead to disaster. Why were you not afraid of trouble when you jumped into the passage with your eyes closed? Jiu scoffed playfully. Forget it. Let's first devise a plan to help senior sister Su Yao escape. Lo Chun inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his impulsive desires. Fool! Jiu shot a glare at Lo Chun, a teasing smile dancing on her lips, reminding him of his possession of the spirit wind shuttle. Prepare those 5 exquisite spirit stones in advance. Once the chaos ensues, activate it to teleport away. If anyone pursues, you can use invisibility. In any case, you can only rely on it to escape, so why not seize the opportunity to gain some benefits? Otherwise, those 5 exquisite spirit stones will be wasted. With that, she raised an eyebrow, mischief glinting in her eyes. Excellent idea. Jiu words instantly awakened Lo Chun. He quickly calculated in his mind, already formulating a plan. Lo Chun summoned the spirit wind shuttle, positioning the 5 exquisite spirit stones accordingly, then meticulously familiarized himself with the operations of teleportation and invisibility before stowing it away again. First, let us extract Mu Yun's soul and interrogate him. Jiu offered timely advice. Upon hearing this, Luo Chun immediately grasped the meaning, giving Jiu a thumbs up and a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Please, I beg you, do not torment me any further. I am truly not Mu Yun. After being released from the Nether Tower by Luo Chun, the soul entity immediately knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing its head in supplication. You are not Mu Yun? Then who are you? Speak the truth, or else. Luo Chun lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the soul entity from a superior position, his voice imbued with intimidation and threat. My name is Mu Lei, Mu Yun's twin brother. I have served as his stand-in since childhood, but I am merely a puppet. I implore you, spare me, and do not confine me back in that tower. Mu Lei recounted his plight with a face full of anguish, his expression replete with desperation. A cultivator at the foundation establishment stage can be reborn as long as their soul endures, provided they find a new physical form. Naturally, Mu Lei wished to avoid disintegration and the torment of being imprisoned in that terrifying nether tower once again, subjected to the anguish of the soul-devouring whip. Where is the real Mu Yun? You brought Su Yao here. What are your next plans? Luo Chun asked coldly, his gaze fixed on Mu Lei. The true Mu Yun is currently in seclusion, striving for the nascent soul stage. I am unaware of his exact location. I follow the arrangements of Steward Mu Run, and have no further plans aside from returning to my residence. Mu Lei answered Luo Chun's inquiries without reservation. And where is your residence? Luo Chun pressed on. Time was of the essence. These trivial matters could be inquired into later. Priority must be given. Jiu impatiently interrupted Luo Chun's questioning and turned to Mu Lei. Where is the Mu family's treasury? Who guards it, and how can one gain entry? I possess a map of the Mu family estate and the family head seal within my Chinquan bag. The treasury is protected by a formation and lacks any guards. One can enter simply with the seal. Mu Lei divulged everything without hesitation. He further added, however, there is actually nothing of great value in the treasury. The precious items are with the ancestor, not here. Upon hearing this, Luo Chun quickly retrieved Mu Lei's Chinquan bag, and indeed, he found a map of the Mu family estate and a white jade seal inside. The map depicted the layout of the Mu family in exquisite detail, with even the names of the pavilions in the garden labeled. Seeing this, Luo Chun's heart soared with joy, his gaze towards Mu Lei filled with gratitude and affection. You stay in the tower for now. We will talk once we are outside. With a wave of his hand, Luo Chun sent Mu Lei back into the nether tower. No, please. The anguished cries of Mu Lei echoed once more from within the nether tower. Yet Luo Chun paid no heed. Retracting the tower, he then gestured to Su Yao, clutching the family head seal, and strode confidently out of the room. Who goes there? Just as Luo Chun exited, he encountered 2 patrolling guards. The guards, armed with long spears, eyed him warily and barked an inquiry. The family head has issued orders for me to escort her back. Luo Chun, unwavering, raised the seal high, pointing at Su Yao with the other hand. Responding haughtily, the guards' expressions shifted dramatically upon seeing the seal. They hastily sheathed their spears, bowing respectfully, their tone laced with trepidation. "My lord, we deeply apologize for the offense. Please forgive us." With that, they hurriedly departed, resuming their patrol. "This seal truly works wonders," Luo Chun mused, a smug smile creeping onto his lips as he regarded the seal, with the key figures of the Mu family preoccupied in the training grounds. Luo Chun, armed with the estate map and the seal, navigated unobstructed into the Mu family's treasury. Wow. Upon stepping into the treasury, Luo Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him lay mountains of spirit stones, a dazzling array of rare herbs and minerals, all manner of treasures that I've struck it rich. Luo Chan could not suppress his exclamation, his heart racing with excitement. Jiu, how do we transport all these treasures? After his exhilaration subsided, Luo Chan found himself at a loss. He surveyed the bounty. Even if he emptied all his Chinkoan bags, they would not suffice to contain it all. Humph. Jiu cast him a sidelong glance. Scoffing, just bring out my treasure bag. All right. Upon hearing this, Luo Chan felt a surge of confidence. As he eagerly produced the treasure bag, Jiu's fingers twitched, and an ancient ring floated forth from the bag. Luo Chen's eyes bulged in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets. Jiu shot him a glare and, with a pained expression, remarked, "I am about to indulge you once more. This is a void storage ring. Its capacity surpassing this treasury by at least tenfold. It will easily accommodate these items. Now, imprint your blood to recognize the owner. Jiu, I adore you." Luo Chen's heart soared with joy as he swiftly made a small cut on his hand. Allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the ring, he then carefully donned the ring on his ring finger, elated and enamored. "When I regain my corporeal form, you must return it to me." Jiu gazed at Luo Chen's triumphant demeanor, gritting her teeth as she spoke. "Fear not." Luo Chen grinned, then raised his hand, gently activating the ring. Instantly, the treasures within the treasury flowed like a torrent into the ring. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling treasury was left desolate. After exiting the treasury, Luo Chun stood outside, gazing at the imposing palaces of the Mu family, a cunning idea suddenly flashing through his mind. Holding the seal, he swiftly darted through the estate, igniting every palace he passed with a subtle flick of his wrist, unleashing his flame dragon whirlwind and setting each structure ablaze. As the flames grew fiercer, Luo Chan raised the seal, running about and shouting, "Help! The fire! Someone save us!" After igniting 4 or 5 grand halls, Luo Chen's spiritual energy had dwindled significantly, rendering him unable to maintain his flame dragon whirlwind. He then sought out a secluded corner, quickly summoning the wind shadow shuttle, pulling Su Yao onto it as well. Taking aim, Luo Chan pressed the teleportation button without hesitation. With a whoosh, the wind shadow shuttle transformed into a streak of light, instantly traversing several hundred miles before landing steadily in a mountainous region. Luo Chun, do you think that if the ancestor Mo Yang knew you used his flame dragon whirlwind to start a fire, he would faint from rage? Jiu quipped, her eyes glinting with mischief as she teased him. Not at all. The ancestor would only commend my ingenuity. Who knows, he might have set fires using the flame dragon whirlwind himself in the past. Luo Chun replied, a warm smile surfacing at the mention of Mo Yang. But speaking of which, you truly are not a simple character, Jiu remarked with a chuckle. You encouraged me to take advantage of the chaos. How could I not set a fire to seize the opportunity? Luo Chun winked at Jiu, his face brimming with pride and cunning. Ha! This child is indeed teachable, Jiu exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Her eyes filled with admiration. Ha! The two exchanged glances, their laughter echoing through the mountains. Chapter 71. Red Jade. When Luo Chun piloted the Wind Shadow shuttle back to Qingyang City, the Mu family estate was engulfed in flames, the glow illuminating half the sky. Watching the soaring flames, Luo Chun felt a surge of secret delight. To avoid drawing attention, he suppressed his urge to approach and watch, quietly slipping back to his own courtyard and diving into his room. Jiu, with your vast knowledge, please check on Su Yao's current condition. As soon as he entered the room, Luo Chen eagerly called out for Jiu, swiftly shutting the door behind him. After Jiu appeared, she examined Su Yao for a moment before speaking solemnly. Her consciousness seems to be trapped in a terrifying illusion, teetering on the brink of collapse. Moreover, her memories have been forcibly sealed by a powerful force. Fortunately, the one who cast the spell only sealed her memories without forcibly stripping them away, so her soul remains largely intact. That's good to hear. Upon receiving this news, Luo Chen let out a temporary sigh of relief. Oh, right. Suddenly recalling something, Luo Chen slapped his forehead and hastily retrieved the mysterious red jade from his pocket. Just now in the tunnel, when senior sister Su Yao saw this red jade, she appeared extremely frightened. Can you discern what it is? Before he could finish speaking, Su Yao let out a piercing scream, clutching her head with both hands, curling into a ball, and gazing at the red jade in terror. Trembling uncontrollably, senior sister Su Yao, don't be afraid. Luo Chen pressed the red jade into Jiuyu's hands and quickly turned to support Su Yao's shoulders, gently reassuring her. Jiuyu took hold of the red jade, scrutinizing it closely. After a moment, a smile crept on her lips. Oh, that it. This red jade forms its own realm and can connect with a person's sea of consciousness. Any event occurring within this red jade world will imprint itself onto the consciousness of the connected individual, becoming their new memory. What? Are you suggesting that they have sealed away senior sister Su Yao's original memories, and then, through this red jade, have woven for her an entirely new set of memories? This is simply unfathomable. Upon hearing Jiuyu's account, Luo Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes widening in astonishment and disbelief. TSK, the inventor of this method truly is a genius. Jiuyu continued to examine the red jade in her hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she marveled at it. Jiuyu, what kind of memories did they weave for senior sister Su Yao to instill such fear in her? Luo Chen clenched his fists, his voice filled with anger and confusion. Why not enter this world of red jade yourself and find out? Jiuyu replied mysteriously, extending her hand to present the red jade to Luo Chen, her eyes glinting with mischief. Will it be dangerous to go in? Luo Chen took the red jade, his gaze fixed intently on Jiuyu, feeling that her expression was somewhat peculiar. Rest assured, it is perfectly safe. Jiuyu shrugged nonchalantly. Luo Chen scrutinized Jiuyu for a moment longer before releasing a strand of spiritual consciousness and entering the red jade. Upon entry, Luo Chen was astonished to find himself standing atop a sea of blood. Countless eerie cards floated before him, each adorned with various intricate designs, as if narrating a series of heart-stirring tales. Could this be the fragmented memories they crafted for senior sister Su Yao? Luo Chen speculated inwardly as he reached out to gently touch the cards. As the cards shifted, a series of distressing and sordid images flashed before his eyes, with Su Yao herself as the central figure. The agony and despair depicted in those scenes made Luo Chen's heart ache, compelling him to clench his fists. And no wonder senior sister Su Yao harbors such dread for this red jade. It is filled with images that bring her immense suffering. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Luo Chen inquired within his mind, Jiuyu, what must I do to rescue senior sister Su Yao? These cards are both the woven memories and the sealing array of her original memories. Why tearing apart these cards? She will naturally be saved. Jiuyu replied effortlessly. With that, Luo Chen wasted no time, stepping forward to grasp one of the cards and tearing it forcefully in half. The moment the card was destroyed, it transformed into a wisp of pure soul energy, dissipating into the air. Luo Chen, such pure soul energy presents a wonderful opportunity for cultivating the soul-devouring technique. Do not let it slip away. Quickly refine these cards. Jiuyu's voice rang with excitement in his mind. Prompted by her words, Luo Chen promptly settled himself cross-legged in midair, employing the soul-devouring technique to begin the refinement of the cards. The soul energy contained within those cards was exceptionally pure, evidently having been meticulously extracted beforehand. Luo Chen felt as though these streams of soul energy flowed gently and continuously into his body, and after being absorbed by the soul-devouring technique, they swiftly merged into his sea of consciousness, steadily strengthening his spirit. Half an hour later, all the cards hovering above the sea of blood had been completely refined and absorbed by Luo Chun. He distinctly sensed a notable enhancement in his spirit, his mind now clearer than ever at that moment. A mass of pure white mist suddenly appeared above the sea of blood, within which curled a palm-sized ethereal figure of a naked woman. The woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Yao, though her expression was tinged with confusion and helplessness. Jiu Yu, this must be the original memory of senior sister Su Yao, right? How do I return it to her? Luo Chen's face flushed as he quickly turned away, feeling somewhat awkward in the presence of such an intimate scene, and closed his eyes to ask inwardly, "Withdraw, then shatter this jade. The memories will naturally return to her." Jiu Yu stated with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Luo Chan promptly retracted his consciousness, gripping the red jade tightly before crushing it with a decisive motion that eye in tandem. The white mist enveloping the ethereal figure whirled twice in the air before swiftly plunging into Su Yao's brow. "Ah!" Su Yao cried out in anguish, clutching her head before collapsing limply to the ground, unconscious. "Senior sister Su Yao! Senior sister Su Yao!" Luo Chen rushed forward, cradling Su Yao in his arms, urgently calling out to her. He then turned to Jiu Yu, pleading for assistance. "Jiu Yu, please check on senior sister Su Yao. What is wrong with her? Do not panic. The reintegration of memories requires a process," Jiu Yu replied with composure. "Give her a calming pill and allow her to rest. When she awakens, all will be well." Hearing this, Luo Chun hastily retrieved a jade vial from his robe, poured out a calming pill, and gently placed it into Su Yao's mouth. He then carefully laid her down on the bed, letting out a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the fire at the Mu family's estate had finally been brought under control. However, although the flames had subsided, the entirety of Qingyang City remained shrouded in thick smoke, the air heavy with the acrid scent of charred remains. At that moment, the residents of Qingyang City were fully aware that the Mu family had been set ablaze. Furthermore, the fierce battle at the martial arts arena had evidently concluded, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation and the pungent aroma of blood lingering in the air. Had we apprehended the arsonist? At this time, Mu Rin stood before a charred ruin, his expression dark and foreboding, teeth clenched as he inquired as a captain of the guards stepped forward, bowing respectfully as he "Reporting to you, my lord. After thorough investigation, the arsonist was in possession of the family master's seal. After executing their plot, they vanished without a trace. We are currently conducting a thorough search for their whereabouts. Ensure you ascertain the origins of this individual. We cannot let them escape." Mu Rin's voice was low and menacing, his countenance so grim it seemed as though it might drip with malice. Just then, a guard came rushing in from the distance. Panic-stricken, dropping to one knee and trembling as he reported, "My lord, the treasury has been robbed." "What did you say?" Mu Rin nearly exploded with rage upon hearing this. His eyes blazed with fury as he seized the guard by the collar, gritting his teeth as he demanded, The treasury has been robbed, and everything is gone." The guard's eyes were filled with terror as he repeated his words, trembling in fear. "Fool!" Mu Rin shouted angrily. Throwing the guard heavily to the ground, he then seethed, "Go. Bring me the list of everyone who attended the banquet today. I want to interrogate them one by one." Yes, the guard scrambled to his feet, disregarding his injuries, and immediately set off to fulfill the command. Chapter 72. Extortion at the door. Mu Rin, being the chief steward of the Mu family, swiftly pinpointed the suspect from the scant clues available. He immediately sketched a portrait and began searching house by house. Overnight, the streets and alleys of Qingyang City were plastered with the altered image of Luo Chun, the bounty amounting to a staggering 100,000 spirit stones. Leaving the populace astounded that in the wake of these events, Qin Jiyu and Su Xiaoping, upon returning, dared not step outside, remaining confined within their courtyard. Fairy Qin, could you recount what transpired at the martial arts arena afterward? How did those black-clad individuals manage to escape? Despite the tense atmosphere outside, Luo Chun appeared relaxed as he pressed Qin Jiyu for details about the Mu family's martial arts arena skirmish. At that time, he had followed Mu Lei into the tunnels, later setting fire to the Mu residence, ultimately escaping through the spirit wind shuttle. During the chaos, he had only heard the sounds of their fierce battle without witnessing the scene or the final outcome. Leaving him worried for the black-clad individuals, Qin Ji Yu pursed her lips, softly recounting the situation during the fierce battle. Those black-clad individuals exhibited remarkable teamwork. The sword formation they formed was incredibly powerful, successfully repelling the fierce attacks of over 30 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Mu family. Ultimately, they forced a nascent soul cultivator from the Mu family to reveal themselves. However, the black-clad individuals were well prepared, and upon the appearance of the nascent soul cultivator, they escaped through a group teleportation arrayed. At this point, she cast a meaningful glance at Luo Chun, continuing, "This time, the Mu family suffered a significant loss. Not a single black-clad individual was captured, and their mansion was burned down by a considerable extent." Hearing that the black-clad individuals had all escaped unscathed, a weight was finally lifted from Luo Chen's heart. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the courtyard door. "Shoo!" Luo Chen raised a finger to signal silence. He then composed himself and casually walked outside. He had already transformed back into the guise of a Mo Yuan, so he was not particularly worried about the guard's search. Upon opening the door, Luo Chen was utterly taken aback. The visitor was not a guard from the Mu family, but the innkeeper from the tavern. "What? Am I not welcome?" The innkeeper regarded Luo Chen with a peculiar expression, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. "And I wonder what brings you here." Luo Chen forced a smile, attempting to feign ignorance. Yet he was already growing anxious within. He had no idea why the innkeeper had come here, nor did he know if the man had uncovered his secret. "Humph." The innkeeper snorted coldly, directly exposing Luo Chen's secret. "You truly have some audacity. Taking advantage of the chaos to set fire to the Mu family, steal treasures, and abduct people. Who exactly are you? What do you wish to do?" A sudden shock coursed through Luo Chen's heart as he hastily retreated 2 steps, his expression wary as he regarded the other party, ever ready to flee. After all, the individual before him was at the core formation stage, and Luo Chen had not yet gained the confidence to believe he could contend with such power. Thus, he swiftly calculated in his mind how to escape swiftly. Not even think about escaping. "Invite me in. We have a deal to discuss." The enigmatic shopkeeper seemed to have already seen through Luo Chen's intentions. A mocking smile plastered across his face. Luo Chen hesitated for a moment, grappling internally, before ultimately stepping aside to invite the mysterious shopkeeper in, promptly shutting the courtyard door behind him. Everyone is here. Upon entering the room, the shopkeeper's gaze swept over Qin Jiyue and Su Xiaoping, deliberately lingering on the figure of Su Yao lying on the bed, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. He then boldly seated himself in a chair, exuding an air of leisure and self-satisfaction. What transaction do you wish to discuss with us?" Luo Chen fixated on the shopkeeper, his heart racing with unease as he tentatively inquired. "Business at the tavern has been rather lackluster of late, and I'm a bit strapped for cash. Lend me 100 top-grade spirit stones, 10 Millennium Red fruits, and additionally a 4th-tier demon core." The shopkeeper was utterly unreserved, immediately demanding several exceedingly precious items. "Are you robbing us?" Hearing the shopkeeper's audacious demands, Luo Chen could hardly contain himself, nearly leaping up in protest. "If you refuse, I shall report you to the Mu family right now." The shopkeeper, however, seemed entirely unfazed by Luo Chen's reaction, instead sporting a mischievous grin, clearly confident in his hold over the situation. Luo Chen was thoroughly alarmed. "No, esteemed senior, such extortion of your junior is quite unbecoming. It would be a source of ridicule if word got out." No sooner had he spoken than a sudden surge of alertness washed over him, and he regarded the shopkeeper with suspicion, demanding, "How do you know that the Mu family's treasury contains Millennium Red fruits and 4th-tier demon cores?" The shopkeeper, having seemingly played enough, finally dropped his playful demeanor and stated earnestly, "Do not concern yourself with how I know. I am not taking from you for free. I mentioned it as a trade. So naturally, I will exchange with you items of equal value. Now, what do you require?" "A high-level cultivation method to enhance my soul," Luo Chen blurted out without hesitation. "Humph, you truly dare to ask," the shopkeeper scoffed lightly. a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he produced a jade pendant, placing it gently on the table. This is a transmission jade pendant containing a profound level cultivation method to strengthen one's soul. Are you satisfied now? Good, good. Upon hearing it was a profound level method, Luo Chan nodded vigorously, exhilaration bubbling within him. He promptly retrieved 100 top-grade spirit stones, 10 millennium red fruits, and a 4th-tier demon core from his spatial ring. Offering them to the shopkeeper, as he retracted his hand, he casually picked up the jade pendant from the table, secretly reveling in his fortune. The shopkeeper paid no mind to Luo Chen's subtle actions. Instead, glancing at the spatial ring on his ring finger, a fleeting look of surprise flashing in his eyes. May I inquire about your esteemed title? Luo Chun discreetly concealed the jade pendant, suppressing his excitement, and inquired with a smile. Leaving now. To Luo Chen's surprise, the shopkeeper once again disregarded his question, rising to his feet and casting another glance at the slumbering Su Yao. Upon reaching the door, he suddenly turned back to Luo Chun, stating, "Do not venture outside for the next few days. I can assure you that the Mu family's guards will not come to search your courtyard. Also, once the girl on the bed awakens, notify me immediately." Understood. Luo Chan assented repeatedly, his heart swelling with joy upon confirming that the shopkeeper harbored no malicious intent. After seeing off the tavern shopkeeper, Luo Chan re-entered the room, only to find Qin Jue regarding him with a peculiar expression, as if she were a stranger. "Miss Qin, what troubles you? Why do you gaze at me so?" Luo Chan felt a bit uncomfortable under her scrutiny and queried with confusion. "It's nothing." Qin Jue withdrew her gaze, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately turning to leave for her own quarters. Luo Xiao, I will wait outside. Su Xiaoping, sensing the unusual atmosphere, awkwardly gestured toward the doorway, speaking uncertainly. Luo Chen shot him an exasperated look, teasingly replying, "Where will you go? This courtyard is quite small, and both rooms are occupied." To his words, Su Xiaoping wore a rather embarrassed smile, shifting his feet uncertainly, unsure of where to go. "Stay here. I intend to cultivate shortly, and you shall assist in guarding me." After a moment's thought, Luo Chan instructed Su Xiaoping. Su Xiaoping responded gratefully, awkwardly settling into a chair in the corner. Meanwhile, Luo Chan waved his hand, producing a mat, placing it on the ground, and sitting cross-legged upon it. He then retrieved the jade pendant given to him by the shopkeeper, his heart brimming with secret delight, and released a strand of consciousness to enter the pendant. Boom! As his consciousness entered the pendant, a torrent of information flooded his mind. The soul-strengthening heavenly technique, a top-tier profound-level cultivation method, originated from ancient times, reputedly created by a soul master. Cultivating this method significantly enhances the practitioner's soul power. The soul-strengthening heavenly technique is divided into 9 layers, each corresponding to different realms of soul mastery. Upon reaching completion of the 3rd layer, the practitioner's soul will shine like the sun and moon, illuminating all, its might capable of shaking heaven and earth and reversing the very fabric of reality. This is excellent. Although a bit slow, it is fortunate that it does not require me to absorb the souls of others, allowing me to strengthen my own through diligent practice. After digesting the information within the transmission jade pendant, Luo Chun nodded to himself, thoroughly pleased with this cultivation method. Chapter 73. Breaking through to foundation establishment, the path of cultivation is long and arduous. Luo Chan immersed himself in his practice, and before he knew it, 2 days had passed. After 2 days and nights of relentless effort, Luo Chan not only opened a sea of consciousness within his mind, but also formed a nascent shape of an infant soul. Floating above the sea of consciousness, radiating a gentle and mysterious light, the soul-strengthening heavenly technique has reached the 3rd layer of completion. Luo Chan clenched his fists, feeling the changes within his soul, his heart swelling with satisfaction and joy. The first 3 layers of the soul-strengthening heavenly technique are the awakening of spiritual awareness, the refinement of the soul, and the nascent soul, forming the foundation of the entire method. Reaching the 3rd layer merely signifies entry into the threshold. Only by advancing to the 4th and 5th layers, Achieving soul manifestation and soul fusion, can one truly possess a formidable soul from the sixth layer onward. They are known as the initial manifestation of the heavenly strength, solidification of the heavenly strength, transformation of the heavenly domain, and the supreme realm. At that point, the power of the soul will transmute into the power of the heavens, marking the true unleashing of soul strength. Upon attaining great mastery, the soul will merge with the heavens, rendering the practitioner invincible. The reason Luo Chan was able to reach the third layer of completion in such a short time primarily stemmed from his previous accumulation and foundation. Through persistent practice of the soul refinement technique, coupled with the soul power devoured via the soul devouring technique, his soul had long surpassed that of cultivators at the same level. Additionally, the guidance from Jiu Yu had spared him from many detours. Had he relied solely on his own exploration, it would have taken at least 3 to 5 months to reach such a standard. If the cultivation method were improper, it could even harm the soul and jeopardize his foundation. My mental strength seems to have increased as well. Luo Chan focused on a teacup on the table, gently lifting it with his mental force. Manipulating objects from a distance is a skill only attainable by cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Although merely controlling lightweight items, achieving this in the Qi refinement stage is virtually unheard of in the Qin Yuan continent. Why perception seems heightened too. Luo Chan expanded his consciousness, capturing every subtle movement within a radius of several miles. Now, let us see what Miss Qin is doing at this moment. This wondrous sensation captivated him, and curiosity bubbled within as he directed his attention to Qin Jiue's room. At this moment, Qin Jiue was in a meditative state, completely oblivious to Luo Chen's probing consciousness. Could it be that my consciousness has surpassed that of Miss Qin? Luo Chan mused to himself, an overwhelming sense of joy swelling within him. Luo Chan, do not be so lecherous. Do not recklessly pry into others with your consciousness. Should someone stronger than you discover it, your soul may suffer a backlash. If you encounter a ruthless enemy, it could render you foolish. Just then, Jiu Yu's voice echoed in his mind, laden with caution and warning. That I understand. Luo Chen's face flushed, and he nodded gravely, hastily withdrawing his consciousness. Over the past 2 days, the Mu family had indeed not sent anyone to search, heightening Luo Chen's curiosity about the tavern shopkeeper. Who exactly is this person, capable of interfering with the Mu family's actions? Buzz just then, the communication jade slip at his waist vibrated suddenly. He picked it up, and within it Li Wanqiong's voice resonated. Master Mo, the first batch of 5 spirit gathering pills has all been sold. After deducting the cost of materials, we have made a profit of 50,000 spirit stones. Would you prefer to collect them now or wait until the end? Listening to Li Wanqiong's tentative tone, Luo Chun replied nonchalantly. Let us wait until the end, since he had plundered the Mu family's treasury. He was no longer in need of spirit stones. Those tens of thousands were merely a cherry on top for him now. The Li family, reluctant to confront the Mu family head-on, had long since diminished in importance within his heart. After putting away the jade slip, Luo Chun rose to his feet, his gaze landing upon Su Yao, who remained in a deep slumber. Though she lay in a state of unconsciousness, her complexion was serene, and her breathing was long and steady, devoid of any abnormalities. Her condition was stable. It would likely take another day or 2 for her to awaken. At that moment, Jiu Yu appeared beside Luo Chun, surveying Su Yao before turning to him with a reminder. Do not worry unnecessarily. It is time for you to attempt to consolidate your foundation. Can I finally attempt to consolidate my foundation? What preparations should I make in advance? I will begin now. Luo Chun exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he rubbed his hands together eagerly. Simply prepare the foundation establishment pill and ensure you are not disturbed during this period. Jiu Yu instructed calmly. Luo Chun nodded solemnly, then exited the room to summon Su Xiaoping from the courtyard. After a brief exchange of instructions, he asked Su Xiaoping to guard the entrance and prevent any interruptions. While he closed the door and seated himself cross-legged on the mat, Su Xiaoping complied without hesitation, dutifully sitting outside to protect Luo Chun. Within the room, Jiu Yu gently waved her sleeve, setting up a simple small-scale spirit gathering array around Luo Chun. To attempt to consolidate one's foundation, one must absorb vast amounts of the spiritual energy from heaven and earth. With the aid of this spirit-gathering array, the spiritual energy would continuously converge, ensuring that Luo Chan had sufficient energy during his attempt. Ordinary cultivators, without the support of a spirit-gathering array, would need to find a location rich in spiritual energy, prepare a substantial quantity of pills, and then enter seclusion to consolidate their foundation. Consume the foundation establishment pill. After completing the arrangement of the spirit-gathering array, Jiu instructed. Luo Chen nodded, retrieving a jade vial and pouring out a foundation establishment pill. Upon seeing the pill, he couldn't help but feel a surge of nostalgia. Half a year prior, he had claimed victory in the trials of the Lingyun secret realm, and the Alliance had rewarded him with a foundation establishment pill, which was now coming into play. Swallowing the pill in one gulp, Luo Chan felt a warm current rising within his abdomen, rushing through the various acupoints of his body. Activate the Xianling formula and absorb the spiritual energy from heaven and earth. As the effects of the foundation establishment pill took hold, Jiu continued to direct him. Luo Chan, not daring to delay for even a moment, immediately began to circulate the Xianling formula. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body like a river breaking its dam. The energy within his dantian roiled violently, with 4 spirals spinning furiously, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into 4 powerful vortices. Boom! 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 The spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, repeatedly crashing against an invisible barrier. Under Luo Chen's relentless efforts, that barrier finally shattered with a resounding explosion. Once the barrier was broken, the spiritual energy within his meridians surged even more violently, enveloping Luo Chan in an unprecedented sense of euphoria. The acupoints that had never before been washed by spiritual energy now reveled in its nourishment, sending waves of tingling sensations throughout his body. Accelerate the operation of your technique and compress the spiritual energy within your dantian to liquefy it. Jiu Yu's voice resonated in his ear once more at an opportune moment. Luo Chan took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into the Xianling formula. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to respond to a call, swirling toward him with a howling rush. At this moment, the efficacy of the spirit-gathering array became apparent. As the spiritual energy from heaven and earth continued to converge, Luo Chen's dantian felt like an endless abyss, voraciously devouring the spiritual energy. Yet, even with such a massive influx, his dantian remained unfilled. However, every bone in his body creaked as if parched earth were absorbing the much-needed rain. Seeing this, Jiu Yu's expression shifted to one of surprise. Clearly, the situation unfolding with Luo Chan was beyond her expectations. After observing for a moment, a hint of joy graced her lips, and with a touch of resignation, she remarked, "Your Thunder God Body refinement technique is indeed domineering. Very well, consume another top-grade spirit-gathering pill." Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chan procured a top-grade spirit-gathering pill and swallowed a whole. Boom! As the top-grade spirit-gathering pill entered his abdomen, a surge of immense spiritual power flooded into Luo Chen's dantian. Finally filling the remaining space, Luo Chan hastened the circulation of the Xianling formula, ravenously absorbing the spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Gradually, the spiritual energy within his dantian was compressed bit by bit, transforming into thick white mist. Chapter 74. Downing this bowl of soup after a night passed. Within Luo Chen's dantian, the spiritual energy transformed into magical power, coalescing into a vast ocean, with 4 massive whirlpools dancing upon its surface. Akin to cosmic black holes, exuding a disquieting force of absorption that is the magical power that only foundation establishment cultivators possess. Luo Chan savored the surging magical power within him, his eyes shimmering with unmistakable delight. According to the cultivation system of the Qinyan continent, cultivators in the Qi refining stage store pure spiritual energy within their dantian, which they draw upon to launch attacks, referred to as spiritual power attacks. Upon entering the foundation establishment stage, the spiritual energy in the dantian undergoes compression, liquefying into magical power, forming a sea of magical power. At that point, one can unleash far more potent magical power attacks, also known as spell attacks, As one progresses to the golden core stage and beyond, the path of cultivation becomes increasingly profound, beginning to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, manipulating and utilizing the forces of nature to launch attacks. This mastery of the laws is exceedingly difficult to grasp, yet its power far surpasses that of magical power, capable of utter devastation, by infusing magical power into the soles of his feet. One can traverse the skies. However, direct flight consumes a tremendous amount of magical power. Instead, utilizing a magical artifact to fly requires significantly less magical power. Next, practice flying well. I need a rest for a while. The energy expenditure has been tremendous, Jiu said, gazing at Luo Chan with satisfaction as she stretched. After speaking, she transformed into a beam of light, merging into Luo Chen's brow, sinking into his sea of consciousness. Since the opening of his sea of consciousness, Luo Chan could now distinctly sense Jiu Yu's presence. Thank you for your hard work, Jiu Yu. Filled with gratitude, Luo Chen nodded. Without Jiu Yu's assistance, he might still be laboring tirelessly in the spirit fields, toiling day in and day out for mere 2 merit coins. Reflecting on the past, Luo Chan couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion. For the next half day, Luo Chan diligently practiced flying, ensuring he could adeptly control his flight direction without colliding with any obstacles. Finally, Luo Chan exhaled a long breath. Exhilarated by his initial experience of flying, he felt a surge of excitement that was hard to contain, only stopping when his magical power was nearly depleted. Luo Xiao, congratulations on successfully establishing your foundation. At that moment, Su Xiaoping looked at Luo Chan with envy, offering a congratulatory smile. You must also strive hard to reach the peak of qi refining. When that time comes, I will assist you in establishing your foundation. Luo Chan encouraged with a nod, his eyes filled with affirmation. Su Xiaoping, bolstered by the encouragement, nodded vigorously. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through Luo Chen's room. As if something had been overturned, Luo Chan whipped his head around, only to see Su Yao push open the door and stride out. Senior sister Su Yao, you have finally awakened? Luo Chan hurried forward, his face alight with joy as he gazed at Su Yao, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. Clang! A crisp sound of a sword resonated as a long sword appeared in Su Yao's hand, its tip aimed directly at Luo Chen's brow. She coldly questioned, Who are you? Where is this place? Upon witnessing this, Luo Chan realized the misunderstanding, quickly dispelling the guise he had worn, grinning broadly as he pointed to himself. Senior sister Su Yao, it's me, Luo Chan, Qingyang Sword Sect, the Spirit Fields. Do you remember now? Luo Chan. Su Yao paused momentarily, deep in thought for a moment before slowly retracting her sword, her expression shifting to one of realization. Oh, it's you. Weren't you overseeing the spirit fields of the sect? How did you end up here? It's a long story. You've been asleep for several days. You must be hungry. Let me prepare something for you to eat, and we can chat while we dine. Seeing that Su Yao had recovered well and still remembered him, Luo Chan felt an immense wave of happiness wash over him, promptly setting to work preparing a meal. Before long, Luo Chan had laid out an abundant spread of delicious dishes that he then called upon Qin Jiyue and Su Xiaoping, and after a round of introductions, the 4 of them gathered around a table, enjoying their meal while conversing. Smack. Once Luo Chan had recounted the events that had transpired, Su Yao slammed her hand on the table, gritting her teeth as she declared, I remember now. After I recovered somewhat, I left the Qingyang Sword Sect and came to Qingyang City, trying to find a way to approach the Mu family. Eventually, I inadvertently discovered that they had transferred my sister from the sect to the Mu family's old residence. In a moment of impulse, I rushed in to rescue her, only to be captured by them. I don't recall anything after that. Luo Chan understood perfectly why Su Yao had no memory of the subsequent events. The painful memories fabricated by others had been painstakingly erased by him. Naturally, such distressing matters would never be disclosed to Su Yao. Thus, he lifted a bowl of soup, boldly proclaiming, Senior sister Su Yao. If you don't remember, then let it be. Come, let us down this bowl of soup. Moving forward, we shall devise a plan to rescue senior sister Su Ying and bring down the Mu family. With a soft chuckle, Su Yao couldn't help but laugh upon seeing Luo Chan lift a bowl of soup, It was her first time witnessing someone drink soup in such a manner, and she found it utterly amusing. However, after her laughter subsided, she too picked up the bowl of soup in front of her and said with a hearty laugh, "All right, junior brother Luo-chan, let's down this bowl together. Even if you have truly succumbed to madness, I shall still be your senior sister. At worst, I shall join you in that madness. After all, what is the big deal about being mad?" Inspired by their enthusiasm, Qin Jiyu felt a slight flush on her cheeks. Although she remained silent, she raised her own bowl of soup in solidarity. Su Xiaoping, without hesitation, also lifted his bowl to join in. The four exchanged smiles before downing their soups in one go. Qin Xinzi, senior sister Su Yao, and Su Xiaoping, I've devised a plan concerning the Mu family. Luo-chan placed his bowl down and, scanning the three of them with a serious gaze, shared his thoughts in a hushed tone. "All right, junior brother Luo-chan, I'm all ears." Su Yao was the first to express her agreement after hearing his plan. Luo Xiao, although my cultivation is not particularly high, I am quite agile on my feet. You can entrust any errands to me. Su Xiaoping showed no objections either. He had already resolved to follow Luo Chen's lead. Regardless of the correctness of Luo Chen's commands, he would faithfully comply. Though Qin Jiyu did not voice her thoughts, Luo Chan understood her nature well. As long as she did not express dissent, it signified her agreement. Following this, the four of them cleared the table of delicacies and began to make preparations according to Luo Chen's plan. Since they were all on the Mu family's blacklist, making a bold exit would undoubtedly lead them into a trap, ensuring they would be caught by the Mu family. Thus, they decided to disguise themselves and wait until nightfall to act. Bang! Just as the four huddled together discussing the details, an immense noise erupted from outside. Almost immediately, a conical hat shot into the courtyard like a meteor, embedding itself firmly in the window. Upon seeing the familiar hat, Luo-chan instantly realized, Ouyang Wanner has arrived. That wild girl. He couldn't help but rub his forehead, a bitter smile crossing his face. Chapter 75. I'm hungry, you scoundrel. Ouyang Wanner suddenly appeared in the courtyard, her eyes blazing with fury as she pointed a finger almost threateningly at Luo-chan. Why didn't you tell me when you left Taolin? I waited in vain for so long. If it weren't for that old hag informing me, I would still be foolishly waiting for you every day. Wanner, you have misunderstood me. After leaving Taolin, I specifically went to Qin Xianzi's residence to bid you farewell, but you were not there that I had no way to find you. Luo-chan stepped forward, bracing himself to explain. Upon seeing Ouyang Wanner still seething with anger, he pointed toward Qin Jiyu and added, You don't believe me? You can ask Qin Xianzi. She can vouch for me. Qin Jiyu. Ouyang Wanner turned her ire towards Qin Jiyu, gritting her teeth as she called out. In an instant, she lunged forward, both hands poised to attack Qin Jiyu. What are you doing? Qin Jiyu furrowed her brow and shouted angrily. Yet she wasted no time, immediately engaging in a fierce duel with Ouyang Wanner. The two women, unable to reach an understanding, erupted into a brawl, catching Luo-chan completely off guard. In no time, the courtyard was filled with shouts and explosive sounds, echoing into the night sky. Su Xiaoping looked up at the chaotic battle above, bewildered, and couldn't help but lean closer to Luo-chan to ask, Luo Xiao, what is going on? Aren't you going to intervene? You go intervene if you want. I suggest you keep your distance to avoid getting hurt. Luo-chan replied, turning to remove the conical hat from the window while instructing. If you have nothing to do, you might as well fix that window. After a quick glance at the ongoing fight, he couldn't help but shiver and retreated into the house. Are you really not going to intervene? Su Xiaoping looked at Luo-chen's back, then back up at the ongoing skirmish, utterly perplexed. But soon he came to his senses and hurried toward the woodshed in the backyard, muttering, I might as well gather some wood to repair the window. Su Yao quietly observed the scene, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her gaze towards Luo-chan filled with a deeper meaning. The fierce battle in the sky lasted nearly half an incense stick's time before Ouyang Wanner and Qin Jiyu finally ceased their hostilities. Landing back on the ground, their hair slightly disheveled. Humph! Qin Jiyu glared frostily at Ouyang Wanner, snorted disdainfully, and, pursing her lips, turned to return to her room, slamming the door shut behind her. Humph! Ouyang Wanner was equally unyielding. Coldly snorting at Qin Jiyu's retreating figure, Smugly rubbing her nose at it was evident that she had the upper hand in the earlier confrontation. Luo Chun, hidden away in the house, peered through the window's gap to observe the unfolding events. Once he saw that the two had finally stopped fighting, he let out a soft sigh of relief, patting his chest. Luo Chun, come out here. However, before he could fully settle down, Ouyang Wanner's voice rang out again. The breath he had just released was instantly caught in his throat, and he felt a wave of dread wash over him. All he could do was steel himself and step outside. Ouyang Wanner, you can't hit me today. She is my senior sister, and she will back me up. Once outside, Luo Chun immediately sidled up to Su Yao, discreetly tugging at her sleeve, standing tall as he spoke. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Yao darted away, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she exclaimed, "Dear sister, feel free to unleash your wrath. He can take it." Luo Chun was momentarily stunned by her words. He pointed an accusatory finger at Su Yao, exclaiming helplessly, "Senior sister, you are so ungrateful." Ouyang Wanna looked at Luo Chun with amusement, cracking her knuckles as she approached playfully. "Ouyang Wanner, don't go too far. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Luo Chun said, backing away cautiously, his tone laced with a mixture of alarm and unease. Ouyang Wanner advanced step by step, cornering Luo Chun against the wall. She crossed her arms, a playful smile on her face as she studied him for a moment before suddenly declaring, "I'm hungry." Upon hearing this, Luo Chun was taken aback, then let out a long sigh. Casting a reproachful look at Ouyang Wanner as he replied, "Hungry? Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't have to make such a fuss over a meal." Finally, glaring at Ouyang Wanner, he pointed a finger at her nose and said sternly, "Just you wait, I'll be back shortly." With that, he hurried off towards the kitchen. In no time, Ouyang Wanner gazed at the table laden with delectable dishes, her mouth watering uncontrollably. After a whirlwind of eating, she sat back in her chair, a satisfied grin on her face as she looked at Luo Chun, casually asking, "Have you heard any news about Jian Chun?" Luo Chun gently shook his head, then replied solemnly, "Although there are no confirmed reports yet, we have discovered some clues." He then recounted their experiences in Qingyang City in vivid detail, like beans pouring from a bamboo tube. Wow, how thrilling! Ouyang Wanner's eyes widened with envy as she listened intently. Clenching her fists, she straightened up, her blood boiling with excitement as she asked, "When do you plan to strike against the Mu family again?" "I want to join. We have a plan for tonight." Luo Chun leaned closer to Ouyang Wanner, whispering his strategy in her ear. "Wonderful, wonderful." After hearing Luo Chun's plan, Ouyang Wanner was so thrilled she nearly leaped from her seat, clapping her hands in eager anticipation. After chatting for a while, the sky gradually darkened, as if a massive black cloth had descended on this moonless night. The starry sky twinkled like jewels embedded in the dark canvas. More than 20 miles east of Qingyang City stood a grand estate, the property of the Mu family, known as Mu Yun Mountain Villa. At this moment, bright night stones dotted the sky like stars, illuminating the entire estate as if it were daytime. Guards armed with long halberds patrolled in groups, their movements synchronized, creating a formidable defense. Not far from the Mu Yun Mountain Villa, on a nearby hill, Luo Chun and his companions, clad in fitted night attire, lay in silent ambush like phantoms, their eyes fixated on the movements of the villa. "Cuckoo! Cuckoo!" In the stillness of the night, the sudden call of a cuckoo bird pierced the air, making the patrolling guards instantly alert. Before long, a figure emerged from the villa, slowly making its way into the distance. "Cuckoo! Cuckoo!" The call of the cuckoo echoed again. The figure paused momentarily and then proceeded toward the direction of the sound. Chapter 76. Infiltration Chunbo. In the direction of the cuckoo's call, Su Xiaoping, clad in black, cautiously poked his head out, softly calling to the figure. The person exiting Mu Yun Mountain Villa was indeed Chunbo, and the cuckoo's call was the secret signal he and Su Xiaoping had established long ago. In his usual manner, Su Xiaoping communicated with him through this secret signal. It is worth noting that although Su Xiaoping's talent in cultivation was not particularly remarkable, he possessed an unparalleled special ability, the gift of mimicking various sounds, especially those of animals. After hearing a sound just once, he could replicate it with such vivid accuracy that it became nearly indistinguishable from the original. Chun Bo glanced around, ensuring that no one was following him, before hastening to Su Xiaoping's side, his face a mask of astonishment as he inquired, "Xiaoping, what brings you here at such a late hour? Has something happened?" "It's like this." Su Xiaoping pulled Chun Bo behind a mound of earth, detailing Luo Chen's plan in meticulous detail. "What?" Chun Bo exclaimed, taken aback. "This is far too dangerous." "Have no fear. Simply follow Luo Xiao's instructions," Su Xiaoping said, his gaze resolute. He urged Chun Bo to prepare swiftly. "You must return without delay. Do not keep Luo Xiao and the others waiting. This is our sole opportunity to rescue Yongdong." "Understood." Upon hearing that they could save Yongdong, Chun Bo pressed his lips together, his resolve hardening. He nodded emphatically, patted Su Xiaoping on the shoulder, and then vanished into the night. Shortly after Chun Bo's return, a thick plume of black smoke suddenly billowed from a side hall in the manor. Bang! Following that, a series of urgent gong strikes echoed, accompanied by a shrill voice shouting, "Water's flooding! Water's flooding!" In the wake of the shouting, the manor descended into chaos. The patrolling guards dropped their long halberds, rushing to extinguish the fire. At that moment, several figures stealthily approached the entrance, skirting the walls. The guards at the door suddenly felt an icy chill creep down their spines and turned abruptly. In an instant, a flash of cold light flickered before them, and they all collapsed silently to the ground. After incapacitating the guards at the entrance, Luo Chun and his companions emerged from the shadows. Clad in tight-fitting black attire and masks, their icy eyes the only visible feature. Above all, remember, do not fly. There is an anti-air formation overhead, Luo Chun reiterated, gesturing towards various directions before commanding, "Go, split up and proceed." The four exchanged glances, then stealthily infiltrated the manor from different angles, gliding close to the ground. Deep within the manor, in a grand hall, a middle-aged man sat calmly on a cushion, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Bang! With a resounding crash, the door to the hall was forcefully kicked open, and two figures in black rushed in almost simultaneously. "Who goes there?" The middle-aged man bellowed, a long sword appearing in his hand, its blade gleaming ominously, aimed directly at the intruders. However, to his astonishment, the two black-clad figures ignored his furious demand, glaring at each other and arguing instead. "I spotted him first." One of the figures growled through clenched teeth that I kicked the door first. The other retorted defiantly, their eyes locked in a fierce contest. The middle-aged man stared at the quarreling figures. Bewildered, his gaze flitted between them for a moment before he ground out, "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" Silence. Both figures snapped in unison, turning their faces toward him with anger, after hurling their insults. They resumed their standoff, each unwilling to yield. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt insulted. His expression darkened ominously. Just then, accompanied by a sharp, ringing sound, yet another figure in black flew through the door like a bolt of black lightning, charging directly at the middle-aged man's face. A chilling scream erupted as the middle-aged man's throat was pierced by the long sword. His eyes widened in terror, and his raised hands struggled feebly before he collapsed with a thud. A phantom soul drifted from his body, fleeing toward the exit. With a low, ominous hum, a pitch-black tower soared through the door, swiftly capturing the middle-aged man's soul within. Luo Chun rushed in from outside, waving his hand to retrieve the tower, and shouted at the two still locked in their standoff. "What are you two doing?" The two confronting figures were none other than Ouyang Wanner and Qin Zhuwe, while the one who had executed the middle-aged man was Su Yao. The middle-aged man had been unfortunate, his attention entirely focused on Ouyang Wanner and Qin Zhuwe, leaving him unprepared for Su Yao's sudden strike to his throat, resulting in his swift demise. Just then, accompanied by a gust of wind, Chun Bo burst in from outside. He turned to shut the hall's door, whispering, "Luo Xiao, the entrance is behind the screen." "Good job," Luo Chun said, giving Chun Bo a thumbs up. According to his plan, besides creating chaos in the manor to facilitate their infiltration, Chun Bo had another crucial task: to mark the entrance to the underground space, enabling them to navigate quickly and silently to their destination. It appeared that Chun Bo had executed his duties exceptionally well, alleviating much of Luo Chen's burden. The only unexpected element was that the guard here was merely a foundation establishment cultivator. Luo Chun had anticipated at least one golden core expert overseeing the area, for which he had meticulously planned for quite some time. Chun Bo glanced at the middle-aged man's corpse and, before Luo Chun could inquire, proactively explained, Luo Xiao, there was originally a golden core guest elder station here, but he had to leave on urgent business tonight. We must act swiftly. He could return at any moment. With that, Chun Bo swiftly moved aside a screen, revealing a dark passageway and a chilling wind wafted from the tunnel, sending shivers down their spines. Chun Bo, you lead them down first, Luo Chun instructed, his eyes gleaming with a cold intensity as he surveyed the passage. I will set up a trap here to contain the golden core expert. Once the others had entered the passage, Luo Chun raised his head to scan the hall before declaring, Jiu, I rely on you. Set a trap here to eliminate that golden core cultivator. The reason Luo Chun felt emboldened to venture here, even with a golden core expert present, was entirely due to the existence of Jiu. You truly know how to delegate. Jiu appeared, glaring at Luo Chun with irritation. Setting a trap to kill a golden core cultivator within such a short time frame is far from simple. Just delay him. Do not let him discover our presence. Luo Chun replied with a sheepish smile, settling for a more modest request. Jiu pondered for a moment, then suddenly had a thought that he instructed Luo Chun. Release a malevolent spirit from the underworld tower. Upon hearing this, Luo Chun immediately summoned the underworld tower, unleashing a green-faced, fanged specter. Hiss, as soon as the malevolent spirit emerged, it let out a long wail, clawing and lunging at Luo Chun. Impudent, Jiu barked, swiftly forming hand seals and embedding a mark into the specter's mind. The moment the mark was inscribed, the specter gazed at Jiu in terror, obediently lowering its head. Go. Jiu commanded with a gesture. The malevolent spirit turned and swiftly dove into the corpse of the middle-aged man. Keek. Instantly, the middle-aged man emitted an eerie, sinister laugh, stiffly rising to his feet. Freeze! Jiu commanded once more. The middle-aged man's ghastly laughter abruptly ceased, and he stiffly returned to his cushion, gradually closing his eyes. From a distance, he appeared to be meditating, seemingly unchanged. Jiu observed the possessed middle-aged man, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, should the golden core cultivator dare to probe with his consciousness, the mark on the malevolent spirit will transmit directly into his body. At that point, witnessing Jiu's eerie grin, Luo Chun couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 77. The underground city following the dark passage, Luo Chun descended step by step into the subterranean realm. Utterly astonished by the sight that unfolded before him, at the end of the long staircase lay a vast underground city, a stunning array of neatly aligned houses, harmoniously arranged in an orderly fashion. Above, nightstones embedded in the ceiling twinkled with a bright yet cold light, reminiscent of the dazzling stars in the night sky. Luo Chun descended the stairs onto the damp street, the air thick with a pungent scent of rouge. He wondered where Chun Bo and the others had gone. Gazing at the intricate maze of streets before him, devoid of any human presence, Luo Chun muttered to himself, as he surveyed his surroundings. A particular building caught his attention. Through a transparent window, a graceful silhouette gently sways in harmony with the flickering candlelight. Tap, tap, tap. A rare glimpse of a figure catches the eye. Luo Chun steps forward and softly raps on the door. With a creak, the door swings open, revealing a woman of exquisite beauty before him. Clad in a stunning crimson gown and adorned with delicate ornaments, she resembles a bride on the verge of matrimony. Breathtakingly enchanting. Her gaze is fixed intently upon Luo Chun, and a shy smile gradually blossoms at the corners of her mouth. She slightly bows, her lips parting to release a voice as soft and sweet as a melody. Husband. Luo Chun is startled by the term of endearment, a shiver coursing through him as he instinctively steps back, his face flushing a deep crimson. Yet, the woman seems unfazed by his reaction. Instead, she takes a step closer, firmly grasping his arm. With a gentle tug, she draws Luo Chun into the room. Inside, the red candles burn brightly, and the drapes hang low, creating a warm tableau of a beautiful moment adorned with a lovely companion. evoking a sense of romance that stirs something inexplicable within Luo Chen's heart. "Husband, let us share a drink and not waste this splendid occasion," she says as she retrieves a wine jug from the table and fills a cup to the brim with wine. Lifting the cup, she gazes at Luo Chan with a dreamy expression as he approaches her step by step. Her voice, like silken thread, is melodious and captivating, leaving him entranced. Luo Chan feels his heart flutter uncontrollably, and he instinctively raises his hand to accept the cup. However, at that pivotal moment, a soft cough echoes in his mind. Like a clear spring, it extinguishes the flames of desire burning within him, jolting him back to consciousness. Luo Chan hastily withdraws his hand and fixes his gaze upon the woman. Suddenly, his eyes widen in realization, and he notices a crimson gem nestled at her neckline, revealing a hint of red against her skin. Understanding dawns upon him. Like the situation with senior sister Su Yao, this woman too has fallen into a meticulously woven trap of false memories. Luo Chen stares at the red gem on her chest, comprehending the entirety of the scheme. Just as confusion and doubt swirl in his mind, the woman steps closer, her breath fragrant as she whispers, "Husband, why do you shy away from me?" With determination, Luo Chen steels himself, gritting his teeth, and gently places his palm on the back of her head. The woman sways slightly, collapsing softly into his embrace. He carefully carries her to the bed and gently removes the red gem from her chest. Upon entering the gem with his consciousness, he indeed sees cards suspended above a sea of blood, depicting the tender moments of her wedding night. However, the man with whom she shared those precious moments remains indistinct. His features shrouded in mystery, it becomes clear now. No wonder she refers to him as her husband. I end this fabricated memory. Any man she encounters becomes her husband. This is simply. Luo Chan realizes the truth and shakes his head softly. He promptly sits cross-legged above the blood sea, channeling the soul-devouring technique to refine each card one by one. Afterward, he withdraws his consciousness and shatters the red gem, unlocking the woman's original memories, which flood back in her mind. He then administers a calming pill before quietly exiting the room, closing the door behind him. By the time she awakens, she will reclaim her true memories, continuing along the damp street. Luo Chan feels a profound joy in having rescued this deceived woman. He then proceeds to knock on the next door. As he traverses the entire street, he encounters 2 to 3 dozen rooms, each presenting a similar scene of wedding nights, as if painted from a template. These women are all ensnared in the ecstasy of their wedding nights, endlessly reliving the experience, lost to themselves and oblivious to reality. At the end of the street stand a majestic hall. Luo Chan gazes up to see the inscription Hall of Joy engraved above the entrance, momentarily puzzled by the name's significance. He takes a deep breath and boldly pushes open the heavy door, stepping cautiously inside. The sight within the hall leaves him utterly speechless. Countless graceful women, radiant and alluring, are gathered inside, either dancing in small groups or alone, reveling in this eternal joy. Some appear to have grown weary from their dancing, casually reclining on the ground, yet still wearing expressions of lingering satisfaction and excitement. Hearts fluttering, laughter echoes through the air,